Come to divulge of this company. Tattooed Chef Corporation, ticker symbol TTCF on this one. It's right around a $20 stock as of today. It's been trading recently around a $1.2, $1.3 billion company, okay? And oh my goodness, am I bullish on this one, okay? I'm gonna share my full bullish thesis now, then we'll get into how much money I have in it, how much more money I'm looking to buy worth of this stock, and then price points, okay? Tattooed Chef, they had their analyst day, I think it was yesterday or the day before, okay? The days sometimes run together, all right? And I thought this was a really helpful presentation they put together, okay? So first off, where we're gonna start here is look at the growth over time, okay? The branded products, which is only like a few years old now, okay? This is more like a 2017, 2018, they really started exploring that. Before that, it was just a lot of private label stuff. Remember we talked about Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, some of those retailers. It was just, that was kind of like their big thing. And then the major growth started when Tattooed Chef products started coming out. And they really started coming out, you know, in real for like the past year, okay? Now look at this growth. 2018, $47 million in revenue. Look at 2021 estimates. They're expecting $222 million of revenue. You know I love 222 million. Oh man, just something about all those twos together, okay? But look at that growth. This is going to be huge for the brand of Tattooed Chef, okay? I think a lot of people that don't know anything about this company are going to start to know the Tattooed Chef brand very soon, okay? They're going to pour a lot of money into this. It's going to be very exciting to see what results come from this, okay? They also launched an e-commerce business, so you can actually go on their website and actually buy the products straight from basically their own website, okay? We're not even talking about the opportunity for Tattooed Chef in Europe and across the world, okay? We're just literally talking about the United States of America. So think about how big the opportunity for this company is, okay? This is big, big news, all right? Tattooed Chef, newest innovation, features plant-based meat alternatives. They're coming out with a plant-based pepperoni product, which I already tried on their cauliflower pizza bowls. Very good, actually, like very good. Now, I'm not just talking about the pizza bowls themselves, but I'm talking about the actual pepperoni in those bowls. Delicious, like some of the best tasting, like, you know, even though it's another $100,000 worth of the Tattooed Chef company, okay? About another 100K. That's what I could potentially see, okay? Now, let's talk about the risk, okay? The main risk I see with this company is if they were to get complacent, okay? So let's say, hypothetically, they just get lazy, they stop innovating products, they stop caring about getting more SKUs, and they just, I would love to hear from you guys on your perspective on Tattooed Chef and if you think this is a potential huge stock in the future. Now, my hope with this stock is if people want to invest in this company with me, I'm hoping that people are really in it for the long term, because this is a type of company that has like 5, 10, 15 years of huge growth in front of them, in my personal opinion. So I'm hoping like if people buy into this, they're not just buying into it just comment. And I'll also have Stock Hub linked in the pinned comment. We have a Tattooed Chef category I created a few days ago in Stock Hub. Actually, it might have been like a week ago. So that's under the most popular chats. If you want to chat about this stock with a ton of other investors in the market, okay, TTCF, Tattooed Chef Corporation. You know, that's a company I've been looking into and buying the stock very aggressively lately, because I'm looking at that stock and I'm like, you know, I think it's been, you know, the stock's been anywhere from $15, $20. I think it's above $20 now, but I'm looking at that stock and I'm like, this is a perfect company. They're capitalizing on this huge growing movement in the food industry. Investment account is a new one, okay? TTCF, Tattooed Chef. Look at how aggressively I've been buying this stock. We're up to basically over 6 figures now, current value in this stock. 4,500 shares I own in this stock. I own, you know, massively more shares in this, I can tell you that, in my main private account. Like that position is really, really big in that account. But man, yeah, I love this stock. Cost base $17.72. I mean, you know, I think I even bought some today in my main private account. I want to say a Tattooed Chef. But yeah, I mean, anything around this value it's at, I want to buy it. I think Tattooed Chef, the way I'm looking at this business, I think they're going to be a giant. I think they're going to be a giant in the food industry. I'm talking like size of like a Conagra Foods or something like that, or maybe even bigger long term. We'll see. But I mean, you look at something like a Conagra Foods or some of those big companies, a lot of them trade at 15, 20 billion dollar valuation today. And so when I look at Tattooed Chef, I really have a lot of belief that they will become a giant in the food space. I've tried so many of their products. I've seen their product packaging. I see the way they sell. And I'm just like, you know, I love that stock. It's literally maybe my favorite stock in the stock market right now. It is, in terms of me actually buying it. And so I don't know if I'll ever sell Tattooed Chef. We'll see. You know, history's long, right? But and the future's long. But I honestly don't know if I'll ever sell that stock. It's just a thing of beauty, okay? Next one up here is the FB, Facebook stock, all right? This one is a $102,000 position here, up 80% on this one, up over 40%. Small revenue numbers compared to something like Tattooed Chef, but that one represents like insane growth. I'm also invested in another company called Beyond Meat, ticker symbol BYND. Now that's a big brand name, right? A lot of people know Beyond Meat because they're all over fast food locations and all sorts of things, okay? So but the way I view Tattooed Chef is it's similar to kind of both of those, but it's like an in-between. So it's already getting well established like a Beyond Meat, but it's actually got, in my opinion, better growth profile moving forward than actually Beyond Meat. I believe Tattooed Chef Food Company will outgrow Beyond Meat each and every year for the next 10 years. And so this is why I've actually made this my biggest investment in the food industry. It's just such a perfect balance of risk reward, and you guys know I'm all about the risk reward. Now this company, so they were basically just selling to like Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, and some of those companies before. As far as the products they make right now, they're all frozen food related products as of today. Now that's gonna change over time, but as of today, they're only going after the frozen food category. % CAGR, 640% year-over-year growth for the Tattooed Chef brand. Look at that. And that's with no investments in marketing or anything like that. Like no ads, none of that stuff, okay? They have 90 million plus in cash. They have 200,000 square feet of manufacturing now. They just doubled their capacity in 2020. They're gonna double their capacity again in 2021 to 400,000 square feet. So one, this is going to bring way more brand awareness to the Tattooed Chef food brand, right? That people just don't have. But also, you know what else is going to bring attention to? The stock and the company, and people looking at this company and be like, huh, never heard of this one. Let me look into this a little bit. Wall Street's starting to look into it and things like that. And so I just see this marketing campaign as being so successful in several. I think Walmart over time, I think this company, Tattooed Chef, could have 20, 30, 40, 50 SKUs over time. I think they sell that well, and they're going to do well enough to end up justifying that sort of SKUs over time. And so it goes from like you only have a few to all of a sudden you have a massive quantity. And at the end of the day, Walmart's going to care about what's selling. And the fact is Tattooed Chef products sell like hotcakes when they hit the shelves. And that's all that matters in the end. All that matters is the money. Like, it's great that this company is seen as like a healthier brand than a lot of these old school companies and things like that. But at the end of the day, that's the big part. Do you sell? Do you put up the numbers that don't move the type of volumes that Tattooed Chef will move? And so those ones get taken out, Tattooed Chef gets moved in. Look at this Target success, okay? In Target, our #1 SKU is organic acai bowl, and it outperforms the leading brand's #1 SKU in IRL food in both velocity, sales per store, and average retail price. That's like the holy grail of getting more and more products in a retailer, okay? When you could put up those, it's going to be in 5 to 10 years, but imagine where Tattooed Chef will be in 5 to 10 years. They're innovating far faster than any other competition. In the traditional food industry, the competition is a joke. I mean, if you think the competition was kind of a joke for Tesla and them coming in and tearing stuff up, you haven't even seen the food industry. I mean, it's pretty sad. Like, you know, Conagra Foods, their butts handed to them if they have to compete against Tattooed Chef. And if Tattooed Chef wants to compete against these companies over time, Tattooed Chef will win because they will out-innovate. They will bring more excitement to their products. They will bring new customers and consumers on because they just like get it. They know the trends and what people want in their food and things like that. Like, not everybody just wants to eat Cheerios every day like they might have wanted to do 20 years ago or something like that. By the way, over time, they're going to get out-innovated by a company like Tattooed Chef because Tattooed Chef just innovates so fast, and the other companies just aren't going to have a clue what's coming, okay? And so I think Tattooed Chef over time will pass up those companies. And you saw the market caps those companies had. Remember, we're talking about Tattooed Chef with a $1.5 billion market cap, okay? And you saw, I just went through those companies with you. So imagine what this company can go to over time. Now, as far as guidance for 2021 and beyond for this company, this is coming from the management team, okay? 2021, they're expected to do revenue of $222 million. In 2022, they're expected to do $300 million of revenue. In 2023, they're expected to do like that. Doesn't make sense for a high growth stock like this, okay? And so Tattooed Chef, it's a $1.5 billion company. that I have a hard time seeing this company not be worth $5 billion to $10 billion long term. And so I'm buying every share in sight I can get right now for this company because I am such a big believer in this company over the next 5-10 years. It's ridiculous. And this could be one of those in the future. So it's very possible that all these shares I'm loading up on Tattooed Chef, I might never sell them, to be completely honest. Even if it was to double from here or triple from here or anything like that, it's like, who cares in the end, okay? Matter of fact, I got so dang bullish while I was making this presentation for you guys here today that I went ahead and I just bought another, 500 shares of Tattooed Chef while I was making this video, literally, because, okay, so those are the two for sure stocks, Tattooed Chef and WBA. Those are the stocks I'm, planning for sure buying in January. But now I want to share with you three probably stocks. So it's three stocks that I'm going to probably buy in January. It's not 100% for sure, but they're probablys, okay? So first one up here is this one. It's called MicroStrategy Incorporated. Ticker symbol on this one is MSTR. It's like a $3.6 billion. Okay, channel checks. The Tattooed Chef, TTCF, one of my newest investments. So bullish on that company. I do channel checks almost every single week. I'll go to Sam's Club or different stores, Target, Walmart, where their products are sold at. And I'm trying to see like how the sell-through is. Are the products on the shelf? Are they getting, are people buying them and saying, Morgan, The Planet, Dropbox, Beyond Meat, Qualcomm, Skyworks, Tattooed Chef, there it is. Tesla, my Tesla, hit $800 a share. Is it ratatouille or ratatouille? Like, how do you pronounce that word? Ratatouille. Ratatouille. Okay, wow, man, I want one of those. Okay, if you want to join Stock Hub, it's absolutely free to do so. It has the best and biggest free Discord chat in the entire world for investors in the stock market. So if you want to join there, I might even have it as a McDonald's there, okay? And Tattooed Chef is kind of like a smaller company with a different business model and a different approach to the market than what Beyond Meat's going to. So Beyond Meat's really focused on, plant-based meats, whereas Tattooed Chef is just kind of more focused on, plant-based products in general. And so I look at that industry, it's just an industry that's going to boom over the next 10 years. I think it's just going to get bigger and bigger. I'm looking at the, like my generation, the generations coming up. And I'm seeing the changes in diet, the way they approach things. For me in the stock market is a Tattooed Chef, okay, TTCF. I got $117,000 in the stock in the public account. I got $329,000 of this stock in my main private account, okay? And I don't think I talked about this one on 3 Stocks I'm Buying February edition, okay? But when it comes to TTCF, under $2 billion for the stock, let me be very clear, in my personal opinion, is a deal. I have done on the Tattooed Chef Corporation and my immense knowledge of the food and drink industry, which is one of the industries I understand to the highest level, let's just put it that way. There's no doubt in my mind that TTCF has a great opportunity to become a food giant over the next 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about some little niche company over there. You start to see some TTCF products, Tattooed Chef, you'll start to see some of them in grocery stores this year in 2021, okay? But the real big distribution will actually happen in 2022, okay? Then comes 2023, which will be all about sell-through ramp and ramping SKUs into more and more grocery stores, continuing to ramp in the big dog stores across the board, okay? Cap on that company. Remember, Tattooed Chef, $1.7 billion, okay? Where do you think it's going over time, okay? So yeah, TTCF, I love that one. It's one of my favorite stocks in the entire stock market. Man, I got to continue to buy that one. As long as it's under $2 billion, I should continue to buy it. Even if it's under 3, I should continue to buy it. I need to add more shares. That's just one I'm going to be able to look back on in 5, 10 years and be like, how big their TAM is long-term for that one. And TTCF, which is a Tattooed Chef, that one I also think has a great opportunity over the coming year to 10x as well. You have 50% plus revenue growth expected this upcoming year. They should grow, just be a growing beast for years and years to go into the future, okay? So I feel like those stocks are on their way. Now, 2 things I want to cover real quick before we start getting into all this, okay? Continue to play out over the coming years. Tattooed Chef, same exact thing, really disrupting plant-based foods in the freezer aisle specifically. So when I look at all these type of stocks, they really have to be massive disruptors in an industry, and also they have to have huge total addressable market opportunity, okay? Now, how do I judge a huge TAM, total addressable market? Well, I'm looking at the industry in general. It's epic, okay? If we look at the very good food company, Tattooed Chef, you're talking about there's massive changes going on in the food industry right now where tons of people are experimenting with more, or not even, I don't even want to say experimenting, but just like moving toward more plant-based diets and trying to move away from certain meat products as much, right? Maybe not eating, I mean, you know, the amount of growth for that company long term. The Tattooed Chef, okay, that company, I looked at that one and I said, okay, yeah, they're going to grow revenues 50% plus over the next year. They're probably going to grow much above 10%. But ideally, you want to find companies, if they have true 10x opportunities, this is going to make you feel much more comfortable. If you can be confident they'll grow 20%, it's going to be hitting the bottom line for a company like the Tattooed Chef long term. So this is the last secret part where the real magic is. Because like I said, it's great if you can put up some revenue numbers, but the real magic is if you can get to more of these numbers. If you can get to 15 to 30%, especially if you're down here in the 25 to 30% range of actual revenue coming in long term, hitting the bottom line, that's where, in regards to Tesla Masso today, a big number, right? Tattooed Chef, it's crazy. Like even after that massive dip, we're still up 1,400%. That's just nuts, okay? Tattooed Chef down 7. Real interesting in this market right now. You look at a stock like Tattooed Chef, okay? TTCF, big long-term opportunity. That stock has continued to sell off, and it is a big long-term opportunity in my opinion with the type of growth. Like what I see in the real world right now is epic for Tattooed Chef. I go to Sam's Club, like my local Sam's Club here in Vegas now, and I'm seeing 7 different SKUs for Tattooed Chef, and all of them are selling well. And I mean very well. From everything I'm understanding about this, the sell-through is strong. So they're getting more SKUs, they're getting into more locations, and the sell-through is strong. That company has such a big long-term op in front. They aren't even in grocery stores yet. That's going to be my personal opinion. TTCF, okay, the Tattooed Chef. Right now, that stock is a deal and a half. I will gladly buy more and more shares. By the way, TTCF, they actually just announced this 30 minutes ago, okay? Cash balance now approximately $200 million. They're going to be able to buy all the factories, get all the distribution that they need. They got the cash to do, you know, just expand this business long term. It's a $1.5 billion market cap. Holy smoke, his Tattooed Chef ain't no jokers. If you don't know what you were doing in the market and you feel like you've gotten lucky over the past 6 to 9 months, you just threw some money around some stocks, or the past 11, 12 months, whatever, and you made some money, you better learn quick, okay? Because if you don't learn quick, you're going to miss out on a ton of opportunities because you don't getting out there in a massive way in regards to Tattooed Chef. And I mean, I think we're like boosting their sales just in the private group, man. All of us have been buying their products left and right. This company is fast growth, okay? And I mean really fast growth. They're expected to grow revenues in 2021 by over 50%, okay? A really large number. This is not some boring and things like that. And that's exactly what I'm seeing with Tattooed Chef. This company now, okay, this news just came out last week. They now have $200 million in cash on their balance sheet, okay? 200 mil. They are cashed up to the sky. They got 200 million cash. And keep in mind, the market capitalization for this company recently has been trading anywhere from 1.5 billion stores and being like, we can't find any products of Tattooed Chef. So by the end of this year, they'll probably be in every single location, or almost every single location. And in a lot of these stores, they're going to end up getting likely 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 SKUs. And in some of those stores, they only have like 2. Like, for instance, a local Target, kind of by this Arizona house where I'm recording this, they only have 2 SKUs right now, Tattooed Chef. At this time next year, they're probably going to have, I would say, at least 4, but probably 6 or 8 SKUs. A lot of the Target locations are carrying 4 to 6 SKUs. That's probably going to go to 8 to 10 SKUs over time. Sam's Club, Costco, they, Costco's don't have a ton of SKUs. They have a few right now. Sam's Club, I'm looking at like stores. So right now, you're not going to find a lot of Tattooed Chef as far as their branded products in a ton of big grocery chains yet, okay? They're really focused on Sam's Club, Costco, Walmart, Target stores like that first. Then they're going to grocery stores en masse, and that should open up in the back half of this year, but in terms of the numbers being reflected in a major way, should be 2022. The management team has talked about this, And yeah, the grocery store sales should. And obviously, Trader Joe's isn't going to carry Tattooed Chef because they don't carry any branded products, okay? But yeah, big grocery stores, think Kroger, Safeway, Vaughn's, Albertsons, all those big grocery store chains. Maybe even grocery store chains like Sprouts and Harris Teeter and some of those other ones. I'm trying to think of what that other popular grocery store chain was in Charlotte and in the Carolinas. Unless, I don't know, no one buys Tattooed Chef anymore and they just can't, I don't know, get any distribution anywhere outside of those scenarios, which is very unrealistic. This company should see mass expansion, a ton of SKUs in stores, strong sell-through, brand building into a food giant, and yeah, this company will be able to, eventually get to a place where oh, wait, wrong stock. That's the wrong T stock there, okay? Tattooed Chef. In the public account, I own $105,000 worth in that account. And in my main private account, which is obviously bigger than my public account, I own $349,000 worth of Tattooed Chef in that account. So, over 450,000, getting close to $500,000 in that stock. And as far as what could I buy in the stock, I could buy another $100,000 to $200,000 more worth of these shares. Anything under 25 is a give me. Whereas in the 20s or 30s, okay? Tattooed Chef, TTCF, is stock 10 of 10 up here. It is my favorite play in the plant-based movement as far as, nutrition, building a brand there, things like that. I like this stock even more than I like actually Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat's kind of my second favorite. Very Good Food Company is kind of my third. Those are my three investments in this space. Here. So this one is the Tattooed Chef, okay? Tattooed Chef up here. So Tattooed Chef, this is a company in the plant-based food space that is rapidly growing. I mean, they're expected to grow 50% plus revenues this year, okay? And I think they're going to be able to grow double digits revenue growth for the next decade, essentially. For this entire period we're in, 2020 through 2030, I think Tattooed Chef is going to grow double digits the entire dang time, okay? When I think about how much opportunity is in front of this company, and as long as they keep the pedal to the metal here, there's no doubt in my mind that they can just boom, 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 boom. Maybe they don't grow 50% every year, but maybe they slow down to 20% growth, 10% growth. And the food, right? I own Beyond Meat, I own Very Good Food Company, and I own Tattooed Chef, all different size companies. Maybe I do a very similar thing here in the Jack Jackson space. Time will tell with that one. If you have a bull thesis on High Tide, let me know what it is in the comment section, or you shoot me a DM on Instagram, or if you're in the private group and you understand the stock on a high level, just put it in the MJ or I might have to make a whole video about Tattooed Chef and what I think is about to happen this summertime in regards to TTCF stock. But yeah, I might have to buy some of that before the close. But yeah, that one's taking a hit. Let's check out Corsair Gaming, CRSR, and see what's happening there. Corsair down 2.2%. That's another one I'm adding very aggressively right now, and will continue to. Their lockup just came yesterday. Yeah, I think I got to talk about what's going to happen with Tattooed Chef starting this summer. I think some interesting things are happening there. But anyways, hope you guys enjoyed a video like this where we run through a bunch of stocks and what's kind of going on here. Let me know if you guys enjoy a video like this. Maybe I could do some stuff like this in the future with some crazy trading days like today where we're getting a massive move down the Russell, well over 3%. One of the tabs we have in there is called Tattooed Chef Product Picks. So basically, every time people go to stores, they take pictures of Tattooed Chef products. Target, Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club. We're seeing the distribution all over the place, and what we're finding in there is just massive displays all over the place. Okay, Costco, they're getting for the Aussie Bowls, huge product placement in all the Costco stores. I've been to some Sam's Club that have like 7 items from Tattooed Chef recently. Okay. But this is a big one. This is a new one, the distribution deal with Target. They're getting almost a full door in a lot of the stores. And the product looks amazing. It hits you when you walk down that aisle. I think this is absolutely tremendous. This one shows you what a full store is going to look like because they're supposed to have 6 SKUs. The enchilada. where I think a lot of folks make mistakes when it comes to Tattooed Chef is they're only viewing this as a freezer company with frozen foods, and they're not using their imagination on where this company is going at all. And when it comes to growth companies, you can't just look at whatever the company's doing today and be like, that's all the company is and that's all there'll ever be. That's not the way it works. You have to be able to look at the full picture, which they seem focused on it. Huge upside potential in Tattooed Chef over time. Revenue, net income, stores, SKUs, sell-through, awareness. Oh my gosh, guys, it's just massive, massive stuff. And then the company has around, they just said on the investor presentation recently, the latest investor call thing, they did, around $200 million of cash. This is a small market cap company. 200 mil, they're gaming, okay? This in Tattooed Chef, basically, I want to get my positions fully built out in these by the end of April. That is my goal. Corsair Gaming, $3 billion market cap in this company. Just went public this past year, just like Tattooed Chef. This is so simple, this one. It trades at a 24p. It's just silly. You don't have a company like this with this type of growth ahead of it trading at a forward P of 20. That is beyond silly in my opinion. This is just a company looking for a long-term shareholder base here. This company should be trading at least a 30, if not a 40, basically by the end of April, along with Tattooed Chef. And then after that, if the stocks were to continue to go down, I'll buy them. But I think Corsair Gaming, I think Tattooed Chef, high probability those stocks could start moving up by summertime. That's why I'm really I got the pedal to the metal on these stocks, okay? Now, 5 stocks that are what I would call probably stocks, so I'll probably purchase them in the month of April, but they're not for sure buys, okay? Let's get into those. Wall Street to just be like, I don't see Tattooed Chef anywhere, no TTCF, no way, okay? And when this baby starts moving, in my opinion, it's not coming back. That's why I'm aggressively adding the stock. And, if it continues to be weak in the summer, which I don't think it will be, but if it continues to, I'll be happy to pick up a little more shares, okay? And then just hold these babies long. So, in terms of the worst stock I hold right now, it is the TTCF chef, okay, the Tattooed Chef. So, this stock, obviously I own shares of this stock in other accounts too. I think I own maybe, maybe 10,000 shares in the public account as well. So, I have, I don't know, maybe like 55,000 or 60,000 shares of stock in total, and we're down, this is the main position I have, obviously, in the main private account, right? And so, cost base on this one's $19. Let's talk about the chef for a moment. So when it comes to the chef, obviously this stock has been rough, right? Down 47K here in the main private account and down 5.55%, okay? So obviously it's been rough. So what I've been doing is I've been actually buying some call options in the stock, and those are actually doing really, really well because I got all those call options the day it was trading at like options in the stock when it's at $15 a share, okay? When I look at the chef, here's what I see. I see a company that's, if we look at the fundamentals of the chef, okay, we see a company that is growing rapidly right now, okay? We're talking revenues should be up probably 60% plus this year, okay? We're seeing the brand get more and more known out there than ever before. We're seeing them getting to more and more stores, right? We're seeing them get more and more SKUs. Where was I at there with this one? Oh, the short sellers. Oh boy, okay. Even the most bearish person, you can't say anything about this stock if you just look at the fundamentals. There's way too much good stuff going on when it comes to this stock. That is like literally you have nothing bad you can say. And then you look at the balance sheet. So I'm in a little bit of a tough position when it comes to the chef, okay? And here's why. Let me kind of explain this for a moment here, okay? So when it comes to the chef, I look at this stock here and I say, okay, I have, if we add up, all the money in different accounts, I probably have $1 million or so in this stock, right? And so if not a little more than $1 million. So then the question becomes, how much do I want? You know what wasn't down? This one stock, okay? The chef. The chef is back from the dead. The chef is back from the dead, okay? Maybe this is why I'm so jacked up today, man. Ever since 420. Who would have known 420 would have been, well, it depends on which way you're looking at it. The worst day ever? The best day ever? I don't know. Maybe that was just the best day ever because I was buying call options left and right when that stock was $15. As far as the indexes go, they're all going down and down and down. And look at the chef. It just continues to move up and up and up. Interesting there, okay? So let's get into what this hedge fund founder had to say and kind of my thoughts on this, okay? Don't forget to smash that thumbs up. That's all I ask in return for this video. That helps us out huge in the YouTube algorithm. I appreciate all you guys for being here. Much love as always and putting up with me when I'm all jacked up, okay? Inflation fears, some of these stocks bounce back, right? I mean, Tattooed Chef's a perfect example. TTCF, look at all this on this Wall Street money's flooding in, right? You don't get that stock to make that move up today without, there was some big money coming in that, right? For that to go up 10% on a down day, right? Look at Palantir recently. Palantir's a market cap of what, 35, 40 billion dollars. All of a sudden, money starting. The past 6 months, it's been all about Tattooed Chef, right? Walgreens, Corsair Gaming, and then recently Coinbase been buying that one, and Voyager as well, right? Now with this group over the let's call it the past 6 months group, right? This group is almost done in terms of me building out the positions, right? Like Tattooed Chef, I have a very large position built there. I believe it's 7 figures. I'm not, you know, if that stock goes down for any reason, I'll be happy to buy more, but it's not like I'm actively looking because I need more Tattooed Chef shares. I own a lot, okay? Same exact thing with Walgreens. Unless Walgreens tanks back down to 40 something dollars, I'm not interested in buying that one. I have 7 figures. So WBA, got an eye on you, okay? Tattooed Chef. I know we got to talk about this one. Because I know folks are like, well, are you done buying? What's going on with that, okay? When it comes to me and Tattooed Chef, okay? So far, we're up $148,000 just in this account, and I own in other accounts as well, and I own call options in the stock, things like that, okay? So as far as the share straight up, I'm good with what I have, okay? I'm good with what I have. If you add up all the different accounts, I don't know, we're at, just I've already put so much in Tattooed Chef that I'm like, I'm good now. I'm comfortable. The risk reward for me is there now. I got my position built. If it goes lower, I'll buy more. If it doesn't, I'm good. I'm good with what I have, okay? The stock has obviously started to move up. As far as call options go, you know, I'm more attracted to call options in the stock than probably, you know, for 2020. And yeah, so that's where I'm at with Tattooed Chef, okay? The Planet. Man, I got to tell you guys, I'm going to be honest. I'm thinking about buying more Planet stock. Okay, I really am. I think what folks are waiting for when it comes to Planet stock. Okay, so this particular account we're up 107% on. We're up $171,000 so far on the Planet. 320 cost basis. Okay, this account here, this is our lowest cost basis one. Food and drink giants, okay? Tattooed Chef, in my opinion, is gonna become that company. There's no doubt in my mind when I see the moves this company's making, when I see how well their products are catching on, when I see how fast they're getting distribution into all the stores you want to be in and whatnot, there's no doubt in my mind that this is gonna be a $10 billion plus company down the road. And so when I look at this stock, I say, okay, so this is something to kind of keep in mind there, all right? And Tattooed Chef, I think long-term, will be in all the indexes, okay? Including the illustrious S&P 500. It might take it a year or two to get in the S&P 500, but there's no doubt in my mind that Tattooed Chef will get into the S&P 500. And when you get into the S&P 500, usually what happens, especially if people start expecting it, you get a huge run-up in the stock price prior to getting in the S&P 500. And then once you're in the S&P 500, guess what? Now funds that are basically index funds that are investing in the S&P 500, now they're forced to invest in you. Whether they like your business or don't like your business, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much coming for the chef. It's unbelievable, okay? Then we go ahead and we look at revenue growth, okay? Now, keep in mind, there are only 2 analysts that cover the stock. That number is going to likely increase rapidly over the coming years, okay? If we look at as far as revenue goes, 239 mil expected. Analysts brought this number up from before it was about 222, if I recall, okay? So they brought this number up. Don't be surprised if they do 250. Growth, like I don't even know what year Tattooed Chef stops growing. Like I don't know. Like I can't see it. Like anytime in any of the foreseeable future, like this whole decade, I expect the company to grow year after year after year. It's just a question of what clip are they growing at? Is it like 60%? Is it like 30%, 20%, 10%? Things like that. It is the It has the makings of a perfect Wall Street stock. So yeah, Tattoo Chef, I still, even though I've already got 7 figures in that stock, I gotta buy some more. It is just an unbelievable company, and I just think it's going to be, one of the best, one of the biggest money-making stocks I've ever had. No. I think it's going to be the biggest money-making stock I've ever had. Want to take advantage. I try to zoom out as far as I could for Tattoo Chef, but I bought so many dang shares, and this is my main private account. It's ridiculous, right? And as the stock went down and down and down, I continue to buy. As of right now in Tattoo Chef, we're up $181,000. I think that's child's play from what will be up long term on that stock. I believe in 5 years it's going to be $1 million plus stock for me as far as profit made. Not talking about account size. I'm talking about profit. I believe I'll be up 7 figures plus in this stock, just in this account alone, never mind with my other accounts, okay? But as a stock can make money long term, that's literally all it means. If Tattoo Chef is trading at $15, all that means is I make more money. If the Tattoo Chef's trading at 21, all that means is I make more money, right? If Tattoo Chef's trading at 60, that means there's less money I will make long term, right? Because I'm not getting to buy for cheaper prices, right? So that's the way I view it, and that's really the way anybody that's a longer term investor in this market should really view it. Do not fear volatility. Volatility is where the real money's made. Just, you look at what happened in. Yep, I did that with Tattooed Chef and Corsair Gaming. If you've been following my channel for the last 6 months, you have heard a lot of talk about Tattooed Chef, TTCF, right, and Corsair Gaming. And Tattooed Chef hit a bottom around $15 a share. I think today Tattooed Chef, TTCF is around 23. That one's going to 100 plus, easy long term, in my personal opinion, okay? Corsair has always kind of been a little bit safer of a play than TTCF for me. I thought this, but I was like, man, I think Tattoo Chef's going to be up 20% today. I literally had that thought in my head, and I don't usually have that thought. And I was right and I was wrong. It wasn't Tattoo Chef that was up 20%. It was the other stock that was up 20%. I don't know why. I just had that weird feeling like one of my stocks is going to be up 20% today, because I haven't had one of those huge days in a while where one of my stocks just went beast mode. And little did I know, it was the Corsair Gaming with the beast mode, okay? If you look at the growth for this company, right? $1.60 a year ago. Corsair Gaming products, right? I ate some Tattoo Chef for lunch. I eat Tattoo Chef for lunch almost every day, okay? You know why? Because I own the dang company and I wanted to see it thrive, and so I'm going to support that company's products to the fullest, right? And so, even if I want to eat something else, man, I still eat that Tattoo Chef, okay? And so, same thing with the Corsair Gaming. If this stock makes a bunch of people a bunch of money and it's super popular, next thing you know, they're going to sell a bunch more products to those folks. That's just bottom line. And some of these Corsair products sometimes run thousands of dollars depending on the product you get, right? If it's some of the key for being here as always, okay? So as we know, when it comes to Tattoo Chef stock, there's a lot of folks out there that obviously are shorting this stock, right? Shorting it and, always telling people it's going to $1 a share, it's going to $2 a share, sell, sell, sell. And they do that every day of their life, right? They go onto these message boards and all over the place and anywhere they can, and they tell everybody, sell, sell, sell. Kind of the brand, which is very, very important. Tattoo Chef, they just have their branding on point when it comes to that company, packaging, everything, right? We know the company has new lines coming and new factories coming, right? We know that they've said that basically the launch they had in Target, right, was the best frozen food launch in Target's history. We know that, right? Wow. Okay, so we know a whole lot of exciting things, but that's what they don't understand is how much opportunity there is for Tattoo Chef just in the frozen food department. Never even mind the rest of the store. Just in frozen food is a massive thing. But, the short sellers are always like, oh, it's just a frozen food company, okay? Well, they're going to become a lot more than that over the next 24 months. We know the company's striving for that, right? We know the company's likely in the next 1 to 2 years, where Tattooed Chef has 15, 20, 25 SKUs in a store. And once again, we're not talking 10 years from now. I'm talking the next year or two. Okay, I'm already seeing this start to play out. And so imagine where the things are going to be in 12 months from now, 24 months from now. You really think about these things, right? We know the company has 9 figures of cash, right? We know the company, and this is going to likely mean that Tattooed Chef's products can be, which in the food industry, the quality of the product being the same time in and time out is extremely important. This means Tattoo Chef's going to likely have a huge competitive advantage when it comes to that, making sure their product tastes the same and is good as possible every single time, right? But not just that, it's going to allow them to control costs a lot better in production, right? And so when you put all these things and you factor them all together, it's like an exciting time for this thing, okay? And, when I look at Tattoo Chef, this is a $1 billion something company, right? Been trading anywhere from $1 billion to $2 billion, right? And I made some good money on the stock. And it's not even a stock I can consider because, selling. Not even a stock I can consider selling. The only thing I have to consider is how many more shares do I buy. Because when we look at Tattoo Chef here, right? The way I view this company, right? I view it very similarly how I used to view Monster Beverage, which Monster Beverage used to be an investment of mine many, many years ago, back when it was Hanson's Natural Beverage, and it had like less than $10 billion market cap on it back then, right? I think it was 3 or 5 billion or something when I first started. Exciting enough to me, okay? But I see Tattoo Chef as a very early days Monster Energy, okay? And even like a Conagra Foods, you look at a Conagra Foods, like it trades at a really cheap valuation nowadays in terms of PE ratios and things like that, and it's at like a $17 billion market cap, right? Conagra Foods, no innovation at that company versus a Tattoo Chef that's just innovation crazy. Like they come out with so many different products and SKUs all the time. It's unbelievable, right? Conagra Foods, very bureaucratic, old school company. They just don't have a lot of growth nowadays or innovation at that company, right? And they just bought out a lot of brands in the past, and now it's just kind of a cash flow. Right? So when I look at something like a Tattoo Chef, there's no doubt in my mind that this company's growing into 10 billion plus over the next 5-10 years. My main question is, do they grow into a $10 billion company, a $20 billion company, or something like a Monster, a $40 or $50 billion company over the next 5-10 years? That's my real question, because they're going to continue to expand their products, the Tattooed Chef line, right? And get into more products around stores, right? But not just that. Then they're going to obviously buy other brands out. We just saw them buy out the New Mexico Foods company, right? And so they'll buy other brands as their cash flows get bigger and bigger. Guess what? They're going to have more and more money to do more and more deals. And now Monster does an amazing job of that. I could see Tattoo Chef doing that, where they don't even have to necessarily buy out other food companies. They can just be like, you know what? We don't need to buy out another company. We're just going to create a next billion-dollar brand, okay? And so, yeah, massive, massive opportunity in this one. Meanwhile, something very intriguing has been going on beneath the surface when it comes to stock. I'm in this for the long term. I don't care. Tattoo Chef could be $40 a share tomorrow, $20 a share, $10 a share, $50 a share. I'm not selling that stock. It doesn't matter. Here's what's coming. We know Tattoo Chef is now in Walmart, but they only have a few SKUs in Walmart stores. Imagine, you think Walmart's going to look at the Target launch, best frozen food launch in the history of Target, and be like, oh, no, we don't want to make some of that money. No, of course not. So high probability in the next 12 months, Tattoo Chef gets massive expansion in Target, in Walmart, meaning they get, 10 SKUs, 15 SKUs, 20 SKUs, maybe their own door in Walmart stores, right? And then almost all of these stores are basically untapped, right? Kroger is the biggest grocery store chain out there for the most part outside of Walmart, right? And, if you think about that, I don't see any Tattoo Chef products in any of the Smith stores or Fry stores right now. High probability in the next 12 to 24 months, you hear about a deal where all of a sudden Tattoo Chef is in Kroger stores. And what we know about Tattoo Chef is the product moves. So once it gets in, they get more and more SKUs, more and more products. Then people get used to trying these products. They like the products and they buy it consistently, right? I mean, especially if you talk about like the plant-based burrito bowl, the enchilada bowl, woo, the plant-based pepperoni pizza bowl. Oh my gosh, okay. All these guys are likely going to have Tattoo Chef. And if they don't have Tattoo Chef, it's just a matter of time, because at the end of the day, we know the product moves crazy. And so it's like, do you want to make money or do you not want to make money? You want to have some items in your frozen food aisle that are collecting dust and they never move any volume? Or you want to get Tattoo Chef in there that is moving crazy volumes, right? And so if you're a retailer, it's just a matter of time. You just basically have to get your your store changes done, which a lot of these stores, they only change their aisles and their footprints and things like that, usually every 6 to 12 months, especially when it comes to frozen. Real tough spot. For me, do I care if Tattoo Chef's at 15 or 25 tomorrow? Doesn't mean anything to me. If you are a short seller, that means everything to you. Because if Tattoo Chef's at 25, you're likely going to already have covered, or you're going to have to think about covering, right? Because your loss could start getting real ugly real fast. And if you're at 15, you're feeling like, ooh, I'm making some good money like that, man. Tattoo Chef's not going to trade the same as Conagra Foods, okay? Tattoo Chef is not going to trade the same as Hormel Foods. You know why? Because Conagra Foods and Hormel Foods are having trouble finding growth, right? And Tattoo Chef is growing like 50, 60%, like ridiculous growth rates, right? And they have the whole decade of double-digit growth ahead of themselves, year after year after year. You know, Walgreens, Tattooed Chef, some of those other ones, right? I mean, extremely attractive risk rewards. And when I look at Facebook, I'm like, why would I not have $1 million? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So, yeah, I mean, I love this company, but anyways, we got a lot to get into, okay? So what happened? What's the big news that happened to this company? Okay, so something very, very big happened, right? Thoroughly enjoy a lot, okay? So, the chef making a nice upward move here today. If we look at, this is the public account. This is an account I have in the private stock group that every single person can see every single move I make in regards to this account, okay? And $8,500 upward move here today for us in the chef so far today. So it's going very, very well. So far in that account, we're up just under $25,000 there, okay? The main private account I have, woo-wee! Look at this one, okay? Today's gain's almost $39,000, man. Oh my gosh. I remember it was a little over a decade ago. I was so happy when I got a job that paid $39,000. Okay, things are starting to go well, and with the chef, it is starting to go well, okay? But we've got to get into some extremely interesting, unusual options activity in regards to stock, and then we'll get into a lot more, okay? Look at this. Look at this. Tattooed Chef call volume above normal and directionally bullish. This is way bigger than just, when I read this, I was like, oh, it's a little above normal. Wait till you see the numbers, okay? I'm going to show you the numbers in just a moment. It's crazy, okay? Bullish option flow detected in Tattooed Chef, TTCF, with 15,753 calls trading. 3x expected, and implied volume increasing over 6 points to 66.89%. August 21st, $25 strike calls, and July 21st expiration, $22.50 calls are the most active options, with total trading volume in those strikes near 10,100 contracts. And this was earlier in the trading day, okay? Wait till you see the number. That believe there's something going on with Tattooed Chef in the short term, very short term, that is going to make this stock absolutely go nuts, okay? The stock recently has been trading around $20 roughly, okay? So if you're buying 22.50s and $25 calls, these ones expire in less than a month from now, right? And these ones expire in a month and, you know, a little over a month and a half from now, right? If you're talking about, it's not factual data, okay? If you look at the news releases from Tattooed Chef, there's nowhere where it says earnings are coming out August 11th, okay? It could come out August 11th, but that is not a for sure thing that is known right now, okay? So basically, who knows if that person even that made that move there, who knows if earnings are even going to get in there? Because it's very possible Tattooed Chef might not announce their earnings till the end of August. We don't know, okay? I mean, it could be August 11th, it could be August 18th, it could be August whatever, okay? And remember, those last expirations were at August 21st. So it's very, very possible that this individual thinks that this stock is about to go beast mode, don't matter what. I have a very strong feeling that Tattooed Chef wants to get into the snack category. Matter of fact, they've said they want to get in the snack category. But they buy this company, tortilla company, have a very strong snacks, C-stores, tortilla chips. I have a very strong feeling that this company wants to get in the tortilla chip business. And I'm not just talking about, but very similar, you know, story to Tattooed Chef, building a really strong consumer packaged goods brand, right? And in 2004, Monster had been out a couple years, but it was starting to really get some distribution out there, right? Very, very similar thing with Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef has been created for a couple years now, and it's really started to get some distribution this year, right? Last year was kind of toward the end, it was getting some distribution in Sam's Club, Costco, some of those places. This year is the big year where you're starting to see it in like Target stores, more and more SKUs in Target stores, Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club. You're starting. It reminds me of a very similar place to where Tattooed Chef is at here in 2021, right? The brand's been around a couple years and they're really starting to build it out. And on a split adjusted basis, remember, Monster stock is split like a million times, okay? So on a split adjusted basis, back then, Monster was a 20 to 30 cent stock, right? Once again, on a split adjusted basis, right? And, you know, over the next 3-4 years, to what you have with Tattooed Chef here, okay? And, you know, this is what happens when you really, you know, explode a brand. And obviously Monster grew way past that, right? It had some breathers, it took some dips, and then it came back, and then it just grew higher and higher over time, right, as the company continued to execute. If we look at something like Celsius Holdings, this is a very recent one, right? Celsius Holdings has kind of been really compare for Tattooed Chef. I can only really compare to Monster and Celsius Beverage, which are in the beverage industry. There hasn't been any food companies, like we've kind of been in a dead period for food companies as far as innovation goes, and it's unfortunate. I was thinking about comparing it a little bit to Chipotle, but honestly, Tattooed Chef has a much better business model, in my opinion, than Chipotle. Chipotle's business model is, while not a super popular stock, it's not a Tattooed Chef or a Corsair Gaming or one of those stocks we've been talking about a lot lately, okay? This is a different stock, but you have heard me talk about this stock a few times in the past. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, all I ask in return is that you smash that like button. That helps out huge YouTube algorithm. I never take it for granted, guys. Thank you for being part of the Smash Squad, as doing well so far. Tattooed Chef, I have 3 different contracts, all expire in 2023, and for the most part, you're going to see me play options that are at least a year out, if not 2 years plus out, okay? And yeah, the options account is off to a pretty good start. It's a rather new account, and so far things are going pretty darn good, okay? But what is the stock here that I have been buying those options in, and why have I been buying options? % less money in Corsair Gaming than I do Tattooed Chef. And so for that reason, you know, I'm not interested in building Corsair Gaming to as big of a position as Tattooed Chef, but I would love to get it at least somewhat closer than it is at now, guys. So hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you enjoyed learning about these stocks, me going in depth on them. And yeah, let me know if you're buying any of these stocks, if you own any of these stocks. I would love to hear from you guys in the comment section as always. Like $9,000 in that or so, right? But Tattooed Chef, Corsair Gaming, this Fobo, and Voyager, what do they all have in common? Small caps. They're all under $5 billion market caps. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. That's where I see opportunities. I don't necessarily see huge opportunities in FANG stocks right now, which is why you don't see me out there buying, loading up on Facebook and Apple and Google and Netflix and all. I talk about a lot on the channel over the past several months. Tattooed Chef, right? TTCF. So let's say, you know, I'm obviously a huge believer in Tattooed Chef long term, right? Let's say essentially I want to make some money by essentially writing some put options. Somebody else is going to bet that Tattooed Chef is going to go down, okay? So let's say Tattooed Chef is trading at $20. Bet here that they think Tattooed Chef's going to go down below $18, right? That's what they need, because $18 is their break even. They're at a $20 strike price, $2 of premium they paid, so they need the stock price to go down to at least $18 within the next month, right, to start making money. Now, if Tattooed Chef goes to 16, they just doubled up their money, so they're looking really good, right? Now, me on the other hand, now the beautiful thing about this is I love Tattooed Chef stock. I am willing to buy more shares of that stock. So let's say worst case scenario happens here, Tattooed Chef goes down a bunch. Let's say over the course of next month, Tattooed Chef goes down to $16, okay? So this hurts because now I'm in a situation where I lost my premium. But on the flip side, I get to buy shares of stock at $16 a share. So not so bad. So the risk reward for me was worth to work out, right? Remember I talked about Tattooed Chef, that might be definitely a stock I'm looking at for potentially 2024 call options. Wynn Resorts might be a stock I'm looking at, and there's a lot of others out there that I'm going to be looking very closely at to buy these call options. Once again, this allows you to hopefully get much more outsized gains, especially if you start going outside the money, right? Peaked out at $483, it's $167 here today, okay? Tattooed Chef led into Tattooed Chef down 5% today. Long term, Tattooed Chef's going to be its own story. It's going to have absolutely nothing to do with AMC or GameStop or any of the retail trader names. GameStop, you know, Tattooed Chef will run its own race, and it will thrive by itself or it will decline by itself, right? Same thing with AMC, GameStop, any of these stocks that are in the retail investor base right now. But for right now, it is tied to that. It doesn't matter if they announce a huge deal that's, you know, going to potentially bring them hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. Nothing like that matters in the short term for a stock like Tattooed Chef. All that matters is really what happens with AMC, GameStop, and the other retail trader stocks in terms of the stock price in the short term. This stock will be 100% based upon fundamentals and valuation from pretty much, I could see 2022 and past, but for right now, it is tied up with this whole the retail trader space it's going to cause selling pressure in Tattooed Chef. And it doesn't matter the fundamentals in the short term. Long term, 100% fundamentals and valuation. Right now, it's not what matters. So you see this stock obviously make a decline here today of 5%. Obviously, you guys know I love that one for the long term, right? Planet, it bled over into the Planet today, right? Another stock, very, very popular with retail investors, a little over $1 billion market cap, right? The Chef bucked the trend today. Look at the Chef. Yeah, it was up. You guys know I love the Chef. I was looking for a deal, but yeah, I mean, I still feel like it's a deal. Let's be completely honest between us, but you know, it moved up today, okay? Interesting stock here, the Planet, okay? Now, this stock recently has been flirting with going back down to the $5 range, okay? It hit a 52-week high of 867. I gotta say, guys, if this one falls, Tattooed Chef at about 200,000. Now, I think Tattooed Chef is going to go on a run over the next several years, okay? And essentially, as the company produces bigger and bigger numbers, I think the stock price will increase. Eventually, I truly believe that Tattooed Chef will become a bigger position in this account than Tesla over time, okay? Now, right off the bat, I got to think about, okay, what are my two biggest positions, my big dogs, right? We're talking, this is nearly $700,000 out of a $1.6 million account is in these two stocks, right? We got EVs plus energy plus autonomous driving, right? And then, and I love that, okay? Now let's take it back up to Tattooed Chef here, right? Tattooed Chef, I can see building this position a little bigger in this account. I could see maybe building the position out to $250,000 and then letting it run from there essentially, okay? Now, like I said, regardless, I think Tattooed Chef long term will overtake Tesla in terms of the biggest value in the account, especially if I get it up to 250. And then, you know, based upon the run, I think this stock's going to go on over the coming years. I think Tattooed Chef over time will overtake Tesla as far as the biggest position in the portfolio. I think it's just going to take a few years to do that. I don't think it's happening tomorrow. I don't think it's happening next week or something like that, or even next month, okay? I think it's going to take several years, but over years, Tattooed Chef will outperform Tesla and end up becoming the biggest position. Tesla's already had a huge, massive run over the last couple of years, and that's pulled a lot of gains from future years, in my opinion. Tattooed Chef hasn't even gone on a run yet. Just wait till that one goes on a run, and then another run, and then another run, okay? As far as Revolve, this is a stock I'm not interested in buying any more of. With the gains we've gotten are great in the stock, 475%. I'm very, very comfortable with the position overall. I'm not interested in selling it. I've always looked at this company.
Can you guess it? Yes, it is the Tattooed Chef TTCF stock trading at $19 roughly here today, okay? Now, rather than talk to you about Tattooed Chef for the next 10 to 20 minutes, okay, I want you guys to type into Google a video I put together that is insanely helpful. If you own Tattooed Chef, if you're interested in the stock, you gotta watch this video. Type in how I value TTCF stock into Google right now, or not. $20 is the Chef, Tattooed Chef. Yeah, you knew this one was gonna make it. And this one's just barely under $20, okay? And in future years, I think it's gonna be a whole lot more than $20. But $19.55 as of today. I mean, almost everybody watching this video should know Tattooed Chef as a plant-based. I don't want to call them a vegan company, but they're definitely capitalizing on vegan diets, more plant-based diets in general, which a lot of folks have been moving to, okay? Including your boy right here, okay? So Tattooed Chef, significantly off its 52-week high, right? 52-week high reached all the way up to 28, 52-week lows 1360 for this one. Right now, over the past year or so, they're all in a land and expand, okay? So over the past, let's say 12 to 18 months, they have been focused on getting in every retailer imaginable. And time essentially, okay? And keep in mind, just in the frozen category, which Tattooed Chef has ambitions to be a whole lot more than just a frozen food company, but just a frozen food opportunity, big companies in that space will have 30, 40, 50 SKUs in one store, okay? Tattooed Chef in a lot of these stores is starting out with anywhere from 2 to 8 SKUs. Let's keep that in mind, okay? Huge growth for literally as far as I can see with this company, right? Current year expected to grow 61% revenues. Next year expected to grow less than 35%. There's only a couple analysts that cover the stock. super bureaucratic, and you have a company like Tattooed Chef coming in here and just tearing the roof off with crazy numbers. And I don't think a lot of analysts in Wall Street banks want to touch this one right now because they're like, dude, we don't even know how to value a food company that's growing 61%. We're used to trying to figure out if Conagra Foods and Kraft is going to grow. The greatest example, and no, I don't think Tattooed Chef's going to go up 1,000% in the next 2 years like Tesla did, okay? But when that happens, when you can go from being a money loser to a money maker on your bottom line, there's a huge move upward a lot of times that happen in the stock price, because a lot of folks won't consider a stock if it's losing money. They won't moving forward, okay? That's huge there. Tattooed Chef is on its way to becoming a $10 billion plus company, in my opinion, over this decade, essentially, from now until 2030. Now, it's going to be an uneven ride to get there, okay? There's going to be some great times, some 6 to 12 month spans where this stock is just beast moding it, okay? And it all of a sudden doubles up its stock price. There's going to be some time periods where the stock does every single day, okay? Monster Energy. Tattooed Chef reminds me so much of Monster, which was a stock I was in the past and made some great gains on. And Monster capitalized on the huge energy drink boom, and they were just relentless. They continued to expand, get into more stores, get more SKUs. Their marketing, their brand they built, it was amazing. The move to energy drinks, and then here we have Tattooed Chef capitalizing on the move to plant-based diets, okay? And Monster, by the way, is a $50 billion company overall. So yeah, Tattooed Chef, you knew that one had to make the list. Anybody that's a loyal watcher of my channels, okay? Number 4 or 5 stock up here under $20. This one, at the start here, okay, before we get into this, you gotta ask yourself, this is a very important question. Do you believe crypto's best days are in 2021? Or do you think crypto's best days are actually in the future? A little over halfway through the year, 75 new products. Who do they think they are? Tattooed Chef? This is ridiculous. Okay, you got to be flipping my flapjacks. TTCF to the moon, which is an outstanding pace of innovation. Concluded Andy Pauls, the CEO of Corsair, who's been leading this company since the 90s. This is amazing, guys. 75 new products. I mean, this company's innovating at such a pace. This is why, if that stock keeps going down, right? I love Tattooed Chef, especially if we see any weakness on earnings. That one's definitely extremely high on my list of 2024, and I have other stocks as well. But I can tell you, nothing takes the cake over Corsair Game as far as 2024 call options and my interest in those, especially if the stock stays around these ranges where we're at right now or goes down even more. Hope you some of these positions here. The Chef up 17,000 a day, Corsair up 13,000 plus, Win up 10,000, Planet up 9,000, Voyager up 8,300, Walgreens up 6,300, Avant Brands up about 6,000 here today. So yeah, it's a lot of good movements up and a lot of recoveries here. I want to start out right at the top with Win, because this is let's just put it that way, okay? The Chef, another stock that, not a lot of Wall Street money's in right now, okay? Because it's a newer company in the markets, right? Been public for maybe a year now, something around there. The Chef makes a nice upward move here today. It's now back over $20 a share, all right? Now, in regards to this stock, you have two crowds in the Chef right now, okay? Two crowds, okay? One is folks saying, I got to get in now. The earnings are coming, right? The earnings are literally a week away from today, okay? A week away from today. So some folks are saying, got to get in on it. Let's say you want to buy $10,000 worth of Tattooed Chef. You're like, I'm not buying it here today at 20. I think the stock's going back down to $17, $18. That comes with the risk as well, right? Because who's to say it's going to go down to $17, $18? Maybe it goes up on earnings. I don't know. But what if it goes up to $22, $23, and then all of a sudden, that individual's like, well, maybe it'll go back down. And then they wait for it to go back down. It doesn't go up, right? One thing I will say in regards to Tattooed Chef is there's not a ton of Wall Street money in this one. So I don't know. I'm not expecting a hugely volatile earnings. I think in the future, I think 2022, 2023, as the stock becomes more and more important in the hedge fund community, index funds, institutions, things like that, I think that is when we'll start seeing some huge volatile numbers around Tattooed Chef. Right now, it's a lot of retail. You can see a stock up 15, 20%. I think in regards to Tattooed Chef, I would be amazed. I mean, literally amazed if that stock made more than a 10% move after earnings, okay? And especially after hours, because it's just not that type of stock yet. I mean, the company could have come out with misses, and I don't think the stock's down more than 10% after hours. I think the company could beat earnings huge, and I doubt that the company would better, okay? So if you look at something like the Chef, right? The Chef, I'm talking about that stock all the time lately, right? And I hear people is like, oh, talk about another stock other than Tattooed Chef. Hey man, you know, it is what it is. That's all I'm gonna say about that. This is that year. This is like, you know, Tesla in 2019, that's Tattooed Chef for me this year in 2021. I'm going to talk about it all the time. I'll continue to talk about that stock. 2022, I'll start talking about it less. And by 2023, I'll probably hardly talk about it. You know why? Because then they'll just be in execution mode, and then it won't be like a question of like, oh, are they going to do this and do that, right? It's just going to be execution, hitting the numbers, building the business into. This stock helps me buy some more beds in the future, and that is the Chef, Tattooed Chef. It is my biggest investment, $21 stock here today, a little over a $1.5 billion market cap. I think a lot of you guys knew this was now my biggest investment in my portfolio. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time talking about Tattooed Chef. If you want to hear about Tattooed Chef, check out the video I just released 17 hours ago on the main channel here, okay? 14-minute video. It goes into essentially the earnings, what I think is about to happen with the stock price in regards to these earnings, if I think they're gonna miss numbers, make numbers, things like that, because literally we're just you know, a couple days away from the company actually reporting their next quarter's earnings, okay? And that's gonna talk about Tattooed Chef in that video, so enjoy that, okay? Hope you enjoyed today's video. As always, guys, I appreciate you being here so much, as always. And much love to you guys, as always, okay? If you're looking to download everything I possibly know about stock market investing, picking stocks, running portfolios, building up wealth, things like that. If you want to download all that to your brain from my brain, check out the pin.
It was just, it went down and down and down, right? And basically, it wasn't just Tattooed Chef got caught up into that. Anything that was kind of labeled a retail trader name, all those stocks just got hammered, right? And from 24 to all of a sudden 420 of all days, okay, this is when it hit the lows. Intraday, it says 1609 here on Yahoo Finance, but intraday that day, it was in the 15s. Yes, you heard me. Some stocks out there. I'm sure there's much crazier stocks than Tattooed Chef in terms of its volatility, but there's no doubt when you go from 24 to 15 to back to 23 to 20, like, you know, you're moving, okay? You're moving all around, all right? So yeah, the needless to say, it, you know, for me as somebody that's a long-term investor, when I see a stock go down a ton that I love, I get to pick up more and more shares. $1,000 worth of shares in this account. Keep in mind, I own Tattooed Chef in other accounts as well, and I own call options in regards to Tattooed Chef. And lastly, I'm not done buying. I'm not done buying this stock either, okay? I'm still interested in more call options. In 2024, call options come out in about a month from now. And so, needless to say, you know, Corsair Gaming, Wynn Resorts, Tattooed Chef, those are the three, the ones that come to mind when I think about stocks I'm interested in 2024 call options, okay? This stock's doing well for us so far. Just in this account alone, we're up $71,000 so far. So, you know, we're doing good, and I'm more than happy to continue to pick up shares of stock, especially on any, I would call it now, the second inning of Tattooed Chef. We're in the second inning. The first inning was getting the products launched, right? 2018, 2019. Now they're starting to get into all the major retailers. All the major retailers, right? Just announced Kroger very recently. Remember this came out back in July? Tattooed Chef to launch in Kroger stores nationwide. Keep in mind, those numbers aren't even going to be baked into the numbers that are about to come out. That's going to be next quarter and the future quarters, right? And, you know, it doesn't get bigger than Kroger. So, I mean, Kroger, Target, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, just about every single big player, they're going to be in them by the end of this year, 2022. That starts the third inning of Tattooed Chef, which is massive SKU expansion in more retailers, along with major international expansion in future years, okay? That's third inning for this guy, okay? So, yeah, really, really exciting. This is why I'm planning to continue to add shares to the stock for the long term, okay? Let's talk about these earnings that are expected here. Let's talk about it. So first thing I want to actually talk about is there's only two analysts putting up numbers for Tattooed Chef right now. Two, literally two, okay? Keep in mind, this is about to change in a massive, massive way starting in 2022 and then moving in future years. In my opinion, by the end of 2022, there will be a minimum of 5 analysts covering the stock to potentially all the way up to 10 analysts. As this company ramps its revenues, you know, I haven't seen a lot of promotional activity from Tattooed Chef in regards to, like, you know, doing discounts like, hey, buy, you know, 5 of our products, get them for $5 off or something like that. I haven't seen a lot of that anywhere pretty much. So not to say it's not happening. It's just I'm not seeing a lot of it. So I doubt there's much of that going on, but also the company spending on. And so is this something that's hurting Tattooed Chef? So this is a wild card number. I don't know what to expect. All I know is Tattooed Chef, I mean, for myself and I think almost anybody that's in this stock,
I mean, we don't care about the profitability in the short term. We all know, or we're all convinced, and I'm certainly convinced, this is going to be a profit beast long term. Right now, all I care about is this company executes, continues to put out better and better products, more and more SKUs, continues to build their brand. And with the type of management team that the Tattooed Chef has, there's no question in my mind that this is going to be a very, very profitable business long term, okay? And so this number, you know, if they beat, great. If they miss, great. Yeah, it doesn't matter, okay? The really important number for this company at this stage right now is right here. That number right there, that average estimate, okay? That's important. At like a ridiculous clip like Tattooed Chef is, right? 59% last revenue, or excuse me, 59% increase in revenue in the last quarter, right? When you're talking about that sort of business, it's really, really darn key, needless to say, that you compare the previous quarter versus a previous quarter. So 52.7 mil, 54 mil, I think they're going to beat, okay? I don't know. Maybe not, okay? Here's why. Tattooed Chef right now, if we really think about who are the people that are really backing this, it's a lot of folks like myself, right? That are individual investors. It's kind of a newer company in the markets. It's super fast growth, right? But it's a food company. And a $1 billion something market cap. This is not Wall Street stock yet. Next year, it will be a Wall Street stock in moving into future years, right? Retail trader or retail investor name, right? And so when I look at Tattooed Chef, although I expect them to beat on revenues and put up some really nice numbers and some incredible growth metrics year over year and even quarter over quarter, I'm not so sure that the stock pops huge just for the mere fact that retail investors, if they want to get in the stock, they're probably already in the stock. I'm jacked up. So I hope everybody that's in Tattooed Chef Squad is jacked up and those sorts of things, guys. Thanks so much for joining me as always. I appreciate you guys for being here. Much love as always. Don't forget to smash that like button if you didn't already. And definitely check out the Hungry Bull. It's absolutely free to check out. Read our daily newsletter, track stocks, listen to earnings conference calls right inside the app. Might consider them the Tattooed Chef of drinks. Let's call it that. So the company's done an amazing job kind of building out that. And not the cheapest valuation in the world as far as Celsius goes, but man, do they have the growth. And it's just impressive. Tomorrow you got Disney, obviously. You have Wish. Wish is a very popular stock in the retail trader investor community. Very, very popular. The stock has been beaten down. I think recently it was $10 or so, maybe even $9. And so that will be an important one there. And then obviously we have the chef reporting tomorrow. So I'm ready. If the stock goes down a ton, I'm ready to buy. Also, if the stock goes down in any major way and it continues to be down for the next, let's say, month or so, I'm interested in 2024 calls. So yeah, if stock goes up, great. If stock goes down, great. Either way, I'm going to take advantage. So anyway, just want to alert you guys of this. Some big important companies. Once and for all, again, in this battle of the Tattooed Chef. What is going on here? We got to talk, okay? Stock's going down. Company missed earnings. I'm hearing a lot of conflicting things. Some people saying they missed by 10 mil, by 20 mil. Some people saying it's going to go down 30% tomorrow, okay? So we're going to separate what's real here, what's the FUD. Yeah, man, we got a lot to talk about in regards to this chef. This is a chef-dedicated video and short in this market. Usually your stock goes down, so I'm expecting Tattooed Chef to actually go up tomorrow because, I mean, what the heck? They missed earnings, so that means your stock price goes up, right? So anyways, the moral of that story is if you miss an earnings, it's not the end of the world. You can still be a beast over time. And you can look at pretty much any stock out there, and they miss earnings. It happens, okay? I love my companies to beat earnings, but not every single time it's going to happen. Company's whole focus needs to be on the actual Tattooed Chef branded products, which is what we're all jacked up about and the reason I'm in this stock, right? I care less about their private label business. Cool. If they got out of that 100% over the next couple of years, I literally don't care. That's fine with me. I want them to continue to increase the actual Tattooed Chef branded products. So that revenue is up 62% year over year. Gross profit came in at $8 million or 15.7% gross margin compared Tesla shareholder, and they were talking about a Tattooed Chef's losing money, and I'm like, as a fellow Tesla shareholder, you do realize how much money Tesla was losing just a few years ago, right? Businesses can change things very, very quickly as they ramp and they scale. These are very, very important things to keep in mind. Every business, when it's young pretty much nowadays, loses money in the short term. And as long as they keep that revenue growth up, putting some big headwinds on for a ton of these companies, even a Tattooed Chef, right? We also saw it with Corsair Gaming when they reported last week, and almost every business that you got to ship product and you basically have logistics, like it's all essentially hurting profitability. And so it's a huge short-term headwind, but guess what? It turned to huge short-term tailwinds. And so next thing you know, all of a sudden a year from now, when all this starts cooling down, all of a sudden Tattooed Chef goes from these headwinds hurting profitability to, at the same time, they've already scaled the business to much bigger revenue numbers, and then you get the tailwinds come in from logistics costs calming down and these storage fees and containers and everything, right? All of a sudden calming down, and all of a sudden you have a huge tailwind to the profitability of the company, and so you kind of get like two things working simultaneously at the same time to is really their core business, right? Their branded Tattooed Chef products. There aren't a lot of those companies out there that have those sorts of numbers, 62%. I mean, name one other food or drink company that is increasing their branded sales 62% right now, or anything close to that. I'll wait. There's nothing, okay? Not that I know of, at least. I mean, I've looked into a lot of dang food and drink companies. I can't find any that are growing even close to that. This company's on a whole different scale. More and more of these numbers are going to be reported, and I think Tattooed Chef's putting them in a position where they're going to be able to beat numbers kind of moving forward, and I think that's very, very important, okay? Now, this is very, very important to keep in mind here, okay? Market cap on this one was $1.66 billion here today. As of tomorrow, who knows where it's at? Maybe it's on 1.5. We don't know if this stock's going to be down. $8 of money on the sideline when it comes to Tattooed Chef stock. And a lot of folks that we're kind of waiting to see these earnings and just kind of waiting on the sideline like, let's just see what happens here. Maybe the stock drops. And we've seen a lot of stocks that have beat earnings still go down. So I think there was definitely a lot of money on the sideline kind of looking at this and like, I don't know, because even if they beat numbers, the stock still might go down. And so, you know, don't be. I want to dive into, before we start going through Tattooed Chef, Dropbox, some of these others. First off, I like to kind of look at like, what type of stocks do we have? So one's an EV play / energy play, right? One's a super high growth food company. We have a cloud company, e-signing of documents. We have an online retailer, e-commerce player. We have a gaming and streaming company or something like that. Very, very important, okay? Now, the chef, Tattooed Chef, is the second biggest position. 186,000 put in this position. Right now it's worth 207,000. Up $21,000 on Tattooed Chef so far. So when I look at that position, comfortable with what I've put into that so far. I could build this position a little bigger. Obviously, this is my highest conviction play for the long term right now, which means essentially I'm allowed to continue to buy this stock. I could see myself owning maybe even $300,000 worth in this account. And that's $300,000 put in up to a range where I actually have $300,000 in Tattooed Chef stock. When I look at it, it's super high growth. That's very exciting, right? But it's a food company. It's a food company, so I definitely feel safer in a stock like that versus some other industries where one bad thing and your whole business is thrown off, right? Food companies, drink companies, as long as you execute, keep growing the SKUs, keep innovating, keep getting in more spots, continue to build your brand. I love Tattooed Chef, okay? Dropbox. If I look at Dropbox here, this stock is really roared. You know, Dropbox is an interesting one, so when I was buying that, definitely got some pushback from folks. Oh, Dropbox, that stock hasn't done anything. The past is a past. Everybody watching this video, the past is a past in regards to stock. What a stock price has done in the past, whether it's gone up a bunch, some stocks maybe even a little better than that, including the chef, right? So that's WBA. Upwork. If we look at the Upwork position here, $36,000 is current value on this. We put 11,000 in, up 229%. You know what? I should have built this position bigger. This is one I regret, okay? This is one I regret not building heavy enough. I saw the opportunity there, with such a huge runway of growth for, the next decade plus. Down $142,000 today on Big Dog, the chef. Oh, man. Any restaurants hiring? Because I could be a chef if you want me to be a chef. Oh, man. We got to talk about so much in this video. We got to get into what's going on here, what's transpired, what I'm doing, along with so much more. But before we get into all that, I just want to announce Jeremy's liquidation sale. So I have a lot of things going up for sale here. That's Jeremy's liquidation. picked up 1,000 shares of that. Then I picked up 400 shares of the chef because it went down to 17.19. And we're 2.5 hours away from the trading day being over, and I'm fully ready to buy more shares. So, the trading day is certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm ready to buy more. So, if these stocks continue to weaken, whether that's Corsair or Tattooed Chef, I will continue to buy today. Now, I wasn't prepared for this. I'll be completely honest. I thought the shorts would try to play some games. They were playing some games after hours. I was ready for the shorts. I wasn't ready for the Wall Street longs to sell this stock. Look at the volume here today. This isn't just shorts, okay? This is Wall Street longs are selling out of this one. Look at this. Over 30 days, a lot can happen, right? I mean, 30 days, maybe the chef's at 15, maybe the chef's at 22. I don't know. Corsair Gaming, who knows what's going to happen there. That one maybe has some selling pressure still around that big fund that's been trying to liquidate. So that one, I don't know about a big move there. But the chef is so volatile, you don't know what to expect with that stock. I certainly don't know what to expect with that stock price in the short term. Apparently, every Wall Street long in history, that stock wants to sell out today. Wynn Resorts, that can be volatile based upon the Rona numbers. So, this list can kind of move around. But as of today, that's the 3 in order I'm most interested in. Now, also, when it comes to chef, over in the memes and everything and how everybody that buys Tattooed Chef stock is such an idiot, okay? Hasn't gotten to as bad of levels as I had to go through with Tesla stock back in 2019. But, man, it's getting pretty darn close. I'm just seeing it everywhere. Oh, it's just such a garbage stock, frozen food, trash. It's a scam stock. Oh, my goodness. They couldn't do it. I was really going to just let them have this victory. And now I'm not. And I'm going to show you exactly. Let's get the facts around those earnings that just came out from the chef, okay? Factually, revenue growth for the company of 46% year over year. Revenue growth of 62% year over year for their branded products, which is what everybody cares about that's actually in the stock. The actual branded Tattooed Chef products, 62 over $1 million, ready to roll. That has Tattooed Chef's name all over it if this stock sees any meaningful weakness after tomorrow as well. And so, short sellers, I was going to give you this victory before the Wall Street money starts coming in this stock, but y'all just don't know how to be humble for just like 2 seconds, man. You get one victory. It doesn't seem like much after Tattooed Chef, right? But when you consider Corsair's just been in a tough spot for a while now as far as the stock price goes, another 3% downward today, $26 range. I mean, that one just it can't catch a break. The company, it doesn't matter, anyways, the thing is, at least chef, at least when it comes to chef, if somebody wants to say, well, it's got a big valuation on it. Fair play, okay? The chef has ridiculous growth, 62% branded products. Corsair, they grew 24%. They got like a forward P of 15 or 16 on that stock or whatever, right? It just doesn't seem, that stock's just disrespected over and over again. It is what it is, okay? Look at it, Smile Direct Club. This stock was down to 3% plus here today, down to the $5 level. And like I said, there were some stocks that were down 10, 20. I was looking at sleeping still, 1,200 shares of Tattooed Chef. I put it in just like whatever it was at when the market opened is whatever I got it at. And so filled at $18.20. That was about the highest Tattooed Chef was the whole day. It got a lot worse, okay? I couldn't save that stock. No one could save that stock, okay? It was just unsalvageable today. Like, I don't know what ended up trading 10 million shares or whatever. Geez, I think every Wall Street holder that popped. And, of course, as the day went on, it got even worse, okay, for the chef. Then I went ahead and I said, well, Corsair's down today. Let me buy some more Corsair shares. And I bought 1,000 Corsair shares, which, like I said, this stock has amazing growth. And the valuation is not expensive. You can't say this valuation is expensive at all on this stock. That's the thing. If you want to say, Tattooed Chef, they're not making money right now, the 4P, blah, 1,000 shares. And that's exactly what I did. Then I said, hey, guess what? The chef fell some more. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy some more chef. Then I bought another 400 shares of Tattooed Chef. So, overall, that's 3,600 shares I bought in the chef. This was all might have been before noontime, okay? Another $6,878 worth there. So, yeah, like 3,600 shares of the chef basically there, okay? Then Smile Direct Club started an initial position in this one. Brand new stock. Yes, a brand new stock started a position here, $25,000 position at $5.04. My plan is if this one goes to $4.75, assume for a moment, Tattoo Chef goes down, Corsair Gaming goes down, Smile Direct Club goes down, I will be ready to buy. There's also potentially a new stock, if not two new stocks that I also want to buy. I'm not going to sit on my hands in this situation. These stocks are being beaten down to a pulp. They're being, kicked while they're down. And I'm not going to let this opportunity pass me. I'm going to be in a the last few months, plan to continue to, and I've been getting destroyed on, is Tattooed Chef and Corsair. And I shouldn't say destroyed, because I've been down a lot more in this on stocks before, I can tell you that much, okay? Down 9.97% in my main position in the private account, right? And then Corsair, down 15%. I can tell you I've had a lot of stocks before where I've been down 20, 25%. Look at those, remember those Tesla shares I pulled up earlier? Run the numbers on that, 54 down from where I initially started buying, right? So when I look at like Tattooed Chef, Corsair Gaming, I have all the time in the world on these. Now, a short seller, they obviously have limited time, right? They need this stock to go down as much as possible, as soon as possible. For me, if this stock doesn't move for a month, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, it is what it is. I am fully confident in the companies and their fundamentals underlying and the valuation.
We're talking about here today is, when does the chef bottom? Tattooed Chef, TTCF, it's been rough lately, right? But specifically, obviously, the last 2 trading days specific, right? There was a huge red day on Friday. Today, down another 3% plus. And some folks are like, where's this baby going to bottom? And there's kind of 4 prices I've seen put out there a lot. One is $15, one is $13. I've also seen $5, and yes, $0. I wonder who's put hopefully the next few weeks. So yeah, the chef, I just continue to build that. So hope you guys enjoy this video. As always, don't forget to smash a like for this video. That's all I ask in return. I'm the YouTuber that battles the short sellers all the time, and we got some drama out there. I appreciate you guys in a massive way. If you're looking to join the best free Discord chat in the world, check out the link in the description. That's to join us in Stock Club. Alright guys, so talk for a minute. I'll try to give this a time today. What would it take for Tattooed Chef stock to go to $0, okay? Bankrupt. Well, they would have to never cash flow positive, right? Always lose money. They'd have to run through all $140 million of cash on their balance sheet, so they literally had no cash. Then on top of that, they would have to be in a situation where literally no one would loan them money. I'm talking banks, credit unions, private investors, anything, Wall Street, like no one. That would be a disaster, right? In 2022, everybody pretty much expects Tattooed Chef to grow revenues anywhere from 25% on the low end to 35%. So obviously, Tattooed Chef's a high growth stock. They grew revenues 46% in the last quarter year over year, and their branded revenues were up 62% year over year. So if for the company to just go, let's say, from crazy growth like they have to all of a sudden revenues were literally to go negative for the company year over year, something like store shelves, and it's selling far less than everything else, right? And the chef can't get new products in there, yeah, that's how your revenues would go negative. Now, how realistic is that? Well, what we've heard is sell-through from Tattooed Chef is incredibly strong. You don't get like retailers like Sam's Club and Costco to be putting your products in stores all the time unless you're moving crazy volume, just flat out. I'm telling you, Costco and Sam's Club, those companies haven't just, frozen food launch in history when they launched the Tattooed Chef brand in their stores. And Kroger just accepted their product. Whole Foods, which is owned by Amazon, you aren't getting into these type of retailers and hearing these type of things unless you're selling like crazy. So for these companies to all of a sudden be like, in a situation where they have to discontinue Tattooed Chef product because they're not moving any units or something like that, and then we don't want any more new units from you, Tattooed Chef, extremely, extremely unrealistic, but it always is a possibility. I would call that a 0.01% chance for $5, okay? What about $13? Let's talk about this one here, okay? So a $13 move would obviously be huge downside from even here, okay? This would be a situation where I would call the mid hands would have to get shaken out of this stock. What are mid hands, okay? You always have
Right? Company can report amazing numbers like the chef did, 62% branded revenue growth last quarter year over year. It doesn't matter. The stock went down. The weak hands get shaken out, okay? But the mid hands is that next group that they have some confidence in the stock. They're not going to get too shaken out by the stock price, but if something was to happen where the fundamentals of the company got shaken up in the short term, the mid hands get out, okay? And then obviously you have what I call the head. Like, I don't know, like all of a sudden, like Target's like, oh, we don't want Tattooed Chef products anymore. Walmart's like, we don't want those products anymore, something like that. Some really legit bad news you would need for the mid hands to get shaken out of that stock. And you would need potentially another massive sell-off when it comes to small cap stocks, okay? And keep in mind, we've already had a lot of big sell-offs in regards to the small caps. We've seen so many of those companies that under 10 dollars over the next 3 years. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible Tattoo Chef goes to $1,000 over the next 3 years, but it's extremely unrealistic. No different than it's extremely unrealistic to say this stock is going to $0. Absolutely ridiculous, okay? Now, I'm personally hoping this stock stays down for the next 30 days or more, okay? Or roughly. Basically, I just want to get my chance to get 2024 call options in stocks like Tattooed Chef, Corsair Gaming, and there's about 3 other stocks I'm specifically looking at for 2024 call options. So if this stock stays down for the next 30 days, I'm all for it. Once we get to the end of September, Tattooed Chef and every stock out there that I'm interested in has the blessing to go up, okay? I don't care. Like, they can all go up at that time, okay? But for the next 30 days, my hope is these stocks stay down around the ranges they're at now, or dare I even say go down a little bit more. If Tattooed Chef is at $15 in mid to late September, I'm all for it. If Corsair Gaming is at $25, $26, $27 in, let's say, mid to late September, I'm all for it. After that, after I get loaded up on the call option positions, those stocks have my blessing to go up, but I'm hoping they stay down in the short term. Now, I know some people that might be new to the market and might be like, well, why not just wait until that time? Who knows, man? Because the chef, just as easily it can make a big downward move, it could make a huge upward move. And all of a sudden the stock's at $18, $20, something like that. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. As far as Corsair Gaming, who knows? That stock could all of a sudden make a move, and next thing you know, that stock's at $29, $31, $34 in a very short amount of time. So I'm not willing to try to time it out as far as that goes and be like, oh, let me get out, let me get back in. No, that's just
free to use that, all right? Well, you know, I gotta at least mention the chef is up, guys. I couldn't believe it. I woke up this morning and I was like, oh my gosh, the chef is actually up. I got to turn my fireplace green. Oh, it's magical. And oh man, obviously the short sellers and the bears, they've had a lot of fun over the past few trading days, let's put it that way, with the memes, making fun of me, making fun of it, anybody in the Tattoo Chef squad. But I gotta say, I definitely saw the longs getting back at him today. And a lot of you guys enjoyed it, and that video went into Tattooed Chef and when I thought that stock is going to bottom, and the price I thought it was going to bottom at. And so I said, let's do one of these videos today on Corsair Gaming, CRSR, and let me give my opinion on when this stock will bottom, exactly what price specifically am I looking at for this stock to bottom, as in like start going down, and what are the odds of probabilities that I think is going to happen here, right? Because
today, I think people know this one. It's the chef, okay? No doubt, Tattooed Chef. It was down today. It was back to where it was like 2 days ago. And so I said, I kind of got to buy some more chef here today. So I bought 3,100 and then a 1,500 and then another 3,100 of the chef there. And then in this account here, I bought 1,716 shares and then 506 shares. Those are at $16.08 as far as those shares purchased there. So the chef, now I am over 62,000 shares of the chef, and I'm still not done buying that one. I plan to continue to buy that one, especially on any major drops, okay? It seems to definitely have support in the 15 range, like, it seems to want to flirt with getting down in the 15s and then it pops right back up. I kind of consider Tattooed Chef's real like 52-week low as kind of being around like the 1550 range, so if for any reason it drops through that 1550 range, I will gladly buy more shares of stock. As far as me for 2024 call options, it is my number 3 stock
I am most interested in 2024 calls. So a little different strategy when it comes to Tattooed Chef, right? I'm loading the boat on shares of Tattooed Chef, but the thing that is hard when it comes to Tattooed Chef for 2024 calls is the fact that the company is not profitable yet, right? Not profitable yet. Corsair Gaming, I feel unbelievably comfortable buying 2024 calls because it's a revenue story, but it's also a net income story. Tattooed Chef, it's really about the revenues, and sometimes it's really up to Wall Street when they want to recognize, when they're going to respect the way Tattooed Chef has grown their revenues, right? I mean, we just saw them. They put a 46% revenue growth last quarter, 62% branded revenue growth, and Wall Street did not respect that. The stock went down, 16, 17% the next day. So the fact is, you know, if you're thinking about placing a time-sensitive bet, it gets scarier for a stock like Tattooed Chef versus Corsair Gaming. With that being said, it is still my number 3 stock I am most interested in for call options, okay? And by the way, if you didn't get to check out a video I put out a couple days ago on when and where I think the stock will bottom, definitely check out that video. I put out that video a couple days ago on the channel, so definitely check out that if you're at all interested in the chef. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, if you're wondering like how the heck do you do this stock market stuff, how do you research these stocks, what do you look for, how do you run portfolios, you're seeing all these deals all over the place for a lot of these small caps, and you're looking to get involved in the market and you want to download everything from my brain directly to your brain, check out the pinned
About on my channel have been in tough sledding lately. Tattooed Chef, they reported 46% revenue growth last quarter, 62% branded revenue growth last quarter, and look what has happened to that stock, just off the cliff, straight down to, well, we know where it fell down to, okay? Look at Corsair Gaming, 24% revenue growth they reported a couple weeks ago in their earnings, and that stock has done nothing but downtrend to new pretty much 52-week lows, it seems like every other day, right? Obviously, Tesla reached a high earlier this year of 900, and since that, getting down about this market, if these stocks want to keep going down, okay, if Tattooed Chef going to go down another 10, 20%, Corsair is going to go down another 10, 20%, I'm not going to predict that, but if that happens, I'm ready for it. I love deals. And actually, I'm not nearly as scared in this sort of market as I was back in January, February, when everything was at all-time highs. The euphoria was through the roof. It was about, any 1% down. Again, that does not tell the full story. Holy smokers, you gotta be flipping my flapjacks. The chef is up. The chef is up. I repeat, the chef is up. Yes, 5%. How about that for once? Oh my goodness. I mean, when you've been having hard days after hard days and just getting destroyed in the market, it is nice to see some dang green. And yeah, the chef is having a really good day here today. Up 5%. Corsair Gaming is up over 3%. Isn't it interesting how these stocks bounce back? With just a decent day in the Russell, right? Russell's up 0.9%, not even up 1%. And yet the chef is up 5%. It's 5xing plus the Russell here today, right? Corsair Gaming 3xing the Russell here today. Unbelievable. And so it's very interesting sometimes to watch some of these small caps that have been just getting destroyed absolutely outperform the Russell in a major way. Look at the Honest Company here today. Honest Company with honestly a very nice comeback here today, up 4.69%. SoFi Technology. So you're seeing all these moves here today, right? Tattooed Chef up 5% plus. Corsair Gaming up 3% plus. SoFi up 3% or whatever. And a lot of these stocks that have been getting really, really destroyed, Honest Company up 4.69%. Seeing a lot of those stocks that have been getting absolutely destroyed, having a great day to here today. Absolutely, I've seen it before where it's just a fake out, right? Sometimes they call it a dead cat. The folks over at Everything Money released a video on Tattooed Chef. I'm assuming it's a negative video on Tattooed Chef, and so we'll get into this. Maybe it's a positive video. I don't know. I've seen a few videos from them, and one of the gentlemen on the show, he's a value investor, or at least he says he's a value investor, and so I'm assuming a stock like Tattooed Chef would not be very interesting to him, right? If you're a value investor, you're usually not messing around with stocks that have higher valuations or a company that just grew branded revenue 62% year over year, right? They just released their quarterly results last week, 62% branded revenue growth year over year. Like, that's not a value investor stock. Value investors are probably interested in like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, soup, like companies like that, right? And so a stock like Tattooed Chef that's growing massive in a space like, there's this massive movement around folks going vegan, right? Or partially vegan, or, replacing some of their items, their meat items with, just eating more toward a vegan diet. Let's just put it that way. It's a massive trend that's ongoing. I don't see this trend slowing down anytime soon, and Tattooed Chef's absolutely set up to be a massive player in this market, right? And so we'll see. Obviously, they didn't release this video on the best day. I mean, Chef's having a great day today, but that could be one day. The gains could be gone tomorrow. You never really know with the stock on a day-to-day basis, okay? Obviously, I'm a long-term investor in this company. I'm planning to be in this stock for years to come in the future, and we'll see what the...
Again, as always, it's Seth, Paul, and Mo. Today, we're talking about Tattooed Chef. Paul, this stock is just, for me, it's a little frustrating at times.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Yes, you and I have done some videos of these. Actually, when we were in Mexico, your beautiful Mexican house, in January, I said, there's some chatter about this. Let's take a look at this. For some reason, the financial data has never matched up with our software, with YCharts, with Google Finance. But folks, if you're scouring YouTube looking for information on Tattooed Chef or just investing in general, there are so many people talking about how great this plant-based food company will be. And they have been for months, Paul. Now, as we know,
and I can tell you, there's not a ton of people that are talking up Tattooed Chef. At least not that I know of. I don't know of any other, what I would call super big creator on the platform that's talking up that stock. So I'm not sure where they're getting that from, but go on.
Deeper and deeper I learn about this, and I learn from you, is like, there's just a barrage of hype surrounded. They pick some random companies, Mo.
Yep.
If it's the meme side, it's like, it makes no sense.
Here, so they're definitely on me, Kevin's side here about Tattooed Chef. I don't get this whole thing like everybody in the world believes like Tattooed Chef's a great stock. Definitely not like that at all.
Just maybe be careful out there. It is, if you're a young or new investor, it would seem that Tattooed Chef is a great investment. It's just, everyone else is saying it, much like the Teslas and the Bitcoins out there. This has to be wonderful. And I would love to show you someone who's been doing it, who's been investing a different way for the past 20 years and been wildly successful at it, Paul. So give us your thoughts on Tattooed Chef.
Thank you, Seth. First off, guys, follow us on Instagram. Mo and I, we're trying to get our blue check mark more of as they go up in price, which always boggles my mind. Now, with Tattooed Chef, all I was making the argument is, this seems like a very hyped up stock. People are buying it because it's exciting because they saw this, right? They see this and think this is going this way. I see this and think, okay, temporary overhype, especially when there weren't amazing fundamentals. Now, was it growing fast? Of course, guys. Look at Google Finance over here. Just in June, 45%.
So for instance, for me with a stock like Tattooed Chef, I expect this company to do $1 billion of revenue in the year 2025. The company has said in 2026 they expect to do $1 billion. I think they're going to be ahead of schedule there. So let's assume my scenario plays out. 2025 they hit $1 billion of revenue. I expect the company to have at least 5% or 10% of that revenue to hit the bottom line, meaning I'm expecting at least $50 million to $100 million in 2025 to make.
You have a problem. The other thing with Tattooed Chef.
So he's talking about there, he mentioned specifically what's behind the growth numbers.
Coming into the business, and he refinanced money in an exit sale at some point in the future. And that's what our software does for people. So I look at this saying, when you only look at growth numbers, you don't look at what's behind those growth numbers in terms of what you're paying for it, you have a problem.
Yeah, so when you talk about what's behind the growth numbers, I'm hoping at some point we get into the fundamentals of Tattooed Chef and we talk about the SKU expansion, store expansion, things like that.
The other thing with Tattooed Chef is their number of shares outstanding has skyrocketed in the last year. And this is something that people don't really realize.
This is literally the number of shares that exist.
That's how the company has 140 mil of cash on the balance sheet now.
In the world.
And the company's in such a strong capital position now that they shouldn't need to raise money probably forever, to be completely honest. Got to build all these gigafactories and things like that. Tattooed Chef, I think, can make a small profit in 2022, meaning a positive net income, or lose a very small amount of money. And when you have $100 million plus, 9 figures of cash on the balance sheet, there's, in my opinion, Tattooed Chef does not need to dilute shareholder value in any meaningful way moving forward. Now, they have the capital there for this business model, unless they make some crazy massive acquisition or something like that. But then if they make some crazy massive acquisition of some, let's say, other brand that's growing like, growing super fast, then all of a sudden that changes kind of how you look at the revenues and profitability. Gosh, what is Bitcoin, Tattooed Chef now the same thing? Like, come on, man.
I'd like to make 10x, 100x.
And guess what? Growth does matter. If a dollar today is still a dollar today, no matter where it comes from. However, if another company was going to make $3 tomorrow and that other company was going to make $1, I would pay more for this. But what happens in the market is people go, look at that growth. I'll pay 10 for it. Wait, what's the market cap of Tattooed Chef?
It's about $1.3 billion.
$1.4 billion. Okay, great. What can they become? Can they become a $50 billion company? Sure. But what's going to happen between the future is unknown. Yet whenever it comes to hype, we always think the future is a direct line. Oh, this is obvious. Oh, is it though? Is it?
The future is unknown for every single public company out there.
It's boring.
And so when you say the words tattooed chef at a party to your friends, like 10 people light up as this is the best thing ever. Meanwhile, I'm the guy in the corner.
You say that to your friends at a party and not one person's going to know about Tattooed Chef stock. Just straight up, coming from the Tattooed Chef guy, okay?
Like, these people are bonkers.
Well, the good news is we'll still be your friend. Tim will be your friend, won't you, Tim?
Thanks, Tim. Mo, are people trading Tattooed Chef in the Bid-Ass Nation?
You know, to me, this is not something that you want to take some kind of long position. This is more of like a swing trade or a day trade, because when you get these, let's go to the daily chart.
Oh gosh. So now it's not a long-term investment, but you should be day trading it or swing trading it.
Surges of volume that you get every once in a while, because
they're oh gosh, oh yeah, because they're talking about Tattooed Chef on CNBC all the time. Oh yeah, and Fox News and oh gosh, what I was not
Absolutely. But I'm just sitting there saying, if you have 100 tattooed chefs, you're going to lose a lot of money on 98 of them, and you might find the 2 that hit it, and you probably won't make your money back. I always bring the example of .com numbers. If you invested in every .com stock back in 2000 and today, you made 3% a year. The market did about 7% a year. And of that 3% a year, 80% of it was Microsoft.
Like, you know, if you want to get into why you think Tattooed Chef's going to get their socks knocked off by this other company, and why you think Target's not going to take more SKUs, and why their sell-through is not going to be there at Kroger stores, and why Walmart's not going to take more inventory, and why they can't expand in the United Kingdom, why they can't expand internationally. If you want to go into all that, let's go into all that. That would be a great video. This was not a great video. This was just trying to categorize a Tattooed Chef as one big hype stock and talk around different points and compare it to the tech bubble and this and that. Like, you know, it was, you know, this was disappointing. I expected better from these guys. I would appreciate it when these guys watch this video, which they will. I would appreciate it, guys, if you made a really actually in-depth TTCF video on the fundamentals. Explain the fundamentals. Explain to me why they... Oh, that's all I'll say about that. And I hope they at least give Tattooed Chef the light of day. If they want to say Tattooed Chef's a $4 stock, a $10 stock, $15 stock, whatever, respect. But get into the fundamentals around this company. Get into what's going on in the business model. You know, get into some of those things. That's all I would appreciate. So, you know, I spent 31 minutes of my life just doing this. And, you know, I managed to not call this guy all the names he calls other YouTubers, but... You know, I expect better, and I hope they'll at least give the chef the light of day to actually talk about the fundamentals next time and really get into the numbers and where they can see net income going over time, revenue going over time, and things like that. And don't say, oh, I don't know where that could go over time. BS. If you're a value investor, you should be able to run those projections and run those numbers out and understand why a company's going to grow. I'm like, oh, this is decent. Oh, my, what in the, what, chef? The chef. What the heck? Up 8% out of nowhere? I did not expect this. What in the chef is going on here? Oh my goodness, look at this one taking off, guys. We got to talk about the chef in this video, okay? What's going on here? How do I view this whole situation here today? Like, just out of nowhere, up 8%? What in the world? You got to be flipping my flapjacks, okay? So, a couple things I saw out there. And I don't know if either of these are behind this move in the chef here today. They could not be at all. This could just be a freak move in this stock. You know, I don't know. But I saw this. This was, you know, from The Fly. Largest borrow rate increases among liquid names. Latest data shows the largest indicative borrow rates increases among liquid option names include, and it names off a few stocks, including Tattooed Chef here, okay? Now, I do not know, once again, if this has anything to do with the chef's move here today, but I do know chef was kind of tied in this situation, and it's absolutely a crazy move there, okay? Also saw this over the weekend, how much a Tattooed Chef is owned by insiders. If you want to know who really controls Tattooed Chef, then you better know Jeremy Lefebvre. Then you'll have to look at the makeup of its share registry. Large companies usually have institutions as shareholders, and we usually see insiders owning shares in smaller companies.
I quite like to see at least a little bit of insider ownership, as Charlie Munger said, quote, show me the incentive and powerful words from a wise Charlie Munger there. Tattooed Chef is not owned by hedge funds. Looking at our data, we can see that the largest shareholder is the CEO, Salvatore Galletti, Sam Galletti, with 39% of shares outstanding. Meanwhile, the second and third largest shareholders hold 3.9% and 3.7% of the shares outstanding, respectively. Our research also brought to light the fact that roughly 50% of the company is controlled by the top insiders, maintaining a significant holding at Tattooed Chef. Insiders own $589 million worth of shares of the $1.3 billion company. That's quite meaningful. Most would be pleased to see that the board is investing alongside them. The general public holds a 29% stake in Tattooed Chef, while this group can't necessarily call the shots. So, you got to understand with a stock like Tattooed Chef, this isn't even like a big Wall Street. This isn't a Wall Street stock at all right now. Okay, over the next several years, I believe it will turn into a Wall Street stock. I believe the hedge funds will jump in. I believe Wall Street money is going to come flooding into the stock. But it's not like that today. And at the end of the day, even when the Wall Street money comes flooding in the stock over the next few years, Sam Galletti is the account I have the biggest position in Tattooed Chef. This particular account, I have 50,499 shares of Tattooed Chef, $76,000 upward move here today. Absolutely massive, gargantuan move. Now, okay, so the next question is going to be, well, is this just a one-day dealio? Is this going to all go away tomorrow? And the stock's down 9%. And it's like, oh, that was a fun one day. And then it's back down 8-9%, whatever. I mean, still about an hour and a half in the trading day left. So if I had to guess, the odds are definitely in the favor of Tattooed Chef going up 8% versus down 8%. But in terms of the volume coming in the stock like a beast today, no, I could never have predicted this. No one could have predicted this would happen today. I mean, look at the volume on these shares today. 2.4 million shares have traded, and we still got over an hour and a half left in the trading day, when usual volume is 1.6 million. Okay, so this is obviously in right from go in and show you guys some crazy stuff that's going on with Tattooed Chef, some very strange stuff, and I want to explain all this, and I think this will be good information whether you're somebody that's a shareholder of Tattooed Chef stock or whether you just hold future stocks, and you're going to see certain things we're going to talk about here today in relation to the stock price and what's going on here. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this. As always, all I ask in return is that you smash that like button. That's literally it, guys. Appreciate you being here as always for the chef. If you haven't got a chance to check out the Hungry Bowl yet, definitely check it out. This is dark mode. Oh, I'm so excited for dark mode. Anyways, that is a way to track the market, see what's going on in the markets, read our daily newsletter, keep track of stocks, cryptos, everything like that, and even listen to earnings calls right inside the app. So if you haven't gotten to check out that, we're on iOS now, and we're on the Android that and download that. Okay, alrighty guys, so if you haven't seen, the chef's having another good day today. This is the main shares I have in the main private account, and up $35,000 today just on those shares there. And yeah, another very, very good day for the chef. Okay, and it's, by the way, very, very good day for a very, very good food company too, so shout out to a very good food company. Look at that, I mean, almost hitting $20. I mean, I don't think the Bears could have ever anticipated this stock would be at almost $20 here today. And who knows, there's still time left in the trading day. Maybe it goes over 20. We'll see. But I think most bears want to explain, okay? Now, you're seeing things like this. Tattooed Chef call volume above normal and directionally bullish. This was posted 2 days ago. Bullish option flow detected in Tattooed Chef with 10,471 calls trading, 4x expected, in implied volatility increasing over 1 point. September 21, 20 calls, and September 21, 22, 50 puts are the most active options, with total volume of those strikes at about 6,500 contracts. The put to call ratio is 0.38. So you're seeing that, but then all of a sudden you're seeing this. Okay, Tattooed Chef, put volume heavy and direction among the liquid names from the fly, and guess what? One of those stocks is Tattooed Chef right there. Tattooed Chef, largest borrow rate increases. Now, what does this mean exactly? Well, this gentleman breaks it down very, very good, okay? He says, it means there's vigorous short sale activity in a stock, and the long side is fighting back by not providing shares to the stock borrower market. This suggests volatility as longs and shorts collide with the winner yet to be determined. Traditionally, long-only buy and hold investors buy this battle yet to be determined. And when it comes to Tattooed Chef, we know this is a battleground stock, right? We know we've seen Tattooed Chef go down to 15. We've seen it go up to 25. And it seems like, man, this stock can be volatile. I mean, we saw after the earnings, even though they reported 62% branded revenue growth, we watched that stock drop, what was it, 16% the next day or something like that? And then another drop the following day. And then all of a sudden now we've seen the stock rise from $16 from the ashes to, today it's flirting with $20 a share. And that's something else here that I want to explain in just a minute, okay? Now, Tattooed Chef short interest, this is the latest numbers we have. We don't have the up-to-date what the short interest is today, but we have on August 13th, this stock had a short interest of 11,602,424 shares. Short interest. Average daily share volume, 2 million, so that means 5.7 days to cover on this stock, right? To cover off that short position. So over 14 million shares short. And what's crazy is Tattooed Chef stock bottomed on April 20th. It was around $15 a share, and then it went on a crazy run for quite a while there. Meanwhile, there was all these shares short. There was more shorts having to cover that were kind of getting destroyed in this situation, and it led into a really, really ugly situation, obviously, for the shorts. Then all of a sudden we had earnings. All of a sudden it led into an ugly situation for the long. Probably a lot of folks watching this video that are interested in Tattooed Chef stock and are investors of the stock. A lot of those folks were buying as the stock plummeted to the ground, right? And so a lot of us, we were buying here at 17, 1650, 16, 1625, 1675. And once the stock started moving up huge, a lot of us already had our positions built out. We already bought what we wanted to buy in the stock. It had already done what we needed to do. It went down a ton. We got to add a there's unlimited loss. I'm willing to hold Tattooed Chef for years to go in the future. I don't need this stock to move in a massive way today. Doesn't mean a dang thing to me. If it goes up to 20, if it goes down to 18, if it goes to 22, I'm holding no matter what. If the stock goes down a ton, I'm buying. So, that's the difference between, somebody that's a long like myself and a short, in which you have the situation where all of a sudden the stock, your street money can start flooding in the stock in 2022. I think Tattooed Chef's revenues, as they ramp up, as they get closer and closer to profitability, and this brand and this company is just more and more well known out there, I think we're just like a ticking time bomb on Wall Street money coming into the stock. Actively traded money, hedge fund money coming into the stock in a real way. This is a perfect Wall Street story. Super high growth, building out a very successful brand into a market that is massive. Company has over there 40 or 45 different SKUs. Remember, Tattooed Chef's getting in these stores with, what are you talking? Maybe 3 SKUs, 5 SKUs, 7 SKUs at a time. Most big frozen food brands, those companies have 30, 40 SKUs, in a store that are all moving volume. Like, this is where Tattooed Chef's going over time. And so that's all stuff that's going to attract the hedge funds and those folks and those actively traded funds, in my opinion, in 2022. And then 2023, we start to talk about S&P 500 potential inclusion and getting into some of the other indexes and some of these, different things that folks have to buy no matter what, right? But what I think could be taking place here, before they would sell Tesla, and what we see emerging in Tattooed Chef is definitely an investor base like myself that is looking at the stock and like, I'm not selling this stock. I don't care if it's at 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 16. I'm not selling this dang stock. I'm holding it. So I'm taking shares off the market. Then if you have some big funds doing the same exact thing and they take shares off the market, there's less shares to be traded out there. And then if there's less shares to be traded, it's not nearly as intriguing nowadays as it was back then, right? Tattooed Chef at a $1 billion something market cap based upon the growth I think this company's going to have over the next 5-10 years is extremely enticing to me, right? If Tattooed Chef ever is trading at 10 or 15 billion, the stock's not nearly as interesting to me, right? Because a lot of that growth has already happened. A lot of that valuation price has already happened by that time. These are some things to kind of think about, guys. So anyways, this is a crazy situation. I'd love to hear your guys' opinion in that comment section as always. If you'd like to be coached by one of our stock market millionaires, I think it's perfect, okay? Next stock up I have to pitch here is Tattooed Chef, the Chef, okay? Now, the problem with the Chef, it's a really small market cap. It's been trading at 1.5 billion or so recently. So for her to get a decent sized position built, it's a little tough. I mean, I know they're working with bigger amounts of money over there at ARC. So this one's a little tough for her, but at the end of the day, the plant-based food movement, ARC has almost no money invested in this. And you could be in Beyond Meat, sure, okay. Beyond Meat's not innovating fast enough. Tattooed Chef is innovating at a rapid pace. They're looking like they're going to be one of the biggest players in the plant-based food space. The plant-based food space is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over the coming years, and you get a chance to play a company that's going to grow massively in this sector and become, in my opinion, a $10 billion plus company over the coming years. And I would, imagine if Kathy Wood and those folks over at ARK Invest really spent some time on Tattooed Chef, they'd realize this probably actually has even a lot bigger opportunity than that over the coming years. I think this is a perfect stock. They love to be in the huge growing sectors that aren't slowing down anytime soon. The Chef is that play. Absolutely, guys. The Chef is that play. So, those are my two stocks. I would pitch them. I think those two stocks make a lot of dang sense for them to be buyers of. Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, if you haven't got a chance to check out the Hungry Bull app, all these screenshots pretty much for the most part were from the Hungry Bull app. We're now dark mode as well, and we're just keeping on making that app better and the Chef is moving. The Chef is moving up again, over 3% here today. I have found something in regards to Chef that I want to show you guys and share with you in this video. In today's video, this is something that's not just in regards to the Chef. You're going to be able to apply what I'm teaching in this video to future stocks as well. And I think this is very, very important. Sometimes I make videos around a certain stock, but a lot of times they have lessons inside them. And that is exactly what this video here is today. So make sure you're not just thinking about this in regards to Chef, and you're thinking about these points I want to make in this video in regards to judging these two other companies, the Oatly company, and then obviously Tattooed Chef. And Beyond Meat is a stock I owned in the past. Definitely a stock I like. It's just honestly Tattooed Chef's, in my opinion, a much, much better stock for the next 5 to 10 years. Okay, so in this video, what you're going to find out is the Chef is actually cheap. What you're going to hear from a lot of short sellers out there are people that, don't like the stock for whatever reason it is, right? You're going to find that they're going to say, oh, it's overvalued. It's a ripoff. It's not a deal. Things like that, okay? And I think what I'm going to be able to show you guys is, how this stock is actually pretty darn cheap. And what you're going to find is these stocks as well, which I think is really, really important. It's a great day for the Chef. Congrats to anybody that owns a Chef. I think, just a small lesson here in regards to Chef. I mean, look at that. We're up 6 figures now on the stock after being down on it very, very recently. I think a couple good lessons. One, always keep some cash around to buy on dips, right? Of stocks you love, kind of like I've done with the Chef. The second thing, and this is really, really important, okay? Things can change really fast in regards to stock prices. The fundamentals of companies, as long as the fundamentals are going great for your companies, the stock prices will reflect that over time. And sometimes, a company's doing great, they can report great growth, and the stock will fall a bunch. And it is what it is. But over time, in the end, compare those, right? And so a company like TTCF, you can't compare Tattooed Chef versus a traditional food company. The growth rates are massively different. Tattooed Chef is in front of a trend that's not dying down anytime soon. Is going to get more and more popular, which is plant-based food products, while traditional food companies are selling to a market that is shrinking, in my opinion, and will continue to shrink over the coming years. And a lot of stagnant on growth or are going to start going negative, versus Tattooed Chef has massive gargantuan growth ahead for as long as I can see, right? So you can't just compare any company to any company in these spaces, because they all have these very, very different business models and very, very different growth rates, okay? So, if it makes the most sense, if we're going to compare Tattooed Chef, we're going to compare it to a couple companies. We're going to compare it to Beyond Meat, and we're going to compare it to that Oatly company that went public in this past year, right? And if we look at Beyond Meat, this is a company that has a $7.6 billion market cap. So if we're going to figure out its forward price to sales ratio, we need to divide the market cap by essentially the average analyst estimate for where revenue should be. And now, what is a company like Tattooed Chef at? Well, you would think if you heard from the short sellers, you would think it would have to be right up with these companies, if not actually much, much more than these companies, right? What if I told you that the forward price to sales ratio for Tattooed Chef is actually quite a bit below these companies, okay? Tattooed Chef is at a $1.7 billion market cap today. 61% revenue growth expected in 2021, right? $239 million of revenue expected. That puts the company at a forward price to sales ratio of 7.1. A significant chef in where Oatly's valued and where Beyond Meat's valued. Okay? A significant difference, needless to say, right? So the recap here is Tattooed Chef is far cheaper than Beyond Meat and basically is way cheaper than Oatly, right? So it's far cheaper than Beyond Meat. It's way cheaper than Oatly. It has way stronger growth than Beyond Meat, right? Because Beyond Meat, well, what did we see there with Beyond Meat? Beyond Meat had 36% revenue growth roughly. Tattooed Chef is expected to grow over 60%. So which means that growth is about in line with Oatly, okay? This is very, very important to keep in mind. Tattooed Chef, far cheaper, and it has inline growth with Oatly and is way stronger growth than Beyond Meat. Now, we don't even have to get into the fact that Beyond Meat sells into a product category that traditionally gets very, very commoditized, right? And really, it's hard to build brand strength there of meat products, right? They're plant-based meat products, but if you look at traditional chopped meat and whatnot, steaks, things like that, it's hard to build brand. And so think about it this way. If TTCF stock, if Tattooed Chef 2x'd its stock price tomorrow to $40, okay? The stock doubles tomorrow. It's still cheaper than Oatly on a forward price to sales ratio. And it would be right near Beyond Meat. And that's if the stock price doubled tomorrow. This is some food for thought here. And this is why I feel so dang comfortable continuing to buy Tattooed Chef very, very heavily over the past month. And especially when it took that dip all the way down to $16, I was buying heavily. Because at the end of the day, I'm looking at the valuation of this company, right? And I'm looking at where peers are valued in this space. And I'm thinking about where Tattooed Chef's going over the coming years, where that net income for the company is going over the coming years. I think about the index fund money that will be coming in this space over time. I think about maybe even ETFs that are plant-based over time that have Tattooed Chef, Oatly, Beyond Meat, some of these other companies all in there. Maybe even a company like Very Good Food Company, right? Having all those companies kind of in its own like ETF. And I think about how much that would benefit the company over time. And so needless to say, yes, the Chef is actually much cheaper than a lot of companies out there that compete in the same space. And they have near as good a growth or actually better growth than a lot of those companies while being much, much cheaper, guys. So yeah, that's why I love this stock. And also this is a great video for comparing in the future in terms of other growth stocks and trying to figure out, am I getting a good deal, bad deal, things like that. The community has found the Chef, okay? Wall Street bets on the Chef. I received a text message last night from a friend, sends this over, and my mind was blown, okay? And I'm about to go through everything here with you guys here today. Now, most people watching this video are probably long-term investors of the Chef, okay? That's my audience. That's a lot of... Is a tightly wound time bomb. TTCF, Tattooed Chef, is a wildly asymmetric bet with an options IV that is drastically, which is implied volatility, that is drastically underpricing the risk of trapped shorts closing one another out with a fun catch. The higher IV goes, the more shorts lose. I've been watching this the past 2 weeks and now have some hard examples of shorts using illegal methods of delaying the inevitable. An explosive move up. You do have an exit strategy. Okay. Part 1 about Tattooed Chef creates sustainable vegetarian, vegan products and sell them to various chains and grocery stores. Think Blue Apron for millennials without delivery costs. Good food, better profits from their 10Q. They're estimating close to $240 million revenue in 2021. They should be able to hit right around that number. Maybe a little beat. We'll see. They have $140 million of cash on hand. Read no dilution concerns. Yeah, they're owning out shares they don't have. Enter the SEC and regulation show list. Okay. Tattooed Chef showing up on there. Okay. So, essentially we have a situation where it looks like there's some fishy stuff going on from the short side, okay? And it looks like, I don't want to say it could be set up for some sort of, huge upward move. But, when you start reading into all this, it's like, maybe there's something here, okay? Part 3, reset the clock, right? Well, they can try. Let's Is he going to get involved in any of this? Probably not. Okay, you know, Tattooed Chef is a $1-something billion company. It's just, you know, it's kind of unrealistic, right? You know, this will kind of fly under the radar, in my opinion. Okay, now in terms of stock price, here I will say this gets pretty darn intriguing because you have all this volatile mixture, the powder keg, as you call it, right? Which is, you know, pretty darn intriguing from a short-term perspective. It spiked to some, you know, crazy numbers very, very quickly. And keep in mind, Tattooed Chef is not a huge market cap. So, you know, for this stock to all of a sudden go up, let's say 20, 30, 40, 50, 100%, let's say, you know, 100% might be a stretch, but, you know, let's say 30 to 50% in a matter of a few weeks, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We just watched, literally over the past week, Tattooed Chef go from $16 to $20+. So to imagine it going from all of a sudden 20 to 25 or 28 or something like that, which if it went to 28, I believe that'd be right back at 52-week high, right? It's not out of the realm of possibility. Also, you got to think about it like this, right? Here's the thing with Tattooed Chef. The majority of folks that have been buying the stock are holding it for the long term. Folks like myself that have years to go in the future. And so if you look at a situation like this with Tattooed Chef, you know, a lot of us longs are in this for years to go in the future. We don't care if it goes up 50% tomorrow. We're not selling, right? I'm not selling the stock. It's like, cool, it went up 50%. I got a bunch more money in my accounts now. Awesome. But it's not like I'm like, oh, okay, now I sell Tattooed Chef or something like that, right? And so when you have that from the long side, a lot of loyal longs who are in this for, you know, a $10 billion, you know, dollar plus opportunity and don't care if it goes to $2 billion or $3 billion in the short term, it is what it is, right? You know, that's where you get even more intriguing here. And keep in mind, if all of a sudden the stock starts spiking bigger and bigger, it brings more watching this video know this, right? But not everybody knows about Tattooed Chef's in stock in the stock market. I can tell you that much, okay? And a lot of funds don't. And if all of a sudden funds, remember I always said, you know, next year is the year where, you know, funds really start taking the stock serious as their revenues continue to ramp, as the company gets close to profitability, as the company is distributed in almost every store you want to possibly be in, right? Next year is really that year. And so
obviously, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Tattooed Chef was not one of the stocks mentioned here, okay? Why is the chef not mentioned? It's because I don't like the stock anymore. No, I'm just kidding, okay? Obviously, I love the chef, believe huge in that company over the long term, right? But when I look at it here, the chef is a 7-figure position for me now. I built that out into a very, very large position. The chef probably is my number 1 or number 2 biggest investments, right? So at this point in time, I have to start watching diversification, right? And so when I look at this, I see these 3 stocks as having huge potential as well. It's not like Tattooed Chef is the only stock that has huge potential in the stock market. So when I think about from diversification reasons, what if I'm wrong in relation to the chef? These are things you got to always calculate. Also, the chef has already made a pretty nice upward move, right? It was at $16 like a week ago. Now all of a sudden it's at $20, $21. When I think about it from that context and with how much money I've poured into that stock over the last several months, and now I'm up on that position, 6 figures plus, it makes sense for me just to hold now. Now, let me be clear, if the chef all of a sudden falls for any major reason in the month of September, I will be buying the chef. Like, let's say it falls back to $16, $17 where it was about a week ago, a week and a half ago, I'll be buying more chef. But for now, I'm comfortable with my position sizing. If the beast continues to go up, then I'll just gladly continue to hold that stock. But as far as buying, I got to focus on some other stocks and building out some other positions bigger and diversifying a bit. So hope you guys enjoyed this video.
With the chef is getting crazier and crazier and crazier as we go along. Chef making a huge upward move here today. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen it. 5% plus here today. It's my second best performing stock today. Only stock doing better than the chef today is actually Revolve stock. Revolve making a nice upward move of over 8% today. But yeah, outside of Revolve, the chef is outperforming everything. And it just seems like the chef stays so hot recently for like the past week or so, okay? And a lot going on here. And by the way, congrats to anybody that's making some gains in this stock. Now, just in this account alone, we're up $183,000. This is a stock we were down on about a week and a half ago. And that's what I always tell you guys in the stock market, man. Yeah, things can go really bad really fast sometimes if you get 2 things. We're going to talk about the crazy stuff that's now happening with the chef stock, which, man, there's a lot of it, okay? I got a lot to show you guys in this video here today. And we'll talk about what I think will happen next in this situation. Hope you guys enjoy this little video. As always, all I ask in return is that you smash that like button. That's literally it, guys. Appreciate you being here. As always, if you want to learn directly from me and check out our brand new course, How to Invest Like a Pro in 20 Just one of many out of the ordinary things happening with the chef here today. I mean, we're talking about basically around a 2x of volume today. This stock is clearly seeing a lot of trading volume. Now, we talked recently about some option plays in relation to the stock and some folks buying options, things like that. But these are just like, this is like shares trading here, right? So there's clearly buying momentum in the stock in general for 3.3 million plus shares. A lot of folks that are getting very interested in the chef. And I wouldn't say just retail folks. Let's put it that way. I know every time one of these stocks starts to move up, everybody likes to say it's only retail or something like that. In one of the smaller market caps, no, I can tell you, it's got to be some fun money in there as well, to get this type of volume. Because keep in mind, if a hedge fund's buying in or making a move here, they're buying. Posted this. Thanks so much for posting this, Martin, in the Tattooed Chef category, okay? What you're looking at here is call options, all right? Or options in general. We're looking at October 15, 2021 expiration. So we're talking about a month and 2 weeks from now, these options will expire, right? And these are looking at calls here. You're looking at puts on the other side over here. But specifically, look at the call. Think about it like this, right? Tattooed Chef stock last week, I think it was last week or the week before, was $16 a share. You're talking, this is over a double up in a matter of 2 months, right? From where it was a week or two ago to basically now October, 15th expiration, 2021. You're looking at essentially at a situation here where this is over a double up in a matter of 2 months, right? Or funds, investors in general, that feel like the chef stock is about to do something epic, okay? Let's just put it that way, epic. Now, you know me, I'm a long-term investor in this stock, regardless if this stock moves to $30 over the next month and a half or stays at 22 or moves down to 18. It's all good for me because I'm planning on holding the stock for years to go in the future, but that's me. There's a lot of other folks that say, hey, nah, man, suckers, what an idiot you are investing in that Tattoo Chef. They won't be there to save me for a second. So, it's a dog-eat-dog world in the stock market. And although it's tempting, nah, I'm good. Thank you, okay? Now, a lot of brokerages are even contacting clients about this. Somebody in the private stock group Discord chat, they posted this email I got from Friday. They tagged me in this. They got that email last week. They said, okay, it's possible, it's unlikely. It is possible the chef could go under 15. It is unlikely the chef goes under 15, okay? Because here's the situation. Every time the stock drops to, let's say, $16 to $18, if it happens again, the longs like myself are there to pick up shares in mass. Like, if chef was at $16 today, I'm buying 6 figures of the chef here today, right? And so to get the chef to ever go down in a massive way, right? Where, the shorts are always talking about, oh, it's going to go down to $12. This is what, especially when the stock's actually going down. Oh, it's going down to 12. It's going to go down to 8. It's going to go down to 10. They throw out all these numbers, right? It's going to 0. Gosh, okay? They throw out all these numbers, but what they don't. No dang joke is the chef is moving up big here today, and do I have some big news, okay? I have some big news to share. You will not see what I'm about to share in a press release or anything like that right now, okay? This is some real news on the DL, and I want to frame this properly and explain to folks why this is such a big deal, okay? Now, first off here, the chef making a very, very nice upward move here today. 5.7% as of right now. As I prepped this video, the stock went up even more. Not at a 52-week high, but dang, it has come back strong. Look at the 1 month chart on this baby. I mean, ever since it hit $16, that baby jumped on the biggest trampoline and just went zoom, to the sky. I mean, it's been quite a move, needless to say, in this one here in this video. My gosh, okay, yeah, it's a $65,000 upward move just with the chef shares in my main private account today. So, woo, man, has it been a big turn. Now we're up about $250,000 in the stock. And this is just after we were down, a pretty decent amount just a couple weeks ago. That's the stock market for you, man. It can be, rough times to good times to bad times. It changes real quick, okay? By the way, I hope you guys enjoy this video. It's all of a company, right? And so that takes us to Tattooed Chef here today, right? Where Tattooed Chef, the shorts and the naysayers, they're going to act like, oh, this is just a company that, is selling some vegetable blends in Costco and Sam's Club or something like that, right? That's what you're going to hear from those folks, right? Because that's, where the company has kind of started as far as building their brand. But then they launched into smoothie bowls and really started building that. For those that don't know, okay? And I just saw Tattooed Chef pizzas in the Smith stores. I bought a couple myself, and that is really, really darn exciting, right? So now the company has pushed into all these different verticals, and inside these verticals, they create multiple SKUs. So it's not like they just have one, a smoothie bowl. Now they have multiple smoothie bowls. The single serve bowls, it's not like they just have one, like cauliflower mac and cheese. No, they have what do we see here? Tattooed Chef has went ahead and made trademarks for chips, cassava chips, tortilla chips, plant-based snacks. That could be a lot of different things. Nutritional bars and meal replacement bars. Yes, the chef is about to not just become a frozen food company, even though the frozen food opportunity for this company is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for this company just in itself. Just a frozen food opportunity, when you're talking about a lot of these big frozen food brands, we're talking 20, 30, 40, 50 different SKUs in one major grocery store. Tattooed Chef has launched in a lot of these stores with what? 6 SKUs, 4 SKUs, 8 SKUs. So where do you think this company's going? So the frozen food opportunities are crazy big. But then you're talking about this company's on its way to becoming a food giant, which is the way I've always viewed it, right? When you talk about getting into chips, tortilla chips, plant-based snacks, nutritional bars, meal replacement bars, all those. And so that was the way it was viewed back then. But what Tattooed Chef's doing, and what makes this company special, is they're going to end up being in a situation where this company is creating all around one brand, okay, which is Tattooed Chef. And so Tattooed Chef is going to become a company that is known not just for single-serve bowls, right? Keep in mind that these products Tattooed Chef is creating, the short sellers will say they're not that profitable today, right? Well, imagine as this business scales how profitable these products are. For instance, at that Smith's last night, okay? I just wish the shorts and the naysayers would spend just a few minutes to just think about these things logically, right? I buy one of these pizzas last night, right? And I'm looking at this pizza, and I'm like, as Tattooed Chef gets bigger and bigger distribution and brings down costs, I think these pizzas are going to cost, in terms of how much it costs to make the product, I think less than $1, literally, okay? And so I think Tattooed Chef could be even doing deals in the future, like 2 for $10, 3 for $12, things like that, and still be making some crazy profits while taking huge market share. I think because they've launched their brand with kind of a premium cachet around it and at premium price points, you could always come down on price point, right? And especially as this business scales and gets bigger and bigger and bigger, I think the margins are including the packaging, right? So when I look at Tattooed Chef, I see a business that is going to emerge and become a food giant over time. This is, something that's going to play out over the next 5+ years that we're going to watch right in front of our eyes, where it becomes a food giant. And then not only that, it becomes much more profitable than any of these food companies we've seen before. And when I say much more profitable, I don't mean that they're going to overtake. They can launch that brand and immediately folks will know. Imagine as Tattooed Chef gets bigger and bigger and bigger, right? As this company gets more and more popular, more and more folks try their products and know about it. If all of a sudden you see Tattooed Chef have a meal replacement bar, immediately you know, hey, I like Tattooed Chef's smoothie bowls. I'm going to probably like this as well, right? Rather than start a brand new brand over and you're like, I got to start this over, right? You're already familiar with that. You already know that. You already trust that, right? And we've already seen Tattooed Chef do this very, they've executed so well on this, where all of a sudden it was like they created this product, and now you want to try their other products, right? Their single-serve bowls, and then you want to try their pizzas. And so already doing it in that, they're going to be able to emulate that success and do it into these new product categories, which is absolutely a massive, massive game changer for this company. and you're gonna be like, holy smokers, this ain't no jokers. Tattoo Chef's a real deal, Holyfield, okay? They're respected as a food giant over time, in my opinion. So hope you guys enjoyed this video as always. And yeah, the most innovative company by far and away in the food game right now is Tattoo Chef, and it's not even remotely close. It's them. And I don't even know who's number 2, but number 2 so far behind him, it's not even funny. And anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed this video as always. Much love. Don't forget to smash that like button before you leave for the YouTube algorithm. Appreciate you guys. If you want to check out that course, it's brand new. Check it out, How to Invest Like a Pro in 24 Hours or Less. That'll be pinned. Shorter-term perspective. Obviously, I'm a long-term investor in the Chef. We always talk about the fundamentals of the company, the 62% branded revenue growth, and the SKU expansion, store expansion, all those things. Not going to hear a lot of that in this video, okay? We got other stuff to talk about, but yeah, I can't record myself today. I just got to put up the picture. That's the we just lost a lot of money picture there, okay? Yeah, down 100,000 a day. Yeah, no, it is what it is. Well, down more. Why are they doing this? Well, because I own a lot of the Chef shares, right? But it's interesting that they are so prominently just putting it out there right on the front page, right? And it's because I got a lot of Chef, right? The Chef is at a current interest rate of over 20%. So meaning that my hypothetical monthly income, and I think this is just on my big dog account, is near $5,000 monthly income that I could make for essentially lending my shares out. Some selling pressure. Keep in mind, what did the Chef do this week and last week, to be honest? It went on a massive run. We knew eventually there was going to have to be a pullback day, right? I mean, you know, you can't go up every single day. Eventually something's going to break here in the short term and the stock's going to go down, right? It was just like counting the seconds till it happened, essentially. You knew it just, you know, there's no such thing as go on some forums, maybe go on Wall Street Bets, other places, right? And the Chef has just barely started to get popular in some of these forums, right? You know, the Chef might seem like a really popular stock because, you know, we talk about it on my channel a lot, right? But I can promise you the Chef is not a popular stock in the market in general. It's just very, very popular on my channel, right? And it's just starting to be talked about on a lot of these forums like Wall Street Bets. We're seeing it out there more and more. I'm hearing of definitely, and saw, you know, other big YouTubers starting to make videos about Tattooed Chef, right? That are in the more trading community. And so when you start seeing some of this stuff, it's like, crazy. And so think about the revenue expansion opportunity for the Chef over the coming years, right? So that definitely kind of makes sense. Now, they make another point here. They say their final point. The shorts are relatively just starting to feel the pressure. They say most of the shorts were not read until today. The majority of shorts entered into their positions from February to June. From this point onward, the stubborn shorts haven't had a good reason to start covering their position. The thing that you got to understand from the short side, the Tattooed Chef's going to keep beasting numbers and keep growing this business at a rapid clip. And so short sellers, the more time goes on, the higher and higher probability they're going to lose a fortune. And then if they're having to pay high interest rates on top of all that, this compounds the chances they're going to lose bigger and bigger money, right? And so from the short side, you start getting into this real pickle situation, and then you get to hurt, and I think there's a lot to be scared about. And then if all of a sudden the Tattoo Chef doesn't just have that crazy revenue growth in the frozen category, but they're like, oh yeah, we're launching into chips, we're launching into this product, that product, and all of a sudden, you know, now they're going from a place where they might have 4 or 6 SKUs in a store to all of a sudden they have 10 SKUs in a store, 20 SKUs in a store, 30 SKUs in a store. Revenue starts ramping to 300 million. Massive growth companies that have huge building brands like Tattooed Chef does, right? You end up in a situation where it's so hard to win that. It's so hard to win that dang battle, okay? So it doesn't make any dang sense. Now, in terms of kind of what I'm viewing as things going on here, right? You know, this is a stock that is a battleground, you know, $18, $19, it is a real battleground. 16 has been the price that longs consistently have not let that. I think of actually a very, very similar situation could happen with the Chef, where folks jump in it thinking, oh, this is an easy short. It's going to go to $12 or something like that, right? And then all of a sudden they realize, oh, wow, this company has this, they have that. And all of a sudden their short thesis starts to deteriorate more and more and more as the days and the weeks and the months pass and the quarters pass, right? And then they end up turning into longs on these stocks. And like, man, I can't All right, I know you guys get too serious sometimes. Just kidding. It's not the chef, but could you imagine? Oh man, imagine the video I would make that day. I would just be screaming in it, okay? But anyways, third stock up here. This is not a stock that's talked about very much, okay? It's JD.com. JD. This is a huge e-commerce company out of China. And, you know, if you ever hear about stocks out of China, for the most part, you hear about Alibaba and you hear about Tencent. You hear about Alibaba, Tencent, Alibaba, Tencent. They're talking about
in different accounts, including my main private account. Tattoo Chef's a 7-figure position in that account, and then Corsair is a massive position in that account as well, right? And so these are two stocks I've been talking about a lot the past few months. Corsair Gaming is a growth and a value play. Forward P of like 16 on this stock, and they just grew. It was like, what was it, 24% year over year in the last quarter? The company's profitability is being hurt right now because of and buy that stock, and buy that stock, okay? Next one up here, Tattooed Chef, okay? TTCF. So here we are with Tattooed Chef. We're up 9.5% so far in this one. Obviously, it's been a stock I've been buying a lot of in 2021 here, especially over the past couple months as it went down to, $16 and things like that. I was buying. And Tattooed Chef, we're up $21,000 so far in this account here. $242,000 current value, 12,222 shares in this particular account, and a cost base of 18.6. I got a 7-figure position in my main private account in this one. And when it comes to Chef, I don't know what I can say that I haven't already said. The company is innovating faster than I've seen any food company ever innovate. And that's just a flat out honest truth when it comes to Tattoo Chef. When you look at this company, it doesn't matter that they just reported 60% branded revenue growth in the last quarter. They're worried about how much they're going to grow next year, and the year after, and the year after, and the new products they're going to come out with, and the new SKUs they're going to get into, and making everything better constantly. This management team at that company is relentless in their pursuit of becoming a food giant. $2 million this year, but it would need Corsair and Tattooed Chef to really get rolling. And I don't know, Corsair, the stock just doesn't move as much as that company is exciting. The stock just hasn't moved recently. Eventually, when Corsair moves, it's going to move easy, right? But it just hasn't done much. So it would hit $2 million this year if Tattooed Chef and Corsair really got going. But outside of that scenario, I'm thinking 2022 will be the year this account hits $2 million, which is way earlier than I ever expected it to. So I would always rather have expectations be a little lower rather than a little higher. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, don't forget to subscribe and like the video before you guys leave. I appreciate you in a mess. My position's a lot bigger than this actually, but it is the Chef, okay? Tattooed Chef, $986,000 position here in this particular account. In this account, I own 50,499 shares, $18.78 cost based on this one, and we're up over $38,000 on this one so far. So it's off to a good start, but I think that is literally just the start, okay? The Chef, I want to go over some numbers with you guys and some projections I have for the stock, okay? So Tattooed Chef right now, TTCF stock, this is in its awkward teenage years, in my opinion, right now for the company. Even though the company's like super young, right? No one ever heard of the Tattooed Chef brand like 2 years ago, and now you're starting to see it in every store out there. But in terms of where the stock is viewed, I call it its awkward teenage years because some people are like, oh man, this one's going off the tracks, and other people are like, no, it's on the right tracks. It's going great, right? But it's having some trouble finding that core investor base that is really going to stay in the stock long term, right? Would be amazing growth if you're a food company. Tattooed Chef just had branded revenue growth of 62% last quarter and overall revenue growth of 46%, okay? A value investor can't even wrap their head around this stock for a second, right? So they're out of the stock, right? Until, they get some sort of forward PE on it that would look, somewhat realistic to them. Value investors aren't touching this, right? And then you had like the Wall Street Bet Squad jump on for a little bit on that one, guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed me going into the Tattooed Chef numbers there. Needless to say, I'm pretty excited about that one. What is the third stock up here that's the third biggest stock in my main private account? That is Corsair Gaming, CRSR on this one. Now, this one is one I am actively buying. I'm actively lowering cost basis on this one, okay? And I'll answer in just a moment, like how much more I'm thinking about buying in the stock, okay? It's down.
I've owned in the past in the plant-based space. Beyond Meat, Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef, every single product I've ever had from Tattooed Chef, I've either thought it was okay, or I thought it was good. And in terms of Beyond Meat, same exact thing. Everything I've ever had from Beyond Meat, I felt like it was okay or it was good, and I actually liked it, right? The Very Good Food Company, I've never even really had anything I thought was okay from that company. And so until they really fix their product, I can't buy more of the stock. I like they've got. I feel comfortable. I don't feel like I need to buy any there. Tattoo Chef, definitely willing to buy more of this stock. Now, I am up 7% on it already. And in this particular account, we're up over $17,000 already. But at the end of the day, like Tattoo Chef, I think just has so much long-term upside that despite being up 7%, I kind of honestly want to average up on the position. So, and obviously, well over 10% of the portfolio is in Tattoo Chef. So, I want to add more shares, but I can't go too crazy. This dog right here, oh boy. Corsair Gaming, I got to add some more shares of this one. I would love to get the position sizing somewhere right around where Tattoo Chef's at right now, right? Tattoo Chef's at 239,000. I would not mind at all if I got, by the end of this year, I would like to get this, to somewhere around here, right? So Corsair Gaming, absolutely. I need to buy more of that stock. I'm slacking on buying Corsair. I need to buy more because eventually, in my opinion, Corsair is going to go on a crazy run. And when it does, that baby's not coming back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7% here today alone. Okay, the chef broke that 19 range. Oh man, it had been holding strong at 19 plus. They've been trying to move it down, but they've been holding it strong and just couldn't hold it today. And it broke under that 1870 here today in regards to the chef. And had something delicious today. I never tried this one, but I tried it today. The Huevos Rancheros Bowl. I got this one at Sam's Club about a week or two ago. Dang, that one's good. That's probably my favorite. Let's get into this. Alrighty, so first off here, what do we have? Tattooed Chef. All right, so right off the bat here, basically, what are we looking at? We're looking at January 19th, 2024 expiration. Now, this is a call option bet, okay? So this is me essentially saying that I believe Tattoo Chef's going to go to certain prices by certain dates. That's essentially what a call option is, okay? And hopefully the stock way outperforms and I make a ton of money on it, right? So this is expiring in January 2024. Essentially, the way to think about this is I need Tattooed Chef stock to go to $26 or higher, right, by January 19, 2024, just to break even on this particular position. Now, you might say, well, why would you even do that? That sounds, it needs to go up quite a bit from here just to break even on it, right, because Tattooed Chef's maybe $18, $19 today. Well, keep in mind here, basically for every 850 it goes above 26 if it does, right? And it's not for sure it does, but if it does, basically I make each time it goes 850 above that 26. Okay, so Tattoo Chef really beasts over the next couple of years. Obviously this is going to be looking very, very nice. Now, also keep in mind when it comes to a call option play like this, I don't have to hold it till expiration. Usually, I do hold it to somewhat close to expiration, but it doesn't mean I have to. So let's just assume Tattooed Chef goes on some crazy epic run over the next year, okay? And all of a sudden, we're in, September or October of 2022, and I'm holding these options that still don't expire for a long time out, but Tattoo Chef's already done a beast mode type move, right? And all of a sudden, it could very well be that these are all of a sudden worth, $20, $30, $40. I could go ahead and sell it to somebody else at that time and take my profit, put it into something else, or at that time, if we're talking September, October of next year, then I could go ahead and buy 2025 call options with that money if I chose to do so in regards to Tattoo Chef, okay? So there's a lot of different moves. Now, obviously, if it's less than 26, then I'm losing money. And keep in mind, if a Tattooed Chef stock was basically under 1750, which would be a disaster, let me just be quite honest with that. I mean, I made a big mistake in that one. But if it was under 1750 in January of 2024, I lose 100% of my money I put into that one here today. Like I said, if Tattoo Chef's under 1750 in January 2024, I made a big mistake, and I got bigger problems than that because I own like seven figures of this. Pick up a little shares. Now, if Tattoo Chef for any reason was to go down a lot more, back down to 17, 16, something like that, that would obviously be where I make much heavier buys in this particular stock. But here, just under cost basis, I'm going to usually make a little bit of a smaller move to add a little bit more shares. As far as Tattoo Chef, I'm really comfortable with how many shares I hold in this stock. It's not like I need to buy more Tattoo Chef where I'm like, I gotta get some more Tattoo Chef. I don't feel like that, but at the same time, like, I don't want to, at the end of the day, I believe Tattoo Chef's going to become a food giant, right? Over the next 5-10 years. And there's going to be some day, in my opinion, when I look back and I'm like, remember when Tattoo Chef was $16 and $17 and $18 and $19? And, this stock will be a $50 or $100 stock. And I'll just be looking back and I'll be like, man, those were the days. And I don't want to put myself in a position where I sat on my hands, because I'm just so dang confident in that one over the next, 3, 5, 7 years. And so, yeah, I'm going to pick up a little shares here and there, right? Corsair Gaming, I got to buy more of this stock more heavily, faster, right? Tattoo Chef, I'm barely down on, so it's like, I'm not as incentivized to buy. When I'm down over 10% on a stock like I am Corsair Gaming, especially a stock I believe in so much over the coming years, I'm going to add a little more aggressively. And so that's why I bought 444 shares of Corsair, a much, bigger buy than, let's say, Tattoo Chef here today. Corsair Gaming, okay? So those were those two moves there. Next one up here is I had to buy some Voyager Digital. I just couldn't not buy some Voyager Digital. I mean, this stock's trading under $10 right now. It's been so heavily damaged. The 52-week high on the stock was 30. You look at the growth this company has, the revenue growth. You look at, the opportunity in front. Gonna love. We are doing a major update here on the Tattooed Chef. What is going on here? Things like that. I haven't talked about this one in detail in a little while now. And so I thought every month, since it's obviously a really important stock, and one that is, I've definitely, in backing in a huge way and like staking my personal brand behind this stock, I thought, let me start doing a monthly update with this stock, because there's always moving parts here. If you clicked on this, you're obviously interested in Tattooed Chef stock, TTCF, and I appreciate you being here. As always, all I ask in return is that you smash that thumbs up button. That helps us out in the little YouTube algorithm, okay? And maybe other folks that are interested in this stock can go ahead and see a video like this and learn a little bit more about the chef, okay? Now, just so you guys know here, we got a 7-day free trial for the private stock group right now. This is literally the first time I've ever announced this. If you want to grab one of those spots before they're gone, go ahead and check out the pinned comment. I know there's a ton of people that have always been interested in the private stock group but haven't really known, like, what do you get as a little smaller? Like, that's innovation for food companies, okay? The chef is a whole different beast. I mean, you look at how many different products this company has launched over the years. Now, something very important, by the way. Oh my gosh, the Huevos Rancheros Bowl. Holy smokers, that ain't no jokers. Of everything I've tried, that's probably my favorite right now. That thing is absolutely delicious, okay? Something very important to keep in mind here is these products, a lot of times you won't see light speed. Now, there's a massive opportunity here for the Tattoo Chef. If we look at the frozen food category, okay, the frozen food category, $42 billion opportunity just in the United States alone, right? That's Tattooed Chef's opportunity there, $42 billion. Something important over here, the number of consumers who say convenience had a significant impact on their food purchase decision has grown from 49% in 17 to 57% in 2019, which is obviously something that bodes very well for TTCF stock, right? I mean, you want to, that's just like, the more convenience folks are looking for, the more something like Tattoo Chef is going to thrive, right? Because their middle name is convenience. And so the long-term opportunity just in the frozen food category, just in the United States alone, is absolutely so much larger than this company, it's hard to even explain. Never mind the global frozen food market, which is going to be approaching $400 billion within the next year or two, okay? The numbers are gargantuan for this company. I think about some of the companies that are in the forefront. Tattoo Chef comes to mind. Obviously, Beyond Meat comes to mind. Impossible Foods comes to mind. All three of those companies are just in an absolutely phenomenal position. All three of those companies are at different sizes, but they're all in a dang good position to absolutely build food giant corporations here, all right? Now, keep in mind, revenue growth, 52% year over year in the first half of 2021 versus the first half of 2020. 52%. Look at this established brand. This is really like the Tattooed Chef brand, right? In the first half of 21 versus the first half of 2020, 82% year-over-year growth. That is insane. You know, you're not going to be able to find many food or drink companies that are growing anywhere remotely close to these sorts of clips. And keep in mind, you know, Tattoo Chef, I know some individuals out there like to act like their numbers aren't large or something like that. Keep in mind, Tattoo Chef's going to likely do multi 9 figures of revenue this year. Never mind in future years. That's this year. So it's not like these are minuscule numbers. Now, when you're doing multi 9 figures of revenue, you're building out quite a business, all right? Over $100 million in a cash balance, 275,000 square feet of manufacturing now. Their capacity is to quadruple. Really good news, because keep in mind, for Tattoo Chef, they have 2 main battles they have to fight, right? One is to get in stores, and the second is to have their products sell so dang well that they keep getting more and more SKUs in those stores. So all of a sudden, you might start in a new store with 4 SKUs or 6 SKUs or something like that, and over time, you get 8 SKUs, 10 SKUs, 12, 14, 16, 20, 30. Keep in mind, in the frozen food category, if you go down freezer aisles of big-time grocery stores, out here in Vegas, I'm seeing in the Sam's Club stores a lot of Tattoo Chef products in the actual aisles, which if you're in the main aisles in the frozen food section, that usually means you're a keeper, okay? If you're on the end caps, that means they're trying you out. If you're in the middle, that means you're likely a keeper. So this is just some food for thought here. 2021, obviously, they're getting in all these big dogs. Kroger's the biggest of the bigs. I mean, you know, if you're thinking about a grocery, I just, bought some pizzas recently, Tattoo Chef pizzas from the store that I just started seeing. So keep in mind, you're seeing these partnerships, but, you know, the products actually on the store shelves are just barely starting or going to start over the next couple months. So that's just some more food for thought there. In some of the Whole Foods, I still can't even find the product yet. So obviously that changes over time. You announce the partnerships, and then there's like usually several months since launch in March of 2021 for plant-based frozen entrees. So here's Tattoo Chef comes in, and we're like, yeah, we're just going to king all you guys up, okay? We're the kings here. We got the number 1 and the number 2 top items in the plant-based frozen entrees category, and the number 10 as well. If I had to guess, I would guess one of those items was probably the plant-based burrito bowl, because I know that one sells very, very dang well, and I'm not sure what the other one. It's not even really close, and that's what we're seeing with the chef. When you got the number 1 and number 2, and you're just a new dog in there. Think about how many people don't even know Tattoo Chef yet. Imagine how many people are going to know Tattoo Chef in 3 years from now, 5 years from now. You know, this is just some food for thought here, obviously, with a long-term investment that I don't even think hits a lot of folks, heads that are short sellers on the stock are negative, right? This here is arguably just as big of a slide. Velocities 60% plus above nearest top 10 competitors for plant-based frozen entrees. All right? You know, you want to see dollar velocity. Folks would consider the main competitors long-term for Tattoo Chef to be this Sweet Earth company and this Purple Carrot company, okay? And maybe Amy's, but honestly, you know, those two are kind of the main ones. But look at how far above Tattoo Chef is, TTCF, than every single one of their competitors. The dollar velocity is not even remotely close. Not even remotely close between these other companies. And most of these other companies have far more, experience and brand worthiness in past years. But Tattoo Chef's just coming in and just saying, you guys don't know what you're messing with here, okay? The numbers speak for themselves. At some point here, they cannot stay down forever, right? And Tattoo Chef would definitely fall into this category of small caps. Now, keep in mind, Tattoo Chef, as the company gets bigger and bigger, could be included long-term in the S&P 500 and, other indexes as well over time. So that's just some more food for thought there around money that will have to come to Tattoo Chef one way or another over time as far as the stock price goes, right? But when I look at this stock price, I look at this and I'm just seeing a stock that, I'm going to be looking at in a few years from now. It's going to be $40, $50, $70, $80. In long term, I think $100 plus for the stock price overall. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just a floundering stock price right now. Wall Street, this is a super under the radar. just throw something out there, right? And so with Tattoo Chef, people, I think certain individuals just aren't very educated on this stock. They don't really know the fundamental story, what's actually going on here, and they choose to speak on the stock, and you know, those folks just shouldn't speak on it at the end of the day. Like, that's my only thing. It's like, if you don't want to own it, whatever, you know what I mean? But don't come talk trash about this stock when you don't even really know what's going on here. So that's kind of my 2 cents there. I'm obviously a huge believer in the Chef, long-term and short-term, and I can't wait to see what this baby does over the coming years. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, don't forget, free 7-day trial for the private stock group. If you haven't got to check it out yet, it'll be the pinned comment down there. Best of luck with that, with filling out your application, and I can't wait to
I'm going to well over 10x my money in TTCF stock, Tattooed Chef. And I want to get into the numbers behind this and why I believe this is going to be a phenomenal performing stock for me over the next 5 to 10 years, and get behind the numbers and explain in detail why I believe this is going to play out this way. Now, before we even get started, because I know that no matter what, if I talk about, you know, how I think this stock is going to 10x over the coming years, I know I'll always out there. Isn't that amazing? Okay. And so when I look at Tattooed Chef stock, I see a stock that has ridiculous upside over the next 5 to 10 years as long as they execute. Now, do I think can be the next monster stock? I don't know. I'm not going to go out there and say that. Okay. I'm not going to say this stock's ready to 60,000 times my money, or get a 60,000% return, or 100,000% return, or something like that, right? A 10x is 1,000%. Okay. So that is some food for thought. This company, literally it. I appreciate all you guys for being here, and even the Tattooed Chef short sellers, I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you for being here. Okay, so Tattooed Chef, as far as stock price recently, has been trading anywhere between $15 and $28 a share. And needless to say, the stock has been very volatile, right? I mean, we've seen it. I watched the stock all the way down 15, 16, and then next thing you know, it was at $24, like in a snap of fingers. Then it went from 24 right to 18. Like, you know, this has been a very, very volatile stock in the short term. It's a somewhat of a recent public company, right? Public in the past. Most of Wall Street has no clue. If I said Tattooed Chef stock, TTCF, they'd be like, what? It would be a fun experiment. I should just go down Wall Street, or like talk to all the hedge fund managers and be like, you ever heard of TTCF? I guarantee you 80, 90% of them would be like, no, what is that? Okay. Now, the next 5-year opportunity for this company is all around getting into more and more United States food stores, and anywhere that sells food products, like getting in. They have 30, 40, 50, 60 products. So that's where Tattooed Chef's going over time. They'll have a ton of products, and they're already starting to expand. Like, look at what they've done in Target. They entered Target with like 2 items, 4 items. Now they're talking about potentially getting 15, 20 items in Target stores already. Keep in mind, they've been in Target stores for what, a year or two now? It's incredible. Snacks, they've been talking very recently about number, right? It's an incredible accomplishment for Tattooed Chef to have already gotten to this place where they're doing 9 figures now of revenue. But keep in mind, the food industry, if you're a food giant, you're doing 5, 10, sometimes tens of billions of dollars of revenue. That's true scale out there, right? And so right now they don't have scale, so they don't get a lot of the cost synergies. And also keep in mind, they're just getting their relationships with a lot of the retailers. So this is just you can always do sales down the road. You can always come down in price. If Tattooed Chef ever wants to do some crazy volume, instead of selling for $4.99, they could do a deal with, I don't know, Kroger or whatever, and do 3 for $10 or something like that. You can always discount your brand. You can always do deals if you want. You can always do a big sale and push up crazy volumes, but the way this company's done it has been absolutely genius. Now, in terms of the stock price, let's talk about as of right now, I can say the Tattooed Chef management team has shown me nothing but being relentless. But what about in 7 years from now? Are they still relentless? And so that's going to be another big question that will dictate whether this company grows into a $20 billion, $40 billion, $60 billion, $80 billion type company, or if they just stagnate at that point, okay? So regardless, I look at the stock and I see a 10x opportunity in front of it for myself over the coming years.
You gotta be flipping my flapjacks. Today we're talking about the Chef, Tattooed Chef TTCF stock. And short sellers, consider yourself warned. There's a lot of stuff that is about to happen that I want to explain to folks out there in relation to Tattooed Chef stock, okay? Some things that are going on very short term here that is very, very important, and some factors to look at if you're thinking about as from a long-term perspective and why shorts are going to find themselves in a whole lot of trouble in relation to this stock. So, yeah, it's a Tattooed Chef dedicated video here today. Hope you guys enjoy this. As always, all I ask in return is that you smash that like button. That's literally it. And even for the Tattooed Chef short sellers, listen, you guys aren't going to make any money on the stock over the next 5 years. So you might as well just smash a like because it's going to make you feel good. We have a free 7-day trial going on right now for get a comment like, oh, you only talk about Tattooed Chef on the channel. No, like none of these videos had anything to do with Tattooed Chef. It's just, I think some folks just watch my TTCF videos, or what it could be Tattooed Chef short sellers. And the last thing a short seller wants is any attention being brought to a stock that they're short. That's usually a bad thing. So, first thing we got to understand is most people don't understand growth companies. And this includes Wall Street, by the way. I'm not just saying like retail investors. I'm saying even Wall Street. Most of those folks don't understand growth companies. And even more so, they don't understand how to value growth on them. Doesn't mean they have no demand, and it doesn't mean their margins are getting destroyed. Something with Tattooed Chef. Be prepared for this, longs, okay? If TTCF does any sales, if they ever lower price, anything like that, guess what the shorts are going to go to the mountaintops and say? They're going to say, there's no demand for Tattooed Chef, and there's no margin for Tattooed Chef. When all along, Sam Galletti and the Tattooed Chef management team will just likely be taking market share, right? They're likely going to go after market share if they ever do things like this. And keep in mind, I would almost guarantee you that company right now and over the next several years as this company scales bigger and bigger, they're going to be able to bring down the cost of making each product, right? And that cost will come down. The products will get more profitable. And if interesting, because those same short sellers will tell you right now Tattooed Chef's product is too expensive and no one can afford the product, right? And so it's just funny, like the short sellers are going to shout whatever they want to shout, right? They're going to try to make the stock look as bad as possible because they need that stock to go down short term, or they're going to get absolutely wrecked on these stocks. They want to try to erode the shareholder base of these stocks. They want it to try, and they this downward spiral, and they're trying to do it with Tattooed Chef. I watched them try to do it with Tesla, and obviously the Tesla longs ended up winning that game. And I've watched them do it with a lot of other stocks, and sometimes they're very, very successful. And you got to understand, in a lot of these stocks, especially if it has a big retail crowd, some of those folks are easy to get out of some of these stocks, right? And if they see, oh, you know, the short sellers continuing to just say this stuff, I thought about that for a moment, and I thought about, obviously, the Chef stock, right? When it comes to Chef stock, there's a lot of folks, including myself, that believe this stock is going to 10x or more over the coming years. And when you have that sort of stock and when you have that sort of opportunity, you got to understand those folks are going to be holding the stock, and they're going to be relentlessly buying the stock. Regardless if it's at $30, $40, we're going to be relentless buyers of the stock, okay? Let's say Tattooed Chef tomorrow, likely not going to happen, but let's say it happens. Tattooed Chef tomorrow goes down 20%. The shorts are going to be celebrating, claiming victory, claiming they're geniuses, right? They're like, oh my gosh, see, I told you that stock was a piece of junk. Meanwhile, somebody like myself and a ton of other longs, we're going to be like, okay, that's a 20% discount on Tattooed Chef. Buy. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to be like, oh gosh, let's see, buy. Because here's the thing, right? If you believe Tattooed Chef, let's say, is going to $200 a share over the next 7 years because you believe they're going to get to a certain net income and they'll be able to command a certain PE and a certain price to sales ratio and those sorts of things, right? Let's say the stock goes to $30 and you believe it's going to $200, right? Because of the long-term opportunity. And when it comes to the Tattooed Chef, it is all about the long-term opportunity. No one from the long side cares, really, in any major way, what the next quarterly numbers are for Tattooed Chef. We're all going to look at them. We're all going to hope it's, 45% or 55% or 65%. Like, we'd all like the best growth possible, right? We'd all love that. But at the end of the day, all of us longs aren't making our buy or sell decisions based upon whether they slightly beat numbers, slightly miss numbers, or they massively beat numbers or something like that. We're making our decisions based upon the long-term bullish thesis in Tattooed Chef. And that's another thing that the short sellers messed up on Tesla, is they thought everybody was going to get caught up into the short-term numbers for Tesla. And oh, they didn't hit this margin. Oh, they took this loss and things like that. When the longs with Tesla, like we don't care. We're in this for the long term. We're in this for, you know, the fact that Tesla can make 5 million, 10 million cars a year and in the future, right? Right, and all the crazy opportunities for Tesla. And when it comes to Tattooed Chef, I'm in the stock, very simply put, because I believe it's going to become a food giant. And food giants are valued anywhere between $10 billion and $300 billion. And that's where I think Tattooed Chef's going over the next 5 to 7 years. And so that's why I continue to hold this stock in the simplest way possible. Now, something else very important that the shorts, consider yourself warned, okay? This is about to hit. So, Tattooed Chef, guess what? Tattooed Chef went public via a SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Company deal between the Forum, Merger 2, and Intel International on October 20th, and began publicly trading on the NASDAQ in November 2020. Why is that very, very important there? Well, we're in October of 2021 right now, which means we are about to come up on the 1-year mark of Tattooed Chef being a public company. Why this is so dang key is essentially a ton of investors, and including myself sometimes, unless it's a very special situation, a ton of investors don't even consider a stock until they've been public at least 1 full year. And Tattooed Chef is about to hit that magical 1-year mark. And like I said, even myself, usually I won't even consider a company if it's gone public in basically less than 12 months, unless it's a very, very special situation. I remember when after Facebook went public, 4 months after, the stock had basically been cut in half, and I took advantage of that opportunity. I saw that stock, and I'm like, okay, there's something there. In course, was a company I got in and been public for less than a year, and obviously Tattooed Chef here. So I don't do it very often, but every once in a while, there's an opportunity too good that I just can't ignore it. And keep in mind the amount of hedge funds and the amount of investors in general that are going to start checking this stock out now that it's been a year since going public, right? That starts in November. You just think about it from this context, right? Imagine 10 hedge funds looking at Tattooed Chef. Okay? Now, one last point I want to make here in regards to Tattooed Chef. This is very, very important. And what I have found specifically with TTCF stock, Tattooed Chef, is this stock is insanely divisive. People don't really just go down the middle. I have found a lot of folks want to root against this company. They want to hate on this company. They want to short sell it. I read through the comments. I read through forums. I read through message boards. I love seeing the general gist around a stock. And then the amount of people believe that this is a 10x stock is an immense amount. The fact is that Tattooed Chef is the most divisive stock I have personally been part of since Tesla. That is a fact. There's been no stock I've been a part of that when I speak out about it, there's people waiting to tear it down. There's people waiting to build it up. There are people waiting to hate on it. There are people waiting to love on it, right? That is the bottom line when it comes to Tattooed Chef. In those divisive stocks, okay, you know what it ends up bringing? It brings attention. It brings drama. It brings people talking about it. That's a divisive stock. And the last thing short sellers want in a stock is a divisive stock. And the reason being is essentially it brings a ton of attention, and the more and more attention a stock gets, the more and more folks look at it, and the more and more attention a stock like Tattooed Chef gets, the more and more those folks look into it. The more and more divisive it gets, the more and more attention it gets, and it starts to become like a fulfilling prophecy. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, don't forget to smash that like button before you leave. If you want to take advantage of that free 7-day trial, we got a few spots left over the next week or so. Check out the pinned comment down there. Much love as always, guys. We're going to compare these two big dogs. I'm going to put them against each other. Tattooed Chef, Corsair Game. And yeah, I had no clue what to title this video here today. And I figured only my very, very loyal audience, you guys would be interested in this video here today. So I'm glad you found this gem. And we're gonna look in depth at both of these companies. We're going to look at a lot of numbers. We're going to compare and contrast. I'm going to give you my perspective on kind of how I view these stocks and things like that. So I hope you guys enjoy this out if you have any stock market related questions for me. Alrighty guys, so Tattooed Chef, Corsair Gaming. as far as the companies go, right, one's obviously a food company, Tattooed Chef. The other, Corsair, is much more complicated, I would call it, because this is a company that sells gaming equipment, but a lot of folks end up using Corsair products who aren't even gaming, that just maybe might be much more casual users. Some folks maybe don't even game that much, but they still love to use the keyboards. It's quite interesting. Now they're getting into the monitor game as brands. It's absolutely incredible, okay? Versus Tattooed Chef, which basically just makes all food related products. Now, when it comes to Tattooed Chef, they're getting into different product categories, right? It's more than just one-off meals. They're getting into family style meals, pizzas, different items like that, and they should be launching snack related products within the next, I would say, 3 to 6 months as well when it comes to this. So Tattooed Chef over time will build into a lot more product lines, but for right now, Corsair is just a much bigger business and much more diversified business than something like a Tattooed Chef right now. And Corsair has all the relationships with everybody you could pretty much ever want. I don't care if you're talking Best Buy, Amazon, Target, just about anybody out there. Tattooed Chef has just started this past year or two to make those relationships with everybody that's important in their particular space. So companies are at different scales. Corsair Gaming's $2.4 billion market cap on this company, which is, not incredibly big when it comes to stocks, right? In stock market related companies. Forward P on the stock is 15, not high at all, especially in this type of market. Price to sales ratio. This looks like the greatest buy ever, and Tattooed Chef looks like you couldn't even consider the stock, right? Tattooed Chef trades at a $1.5 billion market cap here today. It has no forward P on it because a lot of analysts expect them to lose money next year. Now, me personally, I also expect them to either take a very, very small loss or make a very, very small profit. But needless to say, when it comes to TTCF, I do not see them taking any massive loss next year, and I also don't see them making any massive profit next year. It's going to be, if you're talking about a hyper-growth company like Tattooed Chef, but trailing 12-month price-to-sales ratio is over 8 for Tattooed Chef, once again, versus 1.2. So if this was all we had to go off of, right, Corsair Gaming looks like a slam dunk, and it looks like I should be putting the majority of my money actually in what? Corsair Gaming, not Tattooed Chef. Now, when it comes to me, obviously, I've been putting the majority of my money in Tattooed Chef rather than Corsair Gaming. But based upon this slide right here, I mean, it looks like it should be inverse, right? And by the way, no pain, no gain. That's just the way it is. I've found time and time again, a lot of my best stock gainers I've ever had, a lot of them I just went down on. As of Tattooed Chef right now, down about 3.5%. As of Corsair Gaming, down about 15% on that stock. So no pain with slight growth. And one of these is a crazy hyper growth company. Look at the chef. Tattooed Chef, TTCF stock. Look at this. Over 80% revenue growth for this company expected in the December quarter. Over 60% revenue growth expected for this company in 2021. Next year, the company is expected to have 35% revenue growth. And don't be surprised at all if they blow that number out of the water, okay? Do not be surprised at all. I mean, keep in mind, they're doing a lot of deals. Now we just flipped, right? Now this looks like Tattooed Chef is the greatest deal ever, and this is the most exciting stock to buy. And this is why you can't just compare companies on, let's call it trailing 12-month PEs, forward Ps, price to sales ratios. If it was that easy, I could tell you everybody in the world could be a stock market investor and a highly successful one. Because it would just be so simple, right? It'd just be like, I just look at this metric, and if it's this number, boom, I buy it. Talking about hyper growth companies like a Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef, as far as growth, all day over Corsair Gaming, and it's not even remotely close. Now, both these companies have tremendous opportunities in front of themselves. When it comes to Corsair Gaming, remember, this is not just a gaming-related company, but it's also a streaming company. And as far as just the video game market size, I mean, it's going to grow exponentially over the next several years, and I don't have a streaming. So Corsair has massive TAM they're going after here. As far as Tattooed Chef, they have a lot bigger TAM long term, right? The gaming market is still a growth market, but it's let's call it it's older days than the plant-based food market. Most folks never even considered plant-based foods before 2 years ago, essentially, and now plant-based foods is just on this crazy trajectory upward, where essentially the total global plant-based retail market size is expected to be around 160. So if you look at it from this standpoint, Tattooed Chef is growing into a market that is just going to go off the charts, whereas Corsair Gaming is growing into a growing market, but that market is just it's older days, right? It's older days than something like plant-based foods. And so when I look at this, I say Tattooed Chef, in my opinion, has a much, much larger TAM to capture over the next 5 to 10 years. And keep in mind, they're in a great position to capture that TAM as well. But needless to say, Corsair's still exciting. There's still a TAM to be had there. Now, when it comes to like how do customers like these products, from what I see, both are loved, right? Tattooed Chef, look at this. 3 of the top 10 items, including the number 1 and number 2 since launch in March of 2021 for frozen plant-based entrees, right? Number 1, number 2, they got it over Stouffer's, over Amy's, over Healthy Choice, and over these other brands. That's tremendous. You don't do something like that unless consumers are really liking your product, right? You don't do that. And when it comes to Tattooed Chef, they move crazy volumes. And remember, Tattooed Chef brand has started in Costco and Sam's Club. And I can tell you, in Costco and Sam's Club, the only way you're in those sorts of stores is if you're moving ridiculous volume. Like, if you're educated on what it means to be in a Costco or Sam's Club, those are all about moving ridiculous volume. As far as a grocery store, you would think like it would be harder to get in grocery, Costco or a Sam's Club, something like that. And so when it comes to Tattooed Chef, people love the product. The product sells incredibly well, and that's just fact-based at the end of the day. When it comes to Corsair Gaming, fact-based. People love Corsair Gaming's products. When you look at everything they sell, from mouses to headsets, to keyboards, just about everything that the company possibly sells. All the products pretty much get 4 stars, 4.5 stars on Amazon. Some even get closer to 24 months ago, right? So this is a new brand. So when it comes to this, I would give Corsair the nod here, just for the mere fact that they have a lot more years experience of people loving their products versus Tattooed Chef, still kind of the new kid on the block, let's put it that way, all right? Now, let's talk about 3 very important things. These are not, you can't look at numbers and compare these when it comes to these 3 companies. I want to talk about innovation. I want to talk about the management teams. I want to talk about the shareholder base. Very important, okay? Innovation. Which company innovates at a higher scale or space I've ever seen, okay? The only reason I give it to Tattooed Chef is because Tattooed Chef competes in a product category, which is a food space, which there's almost no innovation, right? There's little to no innovation in food items. So you should never even expect much innovation. And yet Tattooed Chef's launched 50 SKUs plus just this year alone. And those will show up in stores. They're already starting to show up in stores, but those will show up in stores over the next, let's say, 6 to 18 months, right? And so they're innovating at a rapid pace. Corsair Gaming is launching product after product after product, and people are loving it. However, and so for that reason, I would give the nod to Tattooed Chef. One other thing that I would love to see from Corsair Gaming, CRSR stock over time, is I would love to see them get more into software-related things and not just be seen as a hardware company. Because right now, if you think about Corsair, you're thinking about, I'm going to go buy a new keyboard. I'm going to go buy a new mouse. I'm going to go buy a monitor. I'm going to go buy a whole new computer in general. You're thinking about Corsair from that year to Corsair. Not that I'm disappointed in the Tattooed Chef management team at all. As a matter of fact, I'm incredibly impressed with them. Incredibly impressed. They got the pedal to the metal. They're doing a great job. Sam Galletti, Sarah Galletti, Stephanie, all those folks over there. I'm incredibly proud. I would just give the nod to the Corsair management team, just because they have more experience. Not really experience as a public company, because both these companies went public basically. However, on the flip side, we go over to Tattooed Chef, and this is a stock that does not have to deal with that sort of situation where there's somebody that controls 50% plus of the shares in relation to some fund or something that could potentially sell out. So I really like that. Also, I don't see a lot of people playing Tattooed Chef from a short-term perspective at all. I read through comments, I read through message boards. I don't see a lot of people thinking, oh, I'm in Tattooed Chef for the next month. Everybody that I see in this stock is in this stock for years to go in the future. Years to go in the future. They're not interested in selling if the stock goes to $20, $25. They don't care. They're in this for the next 5, 7, 10 years. And I'm seeing a lot more of that shareholder base emerge in Tattooed Chef, where it's people like me that are. And so the shareholder base, I would have to give that nod to Tattooed Chef. I just like the shareholder base, and I trust the shareholder base of Tattooed Chef a whole lot more than I trust the shareholder base of Corsair, because of a lot of folks playing it from a short-term perspective who might just be in it for the breadcrumbs, right? And just trying to get some breadcrumbs and not going after the loaf of bread. And then, like I said, that big fund holding so many dang shares. Ugh, I mean, that's just, it's a very frustrating situation overall, okay? But at the now we're going to be laughing and be like, remember when Tattooed Chef was $18 and then it's like $60 and $80, right? And Corsair Gaming are like, remember when we could have bought it for $26 and then it's going to be like $50, $70, things like that. I think that's what we're going to have happen. That's why I'm putting my money where my mouth is and investing heavily in these stocks. Hope you guys enjoyed a video like this where we compared these two. Like that. I've done one of these videos in the past for Tattooed Chef, which is one of my big buys. I've been buying for the last several months. Corsair Gaming, same exact thing. I've been buying the stock as it's dipped. And I want to share my perspective on when I'm planning on selling this, because a lot of people say, hey, you talk a lot about, buying a stock and buying the dip and things like that. But what about selling? Like, when's the right time to sell? And I might be in the future as well, by the way. And I'm an investor in Tattooed Chef. I mean, I can tell you, I could see Tattooed Chef and Beyond Meat, their biggest market in a decade from now being China. And probably by a lot. It won't even likely be close. And so it's very interesting that the Very Good Food Company already wants to go over to China. Now, why did this not make the stock go up a bunch today? Well, remember, they just got listed on the NASDAQ. There's a bunch to the bottom of the floor. That's all I can say about that. Tattooed Chef was down over 15,000. Not a big percentage down for Tattooed Chef. It's just a large position. And so those are obviously these are all positions that are in my big dog account essentially, okay? Now, with Corsair Gaming, a lot of shorts are obviously very, very happy and laughing at us in this scenario, right? How dumb us longs are, people like myself, right? And so far, we don't look too smart. Down almost 20%, down 116,000. But my thing with Corsair explaining to do Tattooed Chef, this is similar to Corsair Gaming. I don't know what the shorts think they're going to gain here. I mean, short terms, Tattooed Chef's bounced anywhere from about 15 and some change, right around $16 a share, up to 24. Tattooed Chef's a super strong growth company. That's not ending anytime soon. The management team at Tattooed Chef, I've continued to be unbelievably impressed by the team that's leading that company. They have their heads on straight. They've done a phenomenal job of staying focused, not getting too unfocused what they're doing, innovating, pushing things to the limits with that company. The shorts, if they think they're going to win, is scraps. In regards to Corsair Gaming at 24 and in regards to Tattooed Chef at 17, if you're shorting those stocks, you're hoping for scraps and hopefully push Tattooed Chef down to 15 and hopefully push, Corsair down to 22 or something like that. Like, you're hoping for some scrap stuff because, those stocks are coiled springs. Corsair Gaming, how much more bad news can it get? Like, it's had all the bad news it could possibly get this year in 2021. And in 2022, all it's going to start taking is very small amounts of good. Well, this one could have been a little predictable. The Chef, some Tattooed Chef. It's at $17.47 today. I said I had to buy some here today. When it comes to Chef, I mean, this is just, I know we like to make jokes about it goes from basically 24 to 16, from 16 to 24 and things like that. And it's kind of what it does. And right now it's on its downdraft down to 16. And, it's fun to make jokes and things like that. But I'll tell you what's not a joke. This company's great. And so that's some food for thought there, no pun intended, that, Tattooed Chef, they're really just seeing the initial numbers hit when it comes to these deals with these retailers. And then more and more is coming. And guess what we've seen? Look what's happened with Target. Where in Target, Tattooed Chef landed with 2-4 products, right? Now they expanded into 6-8 products, 10 products, 12 products. There's talk that they could be 20-plus products by the end of this year, meaning 2021, right? And so that's coming as well. The revenue growth, the growth of this company overall, the execution, it's not a joke. That's just bottom line. The stock price is a bit of a joke because it downtrends to 16. And they basically had that revenue growth on top. So Tattooed Chef is a multi-year growth engine that I'm super excited about. Alrighty, guys, next stock up here that I just bought, Voyager Digital. So this stock's been in a vicious downtrend. I picked up shares today for $9.33 a share. When it comes to Voyager Digital, ticker symbol VYGVF, this is a crypto brokerage. And just 5 days ago, they got some huge news. Voyager Digital secures final approval to
Street money's going to flow, right? And so if I look at Tattooed Chef, if I look at Corsair Gaming, which are my two main stocks I've been buying here in 2021, and two stocks that I think are going to do tremendous from 2022 to 2027 and are going to go on some crazy runs along the way. If I think about those two stocks, those are two stocks I look at, and Wall Street's coming to those stocks no matter what, in my personal opinion. As long as the company's planning to build out into a big position, I said, let me just see like Tattooed Chef. Let me see TTCF products. And so I'm walking the aisles, and there's a plant-based cheese pizza from Tattooed Chef now in the pizza shelves. There's a plant-based pepperoni pizza now from Tattooed Chef in the pizza area. I'm over here. There's sea bowls there. There's a cold fire door just for Tattooed Chef now. And there's even this sticker that Target puts on it just to help them out even more. Meet your new favorite plant-based meal. Products are planet grown and manufactured by Tattooed Chef. Italian ingredients, LA style. I go over here. There's this product, more SKUs, more SKUs, more SKUs. And I'm just in the real world. I leave the internet community and I'm in the real world, and I'm like, things couldn't be better. At this time last year, Tattooed Chef might have had 2 SKUs or 4 SKUs in Target, right? Now, let me ask folks out there. Do we think we know, does Target know what they're doing? Well, considering they're arguably the hottest retail stock in all of the stock market, and considering the company's had the best execution of any, they have to be in a situation. They're not there to do Tattooed Chef any favors. They're not there to do anybody favors. They're there to move product. And for Target to now have gone from 2 or 4 SKUs at this point last year to now, right now, they have, how many SKUs was that, guys? 20 SKUs? Maybe more than 20 SKUs in that Target store? How did things get to that place? Underlying massive execution. Target doesn't do anybody any favors. Bottom line, if Tattooed Chef isn't moving crazy volumes, Target's not going to keep accepting more and more and more Tattooed Chef products, right? And so I'm looking out there and I'm seeing this in the real world, and I'm like, and I think a lot of these stocks I'm getting into, including Tattooed Chef, which is my biggest one I've been buying, right? And have continued to buy, including today. That's, in my opinion, going to be a $60, $80, $100 plus stock in the coming years. And I think it will be conventional wisdom that, I think everybody will think like that stock was going to be a big thing. Or I look at a lot of these stocks, including Tattooed Chef, and I think they're going to be huge winners for me over the coming years. I just have to weather this storm, however much longer it lasts, which I don't know, whether that's another few weeks or another few months. I don't know. All I know is I just have to weather the storm of the negativity and the laughing at me and saying I fell off and I don't know how to do this anymore. And
gotten pushed. So for me, it's just a hold right now. Tesla, Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef here, $222,000 in Tattooed Chef. The stock, it basically hasn't done anything for us thus far, and that's perfectly fine and dandy. I'm always willing to hold a stock for at least a year for it to not do anything, right? Tesla, that stock, I held that stock for about a year, and it didn't do anything. It downtrended, it didn't do anything, and then obviously we see how that turned out. I'm not predicting that Tattooed Chef's going to ever get me an 1,800% return, but I think there's going to be crazy returns coming over the next 5 years for Tattooed Chef. I talk about this stock all the time now. It's basically taken the place of that Tesla stock used to be in, where I would talk about it all the time, right? And just insanely bullish on the long-term trajectory of that company. Some people don't see it. That's perfectly fine. I respect that. But at the end of the day, this stock will be a massive gainer in future years for us. And as of right now, I got food play. And by the way, just real quick in regards to Tattooed Chef, plant-based food, that's, a big thing that I think is going to be huge in the United States for a long time to come. I think we really started to kind of work through diets over the past 10 years and trying to figure out like where we're going in this thing. If you ever heard me speak about this before, basically from kind of like the 50s and 60s all the way through about 2010 or so, fast food and unhealthy food, right? And I think Tattooed Chef's just one player in the space that is going to be a total transformation of food, and hopefully get our health crisis in this country to a better level. Let's just put it that way. Corsair Gaming, complete opposite. This probably leads to worse health. No, just kidding. But when it comes to Corsair Gaming company, streaming company, obviously those industries that are huge and likely just going to have the type of returns long term that I think Tattooed Chef's going to have. Not my personal opinion. But is Corsair going to be a nice money maker? A double up, if not more than a double up type stock over the coming years? Abso-dang-lutely. Do I feel like I'm not taking a huge risk in Corsair Gaming because its valuation's already gotten pushed down so far? Absolutely. I definitely don't feel like I'm taking some crazy big risk. So when it comes to Corsair Gaming, it's kind of like Tattooed Chef in the respect that I can definitely add some more shares, but it's not like I'm going to build that position a ton larger. Revolve, RVLV, unbelievable gains for us in this one, 524%. When it comes to Revolve stock, e-commerce play in the apparel industry. And if you think about the one segment Amazon's had some trouble in when it comes to e-commerce, is really the apparel segment, and Revolve's just knocking out of the ballpark. Fact that I feel like I could use that money into something like adding more Tattooed Chef shares or Corsair, for some stocks I like maybe a little bit better for the long term. However, I don't really want to part with this one. I like the diversity it adds to the portfolio. Being a cloud player, e-signing documents, I'm not really that interested in selling Dropbox. So right now I'm just a holder. Upwork, 337% gain. When I looked at this one, I said, this is a company that's it's more exciting than the planet, other than maybe Tattooed Chef, but honestly, the planet's probably even more of an exciting story. When you think about the TAM for this market long term, it's ridiculous, right? Just a ridiculous TAM that's already built into the market. And when you think about all the stuff going to legal market over the next 10, 20 years, federal legalization coming, it's going to be a massive boom for the planet and the owned brands that Planet has. It's like the retail opportunities going out in the real world. Now, something very important, Tattooed Chef also announced they're going to report earnings basically in about 2 weeks from now or so, or just over 2 weeks from now. And that's going to be a big earnings day. Now, as far as my opinion, will they beat, will they miss earnings? I have no clue. The company's too early days and the growth rates are too high for me to be able to confidently say they're going to beat earnings, they're going to miss earnings, something like that. Is most of these grocery stores just started getting in Tattooed Chef products very, very recently, all right? Very, very recently. And so the Tattooed Chef's coming into a lot of these stores with like 4 SKUs. Now imagine how many SKUs Tattooed Chef's going to have a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. One of the things that excites me about Tattooed Chef is they have an amazing brand, and I truly think we need a massive change just in the United States alone with our diets, right? We know we have a health crisis on our hands in the United States of America. We know the obesity rates in this country are off the charts. We know how many people die because of basically just bad diets, and we need a lot better diets. And I think Tattooed Chef is just a small player in a much bigger game over the next 50 years. I'm hoping to see that changes, fundamentally changes America's diet, because let's be quite honest, over the last 50 years we went the wrong way. From basically the 1950s through 2000, it was fast food. It was the biggest thing possible, right? Biggie size me, give me the biggest size. That was the name of the game. Problems now that we're trying to dig out of, and I think Tattooed Chef's just a small player in helping us get out of this mess we've essentially created from 1950 to 2000. And I think over the past 10-20 years we're trying to slowly climb out, and we got a lot more work to do. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so Morton Grove, Illinois. This is important here because this is actually at a Target store. Now look at that. They only got a few SKUs at this particular Target store. So you might think, a Tattooed Chef is like huge in all the Targets around the United States. Wrong, not correct, not yet. And so imagine, in my opinion, in all the targets all over the United States over the next 6 months, Tattoo Chef is going to grow to 10, 20, if not more than 20 SKUs in all the Target stores over the next 6 months or so. And right now, in a lot of these Target stores, they only have 4 SKUs, maybe 8 SKUs in a lot of these. And just keep in mind how many more SKUs are going to get over time in a lot of these stores. Now, this was a picture taken a few days ago from one of our members. Hector, thanks for this photo here. Tattooed Chef. So Walmart, this is kind of the thing you want to think about. Like, do you want to do business with Walmart? Because here's the thing. Walmart's a huge customer, no doubt. And I can imagine a day when Tattooed Chef has 20, 30, 40 SKUs in a Walmart, right? But the bad thing is, when you're trying to build a brand, you're trying to build Tattooed Chef as like a premium brand, right? Well, what's Walmart famous for doing? Undercutting everybody, undercutting every single retailer out there so they can try to be known as the cheapest, right? And so, Walmart sells these for $2.77 when most of these other stores are selling them for either $3.99 or $4.99. So that's kind of an issue when you're trying to build a brand. And so that's why I think with Walmart, it could be a little bit of a longer term play with Tattooed Chef. I'm not sure how much they want to sell into Walmart in these early days when they're still trying to build their brand stronger and stronger, right? But there's no doubt, like long term, Walmart's going to be a crazy big customer. The Sam's Club division of Walmart is already a crazy big customer for Tattooed Chef, right? So here's a Heb store from one of our members here. Just a few SKUs, and this one here says Tattooed Chef Cauliflower Pizza Bowl, which is a very popular item, will temporarily be out of stock. So essentially, when you look at these grocery stores and you see 4 SKUs, just imagine where these SKUs are going over time, right? And you notice Tattooed Chef is right in line with a lot of their competitors, which is very, very important. You can't just survive on the taste of your product or the brand name and things like that. It is important to somewhat be in line with your competitors, so then you can hopefully beat them on price as well. Now, one of probably my favorite Discord name in the private stock group, Get Rich or Die Trying. Look at this door here. This is like just domination of Tattooed Chef, right? You look at this. They got the cauliflower pizza bowls there. You have the huevos rancheros bowls there. You have the cheeseburger bowls there. And then you have the riced cauliflower pad thai there. I mean, that's just domination in a Sam's Club. And remember this. No one ever heard of Tattooed Chef 2 years ago. Like, look at how far this company has come this fast. And doing that for a reason. They're not there to do Tattooed Chef any dang favors. I can promise you that. They're there to move product, and Tattooed Chef moves product. Okay, TTCF. Look at this, another 2 items here: cauliflower crust cheese pizzas, the cauliflower mac and cheese, and then you got the Aussie bowls here. So we saw 5 SKUs before, and then another 3. That's 8 SKUs in a Sam's Club in Kingston, New York. That's crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. Think about that for a moment. This is a company no one ever heard of 2 years ago, and now the start. Imagine how many different plant-based pizzas Tattooed Chef is gonna have in 2 years from now, 3 years from now. They just get in these first 2 items. They're gonna have, I can see them having 6, 8, if not 10 different pizzas over time just in a Target store, right? And they're just getting in the door with 2 to start here. So remember this: 2 SKUs right there to start. Okay. Now, right here, 2 more SKUs about the snack opportunity, all those crazy opportunities in front of Tattooed Chef over the next 5+ years. We're not even talking about international. We're just talking about the SKU expansion. And this is something I don't think a lot of folks, and so if you're wondering, how's this company going to get to $1 billion run rate with revenue or a multi-billion dollars? It's by going from you have no SKUs in a store to then you have 4 to 8 SKUs, then you have 12 SKUs, then you have 20 items, all this product, unless you move volume. And when it comes to the chef, they move volume. This is the best thing I could ever possibly see in regards to this company. Now, Hakuna Matata, let's put this one up. Now, this is an item. I think they found this at their local Sam's Club. I think this product could sell really darn good. I haven't even tried it yet, but it looks delicious. The plant-based maple sausage and sweet potato bowl. So they said that at their Target store, basically Tattooed Chef's up to 13 SKUs total. Remember, we looked at the Arizona one. What was that, 20-something SKUs? There are 13 here. Remember, some Targets are still at 8 SKUs or 10 SKUs. And remember, Tattooed Chef at this time last year might have had 2 SKUs in a lot of these Target stores. To more and more and more retailers by the day, them getting more and more relevant everywhere you want to be relevant in, including the hottest retailer in the world, which is Target, and just getting SKU expansion like crazy. These numbers are going to hit over the next several quarters. And imagine, these grocery stores that are just starting to get Tattooed Chef in their stores, imagine how many SKUs this company is going to be at in 12, 18, 24, 36 months when it comes to, this is why Tattooed Chef bought another company to basically make more product, right? And by the way, that acquisition by Sam Galletti was genius. They got 300 employees. They got beautiful factories and everything in place, and they got it for a dime on the dollar because basically that company was kind of like, they just kind of made, I don't want to call it generic products, but they didn't make branded products. And now they're just going to switch all that production to Tattooed Chef. Ingenious, okay? And so what I see here with the chef is just nothing but great execution, and a company that is just the fundamentals underlying in the business get better and better as time ticks on. And as the stock doesn't do anything, everything else just gets better and better, which is just going to make the gains bigger and bigger long term. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, once again, if you want to check out my private stock group, the private Discord, I want to share my opinion on what this means for Tattooed Chef, if it means anything, okay? So in regards to Beyond Meat and Tattooed Chef, they're both plant-based food companies at the end of the day, right? They compete very differently. Their products are very different. Their brands are very different. The relationships they have with customers, retailers, and the way they operate their business models, very different, and different management teams, obviously, but they compete in the same space, and so a lot of folks are wondering, is this something that's going to crash Tattooed Chef when they report in about 2 weeks? And so that's exactly what we're going to talk about in this video. Hope you guys enjoy this as always. All I ask in return is that you smash that like button. That's it, guys. By the way, just so you know, also, we have a free 7-day trial going on for the private stock group right now. If you want to check that out, check out pinned comment to get inside the private Discord chat. When I go into a lot of stores now, I'm seeing far more Tattooed Chef items, far more Tattooed Chef SKUs already than Beyond Meat. Those are just two companies that are innovating at totally different scales. And so that's very interesting that this company is supposed to be the best innovator in the space, and they're just getting passed up by some other companies. And you see it in the results. It's not even like this is an opinion-based thing. You see it in the results. Go walk stores, go look at how many SKUs they have versus some. A lot of folks are wondering, oh boy, Tattooed Chef earnings are coming up. Am I worried about what Tattooed Chef could report for numbers? I am 0% worried. That does not mean Tattooed Chef can't go down, stock could go down for whatever reason, right? I am 0% worried about the actual fundamentals underlying at Tattooed Chef. All I see at Tattooed Chef is innovation that's off the charts. The amount of new SKUs they're getting out there is ridiculous. The amount of new stores they're getting into is ridiculous. The amount of distribution they're getting into those stores and getting more and more SKUs is ridiculous. Like I go into a Target in Arizona, which back in December, Tattooed Chef had between 2 and 4 SKUs at that Target. And just now, here we are 9-10 months later, Tattooed Chef has 24 SKUs in the store, okay? Like it's absolutely extraordinary. So as far as me, with my worries around Tattooed Chef, not at all. And the other big thing when it comes to Tattooed Chef is Tattooed Chef stock trades at a price to sales ratio of somewhere around 7 to 8. The growth rates are off the charts for Tattooed Chef. Like it's hard to even find growth at Beyond Meat. Tattooed Chef's growth is through the roof and is expected to be so for as many years as you can possibly see, 5-10 years out, right? Never mind the scale that this company's innovating. I mean, look at their frozen food opportunity that's in front of themselves, and they're already talking about getting into snacks, healthy different items, right? And that are not even on the. But in terms of my worries around the fundamentals of Tattooed Chef, I'm 0% worried about this company. And if there's any weakness in the stock price, I'll gladly pick up shares. Beyond Meat, if there's a bunch more weakness and that stock hits 70 or 60, maybe I'm interested in buying it. This stock, Tattooed Chef, I bought some shares here today. If the stock fell in any meaningful way, I'll buy a ton more shares of this company. I'm 0% worried about the underlying fundamentals. Beyond Meat has true problems with their underlying fundamentals of the company. It's clear in the numbers, and it's clear in the results, and it's clear in the lack of innovation there. So My biggest buy of the bunch, I think, was this one actually here. Tattoo Chef picked up about $3,500. Now, Tattoo Chef's reporting earnings in a couple weeks. Let's talk about that. First, I want to mention this, okay? In regards to my bullishness around the plant-based food sector, this is something I feel pretty strongly about. In regards to not just thinking I'm going to make a lot of money on a stock like Tattoo Chef, but I think we've got a massive change that needs to happen in the United States of America for a big problem that no one talks about. People talk about global warming, people talk about, fossil fuels, people talk about gender issues and race issues, and we talk about all these different things that we need to get fixed in this country, right? But like 30 or 40 years, it's disgusting. So anyways, Tattoo Chef, I think, is just a small player in that. That's one of the reasons I'm really excited about this stock over the coming years, because I think it's going to be one of the biggest players and one of the biggest changes we've seen to diets in modern history. And I hope it's a change for the better. In regards to stock, let's talk money for a moment, okay? So in regards to Tattoo Chef, obviously this is one I could wait on, right? I didn't have to buy it. But here's the thing. Every single time the stock starts hitting $16, $17, it starts getting bought up real quick and it goes on a spike. You look back to May, $16, boom, next thing you know, it's 22 plus. Then falls back down, gets bought up right before earnings or right around earnings time, boom, huge spike down to $15, $16, huge spike up. Now it's had a slow bleed. Shares. If it was to go down to those prices, at the end of the day, Tattoo Chef's a $10 billion plus market cap long term. And so, it doesn't matter if I buy at $1 billion, $1.5 billion. Sure, I would always love shares for the cheapest. I would love shares for the cheapest. But at the end of the day, in my eyes, where I see Tattoo Chef going over the next 5-10 years, it's a $10 billion plus company. Let's say by the end of this decade, it's a $10 billion plus market cap. So 1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.5 billion, it doesn't matter in the end. All I know, it's kind of like when I was buying Tesla stock back in the day, where it was like, I would look at that stock and it was like, there's going to be so much money flooding into stocks like Tattoo Chef over the long term and flooding into the space, and they're literally one of the leaders. And I've watched this company go from 2-4 SKUs in some of these stores to go to 20 plus SKUs in like snap of fingers. Where do you think the company's going to be in 5-10 years from now? So that's why I picked up some shares. And, if it follows a trend, massive news in regards to the chef today. TTCF stock, yes, a big buyout here today. And I want to explain exactly why this is such a huge deal to folks, what this means for Tattoo Chef's revenue over the coming years, and all those sorts of things. So we got a lot to get into. Don't forget to smash, as always, guys. I'm super excited about this. Tattooed Chef to acquire Belmont Confections. This is a huge, huge deal. So if we understand Tattoo Chef, right, we understand, as of right now, this is a frozen food related business in the plant-based space, right? And we understand they're getting into all the stores you want to get into. And we understand the SKU expansion that's happening, meaning they're getting more and more items in these stores. For instance, Target, 12 items, right? There's some Targets now that are basically carrying over 20 different SKUs for Tattooed Chef now. I was at one in Arizona last week, okay? And so we understand there's a massive, gargantuan opportunity for Tattooed Chef in relation to just the frozen food category over the next 5-10 plus years, right? But we got to understand, Tattooed Chef, their innovation and their management team that's leading this company, they don't stop for a second. They want to go to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. They want to keep pushing the boundaries. They want to have 20, 30, 40, 50 different SKUs just in the frozen food area in all these big grocery stores and these big stores in general, right, that sell food-related items. But they also frozen products. Transaction to close in the fourth quarter of 2021. Tattooed Chef, a leader in plant-based foods, today announced that it has entered into agreement to acquire Belmont Confections. Belmont, a private label co-manufacturer of nutrition bars, for approximately $18 million in cash in stock. So cash and stock, right? The transaction has been unanimously approved by Tattooed Chef's board of directors, and the acquisition is expected to close in the fourth quarter of 2021. Sam Galletti has been in the food business for longer than I've probably been on this planet, okay? And this man knows the food industry inside and out, and he is just making all the right chess moves, one after another, after another, after another. This is just beautiful to watch. Based in Youngstown, Ohio, Belmont now partnered with the innovation from Tattooed Chef will now allow the company to become a leader in the bar sector. Okay, so this is massive. This now overnight sets up Tattooed Chef in a position to basically start making snack bars, nutritional bars in mass volume, literally overnight. Okay, this facility is 47,000 square feet. They get an employee base that's ready to go. I believe it's 37 employees that already know how to do this. Okay, but 47,000 square foot facility that already has the equipment. Keep in mind, let's think about this for a moment. Employees at it, all making snack and nutritional bars, which expands Tattooed Chef into a ton more retailers and a ton more space and gets the brand more relevant than ever before. Okay, so this is a massive, massive deal. We'll talk about what this means for numbers and things like that. This transaction allows Tattooed Chef to further diversify its product offering and enter into the $10 billion global plant-based bar market. Remember the shorts where they say, well, not everybody eats frozen meals. So if you don't eat frozen related products, then Tattooed Chef's irrelevant to you. Well, that story is about to go away because Tattooed Chef's going to become more than just a frozen food company. Now they're going to become all these other things, right? And this is a massive TAM they're getting into. $10 billion global plant-based bar market. This isn't just a small category, right? This aligns with Tattooed Chef's growth strategy to develop more ambient and refrigerated products, unlocking more shelf space to expand its channel penetration beyond retail and club to allow consumers to enjoy Tattooed Chef products at home and on the go. We are excited, this is a quote from Sam Galletti, CEO, we are excited to announce the acquisition of Belmont and look forward to welcoming George and his team to the Tattooed Chef family, said Sam Galletti, CEO of Tattooed Chef. Belmont is exactly the type of company that we have talked about acquiring with regards to a company that adds both manufacturing capability. Acquisition will allow us to control the supply chain from the brand to ensure Tattooed Chef products are always available by controlling our own destiny. Very, very key, vertically integrated. Belmont also accelerates Tattooed Chef's expansion into ambient and refrigerated products in a new category. We believe this transaction will open up sales channels, including, reiterate this enough, it's about getting into all these other stores that just Tattooed Chef can't get into right now, right? It makes sense for Tattooed Chef to be in Walmart, in Target, in grocery stores, in Sam's Club, in Costco, in the freezer area, right? But you got to understand, like, not all stores that sell food-related items are selling free. Think about this for just a moment. Never mind what this does for Tattooed Chef brand in terms of getting them more aware, because most people never heard of Tattooed Chef before 2 years ago. I mean, guys, this is beyond huge stuff. Sarah Galletti, who's the brains of the innovation, right? Chief Creative Officer at Tattooed Chef. She says, quote, we see an opportunity to leverage our innovation expertise to bring great tasting plant-based options to the bar sector. We believe we can create and bring new types of bars to the market, disrupting a category that's in need of searching for more convenient ways to eat better, and we believe Tattooed Chef branded plant-based bars will resonate with our consumer base. And Sarah, I have no reason to doubt this woman, okay? Listen, she's done a phenomenal job in the freezer category alone. Look at the innovation. Look at how many SKUs are getting into Target stores. Look at how many SKUs are getting into everywhere, right? Look at how many SKUs they're starting to have in Sam's Club. We had somebody take photos of their local Sam's Club recently. Deal, needless to say. Think about this for a moment, right? Tattooed Chef, they could have made the decision to get their own facility. Now, remember, Tattooed Chef's in California in terms of where the team operates. So if you're talking about getting a facility like this in California, already has relationships with a ton of retailers that Tattooed Chef doesn't have relationships with. Then you have, on top of that, Tattooed Chef being a lot more relevant in 2022 than it was in 2021, because every year this brand gets more famous, people get to know it more, people get to try the products, some people like it, some people don't, some people are in between, right? But the bottom line is you want it more and more people. Like if you get every single person on the planet to try Tattooed Chef, that would be like a game changer for Tattooed Chef. It's just about getting people to try it, right? Some people don't like it, right? Some people love it, some people are in between. And it's just about getting more and more people to love these products over time, get into the Tattooed Chef brand and look at this company as, I like to eat this company's products. Oh, I'm excited to buy this next product they have coming out. Oh, I see they have this product over here. And so it continues to expand the TAM of like Are they ramping that location now in terms of producing Tattooed Chef related products? And, SKU expansion. That's the other big thing, guys. Hope you enjoyed today's videos. As always, just so you know, we got a free 7-day trial going on for the private stock group right now. That's going to be pinned comment down there. If you ever wanted to know what's going on inside the private stock group, join the private Discord chat, course curriculums, all that good stuff. Check it out. That's just the baby start, okay? Then we have the chef. Yes, Tattooed Chef is reporting earnings after the bell on Wednesday, all right? So, when it comes to Chef, the stock price has been hit recently, right? It's probably trading at 18-something a share right now, all right? Now, their revenue growth, in my opinion, is going to be amazing. They announced a bunch of deals 2 quarters ago that just looking at what is going on with the snack category. So basically, Tattooed Chef has said they want to get into nutritional bars, snack items, things like that, and maybe a lot of different healthy choices for the snack category. And so I think a lot of investors are really want to know, okay, are you guys likely going to enter those markets in 1Q, 2Q, 3Q, things like that? And so that's just another one of those factors that we're all going to be listening to on that earnings call. Now, as far as me, when it comes to Tattooed Chef, I own so many of these dang shares. This is just one account, and I own this, stock in probably 3 different accounts. So when it comes to Tattooed Chef, if the stock was to tank back down to 16, which we know the stock goes from 16 to 24 to 24 to 16, 16 to 24, and back and forth. It's done that about 1,000 times now, just in a small history of being a public company. At some point, this stock will break out. We just don't know. If I had to guess, it'll probably be in 2022 at some point. I doubt it's going to be anytime soon. But if I pick up some 2024 calls, now 2024 calls for Tattooed Chef, it's not my most interesting play as far as that goes for 2024 calls. And the reason being is Tattooed Chef's one of those companies that I want to be in for the next 5-10 years. And it's a massive growth company. And when you're dealing with massive growth companies that are, decade type plays, you never know when these stocks are going to move, but when they do move, they move massive. As every single company has been. I do have to obviously keep ammo around because Tattooed Chef's reporting this week, Honest is reporting this week. I don't know if either of those stocks will fall, probably not, but if they do, I got to be ready to buy those as well. So that's why I can't go too crazy. But I will tee up 5,000 plus shares, likely if the stock is below 390 tomorrow. So anyways, that's Smile Direct Club. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, risk reward is key. I can't risk too much in the stock because they're not with a couple of my stocks reporting earnings, right? One being Tattooed Chef and one being this other company. And by the way, the stock I bought here, today is not Tattooed Chef. But, if you look at this, it's like, wow, man, maybe some vicious numbers are coming or something like that based upon these other moves. And maybe the stock is down 10, 20, 30% after hours tomorrow, okay? That's certainly a possibility. Now, I went ahead and said, I love this stock at its current valuation. And here's the thing with this stock. It's a beaten down dog stock, okay? Jim Cramer likes to tell you, volume. This is something we really learned with Tattooed Chef, right? If you're in Sam's Club and you're in Costco, those two move volume. It is about moving crazy units. Like you could be in a regular retail store and you don't have to move crazy units. But when it comes to Costco, when it comes to Sam's Club, woo-wee, you better be moving product, okay? And so they've had a nice partnership for years with Costco. And, Costco's a huge, important customer. Woo! I don't think I've seen this before. Tattooed Chef to reschedule third quarter 2021 earnings release. Tattooed Chef, a leader in plant-based foods, today announced it will reschedule its third quarter 2021 earnings release and conference call, previously scheduled to come out in like 10 minutes. On November 10, 2021, the delay will result in additional time required to finalize the company's financial statements, and the company will make further announcement regarding a small team because, a few years ago, no one ever heard of Tattooed Chef. It was a nobody company, and now all of a sudden you're like this huge player in the plant-based food space and like $1 billion plus company as far as market cap goes, and you're scaling to hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue now, right? So as that's going on, also this company has a ridiculous intense focus. When it comes to Tattooed Chef, this is not just some regular stock. Let's be quite honest. This is a building into a cult stock, right? And when you got that type of intense pressure on you, everybody's looking at everything, and if just one of your numbers is inaccurate or one of your numbers is wrong, next thing you know, you're going to have lawsuits left and right, and everybody's going to be coming after you left and right, and you will never hear the end of it. Oh, remember when Tattoo Chef that number was wrong? It's a fraud company. It's a scam. You know, that's, oh my gosh, they would just keep on saying that over and over and over again, okay? So you have to ask yourself, like, is it better to report inaccurate numbers or accurate numbers? So obviously in Tattooed Chef, you'd much rather have them report accurate numbers. The best thing would have been if they were already ready for today. And it didn't really matter what Tattooed Chef reported for numbers today, or if they delayed the call or whatever. I think that stock was probably ready to sell off because I felt like there was a lot of weak hands that were just looking for a reason to sell that stock, right? Anything. It didn't matter. Like, even if the company beat revenue estimates, even if they had better gross margins, that stock probably would have gone down after hours. That's just the way it was. That's why I had or because the shorts are going to post everywhere. Tattoo Chef's hiding something. Tattoo Chef's numbers are bad. Oh my gosh. And they're going to keep putting that out there and keep putting that out there. And that will be something that drives some of the weak hands out. And that will be what it's going to be. And I'll gladly pick up shares because I believe this is going to be a $5, $10, $15 billion company down the road. And so at $1 billion, it's like, just give me the. So now in terms of me with Tattoo Chef stock, yeah, if the stock sells off tomorrow, I'll be buying the shares. You know, it doesn't matter to me that I buy at 15, 16, 17, 18. Like, the lower the better, because I'm a long-term shareholder in this. I look at this with all the companies I ever get into that are like 3, 5, 7-year plays. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, sell off the stock. I'll be there to pick up shares on the cheap because I believe that stock's going to certain places.
Yeah, let's get into this, guys. So first off, yeah, the chef, the dippity dip. Okay. Yeah, I bought a lot of chef in the last 48 hours, including $18,700, $8,000, $16,000, $24,000, $9,100, and that's not even it. Okay. Just there alone, that's, I don't know, maybe roughly 74. It's a rather large amount nonetheless in regards to the chef. Obviously, you know, stock. Well, we'll get into that in just a moment. But I also bought another. Well, this order actually got canceled. So this I put in yesterday for $15.50. This was the only order that didn't go through. Essentially, the 1550s. Yeah, it didn't quite get that low. It was a crazy day of trading yesterday in the chef. It went all the way down to the 15s. It didn't get down to 1550. Put in this order, and this got filled at 1612 for 1,953 shares of the chef there. So, by the way, a huge milestone for the public account. Public account just hit $100,000 in gains taken, over $100,000 in gains taken from that account this year. So not like paper profits, but literally 6 figures of gains in just a public account alone this year. So, which is a huge milestone. You know, we've come a long way as far as that particular account goes. So when it comes to the chef here, you know, it's caught up in, we're going to get into the other stocks I was buying here today as well, but I don't want to speak on the chef for just a moment here, right? So as somebody that's a long-term investor in this company, I'm looking out several years for the stock, right? I think everybody short-term is caught up into the whole reschedule of the conference call and the quarterly results, and that's fine. Like, people can get caught up into whatever they want to get caught up into, right? The short sellers, the stock, they don't want us thinking about the long-term future for Tattooed Chef. They don't want us to view this company as a leader in the plant-based category, which is a category where the TAM's going to increase exponentially over the next 10 years. They don't want us to think about the skyrocketing revenues for this company that are likely going to be up 50% plus again this quarter. They don't want us thinking about the fact that, well, I can't spell net income right, but the fact that, like, a joke compared to, you know, I think Tattoo Chef's going to have, you know, exponential growth after that. So I think a 40p is kind of laughable for the stock in 4 years. But you throw that on, you're at a $4 billion market cap. It's at $1.3 billion today. So yeah, they don't want us focused on that. They want us all focused on the short-term numbers, whether they meet or they miss, right? They want us focused on too many of these stocks, and when I do, I make a much smaller bet, right? You see Tattoo Chef, I'm putting, you know, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 in that stock in a matter of 48 hours. You don't see me doing that with an Avant Brands. It's a much smaller amount. This is a stock that got caught up into the hype cycle. And let's just be completely honest, the stock's dead. It's completely dead in terms of the hype, right? There's no hype around the stock anymore.
the least risk of these three stocks, right? Tattoo Chef is a super high growth company, but it obviously comes with its risk. Avant Brands, a super high risk because it's an OTC stock, but also that one's got the craziest reward potential of these three stocks. But Corsair Gaming, yeah, low, I would call it very, very low risk in terms of, if I look at the stock price in 3 years, is it higher or lower than today? I would almost guarantee it's going to be higher. Obviously, there's no guarantees, but
we're just gonna roll, okay? We're gonna talk about Tattooed Chef, Beyond Meat in this video here today, okay? Now, these stocks, I want to talk frankly about both of them, and we're gonna get into projections for these stocks. We're gonna get into numbers. We're gonna get into philosophies around these stocks. We're gonna get into what's going wrong with these stocks and what's going right with these stocks, okay? So we're gonna get into a lot in this video. Hope you guys enjoy this as always. But needless to say, a lot of investors have gotten fed up with these stocks, right? Tattoo Chef is basically the same value it was a year ago, right? Beyond Meat is down from a year ago. So a lot of folks that are looking at these two stocks and they're just fed up, to be honest, right? They're like, oh, these stocks aren't going to ever do anything. They're just not doing anything. I don't think there's any realistic worries on anybody that's actually done any fundamental study on this company about the fundamentals of the business, okay? Now, where people have issues with Tattoo Chef is a reschedule the conference call that just happened, right? And people are distrusting the management team because they're like, you rescheduled the conference call. Did they not have the numbers ready? And so that's what happened with Tattoo Chef, where people are looking at it and they're like, dude, you rescheduled the conference call last minute. And so if you were kind of like on the fence about Tattoo Chef, like maybe you own some shares, but you're like, I don't know about this, that's enough to shake you out, right? That's enough to shake you out and you're like, I'm out of this stock. And so I understand that from that perspective. Obviously, somebody like myself, that's not going to shake me out of this stock, but I can understand if there's people on the fence with Tattoo Chef and they see they rescheduled the conference call, people are like, I'm out, I'm dipping, okay? So let's be honest. And then the other thing with Tattoo Chef is people are scared because the share lockups happen now. They're scared like Sam Galletti is going to sell a bunch of shares or something like that. Every CEO always pretty much sells shares. Even the great Elon Musk has sold shares recently, right? Jeff Bezos, I think a week ago, sold like $3 billion. No one blinked an eye. As far as Sam Galletti goes, I don't know him personally, but I would, hey, is there something here? Oh, what about this company, Tattooed Chef? They're a big player in this. They're one of the bigger market cap companies, okay? It's going to attract more attention there. You can get potentially more ETFs in the plant-based space going that are going to likely have companies like Impossible in them, companies like Beyond Meat, company like a Tattooed Chef, right? And there are, let's be quite honest, a plant-based food leader, and don't be surprised if they end up taking that title over the coming years, okay? So, my verdict on these two stocks. So, all right, so let's start out with Beyond Meat first, okay? So when it comes to Beyond Meat, the verdict is this company has, I think, a lot to prove. I think if the share price got low enough, I think I would probably buy it. Should have been better with the communication. Because you got to understand, Tattoo Chef hasn't been public for a long time. They've been public for what, maybe a little over a year? So they still are trying to build trust with shareholders. It's not like they have shareholders that have been investing in this company for 5-10 years. Or, there's a lot of new folks to this company, new folks investing in it, new funds investing in it, and they don't want to see anything that is seen as probably a company that is highly hyped. Now, I think this is worth mentioning because the chef is reporting numbers tomorrow, literally tomorrow, and everybody's looking at the chef and they're like, okay, a plant-based food company, Beyond Meat got destroyed, Oatly got destroyed, is Tattooed Chef next on the chopping block to get destroyed? I think Tattooed Chef's going to put up some amazing numbers, but we'll see, okay? I mean, it's kind of an ominous sign when you see every single plant-based company just getting chopped and chopped and chopped out there. It's like, oh, is Tattooed Chef the next? The good news for the chef is it's already been hit, but then again, those other stocks have been hit and they still got hit again. So yeah, we'll see what comes out. Obviously, this video is not in regards to chef, but everybody's paying attention to this because they're looking at that one and they're like, oh boy, could this be down 20% the next day? So we'll see what happens with that. But staying on track here, Oatly, right, expected to do 84% growth in 2022. For you here today in regards to the chef. So here we are, right? Here we are. I'm trying to get this video out as fast as possible, so we're not even going to edit this video. We're just going to release it however it comes out, okay? But essentially, over a half hour before the market closed, next thing you know, on message boards, on Twitter, everything across the board, people got the numbers. The Tattoo Chef numbers that are supposed to come out after the bell. All of a sudden, this SEC filing gets leaked, And next thing you know, everybody's like, hey, they did 58.8 million, 44% revenue growth. And this is turning up all over the place before market closes, okay? And it was pretty obvious because all of a sudden the stock shot way down as soon as this news broke, and it's like, what in the world is going on here? Next thing you know, right? And so that's why all of a sudden, next thing you know, Tattoo Chef stock was selling off. Okay, look at this. This was in that report that comes out literally before the market even closes, like almost an hour before. Revenue for the 3 months ended September 30th, 2021 increased approximately 17.8 mil, 44% to 58.8 mil. This is like crazy. I've never seen this in my 12 plus years being in the stock market. I've never seen numbers for a company. This is how I would call it divisive of a stock. Tattoo Chef really is. Look at this. Perfect. 50-50. 50% of the people said the stock would crash. 50% said skyrocket. Like, you know, it's even as all things in life should be. Absolutely extraordinary. Okay. Now, you had short sellers all of a sudden, taking this moment to then, make up obviously stuff. This person saying, why are they saying 58 mil? Insiders are telling me 53 mil. Trash stock, all. Thing you know, the stock tanks down, right? And by the way, also Tattoo Chef announced they're going to participate in this Jefferies West Coast Consumer Conference. And by the way, I'm going to share in this video exactly like where I think the stock price is going tomorrow, moves I made after hours, moves I'm planning on making in regards to Tattoo Chef. I'm going to share all that in this video as well, okay? But nonetheless, the stock goes down, right? I mean, it made a nice run up to 17 plus, and then just boom, as soon as this right here, essentially, guys, right here, this was when the news broke, right? Around those numbers there, and it just boom, it shot down and bounced back, shot down and bounced back. But needless to say, the stock ended up finishing down 3% for the day. Now, it was a day. Finally, the press release comes out. It finally comes out. Record Tattoo Chef reports third quarter 2021 fiscal results. Record quarterly revenue of 58.8 mil, an increase of 44%. So first off, that number is slightly disappointing to me. I was hoping for 50% plus, okay? In my opinion, here's what's going on. I think it's been slow to get into a lot of stores, essentially. And when I say slow, it's not like Tattoo Chef is moving slow. It's like, I think retail stores are understaffed and they're taking forever with their freezer resets. I'm looking at Smith stores and I'm like, holy smokes, guys, like, are you ever going to reset these dang freezers? And so I think a lot of the companies are they're in labor shortages and freezer resets are taking longer than expected, essentially. But needless to say, 44% growth is still amazing. Yeah, it's not the 50% plus growth, increased 56%. To 35.3 mil. That is Tattooed Chef actual branded products. The overall revenue, that can take into account Tattooed Chef's old business, which was essentially selling private label stuff, and take their new business. So branded revenue being up 56%, despite freezer resets in a lot of these stores taking forever. Yeah, definitely good numbers. Like I said, I wanted 50%, they did 44. I'm not going to switch my opinion. Third quarter results with record revenue driven by our Tattooed Chef branded products, said Sam Galletti, president and CEO of the company. Tattooed Chef is now a top 10 brand across the club, grocery, and mass channels and categories in which we compete. That's big, guys. Once again, got to remember this. If we just go back 2 years ago in time, no one heard of Tattooed Chef. This wasn't in anybody's stores or anything like that. And to already be a top 10 brand across club, grocery, and mass channels and categories that they compete, that's a big deal, okay? Nonetheless, our branded products are the one that makes all these products, okay? She says, we are thrilled with Tattooed Chef's acceptance at retail stores and believe products resonate with the next generation of consumers. Absolutely, based upon the sell-through we're seeing, yes, I believe that as well. We are constantly looking for new ways to go to market, and supported by our recently announced acquisitions, we plan to expand our product portfolio beyond the freezer aisle, allowing consumers to enjoy Tattooed Chef products at home or on the go. I've never been more excited about the future opportunities for growth. Obviously, they're talking about getting into the snack category, nutritional bars, meal replacement bars, those sorts of things, which is a crazy big opportunity, just as big, if not bigger, long-term opportunity than actually the frozen opportunity for this company, which is, that's a crazy opportunity. Like, no, right, which is them just selling like non-branded Tattoo Chef items. Those numbers have been disappointing because I don't think the company really cares about that business anymore, so they're just kind of letting it fall to the wayside. The margins for that business aren't great, and ultimately that's not the future of Tattoo Chef. Like, this is a company that is all focused on Tattoo Chef branded products, right? It'd be like Tesla, like let's say Tesla had a business where they just sell to other car manufacturers, or they could sell actual Tesla branded products. Like obviously you want to be the one that sells actual Tesla branded products, right? Gross margin, they expect in the range of 12 to 14%. Adjusted EBITDA of negative 18 million. The boogeyman's out. Now all you have is Tattoo Chef continuing to ramp up revenue next year and in future years. Get more and more SKUs out there. You got likely they're already talked about. They're going in 2022. They're going to get in the snack category. They got more frozen food SKUs coming. They're likely going to get in meal replacement bars, nutritional bars, and that whole crazy opportunity. And the brand getting even more famous and more. Ladies and gentlemen, the chef, the tattooed chef, TTCF. What a day it was indeed. There's some big stuff that has happened here today and has transpired essentially that we've got to talk about, okay? This is stuff you're not going to see on a press release or anything like that, but we got some big stuff going on, and I want to explain what this means for Tattooed Chef, what it means for the stock price, all those sorts of things. And essentially, they're talking about Tattooed Chef on Fox Business today. I just thought that was a cool milestone. Okay, so we got a lot to get into here, right? So first thing, what happened in the stock? So November 3rd, the stock's trading at nearly $19 a share, and ever since then, it just went on this vicious move downward, right? From basically about November 8th to yesterday, November 16th, it was just ugly times ugly for the stock, right? And I mean, it's just dropped, especially after earnings. So here comes Tattooed Chef. Here it comes, right? Oh my gosh, they're going to have to get destroyed the day after earnings, right? Double miss happens, and the stock doesn't get destroyed. It goes up double-digit percentages, right? And meanwhile, the best thing ever just happened for Tattooed Chefs. Now, when it comes to something like TTCF, Tattooed Chef, I know a lot of people like to get caught up into these quarterly numbers. And if it's, they beat numbers, it's going to be like, woo, we're going to the moon. And if they miss numbers, it's like, oh, short the stock to the floor, right? It's going to zero. And at the end of the day, like with specifically this stock, Tattooed Chef, I'm trying not to get caught up in any of this quarterly crap. I'm trying not to get caught up into the margins, the EBITDA, the net income or loss in a quarter for any time over the next year. In a year from now, 2 years from now, we can start talking about margins. We can start talking about EBITDA. We can start talking about net income loss and those sorts of things, okay? It's just not the right time period. No one ever heard of Tattooed Chef brand 2 years ago. This company's way too young to be worried about those sorts of metrics. Right now, it's about revenue growth. It's about store expansion. It's about SKU expansion. And that's it. And it's about the long-term opportunity in front of this company. Bloomberg Intelligence, right, did a whole piece recently over the summer about the plant-based food space and how much it's going to grow. The boats that innovate the fastest, like a Tattooed Chef, who's innovating faster than anybody in this space by a mile. I don't even know who's number two. Maybe it's Beyond Meat. Maybe it's Impossible. Maybe it's Oatly. I'm talking about everybody in the plant-based food space. Like, there's no one innovating at the pace that Tattooed Chef is, flat out, and I pay attention to everybody that's in the plant-based food game. Everybody. And there's no one moving as fast as Tattooed Chef, okay? And so if a rising tide's going to lift all boats, and the one that's moving the fastest, where do you think that one's going to go over time, right? Look at this chart, okay? And this shows you the expected growth of the plant-based food space over time, right? Plant-based meats, plant-based dairy, and other plant-based, okay? And keep in mind, Tattooed Chef now is going to get into snacks, potentially candy, and here's the thing, guys. This is a company that's been focused on frozen food, right? And that's their real big opportunity over the next year or so, right? But now they're talking about getting into snacks, nutritional bars, right? Burritos, like all these different items, refrigerated items, even in the plant-based food space. And I don't know when the day is Tattooed Chef stops growing, but I can't see it in this decade. I think it's just going to be more of a question of, are they growing on average 10% a year, 20% a year, or 30% plus a year? I think that will be the main question. They show the fastest innovation in the space. They're showing they can get into any store, and they're showing they can get SKU expansion, and they're showing, these are all facts. These aren't like my opinion. I own, I don't know. I might be approaching 70,000 shares of Tattooed Chef now. And I might honestly not be done buying. So, and obviously this is a multi-year play that I'm super excited about. And We'll see what happens. That's all I'll say about that. We'll see what happens. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, don't forget to smash before you leave and make sure to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you want to receive Voyager down 7.5%, the Chef's down 7%, Fubo's down 6%, Planet's down 5.8%, Wynn's down 5.1%, Lucid and Rivian are down 15 and 16% after I think yesterday they were down 15 and 16% as well. Corsair Gaming down 4%, Honest down 3.7%, Palantir down 3.4%, Beyond Meat down 3%, Smile Direct Club down 2.9%, Sam down 2.65%, Alibaba. I own Tattoo Chef. Girl, they call me the big chef around there. You never heard of it? It's like a plant-based food company. Sounds lame. Bet you know Krispy Kreme donuts. No, I'm just playing. Hello? Hello? Oh, shoot. Sorry, guys. Oh, my goodness. We have issues in the stock market we got to talk about here today. And it's a whole lot of issues nonetheless. Thanks for being here, guys. As always, much love. But Tattoo Chef. So yeah, if Tattoo Chef has any weakness this week, I will be a happy buyer of Tattoo Chef. I've gone over their quarterly report several times now. I've listened to the conference call and their latest investor presentation several times now. I remain more excited about this stock than I've ever been, which is saying a lot because this has been a stock I've just continued to buy and buy and buy throughout 2021, right? And I am more excited about this stock going into yeah, definitely extremely excited about Tattoo Chef long-term vision there. This one, it's hard for me to tell if Tattoo Chef has any real tax loss harvesting. So obviously there's that opportunity for investors out there. But I think there's a little bit of a different way a lot of folks view Tattoo Chef. I think a lot of folks like myself view this with potentially big upside, but they're not cult stocks. Tattoo Chef's different. That's all I'm going to say about that. The investor base around Tattoo Chef is different. You can see it. As soon as the stock ever hits 15, 16, what happens? The shares get snapped up like it's nobody's business, and the next thing you know is 17 plus again. There's a different investor base, and that's why I say this is the most dangerous stock, in my opinion, that short sellers could possibly play with, because you're not going against a normal investor base when it comes to go up and up and up, with the exception of Tattoo Chef. Okay, Tattoo Chef hasn't had a great year, but that's a little bit of a different stock. Tattoo Chef's a cult stock, so Tattoo Chef's going to do whatever Tattoo Chef wants to do over the next few years. That's all I'm going to say about that. Regardless if the market goes up, down, all around, that's a cult stock, and cult stocks move different. Kind of like Tesla is the biggest version of the cult stock, and that one does whatever the heck it wants to do, whenever the heck it wants to do it. It doesn't matter what's going on out there. Okay, but at the end of the day, you look at 52-week low after 52-week low, right? You look at something like Tattoo Chef. Didn't hit a 52-week low today, but it's a big downward move for Tattoo Chef. It's a 5% move, down to $16, and this is for a cult stock. I mean, this is even like this is some regular stock now at this point in time. It's a straight up cult stock, and even that one gets decimated 5% here today. Voyager Digital down over 8% today. One of the most exciting growth stories, I think, in the stock market, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Tattoo Chef is the most exciting food-related growth story in the entire stock market. And look what happens to that stock, right? Voyager Digital is one of the most exciting growth opportunity in all of the fintech space. It's a public company. And look what happens to that stock. These small caps just get destroyed time and time again. It doesn't matter what they have going for them. These moves we're going to get into in this video. Woo-wee! Okay? But the Chef made a 3.6% move down for my favorite cult stock, the Chef. They did announce a new chief operating officer last night, which it doesn't matter. No one cares about fundamentals right now. It's funny. It's like the same thing but reverse. Okay, last year nobody cared about fundamentals. No one cared about valuation, right? It was just push everything to the sky. Nothing mattered, and you couldn't speak to. Stock prices I'm buying today could be lower in 3 weeks from now. Maybe the Chef's at $13.50, 3 weeks from now if more tax loss harvesting and margin calls come. Maybe Corsair Gaming is at $18 3 weeks from now, right? Maybe Honest is at $7 3 weeks from now. Maybe Smile Direct Club's at $1.91 3 weeks from now, or whatever stocks I'm looking at, right? Maybe Teladoc's at $70 3 weeks from now. Maybe Palantir's at $17. You already know these are going to be on the list. Tattooed Chef, anytime this falls in the 15 to 17 range, I'm a heavy buyer of the stock. as of today, is trading at about $1.29 billion market capitalization for this one. Huge plant-based food player. Now, this is important. This came out a couple days ago. No one really paid attention to it. But essentially, Tattooed Chef announces new Chief Operating Officer, COO. So basically, this gentleman got promoted to the COO position. And basically says, I'm very pleased to promote Jasper to Chief Operating Officer. During his time at Tattooed Chef, Jasper has proven to be a seasoned leader with deep understanding of our business and the inherent complexities of scaling and operating a high-growth business, said Sam Galletti, President and CEO of Tattooed Chef. His expertise and experience will be invaluable to Tattooed Chef's growth going forward and will allow Stephanie to focus on her role as CFO. And there was obviously there's an issue where they had to postpone the conference call, this latest conference call. They had to postpone it a few days, and a lot of people did not like that. Obviously, shareholders don't like when you have to postpone a conference call. So it's good to get Stephanie fully focused on being CFO. And if you're still able to put up nice revenue growth, which Tattooed Chef's got to be able to grow revenues at a double-digit plus rate, in my opinion, for this entire decade, essentially, like all the way to 2030 plus, this company should be able to grow revenues year in and year out, 10% plus. Some years I think will be 20, 30, maybe even over 30% growth. Some years might be more toward like a 10, 15% growth. So when it comes to Chef, I actually just posted this in the Discord chat. Big way, okay? Now, when it comes to Tattooed Chef, this is going to become a lot more than a frozen food company over the coming years, essentially. So just starting even next year, they're already talking about getting into refrigerated goods, and they're talking about getting into snack products and nutritional bars, meal replacement bars next year, okay, meaning 2022. So this is a huge deal because, I mean, the growth in the nutritional bars, all those sorts of items, it's just, the opportunity in the Chef is one that you don't get anywhere else in the food space, just flat out, okay? No, it's a plant-based food company. This is very important because sales are set to increase by fivefold by 2030, essentially, all right? The global market for plant-based foods could see a fivefold growth by 2030, helped by rising demand in sustainable products, according to Bloomberg Intelligence report. Sales of plant-based Oatly is set to thrive in this market, and Tattooed Chef. These are the four horsemen, I call them. The four horsemen of the massive change that's going on with the plant-based food industry and this massive boom we're going to see over the next several decades. I think we're going through one of the most transformative time periods we've seen in the food industry ever, and certainly in the past 40 or 50 years. And so I'm looking at this as just an incredible opportunity that these companies are going to thrive. And I think Tattooed Chef of these companies, I think this is the most innovative company of this bunch. I watch all these companies. I pay attention to who's getting in what stores, the SKU expansion, how many products are coming out with. Tattooed Chef just takes the cake over all three of these companies. And like I said, I track them all in a very heavy manner. And Tattooed Chef is innovating faster than any of them. They're keeping the pedal to the metal faster than any of them. A lot of these companies will make announcements, but man, it seems like they're so slow to actually come out with a new product in a space. They're trying to partner with companies, things like that, respect. It's just Tattooed Chef just gets it done. They're like, hey, we're doing this, and we're really doing this. We're like out now. We're also most food companies, I can tell you that. It's just Tattooed Chef. They're the Usain Bolt of this category, okay? Now, so, as far as a team here, Sam Galletti leads this company. Full faith in him, full belief in him. Stephanie gets to just focus on her CFO role now. Matt's just, he's just an operating machine. He's just serious business, man. That man just, he's like, we're going to get into every retailer and we're going to get 100 products in every one of these retailers. And then Sarah, over the next several years, and it won't be like, oh, Tattooed Chef is some niche company that's doing $300 million a year in revenue. They'll be doing multi-billion dollars, and everybody will be like, oh, Tattooed Chef's a beast, man. I remember back in the day when they had 2 or 4 products in these stores, and now they got 20, 30, 40, 50 different products in these stores. So that's where they're going. I have full faith that they're getting there, and the sell-throughs are absolutely insane. Target said there. So yeah. Tattooed Chef, no question, this is one of those stocks, okay? Now, next one up here, what if I told you there was an industry? This industry is still federally illegal, right? $85 billion minimum industry per year just in the United States of America alone, right? And the company, I think, is poised to thrive massively in this market. There's going to be several companies. There's going to be probably 10 companies that thrive massively. The dairy-based play, right? And I had Beyond, and then I had Tattooed Chef, which is kind of the let's call it the frozen food play, plus a refrigerated food play, plus a snack play. that could get really, really interesting because I'll kind of have the best of both worlds. So I'm hoping this one, I'm really, really hoping this one falls more. If it does, I'll likely be a buyer of the Oatly. Alrighty, next one up here of this bunch is JWN. Nordstrom's fallen a lot lately. Let's call it the stocks I talk about a lot. Stocks like Tattooed Chef, Corsair, both down 3% each today. The good news about those stocks, and they're not getting hit as hard as some of these other stocks, is they're already down so dang much that it's hard to get to push them much further, right? And, Tattooed Chef, the good thing with Tattooed Chef is it has a very, it's a cult stock, okay? It's a cult stock, there's no doubt about it, okay? And you have folks like myself that aren't selling that stock, aren't considering selling that stock. If anything, we're buying that stock, and that was a stock I bought today, by the way. That was one of many stocks I bought today. So that's just like, you'll always have, no matter what stock it is, but for the most part, the high majority of folks that are in Tattooed Chef are long-term shareholders, right? There's not a ton of fun money in that stock right now. There's a lot of folks like myself that have seven-figure positions in the stock and want to hold this for the next 5+ years because it has a crazy long-term growth story behind it. Plus, over the next year, their margins are about to go insane, which is something I can cover in a video, maybe a whole separately, because I really want the suspected stocks. Okay, obviously I was buying Tattooed Chef today and Corsair. I was obviously buying stocks like The Planet and even bought some SDC Smile Direct Club, a little bit of a more risky play. I actually bought some Avant Brands today, which is another risky play, which that stock's now down to levels it hasn't been at since that company was a joke compared to where it's at today. So I was doing definitely some buying out there today, right? But I'm not going too crazy. Like this one could very easily fall more, right? The Chef, same exact thing. The Chef didn't do anything today, right? It wasn't down, but it also wasn't up in any meaningful way, which is another one of those stocks that, a lot of folks look at and they say, hey, I'll go ahead and take my tax loss on this one, buy it back in January and, cut my tax liability in a massive, massive way, right? And so that's when I look at it and I'm like, okay, who's to say that one's it's going to be an interesting one, but literally they have gone all in. As Corsair and Tattooed Chef stock price have gone down over the past few months, they have gone heavier and heavier and heavier, and they are max shorting these two stocks right now. So I hope you guys enjoy this, me bringing this out to you. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you have not hit that subscribe button yet, it's absolutely free to do so. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, okay? So what I'm showing you here, that's all I'll say about that. They have got same exact thing with Tattooed Chef. Tattooed Chef recently has been trading right around its all-time low for this company, right? All-time low. Market cap recently has been about $1.2 billion for this company. Obviously, a company that's going after massive TAM. Like, think about the TAM Tattooed Chef's going after over time in the food space, the plant-based food space. And here they are. They're getting into every single retailer right in front of our eyes. They're getting SKU expansion into the retailers, right? And on top of that, I mean, there's a lot that's going on there, right? And they're going to get into the snack category, meal replacement bars, and all those sorts of things, nutritional bars. Low, that's all I'll say about that, right? Remember, this past quarter for Tattooed Chef, TTCF, that was considered a disappointing quarter, right? Disappointing. Company still grew revenues 44%. Important part is branded revenue. The actual because basically Tattooed Chef has two businesses. One is their private label business where they sell like private label products that are very, very low margin. They're slowly getting out of that business. And the other is their higher margin, or what will be a lot higher margin business long term, which is their branded Tattooed Chef business, right? Which is ramping up. Branded revenue increased 56%, right? So essentially what this is telling you is the branded revenue is what's taking off, which is going to be long-term a much higher margin business, which will help out profitability in a massive way. Meanwhile, they're scaling down their private label business, okay? And so nonetheless, like, my gosh, harvesting. I think most folks have already tax loss harvested in Corsair and Tattooed Chef, but there's no doubt there could be more people that come over the next few weeks. Like, think about this. I'm recording this video on December 7th, right? Which means we still got another like 3 weeks of the market being open, which means there could definitely be more tax loss harvesting coming over the next few weeks if folks haven't already done that, right? Is they would need massive misses for Tattooed Chef and Corsair Gaming when it comes to their quarterly earnings, their upcoming quarterly earnings that will probably come out in 1 to 2 months from now, right? Either in the back half of January or some point in February. Now, keep this in mind. Both those companies' expectations have come down quite a bit, right? Tattooed Chef still has very, very aggressive growth targets. I don't see any reason why they can't hit those growth targets, to be quite honest. And when it comes to Corsair Gaming, analysts on average have this company having revenues go down over 13% year over year, okay? So the expectations are not sky high for these stocks. And when you got a stock price that's already been devastated, and simultaneously the next quarter numbers for Tattoo Chef and Corsair to be a disaster, right? And also remember how much money is likely gone to the sideline for these two stocks that's going to come back in January. Remember how many folks in funds have likely tax loss harvested over the past few weeks and could over the next few weeks, that money is going to flush back into these stocks in January and February, right? In my opinion, in regards to Corsair Gaming, then we'll get to Tattoo Chef. In my opinion, in order to see massive short squeezes, I think the stock has to go over 25. I think a lot of the short sellers have shorted the stock anywhere from $26 to $21, okay? And so as long as the stock is under $25, I don't think short sellers are too scared, right? It really needs to go over 25, and the more it goes over 25, the more you're going to get short sellers to start 25 and show some major price movements to get a major short squeeze. Tattoo Chef, I think 18 plus, and you could get, covering starting in mass if this one starts to show major volume coming in at 18 plus. A lot of these shorts are short at 18, 17, 16. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're 18 or under, a lot of these folks, the short sellers aren't that scared, right? But as soon as all of a sudden you hit 1850, 19, 1950, 20, 21. And the thing with the Tattoo Chef is this is more of a go in the future, right? Like I'm one of those that I don't care. Tattoo Chef could be $30 tomorrow. I'm not selling that stock. I don't care. The stock could be $35 tomorrow. I'm not selling the stock. I don't care. That's a long-term hold for me because they got a crazy runway of growth for the next decade plus. Like, when does Tattoo Chef stop growing? I don't know. Like, I just know it's not this decade. It's just the big question for Tattoo Chef is, do they grow at an average of 10% a year, 20% a year, 30% a year? I think that's the big question there, right? And so, again, if short sellers are ever shorting a stock based upon valuation, always a bad decision, because stocks are going to trade at whatever they want to really trade at in the end, and whatever the shareholder base is going to trade at. That's one of the sins that short sellers made in shorting. Not the way this works, okay? And so, in my opinion, Tattoo Chef, I think it goes to 18 plus before you start to see short covering in mass with that particular stock, all right? When I look at Corsair and Tattoo Chef, these aren't the type of stocks you short. Out of all the opportunities in the market, these aren't the type of stocks you short. You need a miracle to make any substantial amount of money shorting these sorts of stocks. A true miracle. The stocks you want to short are stocks that are like pre-revenue type companies that are extremely speculative. You can't put Corsair and Tattoo Chef in those sorts of categories, right? Tattoo Chef is getting into every single major retailer in the United States of America right now. Costco, Sam's Club, Walmart, Target, Kroger, Albertsons, Vons, everybody, Safeway. It doesn't matter. Sprouts, Whole Foods. You don't short a stock that's getting more and more massively relevant by the day, that's going into an industry where the TAM's going to go up exponentially over the next, 10 plus years. I was going to put that money in Tattoo Chef. And although Tattoo Chef hasn't done good necessarily, it's done a lot better than Beyond Meat. If you look at where Beyond Meat stock price has gone over the year, and you look where Tattoo Chef, Beyond Meat's just been, obviously a horrible stock. And a lot of it comes back to just they haven't been innovating fast enough at that company for the type of valuation it's having it, okay? So overall, in this particular account, don't worry, the next account gets much, much, much worse in terms of taxes that will need to be paid. $83,000, almost $84,000 in long. Show how I'm going to make $10 million plus on Tattooed Chef stock over the coming years, and I'm going to go into detail on exactly how that happens, which I think is very, very important, because it's one thing to have an out there thing like, oh, this stock's going to make me a certain amount of money, or it's going to get me a certain percentage return, right? But it's like, can you put together the case on how that actually happens, right? The numbers behind it that need to happen. Why do I like to do a video like this about Tattoo Chef? Why do I like talking about this stock a lot right now, right? Well, there's a lot of different reasons. A lot of different reasons, okay? One is I think it's fun, right? Right now we're at a stage with Tattoo Chef stock where this is a stock that there's a lot of debate around, right? Like if they're going to make it to the big time, right? And they're going to make it to the big league. There's a lot of debate around it. And so when I talk about a stock like this, it's a lot of fun, right? It was a lot of fun for me to talk about Tesla stock back in 2018, 2019, because there was a lot of debate about if Tesla was going to And I feel like these videos are almost like therapy to a lot of Tattooed Chef shareholders who, believe a lot in this company and where it's going over time. And like hey, Jeremy's out here and he's actually, putting his money where his mouth is, and he actually believes in this and he's taking us through. People just love to hear other people's opinions on a stock, especially if you're bullish on it, right? And so, those are the reasons I really like to do a video like this on a company like Tattooed Chef, and how I think this company is going to make me, $10 million plus over the coming years. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Just hit that little subscribe button. It's absolutely free to do so. And also, just so you know, I have a pinned comment down there, which is going to be to access, absolutely free of charge, to access Beatrice. So Beatrice. Alrighty, folks, starting out here, I just want to recap where Tattooed Chef is at today as of recording this video. So it's a little under a $16 stock. It's about a $1.3 billion market cap or so, roughly, on this stock. 52-week low, 1481. 52-week high, 2780 for this particular stock. This has been their, 2021's been their first full year being a public company. And 2022 is going to be their second full year being a public company, which is a big year. A lot of companies, that's either the year you take a step in the right direction, right, or you go the other way. So, 2022 is a huge year for Tattooed Chef just being a public company, okay? So, in terms of how does this happen, right? How do I make $10 million plus on this stock? Well, the main thing that needs to happen is Tattooed Chef needs to get to $500 million roughly. And do you go, right? And so that's where I believe the chef is going to go over the next decade, essentially, right? And so Tattooed Chef, in my opinion, needs to get to a place where they do $4 to $5 billion of revenue within a decade, right? And if that happens, then $500 million of net income can become a real reality, right? Or around $500 million, right? So it could be 450, 475 even, right? But around that $500 million number. That becomes a reality if Tattooed Chef can scale to $4 to $5 billion of revenue, right? Or the company, I could also make $10 million on the stock, right? Is if this company gets to $250 million of net income in the next decade, which is like, that's cake in my opinion. Like, I would be disappointed if Tattooed Chef only gets to $250 million net income over the next decade. They get to $250 million net income and they had a 45 PE. Now, the only way they could command a 45 PE is if, very important, is if the company still had double-digit revenue growth. The company still had double-digit revenue growth, it was expected, and they're like, man, Tattooed Chef's still a growth engine, right? Then this company could command a 45 PE or somewhere around there, 40, 45, right? Now, once again, if this is a company that's only growing revenues 4% a year after, a decade from now, right? That's a whole different scenario. You're not going to command a 45 PE on a company that has 3% revenue growth or 4% revenue growth or something like that. But if they were still doing that, Tattooed Chef there's really no question Tattooed Chef's going to be a huge moneymaker for me. It's just the real question is how big of a moneymaker will it be for me over the next decade, essentially, right? So what is Tattooed Chef's growth or just story in general from 2022 to 2032, the next decade, right? Well, this is a story around massive growing TAM. So in order, in regards to packaged food, the TAM is growing exponentially there. I'll show you guys some of those numbers. The plant-based and vegan space in general is a massive growth market that is set to 4x to 5x in total over the next 7 or 8 years, essentially. I've never seen a company innovating at this rapid of a pace that Tattooed Chef is innovating on the last few years. It's one thing if you're going to invest in a company and they're not innovating, right? And you're like, well, I hope they innovate. It's another when you see the massive innovation that this company has and they just keep the pedal. They're just a company that absolutely keeps the pedal to the metal at the end of the day, right? 3, it's a story about SKU expansion, meaning they get into right? International could be way bigger for Tattooed Chef long term than actually the United States. This is just, something crazy to think about, right? There's a story about product expansion. I mean, they're already talking about going into way beyond frozen food. In 2022 alone, never mind, imagine in 5 years from now where this company's going to be at, 7 years from now. Just in 2022, they're talking about launching nutritional bars, meal replacement bars, snacks, in the food space by a mile. There's no one that can move the way Tattooed Chef's moving in the food space, really. Especially none of the traditional old school companies. They can't move at this space. They're too bureaucratic. The way they're set up is too old school. They're not vertically integrated. So the Tattooed Chef, like literally, if Tattooed Chef sees a huge product opportunity, basically Sarah can start creating the product around that, create a great product in a matter of weeks, literally, right? They can create the packaging. They got all the products. They can get talking about packaged food companies, okay? And so literally Tattooed Chef is a business that is growing into basically a limitless TAM. Like literally a limitless TAM that just continues to grow and grow and grow, and who knows, yeah, as long as, yeah, it's just going to keep growing for as far as I can see, right? Look at this, okay? This shows you the leading frozen food pizza brands in the United States now. Keep in mind, Tattooed Chef just launched pizzas this past year or so. And I mean, look at some of these brands just alone, right? DiGiorno, I'm showing you guys these so you understand just like how big, you know, and how much in sales some of these companies are doing. Look at DiGiorno, $1.2 billion plus there. Red Baron Pizzas, who the heck buys a Red Baron pizza, okay? $838 million, Red Baron. Totino's, I love Totino's. So this is why I talk about, like, the TAM is so untapped for Tattooed Chef. Like, this is a company that could grow at a ridiculous rate for so many years into the future because the opportunity they're going after is so massive. If you're going after a very, very niche industry, right, then that's a whole different ball game. And you're like, geez, this is such a small industry, you know, we're going after here. It's like you're so limited, right? Buy out maybe even other brands or grow other brands that are non-Tattooed Chef related brands and things like that, right? I don't think that's out of the question at all for this particular company, okay? So, you know, when I look at this, and once again, the Beatrice 10Q breakdown, the financial statements and whatnot, Voyager, if you want to check that out, that is the pinned comment down there, okay? So when I look at this, I don't need to make $10 million on Tattooed Chef stock for it to be a huge success for me, right? If I make $5 million in Tattooed Chef, that's still great. And what I ran you through is what I think is a realistic scenario and how I make $10 million plus. But if I make $3 million, that's still a win for me, right? If I make $4 million, if I make $5 million, if this grows into a $5 billion market cap, a $7 billion market cap, which I think stock specifically in the public count. I know I talk about Tattooed Chef and Corsair, but remember, those are stocks I just started building into, you know, huge positions really in the past 6 months or so, and specifically gone really, really heavy in them in the past 1 to 2 months, right? Like extremely heavy. So those haven't really affected me nearly as much as you might think based upon the amount of content I put out in those videos, but I have all these that have had tremendous years this year. It's just they're not named Tattooed Chef and Corsair, which have been the stocks I've been talking about the last few months now, right? As far as my year-to-date return for the public count, we're at 23.13%, which is calculated by Fidelity Investments, which puts us in line with the S&P 500. I don't like that. I mean, that's not why I put on all this work. You know, I don't put in all this work to be equal to the S&P 500, right? Just flat out. So, you know, it is Beyond Meat, obviously, in the plant-based food space. Tattooed Chef just put up a disappointing quarter with 43% revenue growth in the last quarter. Okay, yeah, you know, you're betting against, you know, let's just call it a tidal wave. The tidal wave's not ending. Plant-based food is going to expand exponentially over the next 10, 20 years, and you know, it's one of the biggest growth engines in that. You're betting against a tidal wave, right? Corsair Gaming, like gaming. Do a video about 10 stocks, $15 or below, and not mention the chef. Okay, TTCF. So this is my highest conviction play. If we're gonna talk about, you know, what's the one I have the most money in of any of these stocks on this list, right? You're looking at it right there, TTCF. I have 7 figures in the stock. This is a stock I believe immensely in over the coming years. Why do I believe immensely in it over the coming years? Plant-based food space is going to, you know, 4x or more. They've mentioned, okay, and so Tattooed Chef is a massive growth company that is growing into a massive growth category, right, in regards to plant-based foods. And so everything, like Tattooed Chef is just in a position, the chef I call it, it's in a position of power for the next, you know, many, many years. And so that's why I think the stock's going to be a great stock over the next 3-5 years. This is why I've invested so much money. You know, I don't speak positively about a stock unless I put my money where my mouth is. And I've put my money where my mouth is in the stock. It's a $1.3 billion market cap. This is not a Tattooed Chef that just had 43% revenue growth last quarter, okay? El Pollo Loco will probably grow revenues next year, maybe 4%, something like that. So it's not an exciting growth company, but it's a profitable business model. It's not a super high forward P. It's maybe at a 15 or something like that. And this is a company I look at that's just a solid business. Now, when it comes to El Pollo Loco, I think this is a potential buyout. What happens with Tattooed Chef stock? I care about what happens with Corsair Gaming. I care about what happens with WBA. I care about what happens with Honest over the coming months, HNST, and obviously over the coming years for all these stocks, right? Those are stocks that are kind of moving the game for me. Obviously, Tesla's still a major position for me. So these are the sorts of stocks that at the end of the day are going to move my accounts. to just start rising like crazy once he started speaking, right? Tattoo Chef finishes up 3.5% here today, up another 2% after hours. Corsair Gaming up 5%, up another 1.5% after hours. Smile Direct Club up almost 7% here today, up another 2% plus after hours, right? You know it was a good day in the market when Wish stock's up. Okay, I got a friend that owns Wish. I don't know, he moves some of these stocks made today, right? Tattoo Chef up 3.5%. Lemonade up over 6%. This company, I guess, was the most shorted, float shorted. Look at that, I'm up 26%. And for what? The thing you got to understand is, you know, I looked at Tattoo Chef recently. If you want to short Tattoo Chef, which is hard to even get shares to short right now, you're paying 18.75% interest. And I covered this on a video earlier today, essentially, on Financial Education 3, which if you haven't subscribed to Financial Education 3, what the heck are you doing? We're about to hit 100,000 subscribers over there. It's like a huge deal, okay? But I covered it. Think about this. You short Tattoo Chef, right? You're max shorting the stock at 16, 15, whatever, right? If that stock goes nowhere for the next year, right? Nowhere. Like, it just doesn't go up, doesn't go down, doesn't do anything, right? You just lost like 20%. You just literally lost like 20% because you had to pay all that interest. Now imagine the stock, goes up, which is, guess what? A pretty high probability because the business model stays above 20 and starts to rise to new all-time highs. Because what we've seen from the chef over time is we've seen the stock go down to 15, 16, bounce back to 20 something, right? Back down to 15, 16 to 20 something, back down to 15, 16 to 20 something. We've seen it several times. You can pull up a stock chart of this stock since it's been a public company. It's done it many times. And the question is the next time it goes to the 20s going to be that time it finally just keeps going up and it stays over 20, or is it just going to bounce back down again? You know, I'm not going to try to predict the short-term stock price. Obviously, you guys beast in 22 and beyond, and so I'm trying to fully build out. This and the chef are the only two stocks I can really think of off top of my head. They're those sorts of stocks that I'm like, I've got a fully built out, and by the way, the chef is a fully built out position for me now, meaning if the chef was to go down, I would also add to that one, but if it just starts going up from here, I'm happy with what I hold. But that's this stock essentially. It's one of those stocks that I've got to like add aggressively because I think it's a high probability it's going to start to be a beast in 22 and beyond, okay? Second reason is there's a low probability, in my opinion, and we'll go through some things here. There's a low probability there's going to be any investments now. I think, I think a lot of people know the chef's going to be one of those top 5, right? But where does that rank on the list? Is that my biggest now? And just with all the buying that I've been doing over the past several months and getting so low on cash, like what are my top 5 stocks now? I don't think a lot of people could tell me what the top 5 biggest positions. There's some stocks I talk about a lot, but they might not even be a top 5 position. So
our boy Jeremy at Financial Education loves the Tattoo Chef, but he recently made a video saying the company is going to make him a whopping $10 million in this decade, which means he's expecting a 10x return by 2032. In the video, he broke down how he expects the chef to get him there, which already puts him above 99% of other stock YouTubers because he didn't just play 5 minutes of a cauliflower pizza bowl sitting on a rocket to the moon. But in this video, I'm going to break down his analysis because as much as you all know I love Jeremy, there were some parts I didn't agree with. And I'm also going to reveal whether I agree with him that he will make $10 million on TTCF stock and whether you can look at Jeremy's assumptions to begin.
Don't invest in Tattoo Chef, okay? It's only for me, okay? Don't ever buy that dang stock. No, in all seriousness, never buy a stock just because, a YouTuber makes a video about it or because anything you read an article about it or somebody's on CNBC and they're like, oh, I like that stock or I don't like that stock. You're like, no, invest your money wherever you're most confident in because at the end of the day, especially with stocks, what ends up happening is you never got the chance to watch that whole thing. If you're interested in the chef stock, like watch that Beast video, like I said, I don't think there's a lot of people that are really going into the nitty-gritty numbers like I was going in there and exactly how, the stock gets us there essentially, right?
$1 billion in the base case and $6 billion in his bull case with 35% average growth. So let's start with the PE multiple he's expecting.
Teams, great CEOs leading companies, which we've seen from the chef. They're innovating faster than I've ever seen any food or drink company ever do. Those are the sorts of companies that, they just keep pushing it. They just keep pushing it. And next thing you know, they're into all these different things they're doing.
In revenue is where I have the biggest.
So some people just look at it today and they write it off because like, oh, it's just a frozen food company. It's like, just wait. To really factor in when you're thinking about Tattoo Chef is not just the fact that this company is going to expand into a ton of more SKUs and a ton of new product categories over the coming years. But the whole market is just going to grow so big over the coming years that like there's just going to be so many more potential customers for the Tattoo Chef to win over as their brand gets bigger and bigger, more well-known, okay? Next part to factor in here, and I think this is really, really important part, and then we'll continue on with this gentleman's video. And I don't think this even is hitting people yet, okay? So, you know, I'm invested in Tattoo Chef because I believe this company is going to be a food giant in the future, okay? So if that's an accurate statement and Tattoo Chef is going to become a food giant over the next decade, right? Well, what do food giants do? Food giants build more brands, and if they don't build brands, they buy out other companies, right? So they get bigger and bigger. Coca-Cola actually didn't start a whole lot of brands. Coca-Cola, if you look how many brands Coca-Cola owns, it's like 1 million different brands, right? If you look at Mondelez, how many, and it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so when it comes to Tattoo Chef, right, as this company's cash flow start building exponentially over the next 5 years, right, they're going to put themselves into a great net income spot where they're going to have all this extra cash flow, right? And so when they get to this point where they have all this extra cash flow, they can say, okay, we can do dividends. We can give our shareholders dividends. It's history. That's what they all do, okay? Now, maybe Tattoo Chef's a little different in terms of they just able to launch all these different product categories and get them super successful. But if they have any trouble with that, they could always go the route of basically acquiring other food companies. Now, what Tattoo Chef's been acquiring so far has been private label food companies. Private label food companies, very, very different than what I'm thinking of in terms of an actual branded company. Right now, they're buying out private label companies because you can get those companies for pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the dollar. You get the factories up and running like ASAP versus trying to build a new facility, get all the machinery, and right now, private label company, and start producing your own Tattoo Chef nutritional bars in the future, or snacks, or whatever it is, right? And so that's an ingenious idea. But what this concept I'm speaking of now, this is more of a 3 years, 5 years, 7 years down the road where they start buying out owned brands and they put their marketing genius behind those brands and help those brands grow bigger and bigger. And they have this amazing distribution network that they're getting into every retail. You've gone off the deep end with Tattoo Chef and you're really like researching this company and looking into all these things. The reason they can get these products like from concept to like in front of the shelf in like 3 months, 6 months is because of their vertical integration, how fast they can do it, where they can get the, like everything together, like literally in a snap of fingers, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is at Sam's Club now. Wow. And this was just a concept. I don't think it's a very high probability that Tattoo Chef's also trading at 11, and Corsair's trading at 17, and Honest is trading at 6 or 5, and SDC's trading at $1, and the Planet's trading at $2 or $1, right? Or we could just go through all these different stocks that have been hammered. I don't think it's a very high probability those ones continue to get hammered in 22. Okay, but for this video, obviously, we're gonna say, what if this does? Stocks I've been buying, they just keep going down, and Corsair's at 15 and Tattoo Chef's at 10, blah, 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 right? So that's always a possibility. I just don't think that's very realistic. And so I do have some cash around, but it's not a lot, and I'm the lowest I've been since December of 2018, okay? Now, next thing, if I needed to raise some funds, I could, I have 3 houses. One of my houses I hardly ever use it. I use it as kind of like a storage house and like invest in a company that's losing money, and as soon as Tattoo Chef starts making money on the bottom line, plus they have those insane growth rates, people are like, oh man, I got to consider this stock. And as the chef gets bigger and bigger with their revenues, right? Think about 23 for this company. 2023 for Tattoo Chef should be a year where they do, I don't know, I mean, we'll see. It could be $400 million in revenue. It could be $500 million in revenue. I mean, there's many different numbers being thrown around out there for 2023. But if that's a profitable year with that sort of growth, and those numbers are going to become undeniable. That's the thing. As you scale bigger and bigger, a thing of beauty there. I could also do that with obviously the chef. I could do that with Win. I could do that with many other various stocks that I think there's a very low probability they're going to go down much more. And if they do go down more, I'd be happy to buy. And in the meantime, I could make that premium money, which is pretty nice, and it produces some good cash flow there. So that's certainly another possibility for me if, that is, keyword is if, these stocks continue to tank in 22, which once again, I mean, look at Avant today. It was up 22%. Tattoo Chef was up 2%. Honest was up 3.5% roughly. You had Corsair Gaming up over 2%. So you had a lot of stocks making some pretty good upward moves here today, right? Now, meanwhile, you've got some folks that are very, well, we'll describe it in a second, okay? But this person says the question is, will these gains hold or just sell off the next day as usual? So, up a small cap company up over 3%. Tattooed Chef, a small cap company up 3%. And you just look at these moves, move after move after move, and it's just, these are epic. You know, nothing short of epic as far as these moves here today, all off a 0.9% move in the Russell. Think about that for a moment. Imagine what would have happened if the small cap indexes were up 2% today or 3%, right? And it was like, oh man, today's a great day. What, you know, a stake in the ground in the $20 range. If you look at Tattooed Chef, that has stayed strong in the 15 to 16 range. And you look at a lot of these stocks, they're holding decent. You know, the shorts have tried to get them down more and more, and it just seems like those stocks are kind of hanging out. And as soon as you get some positive momentum going on the other side, never mind if you throw in a respectable earnings report come January, February for a lot of these companies. And down when it comes to these stocks right now. Look at the Chef, you know, right around a new 52-week low here today. You know, it broke the 15 range. We've been, you know, as far as the Chef goes, I should have pulled up a longer term chart here for the Chef, but we've shown resilience in the $15 to $16 range. We've seen it many times where the stock goes down to 15, 16, bounces back to 20 plus, goes down to 15, 16, and here today, it obviously breaks the $15 range. When it comes to Chef, obviously, you guys know how I feel about this company long term, but in terms of the short term, like, what can the Chef do that's going to, you know, turn the stock around in the short term? I think it's just, this is more of like a, you know, the market's going to turn the Chef around when the market's going to turn the Chef around. You know, if this company comes out and announces a great new partnership or great quarterly numbers, does that even turn around the Chef? I don't even know, to be honest. Look what happened with Beyond Meat today. 4,000 restaurants. The KFC deal is crazy big, right? And gives you much more excitement around Beyond Meat for doing, and look what happens to that stock. It goes down 4% on the back of a big deal. So when it comes to Chef, like if they came out and reported, you know, preliminary numbers that say they guided up. Tattooed Chef just to fry our brains, essentially. Tattooed Chef yesterday, it finishes somehow down when almost every small cap out there was up. And then here today, all the small caps are going down, and somehow Tattooed Chef's up 3 cents. Like, what? Okay. My son, by the way, one of my children, he saw me, you know, prepping this video when he saw this, and he goes, oh, Tattooed Chef's only up 3 cents? That's bad. And I said, son, listen, okay? In Tattooed Chef, we take what we can get, okay? If it's 3 cents, I'll take the 3 cents, man. I'll take what I can get in the Chef, all right? Don't hate on the Chef. I'll take a 3 cent gain, whatever it is, as long as it's not down, right? And so, I don't know if you guys ever seen one of those classic heavyweight fights, right? Where, you know, it's just like two guys and they keep, you know, just punching, right? And it's like one guy nails the other guy, and then the other guy, you know, nails the other guy, and it's just like, well, there's one I have a lot of trouble with. Tattoo Chef, I don't have a lot of trouble with that one. Honest, I don't have a lot of trouble with that one. Walgreens, I don't have a lot of trouble with that one. Any of my other big positions that I have, you know, like I said, you know, major 6-figure, 7-figure positions, Planet, any of those, I don't have trouble projecting numbers, but with Corsair, it's complicated. It's really, really complicated, okay? And so it's going to be a kind of a crazy. I don't care if it's Palantir, I don't care if it's Tattoo Chef, I don't care if it's Tesla, I don't care what it is, PayPal, anything that's a growth stock. You can't be in these stocks if you can't accurately, you know, project roughly what net income is going to be in the future and revenue is going to be in the future. Because those numbers are what's going to be what dictates where that long-term stock price goes. And like literally, if you don't know how to run these numbers, because here's what happens. Today, it's a green one out there, over a 3% move for the Chef here today. Look at Honest up 5% on the trading day. A big move for that one. Yesterday, that one bottomed at 678. I was shocked. I bought a bunch of shares yesterday in the 6s. I was shocked to have gotten shares in the 6s. Like I always thought, like, you know, worst case scenario for Honest would be it goes to the 7s, right? But the fact that it hit a 6 is just, you know, that just kind of shows you don't go down to $1.50 or $1. Sure, it can happen. If I buy Tattoo Chef yesterday, I bought it at $13 and something, right? Can Tattoo Chef go down to $12, $11, $10? Sure, it can happen, right? If I bought Honest yesterday at $6, can Honest go down to $4? Sure it can. Anything can happen in the market, right? But it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense for them to keep falling Amazon and all that. Doesn't matter Square. Doesn't matter the chef has got 2 doors coming now in Target stores. Doesn't matter what Palantir is doing. None of that matters in this sort of market, which means you're irrational. When no longer the fundamentals of businesses matter, that's when you know you're in an irrational market. And last year at this time, we were in an irrational market. And this year at this time, here we are in another irrational market. When you market that nothing matters, right? By the way, the chef somehow is having a good day. Like, if it wasn't for the chef today, I don't even want to know how much my accounts would have been down. But I have so much money in the chef that because that one was actually up today, wow, we actually hold decent, okay? Now, you want to look at something very important that some people would say is very important. The Russell 2000 falls toward a 1-year low, in danger of first death cross since March of 2020. When you got to compare anything to March of 2020, yeah, you know it's been rough. I remember the Everything Money guys, they said, Tattoo Chef's going to $5. What is it about $5 a share? Seems like a lot of people are always saying $5 a share, $5 a share. And here today, just to kind of catch you up on where Palantir did hit a new 52-week low here today of $14.54. It is now under a $30 billion market cap, and the stock price has just been in a vicious downtrend, okay? Wow, you want to talk about coming out? It just got destroyed today. Look at Fubo, down 5.7%. The Chef down 5%. Purple down 5%. JWN down 4%. Revolve down 3.7%. The smaller market cap seems like the harder it got hit. Stitch Fix, another 52-week low, down 3% plus on that one. Celsius Holdings, that one down 3% today. Amazon down 3% today. We already spoke about Amazon. That's a big move for Amazon. 3 million grams. Like, well, what if this stock, Tattooed Chef, Honest, they go down over the coming years, right? I'll just keep buying them, right? If they go down over the coming months, coming years, I'll just keep buying them. As long as I'm confident in where their business model is going over the next 3-5 years, it doesn't matter to me what happens in the stock price in the short term. I'll just keep buying. I'll acquire more ownership of that company in the end. And as long as things play out the way, why won't I make a move like this? Sell out of the Chef, sell out of Honest, stocks like that. I've been getting destroyed on these stocks, down 30% on the Chef right now. Honest, I'm down 27%, been buying that stock very heavily. And people are like, why not go ahead and sell out of these stocks? Because they're just downtrending. They go to new 52-week low after new 52-week low. The Chef's at 12 right now. What if it goes to 9? Okay. Honest is at 5. What if it goes to 4? What if it goes to 3? And those sorts of things. Okay. And so I want to kind of give my point. By the way, make sure you check out the pinned comment down there for 5 free stocks valued up to $3,500 from Moo. That's a pretty good deal, and get those stocks while they're still free out there, guys. Yeah, enjoy that. Okay. So the reason I don't make a decision like that is, at the end of the day, I think the Chef's a stupid deal right now. I think it's based upon where I see their net income going over the next 5 years, I think I'm getting great pricing on this stock, beyond great pricing. Like, I don't want to call it easy money, because I never want to call a company who's technically losing money on the bottom line. I don't want to call them easy money, but I think I'm going to make some pretty stupid money on that stock. Like if it goes down to, let's say I get out of the Chef, say I sell it all, okay, sell it at 12, okay. And it goes to 11. Do I buy back in at 11? What if it goes to 10? Do I buy back in at 10? What if it goes to 9? What if it goes from, down to 10, then bounces to 11? Is that a sign I should buy back in? Or should I wait then? Or should I get it at 11.50? What if it starts going up from here and I sell, and all of a sudden next day the stock pops 20% and there's some news to get ready, okay? First off here, bought 2,000 shares of the Chef here today, $11.18 for the Chef. Yeah, you bought the Chef for $11 here today. Look at the stock, okay? I mean, this is extraordinary. At one point today, I believe it was under a $900 million market cap for the Chef. You start kind of being lost for words, I guess you can say, and that's the best way I could describe it. 1094, technically 1089 was the low here today. $10.89 for the Chef. The hottest food company in the whole world is trading at $10. You can't make this stuff up. That's what's going on right now in the market. Next buy I placed out there, 4,000 shares of HNST today. That was filled at $5.75 for Honest. This is a stock that has been devastated recently. Here today, the lucky thing, if we can call it that, okay? The lucky thing for Honest, average volume, okay? And it's not, every stock's like that. Guys, check out the chef here today. 2.4 million shares have traded hands here today. 2.4 million. And once again, we have roughly 3 hours left in the trading day from the time I'm recording this. I mean, that's nothing short of extraordinary. So we have a massive, run for the exits. And meanwhile, there's somebody on the other side picking up all these shares, just buying, acquiring. And yeah, nonetheless, look at the chef here today, TTCF, right? So, 1089. I mean, that's extraordinary. Now, do look at the move coming back for this stock. It bottoms right around here, and into the last several hours of trading, this baby just soared higher. I mean, you got to look at the stock like that, and you're like, okay, how did this happen today? How did the stock here today? Look at this one, and then we'll go back to the chef. Square stock down to $102 today at the lows. $102 for Square. It's a stock that was almost $300 literally 6 months ago. That's an extraordinary fall for not even a small cap, a pretty dang large cap in Square, right? But in terms of TTCF, a friend who keeps super up to date in the market and with the technicals, and I just look at him as somebody that has a lot of information. Thus, a massive 200,000 shares traded, which that's a crazy amount for the chef. 200,000 shares traded in the first 5 minutes. That's an epic amount. The chef, doesn't even have that much volume on an average daily basis. Might be chef daily volume might be 1 million shares or a little over 1 million shares. So to have 200,000 shares trade in the first 5 minutes, yeah, there's a ton of retail that just had sell orders for basically everything, right? But the chef was just one of those many stocks, and basically just sell it whenever the market opens, and so you get this massive sellout. He says, then the selling pressure looked pretty consistent or pretty constant during the morning, 10:30 a.m., which would be Pacific time, and beyond, there wasn't even heavy buying pressure, and the stock went up 7%. He says, I bet it was a short slowly covering to not spike the coming in the market. And so you went from a situation with the chef today where there was just stupid selling pressure on it in the morning, the first few hours of trading, and then it just kind of chilled out for a bit. And then you get, this epic amount of kind of buying pressure coming in, and the sellers are all pretty much gone at that time. And that's how you get the stock to go from $10.89 to it closing at $12 and some change, which is a massive move there for the chef. Okay. So that's quite interesting. Look at Shopify today, guys. This was epic. Okay. Shopify hit $780 at the lows here today for Shop. Shopify hasn't been in that range since May of 2020, which was about a month and a half after the trough in the stock market crash of 2020. Okay. This is Shopify we're talking about here, which is just a enormous growth company that has such a huge long-term. The usual amount for Square is 9.6 million. This volume's ridiculous. The chef here today, 3.3 million shares traded hands. The usual amount is 1.3 million. So the selling pressure and buying pressure in these stocks is just off the charts right now, guys. And you were just in an ultimate volatile market, and that's why the VIX went insane today, okay? Now, look at some of these other stocks on my watch list, right? Nordstrom, up almost 13% here today. Stitch Fix, up a end of the day, if it's a great price, I've got to buy. I can't see the chef at $10, $11 today and be like, it might go to 9, so I won't buy it today. No, I'm going to buy some. Okay. And if it goes to 9, I'll buy some more. I can't see Honest at 5 and be like, I'm not going to buy Honest because it could go to 4. No, I'm going to buy some. That's just the name of the game for me, and hold. And, when the sun shines again, we're going to, I'm going to believe I'm going to make them a lot of money. But owned, and no one owned more than him, okay? Look at the chef here today. 11%. It doesn't matter about the chef's future. None of that matters. It's sell by any means necessary here today. That's just unbelievable, really. Look at Corsair Gaming. Corsair Gaming, another popular YouTube stock. Corsair Gaming had been holding up very steadily, right? Corsair Gaming was down 2% year to date. Corsair Gaming here today down over 11%. Just a massive move down. Fubo TV. And folks are looking at it, and whether it's a SoFi at 12, or whether it's a Tattooed Chef at 10, or whether it's a Robinhood at, I don't even know what Robinhood was at, down 84%, or Tesla, let's say Tesla was to go down 700. It doesn't matter what the stock is. The market is in this moment where people are like, maybe I'll nibble at these stocks a little bit, but I don't really need to buy it heavy right now. I'm not into that right now. And when you're in that has come to talk about the chef, okay? Good old TTCF. We haven't done a dedicated video to TTCF in a little bit here. There's a lot, about $1 million roughly worth of Tattooed Chef here. So in regards to Kevin buying TTCF, okay? You know, my opinion on that is, if you're a long-term bull on TTCF, don't trust a move like that. Like, Kevin could easily sell out tomorrow, and that's no disrespect to him. That's just honest truth when it comes to him. He's in and out of these stocks all the time. A long-term hold for him might be 6 months. He's in, he's out. Highly shorted stock. Now, the shorts could be covering in the chef as we speak right now, and it's very hard to see the accurate numbers that are going on right now. Everything's kind of a lag, and that's very disappointing when it comes to short interest and shorts having disclosed, to disclose these positions, hedge funds and things like that. It'd be beautiful if we could see it on a day-to-day basis. That's not how it works, okay? But nonetheless, and so Target's extremely important for Tattooed Chef specifically at this stage of Tattooed Chef's growth trajectory. Maybe in a few years it might be very different. Maybe a Smith's, or Kroger, maybe that's the most important retailer. But for right now, Tattooed Chef is, Target's the most important for Tattooed Chef, okay? So what we're seeing is we're starting to see end caps with Tattooed Chef products on it, which are great for visibility of the Tattooed Chef brand. Not just for sell-through, but for branding, for people to see this and be walking by the end caps. And if you're on the end caps, that's a pretty big deal. Let's just put it that way. That means essentially, because usually how end caps work in massive retailers is they change out whoever's in the end cap. So if you're in the end cap, it's a pretty. Now, it's not just that. It's not just that. You're seeing Tattooed Chef get expansion in the aisles as well. And when it comes to Tattooed Chef, some of these stores, they might have a half a door, which this is kind of like what you call a half a door situation. But there's other stores, especially a lot here in Vegas and other states or cities around the United States that are major cities, that essentially they're getting a full door in, okay? Now, this is in Delaware here, where Tattooed Chef has a smaller position in the Delaware stores. Sometimes the East Coast is a little slower moving with an innovative brand like a Tattooed Chef that's more of it's not like Tattooed Chef is just a vegan company, right? They're kind of a vegetarian, let's call it that, kind of skewing more toward the vegan movement, but the East Coast is a little slower with moving toward that movement. So what you're going to see pretty consistently is on the East Coast and maybe in the South as well. Tattooed Chef is a slower mover in some of those markets in terms of these items, because sometimes people see a bunch of Tattooed Chef items come in, then all of a sudden they'll go back a month or two later and they're like, wait a minute, there's no Tattooed Chef items. So I really want to explain how this works. I want to give a big thank you to Moomoo for sponsoring today's video. If you have not downloaded the Moomoo app yet on your phone or your tablet, I would definitely do so. It is one of the coolest, most in-depth apps I've ever seen, and you can actually place trades right through the app as well here. They get a 4.7 out of 5 stars so far on the Apple App Store. So very, very impressive. One of the consistently have that there because people consistently buy it. But with Tattooed Chef, they'll have some items inside the aisles, especially in Sam's Club specifically, I've noticed. They'll have some items inside the aisle, which is great, that are consistent sales, but they'll also do these kind of special one-off items that, can push up revenue definitely in a major way. And last year at this time, they had a lot of different items that were definitely helping out. And this year, stupid volume, let's just put it that way. And so the fact that Tattooed Chef can come in there and do these deals with Costco and Sam's Club, and they move the type of volume, Sam's Club and Costco love it. Obviously, the chef loves it. You're usually going to collect, generally speaking, a lower margin from selling into Costco and Sam's Club. However, it's beautiful for building your brand because, gosh, I don't know if you guys have ever gone to a Costco on a Saturday afternoon. That place is busy, okay? And so this is great visibility. Even if it's a much lower margin you got to collect from a Costco, Sam's Club, who cares? The fact is, when you're a growth company like Tattooed Chef, you just want people trying your products. You want people getting familiar with their brand. So then when they go to Target or, Walmart in the future, Tattooed Chef's not really in Walmart heavily yet, right? The other brand's a little higher end. So when you go to Target or a lot of these grocery stores and whatnot, you have a much higher probability of someone buying it if they've experienced it because they went and saw your product and tried it out in Costco, Sam's Club, things like that, okay? So That's an important thing to remember, is a lot of one-off items, and I want everybody to educate other folks, because I see some people saying, wait a minute, I saw a Tattooed Chef item was here last month. No, it's not here anymore. Does that mean Costco doesn't like Tattooed Chef anymore or something? That's not the way it works, okay? And sometimes you'll see multiple SKUs all at once. It doesn't mean necessarily Tattooed Chef's going to have that. When it's at the end caps, specifically in Costco and Sam's Club, they move product in, move product out, then they try something else, then all of a sudden Tattooed Chef's like, hey, let's try this item, and all of a sudden they'll bring it in, okay? So it's very, very important, and everybody needs to educate everybody on that kind of moving forward, okay? Now, Target store here, so multiple pizza items here, and then if we go ahead and look at this one, they got about a half a door here in this particular Target. Unfortunately, the person that posted this didn't put the state or the city it was in. These are actually the items that Tattooed Chef started with in the Target stores that were selling pretty good, and gave them a chance to introduce some more items. And since then, Tattooed Chef's just been taking off like a rocket ship in terms of sales volume and whatnot. And Target just keeps bringing in more and more SKUs because they move, okay? Now, look at this. This is on the end cap. Look at the amount of space. This is a full door for Tattooed Chef, including the pizza items, which, you know, you really think about Tattooed Chef, you usually think about it in terms of the individual items, or maybe some of the products that Costco and Sam's Club sell that are like big, huge packs of stuff, right? But this is a thing of beauty that Tattooed Chef's getting more and more into the pizza game with their cauliflower pizzas and things like that, guys. That's a huge market. That's one of the biggest, you know, frozen food markets out there. It's a frozen pizza aisle. And so the fact that Tattooed Chef's expanding there, getting more and more folks to try out their product. When it comes to the pizza aisle is the vegan products, right? Like cauliflower pizzas and things like that. There's a million traditional products, DiGiorno and Tontino's and all those products that are very popular for if you're a meat eater, right? But in the vegan space, man, or even the vegetarian space, there's not a lot of options for you. These are made with basically a Tattooed Chef's own plant-based pepperoni. And so, yeah, that business itself has crazy long-term opportunity that's just not even seen, okay? This is from Bruno. Bruno posted this one. I think Bruno lives in Vegas, if I recall. So this must have been from a Vegas store. And, I mean, you know, the sell-through is just off the charts for this company. They got a full door in this Vegas store here with the pizzas at the bottom. You got the items. You know, the sell-through is ridiculous for Tattooed Chef. The short sellers are like, oh, yeah, you know, Target keeps taking SKUs and things like that. But what if they're not selling? It's like, dude. Like, think about this logically for a moment. Target's the most well-run retailer out there. They don't just take SKUs to take SKUs on. Like, you have to be moving stupid volume to get more and more SKUs in. And with Tattooed Chef, like, they move stupid volume. That's the bottom line with this company. And so it's just one of those that they move crazy volume. So Target's like, hey, if you keep moving this volume, we're going to keep giving you more and more shelf space. We're going to keep giving you more freezer aisle. And that's what they do. And with the freezer aisle, man, somebody's getting kicked out of there because of that, and Tattooed Chef's just moving the items, right? This is from a Massachusetts Target here. Look at that beautiful end cap there, and look at that sell-through. That's just it's just a thing of beauty, And the amount of people that are, you know, trying this brand for the first time is off the charts. And the beautiful thing about the food and drink business is when you get somebody to be a consistent customer, I mean, nonetheless, this is huge, like the sell-through for Tattooed Chef, and the company is still so young. That's what I think a lot of folks forget. Imagine as this company gets more and more loyal customers that love the product, right? Like myself, that loves to eat it every day. Like, you know, oh my gosh, okay. Look at this. This is the actual door area here. This one, they have a little more than a half a door, and so that's what you're going to see in most Targets, which is their historical business before they launched Tattooed Chef brand, which was selling private label items to stores like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's and other stores, right? They've been trying to basically wind down that business, which is extremely low margin business. It's not where the company's focus. The company's focus all on Tattooed Chef brand. And so they've been slowly trying to wind that down. So the question is, how much did that business wind down? That's not even really going to, when you're still a smaller company as far as revenue goes for Tattooed Chef, there can be the type of stuff that makes you either beat earnings or miss earnings, right? And so you have so many confusing parts here for Tattooed Chef that it's dang confusing. Let's put it that way, okay? They have a nice e-commerce business, but that thing didn't even really exist in the past. The Costco and Sam's Club type deals, when did those close? Did those close in December? Did those close in January, right? So this is where this quarter specifically, I'm very confused on what the numbers will be. I'm not confident either way. snacks category and everything that's going on there, I think the chef is in a beautiful spot for beating these numbers. I don't even mind if Tattooed Chef comes in with a 285 guide for 22 or 290 or something like that, maybe a little low, because I'd rather the chef under promise and over deliver, which is kind of the opposite of what they did last year. They kind of shot for the moon. They had to, miss some numbers, and obviously shareholders hate missed numbers. You don't want to ever miss numbers. I'd rather have them low ball a little bit, come in a little conservative, and then just smash the numbers throughout the year, quarter after quarter after quarter. They beat this. So the thing you got to remember with a company like Tattooed Chef is this is such an early days company, right? This company wasn't even relevant 2 years ago. And now all of a sudden you're seeing, you go to your Target store and there's like these end caps and all these items and all these SKUs. I've never seen anything like it in the food industry and since I've been doing this thing, okay? It's been nothing short of extraordinary. Now what comes with that is you're just focused on revenue to become a very, very profitable beast company. I think we all look at Tattooed Chef and we see it selling for $4.99 or whatever, and it's, if you have a brain, you understand it doesn't cost a company even close to $4.99 to make that item, right? So let's say they're selling that item to Target for $3, right? Do you think, as this company scales and get bigger, it's really going to cost Tattooed Chef $3 to make that item? Heck no, okay? I mean, I think they can bring down cost to maybe $1 per bowl, something like that. And if they're selling it for $3, the margins can be pretty insane. You can say, well, maybe in the future they do volume deals where they try to do more sales items, so maybe they sell it into a Target or a grocery stores for $2. Well, still, I don't think the cost on the product itself with the package to a bigger presence in the back half of 22. So this is some big stuff coming for Tattooed Chef, which I think is an excitement, something to be very excited about. Snack bars, nutritional bars, and snacks should all launch for Tattooed Chef in 22. We just don't know what quarter they're coming in, what stores are going to come in initially, and things like that. We know their relationship is extremely strong with 3 core retailers, right? Target, Costco, Sam's Club. Their relationships with those 3 is off the charts great. And so if you're thinking about who gets the snack bars, nutritional bars, snack items first, of a 2-year divergence that's about to start in Tattooed Chef, where this stock's going to start diverging from whatever the market's doing. So basically how this has worked, and there's a reason I had the island here, okay? Tattooed Chef's going to basically go out to its own island, which is about to start here. So when it comes to Tattooed Chef, they've been very caught up into whatever the feeling is, the vibe is, the movement is for small cap stocks or seen as risk on type stocks. Tattooed Chef has just been very victim to whatever happens there, right? If it's like risk on, everybody's buying, it's going up. If it's risk off, which has been for the last several months, the stock just... So what I believe is about to happen now is Tattooed Chef's going to go on about a 2-year run where it's going to just become diverged from whatever's going on in the stock market and whatever's even going on in the economy itself. They're going to do their own dang thing. The stock is going to move however it wants to move. And if things are great, the stock's going to be rewarded for that. If things are bad, the stock will be, hurt for that. But it'll start to diverge from the market in its own dang thing and moving how it wanted to move. And that's how I see Tattooed Chef essentially, starting to just have this divergence and starting to have outsized moves either way. So yeah, that's something exciting there, guys. So hope you enjoyed today's video. As always, this is a beast of a video, Tattooed Chef. Don't forget to check out today's sponsor for the video, Moo. Get your 5 free stocks valued up to $3,500 each from the professional trading platform. Much love as always. 52-week low. Celsius Holdings 52-week low. Honest all-time low. Tattooed Chef pretty darn close to an all-time low. Win, not quite a 52-week low, but not that dang far away. Skyworks Solutions, that one would be, that one's holding decent. Purple, 52-week low. Teladoc, really dang close to a 52-week low. Palantir, right around a 52-week low as well there, okay? So I want to give some, a bunch of different warnings too now. That's ridiculous for this sort of company, right? Tattooed Chef is at 11. That's dumb. Like some of these stocks are trading at what people feel are dumb valuations, right? Just because they're trading at stupid valuations or whatever doesn't mean it can't go down more. And so that's where it comes in to watch margin, okay? If you're doing anything on margin, which I'm sure there's some people are, you gotta watch how heavy on margin you are, because Beyond Meat off a cliff, Dropbox off a cliff there. The chef was having a great day. It really was. It was up, I think, 8% at the highs. And that was one of the reasons that I was up, many, many hundreds of thousands at one point today. And then Powell came out, started talking, and off a cliff. Every single thing. And so what you see happening on a day like today is people bought very, very heavily in the early morning trading. People were buying call options Let's just put it that way, okay? And so essentially, Tattooed Chef, by the way, if you're wondering why that stock got hit today, wasn't just the market went down today. I explained this, okay? So essentially, Big K-Dog, he made a decision to load back up on stocks yesterday, and he bought like a huge amount of money. He put a huge amount of money in TTCF. He announced that to everybody, and today, from my understanding, from the information that is fed to me, he sold. It ended up being kind of a really bad day. But for Tattooed Chef, it's been just a rough go at it when it comes to the stock price, as with pretty much everything that's small cap related, right? But some photos are out there on the internet. Let's just put it like that, okay? It wasn't like these were sent directly to me. They're just out there on the internet. And somebody from my Discord chat found, okay, alrighty. What else do we have coming? Mexican entrees. Okay, we know Tattooed Chef already has a couple of those. It looks like there's going to be more coming. I wish the photo was clearer, by the way, but they're not. We can just kind of see the gist of it. We got new organic vegetables coming. Alrighty, very nice, very nice. These look like all frozen products, by the way. Quesadillas are coming, and burrito products are coming, alright? So this is, nonetheless, this is pretty darn better than it's ever been before, right? A year ago, Tattooed Chef was in hardly any grocery stores, had hardly any SKUs anywhere. Now all of a sudden they're in almost every grocery store you want to be in. They have massive SKU expansion all over the place. It's becoming a brand that is all of a sudden like very known and hyped and exciting overnight, right? The fundamentals of the company, revenue, everything's trended ridiculously well. Phenomenal, right? Market. Skyworks Solutions in a polar bear market. Tattooed Chef's in a polar bear market. That one might be in an Antarctica market. Okay, it's polar bear markets left and right. Corsair's in a polar bear market. Stitch Fix is as well. Avant Brands is. SoFi's in a polar bear market. Beyond Meat's in an Antarctica market. I mean, these stocks have just been devastated, absolutely devastated. Okay, and if we're gonna just look at this practically, right? Every single time I buy it, I acquire more and more ownership. If Tattooed Chef goes down and I buy the stock, I'm acquiring more and more ownership of that company day after day, week after week, month after month, and potentially year after year, right? Until I own such a big ownership that, maybe I own the whole company, okay? Maybe not that much, but that's the way I think of it. I'm just adding to my ownership position time and time again and making my ownership of this company percent move here a day. The Chef, a 7% move. Good to see the Chef getting back on the right track as far as the stock price goes. We know the underlying fundamentals of that company are extraordinary, but the stock price has been having a whole lot of trouble, right? Revolve is 6.8%. GoodRx, 6.7%. Purple, the mattress and bedding company, 6.7%. Palantir, 6.7%. Uber, 6%. Now keep in mind, guys, okay, and this one is the Chef, okay, TTCF. This is a pretty easy one for me to put on here. This stock has been, as high as $25 in the past year, over $25, and as low as $10 recently. It's a $1 billion market cap, so on the smaller side. Analysts have a price target, 1 year price target on this one of $21. When it comes to Chef, huge plant-based food company, which is a massive growing sector, and in that I always say if you're ever interested in Tattooed Chef in terms of looking in the company, the first thing to do before you look at financials, before you look at revenue growth, before you look at anything, go to your local Target. Go to your local Target, and this was a company that a year or two ago, was basically almost non-existent in Target and maybe had a few items. And now you see SKUs all over the place in the frozen food section for a Tattooed Chef in Target stores, and they have a whole lot more coming, and now you're starting to see them show up in almost every big grocery store that's anybody. This is the fastest moving food company I've ever seen in the history of being in the stock market. I've never seen a company moving at this rapid of a clip. They have nutritional bars and all those sorts of things coming in 22, snack products of revenue essentially for this company in 22. And so I look at the Tattooed Chef as just an extraordinary long-term opportunity. And if you're looking for a food company that just has ridiculous upside over the next 5-10 years and probably even over the next couple of years, this is that sort of opportunity. And this is one that anytime it goes down, I'm essentially a buyer of this stock. And I'm really, really excited. They're priced in terms of just bad news, weakness. I'm always a buyer of this one. And the amount of shares I own in the Chef now, I think it might be like 85,000 shares or something like that. Like it's a rather large number, and it's a possibility I could take this one over 100,000 shares. Okay. So
The Chef, that's the next one there, okay? Number 3 is 7 stock, down 60% over the past year or so. Great long-term future in this one. It's a $1.5 to $2 billion range company. This company's a profit beast. So the first two we kind of looked at, not super profitable companies. Palantir was profitable, but not like a big profit company. Tattooed Chef is technically a money loser on the bottom line. This one, they're a profit beast. They're a low P company. And they actually are a growth company, okay? What is that stock, you wonder? Well, it is Corsair Gaming, CRSR. This stock's been trading all the way down to $17 recently, and has traded as high as almost $50 in the past 52 weeks. This one's a $1.8 billion market cap as of recording this video. 16 P ratio, which is under the market of where the stock is. Yeah, like I said, other than the Chef, this is the one I've been adding the most aggressively the last 2 months. I think the long-term opportunity here for this company is ridiculous, okay? So first off, they're expected to increase profitability in a massive way, which, by the way, if you've never heard of Honest, they sell their diapers and wipes is a big business for them. And soaps, shampoos, those sorts of things, big business for them. Also, maybe being that into those sorts of stocks, right? Like Tattooed Chef, Oatly, Honest, companies like that. I never call those companies easy money, although I think I'm going to make a lot of money in Tattooed Chef and Oatly and Honest over the coming years. I never would call those companies easy money. They're earlier day companies. They have a lot to prove. They have to get their business models to profitability. So you can't go around calling stocks like that easy money, even if I think I'm going to make a lot of money, right? And so that's why I don't use that term when it comes to these particular stocks. An easy money stock, so I don't know what's going to happen there. What if Tattooed Chef goes down more? What if Honest goes down more? What if Corsair? Like, you never know what can happen in these earnings, right? So tomorrow I'm looking at my capital and I'm saying, do I really have to buy Facebook when they just had a disaster? Like, that's a pure disaster earnings report? No. I'll go ahead. I'll stay cash a little bit right now. I'll wait till these small caps report. Meanwhile, where's the buying pressure going to come in for Facebook? Snapchat, if Facebook's moving 26+%, what's the Chef going to move? A $1 billion market cap? Or actually, technically, it's under a $1 billion market cap right now. What's that baby going to move on earnings, man? Oh my gosh, okay, Corsair Gaming, right? Corsair Gaming has been devastated, right close to a 52-week low. Tattooed Chef's right around an all-time low, very close to it. Corsair Gaming, maybe they miss earnings and maybe the stock goes up 17% after hours. Like, we don't know. Like that's how insane this is right now. I don't know what to expect with Corsair. I guess it might be $14 after earnings, or it might be $26. And that's how volatile we are gotten. Like this, okay, if Tattooed Chef was down 23% or up 23%, no one would blink an eye. I'd be like, all right, big deal. It's some $1 billion, market cap, some new company, whatever, okay? Facebook, Meta, down 23%. It's trading like it's a penny stock. It just blew through its 52-week low in after-hours trading, guys. This is bad on bad on bad, and I spoke about it earlier in a video. Their earnings were awful, okay? Basically, no one cares about small caps. If Tattooed Chef reports good earnings and Honest reports good earnings and Oatly reports good earnings, no one cares. That doesn't matter, okay? That matters to me, but that doesn't matter to the markets. The markets care about those mega caps we just looked at. And so if the mega caps are in a place of weakness, it's hard to get that type of violent rally if everybody's looking at it and they're like, these quarters are awful. These companies are reporting. Just for the mere fact, I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, Tattooed Chef still has to report. Honest still has to report, and Corsair Gaming still has to report, which are 3 big positions for me. What if those stocks fall? I have to have some capital around for those drops, right? If they are going to drop, and I don't know if they're going to or not. So even for me, it's hard to go out there, with both hands and just buy right now, because I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, I got to have some capital around just in case the Chef falls. Companies, all of them have amazing business models. The Tattooed Chef's growing like bananas right now. Oatly's growing so ridiculous it's hard to even explain. Planet's a growth beast, right? Honest is a great growth company. Everything I just showed you is basically growth companies, right? A Small Direct Club, that one's kind of on the fence. But everything else is a huge growth company in executing their business models as well as possible, and yet they're all at 52-week lows or all time. The next thing I want to talk about. So, the Chef, in my big account, I'm down $391,000 on that stock, right? I spent a ton of time about the Chef, always thinking about it, focus on it, my thought process, everything like that. Honest, down $125,000 on that stock. These are stocks I've been buying very, very heavily the last several months, and they're just, giving me a beating, right? Planet down $22,000. My wife found this. On a grocery store website. So, Tattooed Chef plant-based burritos. Now, these aren't even announced yet. So, one of the major grocery store chains already has the kind of the promotional stuff ready for essentially Tattooed Chef plant-based burritos. And I love the packaging on these. I think these are going to do tremendously well whenever these babies actually get out there. This is like a huge deal for the company. The thing with Tattooed Chef is they have so many new SKUs coming this year. It's amazing. In products like this, like they've never competed in, I think are going to do very, very well. And, you know, a lot of, you know, there's not even much competition when it comes to a lot of these spaces they're going to get in. And so I am more than jacked up. And I know I don't speak about the chef as much recently because we've been so tied up with the market and what's going on with the market. But here's how I'm feeling with the chef going into earnings. I'm feeling very confident. And if this stock tanks, I'm buying it. If it goes up, I'm buying it. If it stays the same, I'm buying it. Anything under $20 a share for this stock is, you know, basically just, you know, if for me, it's an easy buy. Anything under $20 is an easy buy. So for me, it doesn't matter if the stock's at 10, if it's at 12, if it's at 14, if it's at 16, it's at 8. And what I will say with Tattooed Chef, I think this is pretty interesting. I think most of the sellers have already left this stock now at this point in time. I think, you know, the majority of folks that are left in the stock are really the folks that are in this for the next 3, 5, 7 years and in this for the Tattooed Chef vision. Whereas last year at this time, there was a lot of people in it because it was a new hot stock in the market and we were in that peak FOMO cycle in the market. And we got rid of all those folks over the past year. And so now we're just at this point in time where, you know, the only folks really left in this one are really the long-term shareholders. And I think we're going to be able to attract a lot more long-term longs where, you know, for us longs, think about it with, like, let's say Tattooed Chef for me. If the stock goes down, I buy it. If the stock stays the same, I buy it. If the stock goes up, I buy it. And there's no situation where I sell the chef. And so from that standpoint, yeah, that's a dangerous stock to be max shorting if you're shorting in the market right now. And we've already likely gotten rid of almost pretty much every weak hand that could possibly gotten out of that stock. And the longs are just going to continue to go longer and longer in a stock like that. And so you set a situation up where you could get massive short squeezes. Revolve mid-small, Lemonade mid-small, Celsius mid-small, Tattooed Chef a small cap, SDC small cap. Everything that is performing amazing today, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% movers for the most part outside of Square on my watch list are all mid caps or small caps. Because we're in that sort of market where we're starting to get this turn, and the things that come back the fastest are these sorts of stocks. Remember, Tattooed Chef, not that dang long ago, was $10 a share. It was $10 a share just a couple weeks ago, right? When we were in that massive late January, you basically crash in the Russell. And so you're looking at a lot of these stocks. STC fell to $1 something a share, right? And a lot of these stocks are now significantly off of where they were at their lows, and they've turned a corner essentially in this market. Pitch fix, as soon as that news broke with the Fed, Tattooed Chef, even TTCF. Imagine selling TTCF or buying TTCF based upon what the Fed's going to do. That's just comical, okay? As soon as that news broke, down. Lemonade stock, same exact thing, just down. As soon as the news broke, you can see this correlation throughout almost every stock, right? The Planet, as soon as that news broke, Voyager, same thing. By the way, Voyager, Bitcoin's looking really good suddenly. If Bitcoin keeps trending, 14 on trending, yeah. So I don't know how the chef, I don't even know how this happened. So I'm guessing the chef must have paid for some product placement, I'm guessing, in this music video, and it shows this situation, and then he eats a piece of pepperoni. It's interesting nonetheless. But yeah, TTCF getting some product promo out there. If you didn't know, they've launched pizzas in a lot of big stores recently. I've seen it in Kroger related stores. I've seen it in Target stores, things like that. So, hey man, Machine Gun Kelly. If we look at Honest, down 21%. Tattooed Chef down 27%. Voyager down 42%. I've been destroyed, okay? Never mind that. A lot of my stocks that, you know, are a little older position, because those are just the ones I've been buying for the last, 6, 9 months or so, right? Never mind that. I've lost a ton of gains on a lot of stocks, right? Tesla has lost like $400 a share from its 52-week high, roughly, right? So my gain's not nearly what it used to. I have things kind of explained to you, okay? Now, look at the chef here today, trading around break even. Revolve's trading around break even. Corsair's trading, slightly down, but not down nearly as much as the market. When I look at stocks like this, these stocks are just kind of in this standpoint. They don't really know what they want to do. Wynn's the same. I should have circled Wynn's. Wynn's the same scenario right now. Where folks are looking at some of these stocks, let's just say these four here. A lot of fear out there in the market. And what do we see? The chef is green today. The chef is green today. And you're just running out of sellers in these stocks. You've exhausted the sellers in these stocks. Every weak hand that's in the stock is out of these dang stocks already. I mean, look at the volume. It's pathetic. 574,000 shares traded hands when the VIX was 32 today or whatever it was, right? Sky high VIX. Average volume is 1.2 mil, and this traded half its volume. You just can't find sellers in these stocks. Here is a red day in the markets across the board, and the chef finishes green. And when it comes to stock like this, and I don't think this is what a lot of shorts understand or a lot of folks in general, I hear it sometimes like, well, what if it drops on earnings? What if it goes to 10, 9, whatever? Who cares? I'll buy more shares. Like for us that are long-term investors, we don't care about any of this. We don't care about any of the short-term stuff. The chef's going to be a $50+ stock in a few years from now. I don't care if it goes to 10 or to 14 or to 9 or to 22. It doesn't matter to me in the end. And for most folks that are in the stock, we don't care. The Russia situation, inflation, the Fed, who cares? All we know is the chef's going to grow massively regardless. I don't care if there's a recession, the chef's still going to grow massively. And I put my words behind that, and it will. Is it possible my stocks fall? Sure. Is it possible Tattooed Chef falls on earnings or Honest falls on earnings and whatnot? Sure. Those things are possible. I'll just obviously be a buyer in those situations. But I think about myself and the way I'm personally positioned in this market. And it's exactly where I want to be positioned in this market. And the way I kind of see this playing out is I'm going to be likely high. And so this really gets any serious momentum around it. And this could be said for a lot of these small caps. My gosh, the move's going to be absolutely insane because of how little trading volume there is on the stock. If you had a mass buyer come in and want to acquire, let's say, 10 million, 20 million shares of the stock over the next, let's say they want to do that over a 3-6 month span. My gosh. One is the difference between Oatly and maybe the chef and Honest is the chef and Honest can likely flip to some sort of profitability at some point in the next, let's call it 4 quarters. I don't mean consistently, but at least hit a quarter. Oh, we made a little positive EPS here, right? Oatly, I don't really see that. They're going to spend so aggressively on everything with their business because their revenue growth is so crazy. Honest is a much lower growth company. Tattooed Chef is a strong growth company at probably 30% plus this upcoming year. But there's a difference level when you're talking about Oatly that's probably growing 50% plus revenues top line this next year. When you're growing at that rapid of a clip, it is very tough to have a profitable business model, I can tell you that much. And so I think Oatly is going to have trouble eking out any profits in the short term. Not that it matters. I got to wait. Honest has still got to report earnings, and Tattoo Chef still has to report earnings. I don't know what's going to happen in this sort of market. What if they send Tattoo Chef back down to 52-week low at 10? What if they send Honest to a new all-time low? It's right around its all-time low right now. What if they send that down further? I got to have some capital ready just in case. Planet still has to report. What if they send Planet back down to a 52-week low? I got to be ready just in case these babies tank. I don't think they are, but in case they are, I got to be ready for gone down because it's got to be reasons why Tattooed Chef's down 30%, Honest, and those sorts of things, right? When it comes to Chef, there's 3 core reasons why I believe this stock is down the way it is, right? One is they postponed their last quarterly report. They had to postpone it last minute, and they all of a sudden finally came out with numbers like a week or 2 later. There was just a bad look. That's not a normal thing that happens in the market where all of a sudden newer company to the public markets, which Tattooed Chef is kind of considered a newer company because they haven't even been public for like 2 years or so when they postpone those numbers. Believe me, everybody's kind of keeping an eye on you, and if you do anything that is seen as shady or weird, they're like, oh boy, I don't know about this. So when they had to postpone that last quarterly numbers, there was a lot of shareholders that just sold out and like, you know what, I'm out of this stock. I have a ton of money on these stocks, right? Well, with Tattooed Chef, in order for this stock to still be down this much or down even more, one is the company couldn't have gotten profitable. The 2 would be revenue stagnates or declines in 3 years from now versus, the incredible growth rates they have now, right? And innovation dies at this company. So now what are the chances this happens? Well, I think it's extremely unrealistic for this company not to be the best frozen food launch in the company's history from Tattooed Chef. So sell-through is ridiculous. The brand's ridiculous. I don't see that being even remotely realistic, but it is a possibility. And if it did happen, obviously the stock would continue just downtrend, right? And if innovation died at this company, what I've seen is I've never seen a company innovating this fast in my life in the food sector. And so for that to just end, completely unrealistic as well, but it's a possibility. And so if those things happen, Tattoo Chef's going to remain 12, 13, 14, 10, $9 stock or something like that. Okay. Very unrealistic, but it's possible. For this stock, they would have to, basically, they couldn't get profitable over the next few years. Revenues would have to shrink and innovation would have to die and market share would have to go down. Now, I don't see that being realistic at all. They've been taking market share. They've been power brand essentially. And so with Tattooed Chef, it's great to see them get in with 4 SKUs right from the jump. And what I'm hoping for is that they get nice sell-through over time. We've seen Tattooed Chef, we know sell-through is very strong. What I'm hoping is eventually they get 6 items and 8 items. They could definitely have a plant-based sausage pizza. They could probably have some sort of plant-based, like 3 meat, like something that's like imitates bacon. And then their plant-based pepperoni and their plant-based sausage. That's definitely a potential for them. So it's great to see this. This is a huge option in pizza brands. But this sector is growing pretty rapidly. And it's nice to see the chef have multiple SKUs already in this. And I can only imagine what they're going to have 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now, versus what they have today with kind of these introductory, products there essentially. Okay. Now, this is huge. So what we're looking at here, this is like what's considered the natural burrito area. Okay. And the reason this is so big is kind of what is considered like natural burritos. And so Tattoo Chef's going to likely have multiple SKUs here right from the jump. I'm going to say somewhere between 3 and 5 SKUs. And this is just another huge opportunity. And when you think about this for a moment, okay, it's not just about, Tattoo Chef's launching burrito products so they can make, $10 million extra a year or $50 million extra a year, whatever they can sell through, right? That's actually not the biggest factor. The biggest factor for Tattoo Chef is just having more places, especially as Tattoo Chef being a new brand, relatively new. Like no one ever heard of Tattoo Chef 2 years ago, right? Like literally nobody heard of it. And they've come out of nowhere and they've taken the world by storm and they're putting up crazy numbers, right? But the biggest thing for a new brand is having several different touch points in a store so people can try one of your products and associate your brand with something, right? And so if somebody buys a Tattoo Chef, burrito and they like that experience, they think it's pretty good, then they're more likely to, when they see a pizza, right, to pick up a pizza when they see a frozen entree of some kind. Hey, that's that brand that made that burrito I had that time, right? And so this is where it's very, very important. And if you see somebody like Amy's, right, which Amy's would definitely be considered a competitor of Tattoo Chef, definitely a competitor, right? I think they're just a much slower moving competitor, and they're not as good as Tattoo Chef, but that's just my personal opinion. But Amy's no doubt is a serious competitor, and you can see Amy's has products all over the place. They got burrito products here. They got the pizzas. They got frozen entrees. They have a lot of different products at a lot of different touch points in a store. And so Tattoo Chef, they're going this route, but Tattoo Chef I think is going to get even smarter as they introduce snack products and things like that have crazy margins. So this is an exciting opportunity. I took a picture of this too, just so you can see like how big the burrito section is. And I understand, this is in Arizona. I'm taking these pictures. So the burrito section is usually bigger in Arizona than it would be most other places. But nonetheless, this is a huge opportunity for Tattoo Chef. And I can't wait to see, a bunch of Tattoo Chef items here. And, it's just a very, very exciting opportunity for the company over time. Okay. Now, what we're looking at here essentially is some of their, let's call it like side dishes and things like that. They got chow mein there. They got their Mexican-style street corn there and a couple other products. And, this is another one of those very, very big opportunities for the company. By the way, crispy cauliflower wings. Man, could that be something that Tattoo Chef gets in over time? They're the cauliflower kings, let's call it that, okay? So you got to understand like how big these opportunities are and how many SKUs you can get into a store and what that means for your sell-through and your touch points and how big these segments are. Even if you don't, like, I'm not one that I don't buy frozen vegetables, or changing to compete with something like a Tattooed Chef because they're not known as that. They're known as, the one that's selling, spaghetti with meat sauce and the Salisbury steaks and these sorts of things, right? So the creamy chicken Parmesan, that's what they're known for. And so when you try to go into like plant-based products and whatnot, right, like Tattoo Chef has, there's going to be a bit of an up. That's ridiculous, okay? And so that's where the chef is going over the coming years. And you're going to walk in your grocery store, I believe, in a matter of the next couple of years, and you're going to see a full door there. No different than we see at Target now. You already see, you go into Target stores, and now Tattoo Chef, almost all these Target stores now has a full door dedicated to them. And I'm seeing some of these super Target stores and whatnot having not only a full door dedicated to them, but actually 2 full doors. It'll be like another section, and then like several other products just randomly placed, like the Aussie bowls, the cold brew bowls, and those sorts of things, right? And so, I mean, it's just insane. For a specific margin, right? Like, it's not like Tattoo Chef's been established for 20 years now and they got a specific margin they need to hit. However, other brands have specific margins they have to hit, and so they have to make sure their pricing's constantly in line, right? Grow stocks, it's not really like that. Margins can move around a lot. But in this sort of market, it's just very easy to get, kind of like, let's call it like, think about all this drama that's going on in the market, right? And yet Tattoo Chef's been holding up pretty decent the past month. And I like the setup there. And I think what it comes down to with a stock like the Chef, right, is I think there's just a lot of folks that just got out of the stock and just have left it. And now it's just hard to find sellers there. And it's clear as day it's hard to find sellers for the Chef anymore now at this point in time, because you have all this going on. And look what has happened to other stocks over the past month or so, right? I mean, I'm talking even mega caps. Look what's happened to a ton of these mega caps. Look what's happened to so many stocks in general. I mean, so many stocks in general have gone like this. And in the meanwhile, the Chef for the past month is actually, and believe it or not, an uptrend for the past month, which is just crazy to think about, right? From the bottoms it reached kind of in mid to late January. And so what I see in this situation is Tattooed Chef has this, and you can see it in the volume as well. Tattooed Chef has this long-term shareholder base of folks like myself, right, that are really holding the stock and are also buyers of this stock. And on any major dips, we buy and we add more shares. And we're plugging those shares for the long term. We're like, more Tattooed Chef at 10, more Tattooed Chef at 12, more Tattooed Chef at 14, whatever. We'll take it. And we keep just adding shares and increasing our ownership in the end. And as long as this company executes the way we believe it's going to execute over the next 5-10 years, the Tattooed Chef shareholders will be very, very thrilled, regardless of whatever happens with the Russia situation and whatever happens with inflation in the short term and the Fed and all this stuff. And I've been on this earth for 32 years. And guess what? Every single time you get drama is a huge buying opportunity. Every single time. There's never been, a lot of people know, such as Tattooed Chef, such as Corsair Gaming. And what I've seen with those stocks, right, is they've actually been holding up pretty darn well the past month, basically since they hit their bottoms right around a month ago. Almost exactly a month ago, technically about 28 days ago or so. Corsair was in the 17s at the bottom. Tattooed Chef reached, I don't think it was 10, but it was surely $11 a share. Those ones end up leading you up. The smaller cap stocks, Tattooed Chef's a $1 billion market cap, Corsair Games like a $2 billion market cap. And so that's just something to kind of keep an eye on. And regardless if you want to own Tattooed Chef or Corsair or any of those stocks, I think they're important to just keep on your watch list and see what happens with pricing activity with those stocks. I think it's actually really, really important. Okay. Now, I did a video last night on 15 of these 15 stocks. That's a huge buy now, down 60% plus. Is the Chef? You knew this one was going to be on there. There's no way I was going to do this list and not mention the Chef. The Chef's, this is a crazy year for the Chef, essentially, okay? Now, 30+% revenue growth expected in 22. I think they'll hit that easily based upon the store expansion, the SKU expansion, new product categories. Oh my gosh, okay? It's ridiculous. If you track this company on a high level, you know the opportunity there. Now, in regards to the Chef, they're expected to get much closer to profitability in 22. I don't think major thing. But when it comes to Chef, the biggest thing for the Chef this year is this is a year where they get on Wall Street's radar, in my opinion. Their revenues are going to start to, scale to several $100 million. And, this is one of those brands that you're going to just start seeing at every single grocery store out there, and it's going to be impossible to ignore them. And when you see their growth rates and then getting close to profitability, I think this is a company that this is the year where they get on Wall Street's radar. And so I love this year for Tattooed Chef. I think it's going to be a tremendous year. Any sorts of major dips in the stock, I'm going to be a buyer of. I'm also looking at 2024 call options in regards to Chef. Now, when I talk about the Chef, there's another stock that's going to automatically be thought about because I've been buying both these stocks. Corsair Gaming, right? So Corsair Gaming couldn't be on this list essentially because it's not down 60%. So although I believe a ton in Corsair Gaming over the next several years, and I think this is a huge buy, it couldn't be on this list. This is a list of, you got to be down at least 60% plus in Corsair Gaming. It is not. So that's why incredible to see these kind of sell-offs. Look at the chef. The chef opens down. You know, this is obviously a very heavy retail investor name. I wouldn't call it a big, PayPal. This is controlled really by hedge funds and big institutions, right? Tattoo Chef's, I think, more controlled by smaller investors, retail folks like myself, right? So when it comes to the Tattoo Chef, right? There were folks that decided to just say, you know what, that's it. I'm out of this market. I'm selling off, and they were selling the stock at $11, at $11.10, at $11.20 this morning, and just jumping out and deciding that's it. And sometimes it's best in these sorts of markets to just take a step back and be like, does this Russia thing affect Tattoo Chef's business at all? It really doesn't. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter when you're in a fear market whether this stuff affects these stocks or doesn't affect these stocks. It's irrelevant in this sort of market. It's just people just sell, and certain other individuals are obviously buying. Now, this morning, what I call that essentially, it's what I call a capitulation shake. Clothing items, not nearly as big of a deal, okay? Beyond Meat and Tattooed Chef. So Beyond Meat, they reported their last bad quarter last night, essentially, and 2021 was just a horrible year for Beyond Meat, but 22 is going to shape up to be a very good year for Beyond Meat, and I actually expected the stock to be a beast over the next 12 months. They're setting their numbers up really good. I think Q1 is going to be incredibly strong, and I think all throughout the year. It fell big today, and it actually brought down the chef as well, because some of the numbers weren't what folks were looking for, which, it isn't a surprise to me. Like, the 2021 is just a disaster year for Beyond Meat. So, of course, their Q4 was going to be a disaster. From here on, now the comps are so easy, and they have so many revenue growth opportunities over this next year or so. Like, Beyond Meat's going to smash it. But, it pulled down the chef today, 5.9%. Now, there's good news and there's bad news with that, right? So, first off, the bad news is, like, people are looking at it like, what the hell, man? Freaking chef has to go down because stupid Beyond Meat goes down? Well, yeah, okay. So that looks bad news for today. But imagine as Beyond Meat starts to beast mode, which I think is going to do over the next 12, 18, 24 months. Guess what's also going to happen? It's going to pull the chef with it. So you can't have it both ways, right? You can't have it where it's like it only affects it on the upside and doesn't affect on the downside. It doesn't work like that. And the really good thing with this is I want to see these stocks starting to move a little more as baskets. That would show, and I think actually this is going to happen in the next 12, 24 months. And I think they're going to group stocks like Beyond Meat, Tattooed Chef, Oatly, and those other stocks together. A lot of these companies just went public in the last few years. And I see that as being a big opportunity where folks that want to play the plant-based food space but don't want to specifically pick individual stocks end up investing in that. And a lot of institutions and funds end up doing that rather than saying, I think this company might be the big winner and this one might not. Kidding me? Okay. I think I would sell my Teslas before I sold Tattoo Chef stock. You got to be kidding me. But this is the type of stuff. And then they go out there and they thumb it up with basically you can create just a bunch of different accounts through Yahoo and just kind of like have them all logged in and just like thumb up the post or whatever. So it goes at the top. So if you go on like the message board, you're like, oh my gosh, Jeremy, he must have sold out of his shares. It's like, oh gosh, it's just so desperate, specifically in regards to Tattooed Chef stock, TTCF. Well, first reason is you got to understand if you're trying to short Tattooed Chef, the interest you're paying on that is disgusting, like absolutely disgusting. Like try to short Tattooed Chef stock and get ready to pay through the nose just to try to short the stock. So that's first off, they're getting eaten alive by essentially all the interest they're having to pay. Okay, that's not the biggest factor. That's not even close to the biggest factor actually. Look at the stock chart over the past month. Okay, now. If you look at the S&P 500 over the past month, if you look at the NASDAQ over the past month, if you look at most stocks over the past month, it's been something like this. Something like this. And here's Tattooed Chef stock actually holding pretty respectably decent in a horrible market where it's filled with fear about inflation, the Fed, the Russia situation, all this stuff. And all this stuff's getting thrown at the market. And yet, Tattooed Chef stock, TTCF's actually holding very, very strong in this horrible market. It hit its 52-week low back, almost a month ago now. And here it is. It just continues to hold strong and hold strong. And so if you're a short seller, you're paying through the nose just to short this stock. And then you're basically, you can't get the stock to move down. Well, then come the tactics of let's try to just make and years of revenue growth. Like, I don't even know the day Tattoo Chef stops growing, but it's nowhere in this decade. It's a huge revenue growth beast. They're in a massive growing sector that is a plant-based food space that just is going to grow incredible over the next several decades. We know they postponed their last quarterly numbers last minute. As soon as that happened, I knew that was going to be something the shorts were going to constantly bring up for years to go in the future. And they'll still be bringing that up years from now. Oh, remember the time Tattoo Chef, they postponed that quarterly numbers at the last minute? Yeah, remember that? They're going to be bringing that up in like 2025. They'll never let that one die. But that's something that happened, right? It was a bad look for the company. They ended up posting their quarterly numbers like a week or two later. But when that situation happened, that's just more fuel for the fire for the short sellers in this market. Let's put it that way. Are money-losing companies, and Tattoo Chef is a money loser and should be in 22 as well, right? We know Tattoo Chef has massive store expansion going on. They've basically landed into almost every single major retailer you want to land into over the last 6 to 12 months. And they're getting in all those stores right now, and you're starting to see their products show up, right? Massive SKU expansion. This company, they enter a store with 2 to 6 SKUs usually, and next thing you know, all of a sudden it's 4 to 8 SKUs. Some of these Target stores now. And Target, Tattoo Chef wasn't even in Target a couple of years ago. And now I go into some of these Target stores, and there's so many SKUs that I can't even count them all. It's like, I don't even think I can count that high. Short sellers would make me believe I can't count that high. It's like, oh my gosh, it's a number over 20. I can't even count that high, okay? But it's ridiculous. And the SKU expansion is not slowing down anytime soon. And why is this not? Well, one, the company frozen food items that just don't move for these other companies. And Tattoo Chef moves stupid volume. And so if you're, say, an executive at one of these companies that, you're in the frozen food department, you need products that move. And Tattoo Chef moves, and those products move huge. And so you're going to continue to take more and more SKUs. And you're like, oh, well, shoot, we started with 6 SKUs, but you're moving big volume. Can you give us 10? Can you give us 12? You're going to continue to take more, and that company just gets more and more shelf space. And next thing you know, all of a sudden they got a full freezer door, and then they got 2 full freezer doors, and it's this is the real story for me when it comes to Tattoo Chef over the next several years. Let's put it that way, okay? This is the fastest innovation I've ever seen from any food company in my life by a mile. I've never seen a company moving this fast ever. Just flat out, when it comes to a food company, like no one moves this fast. It's ridiculous, right? The company has new product categories coming this year. We're not even talking about 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years. Watch from my standpoint when it comes to Tattoo Chef. The more I've bought shares in this company, the more I've looked into it and gone down the rabbit hole with this company, the more I'm like, I could see myself buying the stock for years to go. To be completely honest, like I'm trying to think, like, do I see myself stopping buying shares? And I really don't. Right here now at $11 something, like, it's like, it's a joke price. Buying for potentially years to go in the future. Tattoo Chef is one of those stocks. PayPal is actually a stock that is reached such levels now that I'm thinking about buying that one for years to go in the future. The Planet's another one of those rare opportunities that I feel like that's a stock I could buy for years to go in the future and just continue to add more and more shares, throw it in the filing cabinet, increase my ownership position more and more and more. And as those companies go to RX, 4% move there. The Chef, look at the Chef. 4%. Look at all those short sellers making up all that stuff they like to make up, all those lies and just, fabricating whatever. And yet they still can't get the stock down. A 4% plus upward move on a day when, once again, the Dow's down today. S&P 500 is down today. Russell will likely finish out at a little bit green, but not much green. And there's a Chef just, FB loved that one. Next one up here, number 5, is the Chef. We knew the Chef was going to be on here. Yeah, the Chef is another stock I'm planning on buying this upcoming month, March of 2022. When I look at the Chef, obviously the earnings should come out at some point here in March, under $1 billion market cap right now, which is just a value I love for the Chef. I speak about the Chef a lot, so I feel like I don't need to really tell the story too much. It's a huge growing industry. It's the most innovative company I've ever seen by a mile in the food industry. They're getting into every single retailer you possibly want to get into. Their SKU expansion is massive in every single retailer out there. Their sell-through is ridiculous. They're getting into new product categories, and I've never seen a company, heard of this company 2 years ago. No one ever heard of Tattoo Chef 2 years ago. In my opinion, 2 years from now, I think like half of Americans will have heard of Tattoo Chef because the brand's going to be that famous and it's going to be that in your face at every single store you go into. And you go into a lot of these super Target stores, especially out here on the West Coast now. My gosh, I mean, we're talking about they've got several doors. They've got, 20, 30 SKUs in a lot of these Target stores now. That's coming across the nation, and that's coming across, all grocery stores over the coming years, in my opinion. When it comes to Chef, if you're talking about taking down the wall of worry around the Chef, they need to obviously do this earnings call on time and not miss the earnings day or something like that, right? If you want to take down the wall of worry, get closer and closer to profitability. If you want to take down the wall of worry more, get your margins more and more in shape as the year transpires this year and in a better and better place. And if you want to take down the wall of worry, keep up that revenue growth. If they do those sorts of things, the wall of worry starts to get destroyed around the Chef brick by brick by brick. And this is one of those stocks that, for somebody like me, like there's no price I'm willing to sell the Chef at. It doesn't matter if it goes up to $15, $20, $25, $30. It doesn't matter what the stock goes to. Because when I look at this company, I see a company that's on the trajectory to becoming a food giant. And there's just no doubt in my mind, and there's no doubt in my mind that this is going to become a food giant over the coming years. And so when you're talking about that sort of opportunity, I'm not willing to jump out. Avant Brands up 3% here today. Tattooed Chef, another strong day. Tattooed Chef bottomed in the 10s it was probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago now. And that was just continues to show strength. Another 3% upward move here today, 12.54. Beyond Meat with another good bounce back day. Alibaba's up today. Oatly's up today. Sam up today. Stitch Fix up today. So there's some green out there, but there's a lot of red. Okay, first off, GoodRx. I'm going to have to see what the heck happened with GoodRx. Now, stock moves would be insane for these stocks. You look at something like the Chef. I think the Chef's another great example of this. Tattooed Chef, a stock that I obviously own, right? This is right before the end of the trading day. There's only 555,000 shares have traded so far today. And we only got a little bit left here in the market before it closes, a few minutes. Average volume is 900,000 plus. And the Chef makes a 3+% upward move here today on a day when the markets are all Red Dead Redemption. And the reason is it's so hard to find sellers. Exciting long-term business models like Voyager, like Tattooed Chef, right? But the buying pressure we're seeing is small buying pressure, very small buying pressure. Imagine when the market actually turns and the fund managers and all this money that's gone to the sideline, it says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start plowing some money. I'm feeling a little more confident. Imagine as the wall of worry starts to get destroyed, usually the Russell as well, the small cap stock. So yeah, Tattooed Chef being up big on a day like today, I think is a very good sign. And I mean, imagine when actual real buying pressure comes into this stock. Oh my gosh. Okay. Will that be ready to fly? I always have to look at the message boards. This is too good. Okay. Market down bigly, but Chef is up. And this person says, I sold off my position on Monday. So this makes perfect. There's certain stocks that are massively outperforming VT. Tattoo Chef is one of those. Honest is one of those. And Corsair is one of those stocks that's, massively outperforming. But on the flip side, you have some stocks that are massively underperforming VT as well, right? Which is a Planet, which is a smaller cap stock, right? You obviously have STC, which is a smaller cap stock, a much more risky play. Avant Brands, which is obviously, straight up. And I think, if you looked at this, you would say the highest quality here is Tattooed Chef, Honest, and Corsair by far. Smile Direct Club, we call that one I don't want to call it a lottery ticket stock, but that's just one of those that has high risk, high reward there, where it's like it's either going to be bankrupt in a couple of years or that stock's going to be, an $8, $10, $12 stock, and it's going to be a crazy moneymaker. When it comes to Planet, because I'm trying to keep extra capital around because Tattooed Chef still has to report, Honest still has to report. I need to see what happens with stocks like that. Planet still has to report. And so in case any big downward moves happen there, I got to be ready for that to buy, right? And Tattooed Chef last quarter, they had postponed their quarterly numbers. So I got to be ready for whatever when it comes to those companies, right? So I got to keep some capital around, but it hurts me, man, because I wanted to throw 6% there. Stitch Fix 2%, Corsair 2%. The Chef continues upward and about 2% move there. Tesla, surprisingly underperforming today. Only a 0.5% move, so that was a little surprising to see Tesla underperforming. Now, the interesting thing is, I was looking at this and I was like, a lot of green, but I looked at my watch list and I was like, there's actually a lot of red. And I'm talking viciously red. And if a lot of these small caps are holding up very, very nicely. The Chef is down today, but it's not down like these other stocks are down, right? And it's actually up in the past 1 month. That's pretty darn intriguing, right? Corsair Gaming today is up. the stock is up. And look at the past 1 month from $18 to $23, right? Interesting. I mean, look at the divergence in the small caps versus a lot of these large caps that had the hype. The Planet's break even today. Interesting. Honest is you know, I've got something like Tattoo Chef. I have some money in reserve just in case they drop in any significant way with earnings. Just in case. It's there and it's ready to be deployed directly into that stock if it was to fall in any major way. And so that's kind of the way I think about it, right? I think that's a lot of way a lot of shareholders think about it. Honest has the best risk reward in the entire stock market, in my opinion, over the next 3 years, and by quite a bit. And so showing a lot of strength right now, you know, which is bodes very well for Tattooed Chef. Target reported double-digit growth in grocery category. That's phenomenal. Kroger has some amazing numbers in grocery. So I'm actually looking at a lot of this with, you know, thinking about the chef, and I'm like, okay, this is phenomenal. I love to see this. You know, Target's obviously looks like the chef's biggest customer by far, but Kroger, I can see them expanding massively with Kroger over the next 6 to 12 months, obviously over the next multi-years, but just specifically over the next 6 to 12 months, I think they're going to have a lot of new products that hit Kroger. We've already seen pictures of basically an unannounced products of burrito products that are going to be sold at Kroger. Leaked out of Kroger's website. Actually, Tattoo Chef hasn't even officially announced it yet. It's kind of hilarious. But yeah, a stock like that, simplest one, just a gigantic grocery store chain, and look at, you know, making a ton of money. But this isn't the sort of stock that's hyped, right? It's not Zoom. It's not, you know, Shopify or Roku or any of those stocks or any of the ARK stocks, right? This is just a solid, great company that just executes. This week, okay? So Tesla's probably actually helped out in this situation. The chef, obviously, there's somebody that transport goods around, right? That hurts them. The only good thing for the chef is that's not a profitable company right now, so no one's looking at them for short-term profitability metrics. That's certainly not why I'm investing in the stock. I'm investing in it because of the massive revenue opportunity over the next, you know, 5-10 years for this company. So that's the only good thing when it comes to them. Corsair Gaming, so they're very dependent upon containers, and container shipping costs have started to come down that fast, and it's happened here. The chef, it's interesting. The chef has actually held up pretty decent. Given this awful market we're in right now, the chef has actually held up pretty decent. I think that's just because the chef is not nearly as dependent upon Wall Street money and you know, index money, because they're not in any of the indexes as of right now. They're not really in any ETFs for the most part. So, you know, it's just mostly the retail crowd, and we're holding strong. It's interesting seeing something like the chef actually hold up well in this sort of market that everything's just getting absolutely obliterated. Corsair Gaming is even a better example of this. This stock's up. Yeah, not only is it not down on this awful day of the market, it's up 1.7%. And you pull up a 1 month of this, and it's actually held really good, while almost everything else has been devastated, including even like those safety stocks have been absolutely obliterated. So just including PayPal, and I love PayPal, including Tattoo Chef, and I love Tattoo Chef, including Oatly, and I love Oatly, right? Including Meta, which I love Meta. There's nothing. I love Amazon right now, and I'm not a shareholder of Amazon, but I actually think that Amazon's pricing is extremely attractive at $2,700 right now. But I think there's nothing that has a better risk reward over the next 3 to 5 years than Honest. Let me be very clear about that, okay? All right, guys. So, you know, Planet 13 goes to 1 and Tattooed Chef goes to, I don't know, 8 or whatever. I'll continue to buy the dip. That's just what I do. And the more undervalued stocks are, the better my returns are going to be over in the coming years, as long as I'm right in these business models. And if, you know, Dropbox goes to, I don't know, $15 and PayPal, whatever, I'll just keep buying the dip. That's just what I do. That's what I've been doing since I was a minimum wage worker. That's what I'm here pretty darn soon, okay? The chef, I think everybody knew this one was going to be included in stocks under $15. Far as what analysts are expecting from this company. So in 22, we don't have the Yahoo Finance should update the 23 numbers as soon as basically the earnings come out, this last earnings here, okay? But as far as 22 goes, analysts have them losing 30 cents. I'm pretty in line with that. I think that's rough. Really darn exciting, and that will help out margins. Tattoo Chef, I'm not really too concerned about margins in the short term or profitability, but I know there's definitely a lot of folks on Wall Street that want to see margins improve, and I think you will see margins improve over the next 18 months. So yeah, I think that's definitely very doable numbers for Tattooed Chef. The market cap for the chef is trading around $1 billion roughly recently for Mr. Chef. Yeah, we're trading at 1.03 billion for the chef. It's trading at pretty much the cheapest price to sales ratio it's ever traded at. And, you know, recently it has been showing some strength, which is interesting as far as the stock price goes. It's actually been in a very vicious market where tons of stocks have been getting tore up. You know, this one hit its lows around January 24th, and since then it's come back, and basically it's just been kind of holding strong in a very, very bad market. So the chef is a multi-year play. All these stocks I'm sharing with you here, all these companies have, I would call it, multi-year things going for them. So it's not like they just have like there's one thing going for them and it's great today and then it could go bad tomorrow, because I think a lot of times people get caught up into those sorts of stocks, right? Even right now, as a top line and bottom line, companies like Palantir, companies like the Chef, and all these ones I'm sharing with you here. Now, this other one, this one's valuation is just silly, okay? I think, Voyager Digital. So I think everybody knows that I'm not the biggest, necessarily the fan of crypto, and it's not like I'm out there buying Bitcoin or something like that. But I will say, Voyager Digital, which is a crypto brokerage, this stock is heavily undervalued right now, okay? Holding up so strong. Like, if you look at the last 6-7 weeks of the Chef, in spite of this horrible market we've been in, with so much going on with inflation, the Fed, stocks dropping all over the place, right? Russia, oil, all that stuff's been going on, and the Chef has been holding up so good for the last 6-7 weeks. Like, really good. This stock bottomed out at like 10 something a share about 6 or 7 weeks ago, and it's been holding up so well. But today, matter whether it's Tesla or whether it's Amazon or whether it's a Tattooed Chef or an Honest or whatever stock it is, you're able to increase your ownership position more and more because you're able to buy more and more shares for a cheaper price. And so this is not a problem market for you. Yeah, your account says a lower balance during a bear market like this, but that's about it. And as long as you're mentally there where you're like, I don't care what my short-term account balance says, very little, if any, money sitting on the sideline. So if the Chef goes to $7, I'm not going to be able to take advantage of that one nearly as much as I would like to. If Oatly goes to $3, I'm not able to take nearly as much of advantage of that one as I can. If Corsair goes to 15, if Planet goes to 150, right? It's just, if Honest goes to 4, if PayPal goes to 70, these prices get so ridiculous. They're already so ridiculous, but it doesn't mean they can't. 3% downward move there. Coin down 4%. The Chef down 9% here today. It's a straight retail stock, right? And if retail just sells, you can't get the buyers in there fast enough to even buy the stock up, and it just has a vicious downward move. ARC obviously massively down today, about 6% there, and our Tattooed Chef's having a good day, 6% there for the Chef, a bit of a comeback. Tesla's having a really good day today, 4.6% there for good old Tesla, my Tesla. If we go ahead, I got different watch lists. So check out Big Tech today. Wow, Big Tech's having a great day today. Look at these moves for Big Tech. Nvidia 7.7%, AMD about 7% move, Tesla 4.6%. Amazing's on a 4% move, Netflix 3.8%, Microsoft, oh man, it's to this video here today. So just a few hours ago, Tattooed Chef participated in the 34th annual Roth conference, and I want to take you through what the CEO, CFO, and the other executives just said here, okay? Now, the CFO had a very, very interesting statement that I want to share with you here. Also, Sam Galletti, the CEO, said something pretty, I would almost call it shocking toward the end of this that I want to share with you guys so you are aware of kind of what's going on here. Keep up super up to date with Tattooed Chef. This is CEO, this is Sam Galletti. This is, a superhero, Sarah. She's the one that creates all the amazing products and somehow just keeps the company innovating at a scale like I've never seen in the history of food companies. This is CFO right there, Stephanie. This man right here you're seeing there, he's let's call him Mr. Operations, all right? We'll just call him Mr. Operations, and this is Mr. Swiss.
Always as a manufacturer, and just a huge opportunity for Tattooed Chef brand.
So you're defining kind of what plant-based is within different categories.
Absolutely.
And so of those categories, not to go I don't want to get in too much detail, but like, what are the biggest ones that
That's the toughest thing is, especially for me, somebody that's, investing heavily in these sorts of companies and plans to continue to for the Sam making there. You know, freezer space is obviously very limited. If Tattoo Chef gets items in there, they're kicking other, brands or companies out of there, right? There's a limited amount of space that every single grocery store has or whatever store has for freezer space. So you're kicking somebody out, right? And so, this progress the chef has made in that last 18 months is nothing short of historic on how many brands they've kicked out because, you see these freezer.
Well, no, we looked at the market. So obviously for Tattooed Chef to make their first step outside of the frozen department, we wanted to obviously take advantage of the fact that, there was two directions we could have gone. We could have gone obviously ambient with the bar or refrigerated, right? And so we chose the path of going refrigerated from the perspective of refrigerated bars are still
to do it. Even if I look at something way more complicated than what Tattooed Chef does, if I look at Tesla, right, which is flipping flapjack and building cars, they've been able to figure out ways to build way more cars out of Fremont than I think anybody anticipated. Same thing with the Shanghai factory, and it's just like that's way more complicated than this. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're confident they can get to 700 mil plus in revenue over increase year after year after year. And so Tattoo Chef will go from just being a revenue story to then it will become a margin story of a margin increasing story. And then it will also become a profitability story all simultaneously. And so that'll be the really exciting thing all simultaneously while the biggest thing is happening where people are finally understanding the plant-based food movement and that it's not just something that's here today and gone tomorrow or something. Everything because you're established and no one ever heard of Tattooed Chef brand 18 months ago, right? So this brand's like brand new, so the amount of cost synergies they're going to be able to get in future years is off the charts, right? And the way they're going to be able to increase their margins and things like that. If you're a super established company that's been around for 50 years, 30 years, something like that, 100 years, like you got nothing. So the only way you is by increasing price. And with Tattooed Chef, they don't even they can do that if they want, but they don't have to because they're so early days in this business model.
When you look at our gross margins and you sit there and then you look at our adjusted EBITDA, it's like what we're able to accomplish as a manufacturer just shows the potential that when our margins really get in line with.
And everybody will be like, oh my gosh, look at what Tattooed Chef's at now. Look what Beyond Meat's at. Look what Oatly's at. But you just have to have that time pass. And then everybody starts to get in more and more. And next thing you know, people start jumping on the bandwagon. And, it's the same story as always. So anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed this video. Much love. Appreciate you joining me. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you want my free stock market. So basically, December 22nd, 2021, Tattooed Chef completed the acquisition of Belmont Confections. Okay. Obviously, Tattooed Chef, a leader in plant-based foods, today announced December 21st, 2021, it completed the acquisition of Belmont Confections, a private label co-manufacturer of snack bars for approximately $18 million of cash and stock. Belmont specializes in the development and manufacturing of a variety of snack bars. A 47,000 square foot facility in Ohio expands Tattooed Chef's manufacturing capabilities. But the thing to understand about this is a private label business, okay? Now, what Tattooed Chef is going to obviously go to with this, facility over time is making their own branded products, right? And we've already seen those teased out there last week at the new food convention, essentially, right? The new food expo. But at the end of the day, this company's doing revenue today. Like they got money coming in right now. Revenue. And so this deal closed in the quarter. So I'm for both retail and food service. This acquisition diversifies Tattooed Chef manufacturing capabilities, expands production capacity, and accelerates the company expansion outside of frozen food into ambient products. Foods New Mexico facility in Albuquerque currently produces Mexican foods, including quesadillas, burritos, and other handheld items, as well as sauces. The second facility in Karsten is brand new and will enable the company to have an extensive tortilla manufacturing that over time they're going to build out these Tattooed Chef branded products. But these are businesses that are doing revenue right now. And those are going to be obviously, 3 months of business. And the question is, how much revenue is going to be recorded from these businesses here? The tortilla factory and the New Mexico Foods Company. Are we talking about, once again, are we talking about $500,000? Which is the most important metric, obviously, for Tattooed Chef by a mile right now. Margins and obviously profitability and those things. Those, that's just not where this business is at. If anybody's judging this company off of that right now in the short term, you're in the wrong stock. This isn't the stock for you, right? Those things are going to be much more important for Tattooed Chef down the road, improving their margins, improving their profitability, getting their profitability and ramping that profitability over the coming years, right? But for right now, this is a revenue growth story. And so that's what matters the most when it comes to these earnings. And I'm like, man, I don't know. It's a possibility that they could actually smash these estimates when I think about the SKU expansion, the store expansion, and then these. So the next 2 days, when it comes to Tattooed Chef stock, are very important days for the short seller side. Okay. Now, shorts in terms of Tattooed Chef, it's one of the most shorted stocks in the stock market. Okay. So this is the game. This is one of the most shorted stocks in the entire stock market. Talking about top 25 most shorted stock. And so there's a game that's being played, and it's going to be played on a high level over the next 2 days, essentially. Earnings day and the day after earnings day. Okay, very, very important days for the short sellers. And the reason being is, for me, anything under 20, I'm buying for Tattooed Chef, right? And so that's a kind of an issue that you got, folks like myself that are just going to accumulate shares and build our ownership position bigger and bigger, take those shares off the market, and then those shares aren't being traded out there, right? Now, as a company keeps ramping revenue, that's going to keep attracting more and more investors, people that maybe were in the stock. This is my first rodeo with a heavily shorted stock, which Tattooed Chef is heavily shorted. Like, to give you some context of how heavily this shorted the stock is, there's brokerages giving you like a 20% ROI if they're allowed to lend out your shares, essentially. That's how insane it has gotten with how heavily shorted this stock is, right? And so I'm telling you, if this stock actually got momentum behind it, the move could be very crazy. So this, for the short sellers, put $5 million or $10 million in Tattooed Chef all in a matter of an hour or two. Boy, the move would be pretty epic, and especially when you're in a volatile time as it is. And then all of a sudden you get some more trading action involved, where all of a sudden some other folks start to see, and it can get real nasty real fast on the short side. And like I said, for the longs, like, it doesn't matter to us. It doesn't matter. The stock goes down, we buy more. Stock stays the same, we buy more. So as always, hope you enjoyed this. Hello, Tattooed Chef Squad. I know you guys are the silent majority here, and that's always good. That's always good. And oh, by the way, hey, if you want some free money, check out Moomoo. My link in the pinned comment down there. Basically, what they're doing right now, deposit any amount of money, get 3 free stocks. Like, free money, it's ridiculous. 1 stock free from $3 to $3,500. 1 free from $9 to $30. Move here today for Beyond Meat, just massive. The Chef, I'm going to do a full dedicated earnings video later today on the Chef. We'll run through the numbers, we'll run through the conference call, we'll go all in depth on the Chef. I'll save that for a dedicated video there. That'll be a beast video. So look for that later today. But yeah, nice day for the Chef, up over 5% here today. Tesla having a very good day, a 4% type move for Tesla. Honest having a good day today, 5% type move for Honest here today. These moves aren't small. That's the thing with this. PayPal, 5.7%. And, I spoke. Time for TTCF, Tattooed Chef stock, to be insane. And so we got to discuss what's about to happen with TTCF here. I'm going to share with you what I'm doing with this stock, my perspective on all this, and all those sorts of things. Hope you guys enjoy this. As always, much love, and make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Or if you want to be subscribed, subscribe. If you don't want to be subscribed, it hurts my feelings, but it's all right. I'll get over it. Recap kind of the past, let's call it, year of Tattooed Chef. It's been quite a roller coaster ride nonetheless, right? With some big ups, some big downs, and obviously ever since fall time of 2021, the stock fell off a cliff, just like pretty much every other stock in the market that's fallen off, specifically any small cap stocks like a Tattooed stocks that got caught up into kind of that cycle. But the difference with Tattooed Chef versus a lot of those companies have very questionable long-term growth. With the Tattooed Chef, their growth is going to be ridiculous for a long, long time, and it's not like this is some crazy business model or something like that. I think that's very important to understand, okay? The next thing to understand about this company is extremely vital, extremely vital. This is one of the most shorted stocks in the market, okay? 21, that's, its positioning as far as a short list goes. Now, what's about to happen is in a few hours from now, Tattooed Chef's about to announce their fourth quarter 2021 numbers, all right? Now, we're going to go over those numbers in just a moment, kind of what I'm expecting from them and things like that, so we'll go over that in just a moment. But it's very important to understand that in this earnings call, here's what could happen, okay? Not only are they going to announce whatever numbers they did for this, and even more importantly, much more importantly for Tattooed Chef, they might end up guiding for the overall 2022 numbers. Now, do not for sure count on that, because I can tell you I've even seen a lot of the big tech companies not guide for 2022 numbers. All they guide for is like Q1, and some of those companies aren't even guiding for Q1. So we're in a kind of a strange time period, and that's because of all the wall of worry, right? We talk about inflation, the Fed, Russia, blah blah. Guide for numbers. If Apple's not guiding for numbers, Tattooed Chef definitely has a way out. Let's put it that way, okay? Now, in terms of a lot of these new products you're starting to maybe see out there a little bit, these products won't start hitting numbers until Q1, Q2 of 2022. So, for instance, by the way, somebody posted this in private Discord chat. Alfa Romeo, man, I used to love my Alfa Romeo. That thing was beauty. I didn't have the paddle shifters though. I kind of exciting. So, one of the things that excites me about Tattooed Chef, other than just a long-term, opportunity here, is when this company just consistently kind of innovates, comes out with new products. And so it's not just about them getting into more stores, but it's about they're always getting new products out there, and they just keep the pedal to the metal like I've never seen a food company in my life. And so don't get too hyped on several months. And so I think that's important, that if Tattooed Chef comes out and announces they got a new retailer, or they got new products coming out, sometimes it could be several months before it actually shows up in the number, sometimes 3 months out, 6 months out. Okay. Now this was a Kroger type store. I'm assuming they're going to put all the products together once they actually do it. But there's a few Kroger stores that are already starting to put them out. Space. There's a lot of competition. There's no doubt. I think Tattooed Chef could be successful in that even as well. But there's a lot less. There's like hardly anybody that has refrigerated bars. So I think they're actually going to be somebody that builds out this product category and is actually a partner to retailers on a much deeper level than traditionally. So I can't wait to try these babies. Those probably looking at minimum 2 months till you see those on retail. Am I selling the stock? No, I'm not selling the stock. In Tattooed Chef's a great deal, whether the stock price is at 13 tomorrow or 9 tomorrow or 11, it doesn't make a difference. Like, it's all a steal deal, and at the end of the day anyways, from where I think this company's going over time. And so for me, it's like, whatever, I'll wake up, the stock price will either be down a bunch or up a bunch. And that's just kind of that, right? For today's video, so this is the ultimate Tattooed Chef TTCF stock video here. We're about to go through their earnings. I'm going to take you through all the numbers, show you those, okay? Now, I've already seen the numbers here today, but actually what I'm going to do for the first time is listen to the earnings call, and we'll listen to that together. And this is my first time listening to it, so we'll see what comes out of this conference call. I'll stop it at any points where I want to make an opinion. So yeah, I hope everybody enjoys this as always in the Tattooed Chef squad. Anybody that's, if you don't own this stock, this is a stock I own personally because I'm a huge believer in the plant-based movement that is happening over the coming decades. And Tattooed Chef is one of the best positioned companies, in my opinion, in that space. And so I'm obviously putting a lot of chips on the table there. Everybody that's already in the TTCF squad, this. This is a stock that I'm planning on buying this entire year, essentially, and just continue to accumulate more and more shares and add to my ownership position of this company, being that they're in the forefront and a leader in a space obviously out there with everything that's going around. So even though the Tattooed Chef's a smaller company, I definitely appreciate that they feel confident enough in their business to give that 2022 guidance, because I can tell you there's not a lot of companies that are doing that right now, okay? Now, in terms of last quarter, they reported revenue rose 32.2% to 52.3 million. So analysts were expecting 51.07, more than 3 percentage points there. Tattooed Chef branded revenue increased 21.7% to 29.2 million, or 56% of total revenue. Net loss came in at $13.1 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss was about $11.4 million, as to be expected with this company in its particular growth stage where they're at. That's to be expected. This isn't the type of stock that you should expect short-term profits in or something like that. Dollars there. That is a beat versus what analysts were expecting. Tattooed Chef branded product revenue increased 56.7% to $132.5 million, or 63% of total revenue. Now, in terms of this latest quarter, when it comes to branded revenue, that wasn't as impressive, mainly because they didn't do much club business, and that was a huge component of their business last year in the same quarter, essentially. So, nonetheless, one of the things that makes me so confident about the Chef is how rapidly this company continues to innovate. I've never seen a company in the food space, to be honest, in the 14 years I've been doing this, that is expanding as rapidly as they are and innovating as rapidly as this company is. Expanded branded distribution to more than 160 retailers with approximately 14,000 locations up from 4 retailers and approximately 4,000 locations at the close to elevate brand awareness and drive sales. 2021 was a milestone year for Tattooed Chef, said Sam Galletti, the president and CEO. We grew our revenue by approximately 44%. They had 2 transformational acquisitions. They expanded national presence, diversified our channel and customer mix, and broadened our product line. That these financial and operational achievements were realized against a backdrop of supply chain stresses and pricing pressure and how these folks do things. So let's keep in mind, Tattooed Chef disappointed in 2021 when it came to growth metrics. They basically overpromised and underdelivered when it came to their revenue growth, right? And it hurt the stock price. Obviously, all small caps were hurt, but this was just another reason for the stock to be hurt, right? Now, going into this year, I think they're actually setting themselves up to surprise to the upside throughout the year. Companies have in a major retailer. And so for me with Tattooed Chef, like with the type of velocity they have in their product, there's no question in my mind that they can't get to a place where they got 30, 50, 70 SKUs just in the freezer aisle alone. Never mind, other products around the store.
Distribution is manifesting itself in the consumption data as measured by SPINS IRI. Tattooed Chef's year-to-date growth performance through 12/26/2021 in MULO is extremely encouraging by SPINS and the fastest growing. In the frozen entree category, Tattooed Chef is now number 7 ranked health and wellness brand and growing the fastest of the top 30 brands in the category. Frozen entrees is by far one of the largest categories in the aisle, and we clearly have momentum and are taking market share.
That's crazy. They're already number 7 in that category. And once again, no one ever heard of this company 18 months ago. So to go from no one ever heard of you to the number 7 already, like
other handheld items and sauces has commenced manufacturing Tattooed Chef branded products. These products began shipping to Kroger earlier this month, and we expect further distribution throughout this year.
I got some at my local Fry's last night, which is owned by Kroger, and I got to try out a few. Very good. Only problem is, like all frozen burritos, like the ends of them get hard, and I hate that, man. But that's all frozen burritos. But the inside is very, very good. Say 2%, you're winning. For something like Tattooed Chef, like they're in that stage because they have so much savings where they can all of a sudden just change the game. And it reminds me of like Tesla back in the day. Tesla used to be like, oh, Tesla's going to go bankrupt. Look at how bad their margins are. Look at how much big their losses are. And it's like, dude, they're going to figure it out. They're going to figure out all the ways to produce the cars a lot cheaper. And that's obviously much more complicated than something Tattooed Chef has to deal with. And they did it, right? And they figured out, okay, we're going to do this, do that. We're going to figure out a way around this, right? Revenue growth solves all, and just constant focus on, bringing down those costs is what matters.
Point of reference, in 2021, we spent more than $5.8 million on cold storage. Perhaps most importantly, we expanded our team of professionals to help support.
Wow, $5.8 million they spent in 2021. So
we began offering new promotional programs on sales of Tattooed Chef branded products to some new and existing customers. As a result, as of year end, we have accumulated an allowance from 2021 sales for promotional programs of $4.13 million. Gross profit in the fourth quarter was $1.1 million, or 2.1% of revenue, compared to $4.4 million, or 11.1% for the prior year period. Full year 2021 gross profit was $22.1 million, or 10.4% of revenue, as compared to full year 2020 gross profit.
Tough thing about that is there's nothing, Tattooed Chef could have done short term to have solved that problem. That's just something they had to deal with, obviously, in 2021. The good thing for the company is they're not at that stage where they're really judged on profitability yet. That's the one good thing for them. But man, that's horrible.
Being produced at our recently acquired New Mexico and Belmont confection facilities. Private label co-manufacturers into manufacturing Tattooed Chef branded products. This, combined with the expansion of products into refrigerated and ambient space, will provide increased margins. We will also be making investments in equipment for our frozen products of $20 million that will increase our production capacity, improve yields, decrease labor costs, and allow us to remain in our same manufacturing footprint. Operating expenses decreased to $14.8 million in the fourth quarter of 2020 of $13.4 million last year.
One of the other great things about, obviously, Chef is that financial position, right? Because they've been in such a strong financial position, so cash loaded, it's gotten through this kind of horrible kind of 2021 situation. Obviously, companies expect to lose money in 22. It'll get them through that. So hopefully they can start flipping to profitability in 23. And also they can simultaneously not only withstand those losses in the short term, but also be able to reinvest dollars over the years. And, obviously Tattooed Chef doesn't need to do that. It's a totally different business model, but it's nice to have either a CEO in place who can raise money, or if you're a company like the Chef, be in such a strong financial position that you can withstand those losses and get yourself till you get to profitability.
Included $4.3 million increase in accounts receivable resulting from increased revenue, a $10.7 million increase in inventory, a $2.1 million increase in prepaid expenses, mainly due to the increase in prepaid advertising expenses, and a $4.6 million decrease to pick the correct candidates, have them trained, have them understand the way that Tattooed Chef works, rather than coming in too late for those items, like SOX compliance, that is going to be incredibly important to us in 2022 with the growth in accounting and the need, honestly, just to step up that department. We'll continue to spend on marketing and advertising because it's important to the brand. And even our budget, where it's going to be after 2022, we don't feel is near where some of our competitors are.
Level where they understand this is going to be a brand that's not just up and coming, but it's going to be around, and to invest with them. It doesn't get bigger than that. Like, it doesn't, like, literally, like, if you want any confirmation on if this company's, going to be around and grow to something much bigger, when the biggest grocery store chain in all the United States of America.
About New Mexico. New Mexico has started to ship products under the Tattooed Chef brand, and the products are actually on the shelf in Kroger today. And there were a few burritos that were taken in handhelds, and we expect to see that continued growth out of New Mexico. And you'll probably really see that hit the market. Matt, when do you think that'll be?
Most likely, it'll happen in March and April. April and May will be the majority of the new products hitting.
In the existing customers,
yes,
correct?
Correct.
About our future. On behalf of all of us at Tattooed Chef, I thank you for your continued interest and support. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, so let me give my closing thoughts here. So first off, everything's on pace, revenue-wise, top-line-wise, branding-wise, getting in retailers, getting SKU expansion, getting into more product categories. Everything's on pace for that. Love that. For a company that's scaling to hundreds of millions of dollars, like Tattooed Chef's probably going to do 300 mil in my opinion, if not more than 300 mil in my personal opinion in 2022. You're talking about that type of rev, you got to have a CFO who's just dedicated to being a CFO. You got to have a COO who's just dedicated to that. You can't have, trying to run two, not with a business that's at those type of run rates. Maybe if you're you're running like a 3 million, 3 trading days, like what? No news? You look at something like the Chef, obviously it hit those lows on March 14th, and ever since then, it's just been coming back very, very strong. Obviously Beyond, we talked about that one, did really good. Tattooed Chef did really good. Oatly didn't really do too much here today. Retail trader investor stocks. This is interesting, right? So check this out. Space, 12.5% move now for this one. Just another one of those stocks that, my gosh, what an insane move there. That one I've never been able to buy just for the mere fact that, what they're doing is so dang hard. And I don't know when that company could ever be profitable. Days, right? 3 trading days. We already talked about the Chef. The Chef is up about 18% or so from its lows. SoFi is kind of a slow and steady one as far as the comeback goes. It's not as drastic as many of these other companies, right? 12.64%. I heard they got a big downgrade this week. I'm going to have to kind of check into that there. So I think that pretty much wraps up about what I'm looking at. Win 8%, Revolve 7%, PayPal 7%, Tattooed Chef 6%, Honest 6%, Meta 6%. I mean, these moves just one after another, just insane, right? If I pull up I got a watch list that's retail trader investor type stocks, right? That are popular in the retail crowd. Skills 27% today. Wish 17%. Hood almost a 16% move. Fubo almost a 14% move. DraftKings 13.5%. Teladoc 11%. RealReal 11%. Look at ARK today. ARK alone was cash out of them if they go up a bunch, right? If Tattooed Chef goes up 50% over the next 3 months, I'm not cashing that stock. It doesn't mean anything to me. That's just chump change from what that stock will go up over the next 5 years, in my opinion. If Corsair Gaming goes up, 50% over the next whatever amount of months, 5 months, cool. My balance says a much bigger amount, right? But it doesn't matter to me because I'm not selling that stock at then. If of the portfolio is a $1.36 million portfolio here. Tattooed Chef makes up $235. This is in terms of accounts I have the most money in. This is the second biggest portfolio for me. The only account I have bigger than this is my private account. This portfolio, everybody in the private stock group can see every single move I've ever made in the history of this account. We started this from scratch about it's probably like 4.5 years ago now or something like that. It's over the next, let's call it 3 to 5 years. Now, Tattooed Chef, obviously this is one I think everybody knows if anything, I'm planning on averaging down on. This one's we've been destroyed on 26%. And, I got to say,
two parts, okay? Like, first off, let's ask ourselves, like, why is Tattoo Chef fallen 26%? Why am I down 26% in this portfolio? My cost base is $16.52, okay? In my opinion, there's two core reasons. The first reason is the company's to blame for this, okay? The company things and under-delivering on those promises, essentially. That happened on Tattoo Chef. And so they kind of deserve, I deserve to be down in that position because of that, essentially, okay? The second part is, we went from a massive retail influx in the market to retail left the market in mass. I think we all know that, right? The only folks that are still in the market now are people that are planning on doing this for the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, okay? That's all that's left in the market. And this was a very heavily... So as those folks left the market and cashed out, Tattoo Chef was just one of a list of probably 20 or 30 stocks that were heavily bought by retail investors or traders, whatever you want to call them, that ended up leaving the market, right? There was basically from about, I call the retail market peaked in January 2021. And from that time until about January 2022, just about anybody that was kind of iffy about the stock market left the market during that time. And now all we got left is those folks, right? That are really in this for long term. So Tattoo Chef, I'm looking to buy more shares, and it's a big year for them. They've got to come through with their numbers. That's the bottom line. Tattoo Chef, this is kind of like a put up or shut up type year for them. They've got to put up the numbers. They've got to report those awesome numbers quarter after quarter. And there's a lot of people that are tracking Tattoo Chef. And the one thing I'll say about Tattoo Chef is there's a lot of people that have bought this stock in the past and got out of it, right? That are still watching the stock. And I hear it all the time, like, I sold out of that, but I'm going to keep an eye on it, see what they do for numbers. If Tattoo Chef starts, basically under-promising and over-delivering and putting up some great revenue growth, improving their margins, a lot of people are looking at their margins. I think there's a lot of people that will end up coming back to Tattoo Chef stock, and the stock will thrive in that sort of environment. But at the end of the day for Tattoo Chef now, it's all about putting up those numbers. That's all it's about. They put up the numbers over the next 4 quarters, this stock will thrive. They don't, and it'll continue to just be a floundering stock that's going to be a $10 to, let's call it $13 stock that's really just going nowhere. They've got to put up the numbers, okay? Bottom line. Corsair Gaming, CRSR, getting destroyed in this one, 35% down. I'm looking really blame the management team at all in this one. This isn't like a Tattooed Chef situation where they overpromised, underdelivered in 2021. Corsair Gaming just had impossible comps. Like, they had everybody at home, right? Spending all their time at home to all of a sudden there's a situation where the world's starting to open back up, and their comps they had a comp against year over year were just impossible, right? Including this quarter we're in right now, that's going to be another extremely tough comp for Corsair. It starts to get 2x to 3x over the next 5 years. I look at a Tattooed Chef that I feel like is the same thing. I look at an Honest that I feel like is the same thing. And I'm like, is Dropbox that type of stock? I'm like, it's going to do very, very well over the next 3 to 5 years, in my opinion. But I just don't think it has as much upside. So if I'm buying more shares of a company, and we still got to get to these two down here, it's tough for me to buy Dropbox. And Wall Street come to a lot of these stocks. Tattooed Chef, they got to execute on numbers over the next coming quarters. Corsair Gaming, their comps get really easy after 2Q. A company like Honest, I mean, they've been doing amazing. They just need to keep doing amazing. And believe me, Wall Street will find that stock and it will thrive in the end. And especially once they hit profitability with a business model like that, that's what a lot of people are looking for. A lot of my small cap stocks beast mode, like, right, let's say Tattooed Chef and Honest and Planet, all those stocks go up 50 to 100% over the next, 12 months. And then I'm looking and I'm like, okay, I've invested so heavily in those and I'm having trouble finding good deals. And let's say something like UPS is trading around the range it is right now. And I'm like, I don't really want to get more into small caps right now. Let me park my money somewhere. So let's start out here. All right. 2021 for Tattooed Chef was kind of like, if you didn't keep track of Tesla back in the day, it reminds me of the second half of 2018 into the first half of 2019 for Tesla. Tesla went through this very, very tough time period where their numbers started getting really, really shaky. I remember I think it was their first quarter of 2019. Numbers are horrible, they reported. They reported this quarter where on a sequential basis, and it drove a lot of people out of the stock. And a lot of people got caught up into the short term with Tattooed Chef and totally forgot about the long term, what's going on for this company, the vegan movement and the plant-based food movement. And they just have thrown all that out in the brand and everything that's happening there. And they've forgotten about all that. And they left the company, right? But in my opinion, there's going to be a whole lot of those folks come back. That's the same exact thing that's happening with Tattooed Chef right now, where all of a sudden these margins are going to increase rapidly over the next couple of years, and people are going to be like, whoa, Tattooed Chef, look at these margins. Look at what their margins used to be and what they are now. That's exactly what's going to happen here. They will get profitable on the bottom line over the coming years, and then they'll get extremely profitable, and people will be like, whoa. I think that's what will likely happen. If I look at the Chef, coming off of their quarter, which, stocks like the Chef and Honest, they don't get a lot of Wall Street support yet because they're so new to the public markets. But if you look at the Chef, it hit those lows right around earnings and then just, continue to kind of bounce and it's held kind of steady recently. So if I had to guess, Honest will have a similar reaction, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind it being $4 or $5 for a while though, because I'm looking to just acquire more and more shares. But this is my 2 cents on that.
As it relates to margins,
Revolve about a 5% mover here today. The Chef's up over 4% here today, eclipsing 13. Corsair Gaming 4.5%. PayPal, I've been investing in that one pretty heavy recently. 4% plus move there. So, it's a lot of stocks that are just very, 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 very green here today, and it's everywhere. Now, if we look at big tech, it's pretty interesting here. So you notice the ones that have been hit the most are the ones. Look at a stock like Palantir, 34%. The Chef, 18% there. Real, almost 40%. Jeez, okay, just insane. AMC, 124% in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Oh my word. GME, I gotta look at GME too, okay? 132% in 2 weeks. Oh my gosh, okay? Wow. That's all I got to say about that. Now, if we look at travel's bouncing pretty hard too. That's a joke. If you look at the Chef's 13, Corsair's 22, PayPal's 121. These stocks are so far from what I have their valuations going to over the coming years that, yeah, it's a great day for me, and it's one of, I would say top 10 best day ever for me, and that's phenomenal. But at the end of the day, a lot of these stocks are still at joke prices, and I still need to be an aggressive buyer of these stocks for the coming week. About that, I'm like, okay, we're starting to get toward fair value now. If Tattooed Chef was 25 today, I feel different. If Corsair was 35 today, I feel different. If PayPal was 225 today, I feel different, right? And it's like, okay, now I can start dialing back kind of the investing. I don't need to be as aggressive. But as of right now, a lot of these stocks are just still insanely beaten down. They're so far from where their valuations are going over the coming years, in my opinion, that I can't get on, right? Which is most of the stocks I own. If I think about like a Tattooed Chef, if I think about a company like Honest, if I think about a company like The Planet, if I think about a company like PayPal, Meta, those sorts of companies, I have no problem buying the dip in those sorts of companies. And the main reason is, usually I'm expecting those companies to hit growth rates and not have to deal with a massive legal situation on their hands. Now, what I'll say about Voyager Digital in this situation, there's a little different. And Honest sells off 5% today. Tattooed Chef down over 2% today. Corsair, the three stocks I talk about the most that I personally hold, all down here today. And there's a good amount of green out there today. A lot of stocks are green. The indexes, some of them have been green today, some of them have been red. But it's just interesting. It's like, did some people just see that and just oh, Jeremy must be selling. Tesla, down 4.7% here today. The Chef down 3.3%. Okay, the Chef did, I guess, better than most of the retail stocks, but still a rough one for the Chef. And Real down 2.9%. So those are most of the heavy retail stocks. All right, just absolute devastation out there here today. Right now, if we pull up my stocks I'm watching but don't own yet watch list. A lot of devastation out there too. Not quite as bad, but you look at a lot of these stocks I'm watching that I might potentially. Some TTCF. I bought 200 shares here today, $2,300 worth of Tattooed Chef. I paid $11.65 for those Tattooed Chef shares. Obviously, you guys know that I love this company, a massive growth company in the plant-based food space, coming out with all these different products, new SKUs. Sell-through's been amazing. We've seen it across the board. And when it comes to a company like Tattooed Chef, it's under $1 billion market cap here today. Price to sales ratio about 4.4. Forward price to sales way under that. Stock's been hammered over the last 6 months, like many stocks, down 36% in the past 6 months on this stock. Price to book about 4 for Tattooed Chef. Great financial statements when it comes to the balance sheet. Income statement's been impressive as far as a revenue category. Obviously the margins and those sorts of things haven't been there for this company, but
I think it's very important to remember with a company like a Tattooed Chef. This is a company that, you know, no one ever heard of this company 2 years ago. The fact that they've scaled this fast, when you're scaling that fast, you can't even really worry about profitability. It's just about scale, revenue. And so, you know, this is a company that now over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years is going to be able to focus on not just growth, but growing profitably over the coming years as well. Now, when it comes to Tattooed Chef here, it's a company that, as far as revenue goes, 30% plus expected in 22, about 24% revenue growth expected in 23. By the way, there's only 3 analysts that cover this stock right now. In my opinion, by the end of this year, there'll be, I would say, anywhere between 5 and 10 analysts that cover it, 5 on the low end, 10 on the high end. As this company scales and gets bigger and bigger, I think that's going to be a big factor if you think about the stock price of Tattooed Chef as they get more and more analysts on that. By the way, Corsair Gaming, something I forgot to mention in Corsair Gaming, that's huge bullish over the future years. They're just getting in the S&P 600 small cap. You want to talk about something that's big for that stock price as far as Corsair. I'm usually very, very caught up into what's going on with stock. That's a big thing for your stock price. And so something like a Tattooed Chef, I look at it as a great long-term opportunity. Obviously, I'm a big buyer of that one. I've been a big buyer of that one, and I don't plan on stopping to buy that. And I can say that for honestly all these stocks I'm buying. These are stocks that I'm planning on adding pretty much this entire year of 2022 and just continue to add shares. All these stocks I'm buying here today are all massively under at $11. If I think that stock's double and triple and quadruple and up over the next, I could say 5 years, which I say that for every single stock I'm buying here, I expect that to happen. Doesn't mean it will happen with every single stock, but that's what I expect to happen, okay? And so when I look at that, I'm like, I just have to continue to add these shares this entire year because years like this, a revenue growth story, not like insane like a Tattooed Chef or an Oatly or something like that, but still a strong revenue growth story, like high single digits revenue growth, right? No customer concentration at this company, pricing power, pricing leverage. Stock's been hit pretty hard in the last 6 months, down 19% in the past 6 months here. P ratio of 26 on Dropbox. If you look at the forward P, it's about a 15 right now for Dropbox, right? Because right now, my net worth, no stock. I don't care what it is, Tesla or Tattooed Chef or anything, nothing. And like I said, I invest differently nowadays than I used to. Back in the day, I would have 30%, 40% of my net worth tied in one stock. It's different for me nowadays, and I would say I am in the least. I would say I'm the least risky Jeremy investor I've ever been at any point in my life. Right? I'm also older than I've ever been at any point in my life. I'm 32 now. Right? I got 3 in my head that are pretty big investments of mine. Tattooed Chef. I think about a Corsair Gaming. Those companies' margins have been decimated because trucking companies have been getting insane money. Like the margins are the best. You just heard it. The margins are the best in 2021 that they've ever been in history, right? The best year in history. And so for those sorts of companies, watcher of my channels knew this one was going to have to be on there. TTCF, Tattooed Chef, a company in the plant-based food movement that's growing massively into a massive growing sector that has, decades of growth in front of it. They continue to grow SKUs. They're growing stores faster than they ever anticipated. They're getting into new product categories. The company's just done a tremendous job. And the best part of this is they've started their business in the worst margin situation you could possibly imagine. A lot of times, companies' margins can kind of be shaky up or down. Tattooed Chef, I look at a very rare opportunity where this company will improve margins every single year for years and years to go in the future because they started their business literally at the bottom in the worst case scenario for a business model like a Tattooed Chef to be a frozen company in a time where shipping, container costs, transportation is at record highs, right? Everything's just like... You couldn't have started a business pretty much at a worse time, but they're building a great brand there. Their margins will improve. They'll become a profit machine. And by the end of this decade, in my opinion, this will be one of those stocks that people will start to look at as a safety play, which is
investing very heavily in for the past, 6 to 12 months. A Tattooed Chef, right? Tattooed Chef is a company that went SPAC, right? So it never had the Wall Street support from the beginning. So the only folks that have really supported that stock have, for the most part, been retail, right? Well, the issue is if retail all leaves the market, who you got left supporting that stock other than maybe me at that point in time, right? Wall Street hasn't come to that baby yet. They will whenever the market goes back. And the market going on, right? Now, Tattooed Chef, if we want to go into a few smaller caps, I've been killed on Tattoo Chef. I would be a liar if I said I haven't, right? This is stock that almost all the shares I bought in the stock are between anywhere from the 18 range to 10 range, right? And I think I bought some yesterday for like 9 something, and even those shares are lower. Every single share I've ever bought at Tattoo Chef, I am down on. Companies you'll find in the food and drink space, even faster growth than Tattoo Chef, which is incredible to think about. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Every single share I bought of this stock is down. Honest. They sell flipping flapjack and diapers. Like, are you kidding me? And makeup. And they've been executing the business model very, very well, over the past year. But it doesn't matter. I love the stock under $10. I bought these shares at $9. Corsair Gaming, it's Corsair Gaming. If it's a Tattooed Chef, if it's an Honest, if it's a PayPal, if it's a, Meta, if Netflix was to fall to $100-something, maybe I'd pick up that stock. And Shopify, if that baby keeps falling, next thing you know, it's like $350, something like that, right? I look at this year as just an accumulating shares of companies that you love for the long term, essentially. But I'm not getting my hopes up. Past 6 months. Devastating, just devastating fall for Tattooed Chef. And obviously, just one of hundreds, if not thousands, of stocks in the stock market that's just been absolutely devastated since about November, right? So the stock's down about 50%. As far as the short term on Tattooed Chef, as far as the stock price goes, this is not the sort of stock that the market wants to own right now, pretty clearly. It's a money loser on the bottom line. And I mean, if the stock market doesn't want to hold stocks like PayPal and Netflix and Facebook and stocks like that, I mean, we've even started to lose Google stock recently. I mean, if they don't want to hold those sorts of stocks, like something like a Tattooed Chef, at least in the short term, has no hope. Now, am I still bullish on Tattooed Chef over the long term? Absolutely. Am I still buying Tattooed Chef shares actively? Yes, absolutely. And everything as far as the long-term story with the chef is intact. But we can't just act like this isn't the sort of market that wants to own these sorts of stocks. Like I said, if the market's going to shoot stocks like PayPal and Facebook and Netflix and those sorts of stocks down 50%, and even Nvidia is starting to fall big and Google's starting to fall big, when those stocks are falling big, I mean, who's there to pick up some Tattooed Chef shares other than maybe me, and folks that are super bulls in the stock for the next 5 years. Outside of us, is a very, very small amount of people that are looking to hold a stock like this right now. And so everything is on pace for the long term for Tattooed Chef, but the short term is what the short term is, essentially. They're doing everything in their power to expand this business. They're doing a great job. They're growing the business. 2022 is going to be an amazing growth year for the company. Coming out with new products, getting new SKUs in stores. Everything's great as far as that goes. But the stock price is very, where I think this company's valuations go. I think it was even stronger than Tattooed Chef, which is kind of telling for me. So yeah, as far as Honest, 100%. I think this one will come around short term as well. Let me be very clear about that. I think this stock's going to show a lot of strength in the back half of the year. Obviously, if the market continues to crash, that's going to make it a tough uphill battle for Honest. But regardless, I'm very like Oatly. Oatly's not getting beat by anybody. They're winning. Tattoo Chef's not getting beat by anybody. They're winning. They're dominating freezer right now. And they'll dominate anything they compete in. They just are that sort of company, right? They got that sort of competitive fire, and they will outcompete anybody and they'll destroy them. But Beyond Meat, I don't see that from the management team. I don't see that. Went to the world's smallest Target, and they had a little section of Tattooed Chef, so I had to take a picture of that. That Target was literally the smallest Target I've ever been in my life. I was like, geez, I'm used to Targets in Vegas that are like, superstores like you would see in, like a Walmart or something like that. And this was the smallest Target I've ever been in. So anyways, later on, we go to dinner, my favorite Indian restaurant in San Francisco. As an example of one of those, right? Obviously me with Tattooed Chef, that stock just can't find a bottom anywhere. And it's like, it's no bad news coming out for them or anything. It's just, they can't find a bottom. And that's just the way it is in this market. Look at the hood. The hood's under $10 now, under $10. That's a stock that's lost, 85% plus of its value, 85% plus of its value. Incredible, some of these falls. Bought a few stocks, okay? Obviously, first is the Chef. I had to buy some of the Chef. That's just been a devastated stock, obviously. Everybody knows that. PayPal's been absolutely obliterated. I think PayPal represents incredible risk-reward here. Honest, I think, represents incredible risk-reward here. And Oatly's one of the fastest growth companies you'll find out there with near 50% revenue growth. And so I picked up some shares of Oatly here today. I picked up, obviously,
comment and said, okay, now let's talk about Corsair, Tattooed Chef, Honest, Planet 13, Dropbox, Skyworks. And, you know, I saw that comment and I thought to myself, oh, you mother father. Oh, keep my stocks names out your flippin' flapjacking mouth, okay? That's what I thought about that. But in all seriousness, I know people have been wanting to see it, okay? I needed them to combine because they had some like Tattooed Chef shares in margin and then some in cash, and I needed to put them all in margin. So what that means essentially is like I can margin against those. I have $0 margined in the public account, which you're looking at right here. Now, I've considered the possibility of margining on this account if all the indexes were to go into bear market, but I haven't really decided on that. But I have it set up so if I divide on that. But anyways, so Tattooed Chef, so the numbers you see down here, no, it's far worse than that. This account's probably lucky to be up like 100K, which is crazy because this account was up like, I want to say like $1 million at the peak, like $1 million, right? So Tattooed Chef, our cost base on this one alone is in the high 15s, low 16s. And on so, I mean, when you're looking at Corsair down 50% and Tattooed Chef probably down 50%, I mean, Planet being down 14% in this account, we'll take it. We'll take what we can get, okay? But the Planet, you know, I would like to add hopefully some more shares in this account here. Dropbox is the most disrespected stock probably in the market. Like, it's just insane. But, you know, that one's done us okay. Avant Brands has not done us well at all. The problem with Avant Brands, $626,000 on Tattooed Chef in this account. $626,000. Oh my gosh, okay. The cost basis, oh, it hurts me to see it. It hurts me to see it. $17.90. Oh man, that's rough. $17.90 cost basis. You got to be kidding me. You know, sometimes you're just speechless. You know, you just don't know what to say. I personally look at this, right? So with Tattooed Chef, I am 100% convinced this is going to be a $5 to $10 billion market cap in 2030 based upon where I see their revenues going over the coming years, based upon where I see their net income going, their margins going, everything like that, okay? It's a $687 million market cap right now. So I think this company is going to be a $5 to $10 billion company. That's why I'm investing in it, right? And I'm investing in this company and it's been rough, right? And so with me, with the stock like Tattooed Chef, I just continue to buy the dip. And, you know, I don't know if the stock is bottomed now. I don't know if it still has more to go. Whatever. Like, whatever the short term is, at this point, it doesn't even matter. The stock goes to 7, 6, 5, you know, 8, 9, 10. It doesn't matter. For me, it's all going to be gravy in the end. I'm going to end up making stupid money on the stock, in my personal opinion. I could be wrong on a long-term basis. I don't think I am in Tattooed Chef. I really don't. You know, when it comes to Chef, I've seen them just, you know, obviously just grow like a, you know, a beast over the years. And I've, well, really over the last 2 years, because no one ever heard of the company, you know, more than 2 years ago. I've seen them get into all the retailers I possibly want them to get in, but faster. I've seen them innovate. I've seen them come out with new products. I've seen their sell-through is amazing. And so, you know, Tattooed Chef, I just got to wait. I just got to give that time. Right now, not everybody sees it. Also, the plant-based food movement, we're not going backwards on this. We're just going to continue to move forward on this. And you just have to let these things play out. I think, you know, in 5 or 10 years from now, I think everybody's going to look back and be like, oh, it was so obvious. Like, why didn't we see, like, how big these companies, these companies, the Oatly's, the Tattooed Chefs, you know, beyond to a certain extent, Impossible Foods, these companies are going to grow into just massive food companies, like crazy big, like the biggest of the bigs, like bigger than actually we've ever seen companies in the past. But, you know, anyways, you know, that's just kind of a tough fight to fight right now when, you know, the stocks are getting devastated in a lot of folks. The majority of people that are in the TTCF chat are bulls on Tattooed Chef long term, right? But everybody's in such a big disbelief cycle, even that are shareholders of stock right now. You know, this gentleman says, you know, will we see $5 or squeeze back up to $10, you know, after earnings, essentially, because earnings are in, you know, a little over a week from now, or around a week from now, right? And 18 people said we're going to 5, and only
working at the Stop and Shop, but it happened.
That's me with the Chef at 7 and Oatly at 3 and Honest at 3 or 4, Planet at $1. I'm like, Mom, you got any money? No. Oh, God.
It was compressed. And at 3, I figured out, you know, there's something very wrong here because Kaiser Industries owns 40% of Kaiser Steel. They own 40% of Kaiser Aluminum. They own 32% of Kaiser Cement. They own Kaiser Broadcast. They own Kaiser Sand and Gravel, Kaiser Engineers. They own Jeep. They own business after business, and they had no debt. Now, I learned this very early.
Was going to be on here. Obviously, I'm relentlessly buying the Chef. The stock's been, like many stocks, just hammered this year. It's down about 47% year to date when it comes to the Chef. And this is a company that basically they're expected to make massive progress on the bottom line when it comes to their EPS, their net loss. Expected to shrink massively in 2022. And then next year, they're expected to lose money, but a very slight amount of money. In my personal opinion, they're going to actually have some profitable quarters in 2023. That's my personal opinion. They'll have at least 1 to 2 cost for the stock. So when it comes to the Chef, there's massive category growth. Like plant-based food is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And like we're not going backwards on that. It's just continue to move forward year after year after year. It's a brand expansion play. So no one ever heard of this brand 2 years ago, and it's already becoming a pretty big name in the plant-based food movement. They have store expansion going on. I'll be very clear about that. Honest, Tattooed Chef, Planet, Amazon, PayPal, all these stocks I've been buying. Facebook, I bought some Meta here recently. All these stocks I've been buying, like they're all shooting fish in a barrel in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the long term, those stocks don't work out and they're not higher 3 years from now, 5 years from now than they are today. Maybe Tattoo Chef doesn't make it, right? And they're not higher. They're below $7, 3 years from now, 5 years from now than they are today. Maybe Amazon's $1,500 3 years from now, or 5 years from now than it is today, right? Maybe Facebook, it just keeps going. These are all possibilities. I think they're very unrealistic possibilities based upon everything. I forgot about that. Okay, there's the Chef. Okay, TTCF. It's been nasty. Okay, and specifically, it got really nasty with the Chef recently. Let's be very clear about that. This stock was chilling in 12, 13 range for quite a while, and even as the market was falling and just in a bad place, TTCF held up pretty decent. That was up until about a month and a half ago, and it just absolutely fell through the floor. I mean, it fell off a cliff, literally, like just insane how rapidly this stock fell. Okay, so literally today, I bought another 1,000 Tattooed Chef shares at 771 there. Okay, now as far as me, how many shares do I own? My goals when it comes to stock. 87,000 plus shares is what I own currently. My goal is to get over 100,000 shares by the end of summer, essentially. That's where I want to go. As far as Tattooed Chef's market cap right now, it's a little over $600 million right now. And obviously, they're a growth beast, and we'll get into all that in just a moment here. Now, if you didn't know, their earnings call is coming up very soon. And I mean very, very soon, Monday, May 9th. After the stock market closes, Tattooed Chef's reporting. And the first X and all those companies have just been reporting recently. So the fact that Tattooed Chef's already ready, this shows me, as far as the financial side of the company, they're definitely in a much better place than they've been. Because I think most people that are watching this video right now, you've been tracking the whole TTCF story and the saga. It has been, right? And they had to reschedule one of their earnings calls last minute. In order to get folks, I think, interested in Tattooed Chef, especially for bigger investors and funds and things like that, they've got to be consistent with coming out with their numbers and having everything ready to rock and roll. And you can't have mistakes when it comes to that, okay? So they had their one big mistake there where they had to do that last minute reschedule a couple quarters ago, and now it's like, whole moving parts with Tattooed Chef, like how much goes into Sam's Club, Costco, stores like that, grocery stores, like when does Target get orders? I mean, it's a lot of moving parts when it comes to this company. So, predicting the revenue is really, really challenging for me right now. What I am pretty excited about is next quarter is expected to have a reacceleration of growth, which is really something you want to see with a public company. Now, as this year goes on, and your EPS, and that's what gets you a lot of respect, right? And so Tattooed Chef's a little bit of a different animal, and this is not a thing that's usual in the stock market where you get an insane growth, innovative company in the food space. This doesn't, the food industry, it's like a put me to sleep industry where companies grow 2 to 5% a year, and that's like good growth for them. Like 4%, it's like, woo, good growth for you, right? Companies like that doesn't just usually happen. So when it comes to the Chef, investors want to see progress made toward EPS. And I'm hoping that as the quarters tick on as a year, I'm hoping the June quarter is in even a better place than the March quarter. I'm hoping the, September quarter is in even a better place. And I'm hoping the December quarter is even in a better place. They just continue to make progress on getting their EPS closer and closer to flipping to profitability. doing really, really darn well. I've seen how well the Aussie bowls do for Tattooed Chef, and so I can't wait to get my hands on these. I would love to try these. This one too. And when it comes to Chef, I just love how fearless they are, that they're not afraid to get in anything. And so they're obviously taking the breakfast game very, very serious. They have, they create Italian-related products, they create Mexican-related products, they create Asian-related products. Like so many bureaucratic processes is ridiculous. The Chef, man, they come out with a good product and they get it on store shelves like that. And that's a difficult thing to do, but the Chef manages to do it, right? Somebody took this picture in the private stock group, posted up in Alaska, and got all the different types of pizzas there. Plant-based pizzas are obviously a pretty big opportunity. The frozen pizza categories, obviously, if you know anything about that, that's a massive category. They got products that I didn't even know about. Some of these products, buffalo cauliflower burgers. They're not doing Tattooed Chef any favors. They're doing that because Tattooed Chef is moving volume. And that's how they keep getting more and more products into these retailers and then saying, okay, let's bring in 3 more. Let's bring in 3 more. Okay, maybe this one didn't quite make it, so we'll clearance this one off, bring in 3 more. Oh, these are looking great, right? And they just keep scaling and getting more and more shelf space. I've just seen them continue to take shelf space and take shelf watching this right now. And always remember this, not just for Tattooed Chef, but for any company in the future. How this works essentially is, Sam's Club, Costco's, if they think a product's going to do well, they'll bring it in and they'll sell through it, and sometimes they won't recarry that product unless it's like something that they have to keep selling. But in the food category, if you ever have paid attention, and people get really excited because all of a sudden, like, 5 Tattooed Chef items will be in let's say Sam's Club, for instance. 1 month they go back and it's like 2 items, and like, oh my gosh, there's only 2 items now, right? And then they go back the next month and all of a sudden it's 4 items, and like, oh, now it's 4, and like, now it's 6, oh, now it's 1, oh, now it's 5. And so it causes confusion with people out there. How grocery stores operate and how like a Target. But there's no doubt, like, Costco and Sam's Club are great partners for Tattooed Chef and brings a lot of awareness to the company that just wouldn't be there, right? So this was a picture I personally took at Target in Vegas here. Very excited about, like I said, this product was really, really good. This one was okay, the plant-based al pastor quesadilla there. But they just continue to get more and more SKUs, the burritos, the burrito bowls. Company in the food game that's executing the way Tattooed Chef is, okay? And so I continue to be very, very happy about the fundamentals of the company. Now, I thought this was important. I posted this in the private Discord chat the other night. I said, when you're in a strong bull market or strong bear market, a rational commentary is made. This can be videos, articles, podcasts, TV appearances, etc. I said, remember from early 2021, the AMC's going to $100,000 movement. At the end of a bull cycle, it's just the truth. And so, when it comes to me with the Chef, I am as confident as I've ever been, if not more confident than I've ever been, that I will be right in this. I will be vindicated, and I will win huge. And Tattooed Chef will be a multi-billion-dollar company, and I will make a ton of money. And not only that, everybody will have seen what I saw before everybody else saw. Okay, and that's how I feel, and that's why I continue to buy these shares, and I'll continue to put my money where my mouth is. If there's one thing you know about me, I always put my money where my mouth is, and I talk a big game on the Chef. I talk a big game. I'm not going to lie about that. I talk a big game on the Chef. I put my money where my mouth is, and I'll keep putting my money where my mouth is, and I'll keep investing in this one. I'll keep building my position bigger, and I will win on this one long term, and I'm very, very confident in that. And when no one else sees it, or a lot of people don't see it at that time, it's hard to explain. But what I know is plant-based eating, more and more people are switching. What I do know is every single month, Tattooed Chef's brand is getting more and more known. What I do know is every single month, Tattooed Chef's making new relationships with new retailers and getting in better than ever with them. And what I do know is Tattooed Chef is a growth beast and will continue to be a growth beast, in my opinion, for as long as I can see. And what I do know is that company doesn't seem to be slowing up at all when it comes to innovating products and coming out with new SKUs and just keeping the pedal to the metal. And so that leaves me very, very confident in a time period when stocks are getting killed, and Tattooed Chef is just one of thousands of stocks that have been absolutely destroyed this year. I am very confident that when it's all said and done, it will be a huge winner for me, and I'll make a ton of money. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think I'm right. And I'm not willing to throw this much money behind a stock unless I'm pretty darn sure I'm right. And so anyways, guys, much love as always. Hope you enjoyed this, and established worldwide brand known companies, right? Then I have companies like the Chef, and you throw in Avant Brands in there, Honest, Oatly, stocks like that, which people see as more of a speculative stocks because they're obviously newer to the markets. They have a lot to prove over the coming years and things like that, right? And so those certain stocks, right, are going to do absolutely incredible if you can get a risk on market. Those stocks literally will go up 50, 100%, 150% in a. Yeah, they're reporting Monday before the bell. Monday after the bell, the Chef is reporting. The Chef is reporting, okay? Tattooed Chef. So just like Palantir, look at this one. It's twin, okay? Look at this. It's also down 48. This one's down a little worse, okay? 48.9%. Remember, Palantir was down 48.8%. Incredible. They're almost identical down moves. So when it comes to Chef, I mean, I don't need to talk to you guys about all the great things they have in their future and all the great things they're putting up. Now, in regards to this earnings period, very, very important earnings. And one of the reasons I'm pretty optimistic going into this earnings, specifically with the Chef, is one, the stock's been devastating, okay? But the second thing is, the second reason I'm pretty optimistic going into these earnings is when I look at the Chef, I see a company here that as far as this year, 2022, their lowest expectations are this quarter we're in that they're about to report on Monday after the bell. I like a company that's going. People want to, buy the stock essentially. When it comes to Tattooed Chef, TTCF, going into this earnings period, the growth rate's a low number expected. If they have anything positive to say about guidance and the rest of the year, I think this baby's ready to fly. So that's why I'm pretty darn optimistic going into these earnings. Now, regardless if the Chef goes up or down in these earnings, I will continue to be a buyer of the Chef this entire year. So I want to make that very clear. Like, if the stock goes up, it's still a deal. It's still a deal, in my opinion, for a long-term investor like myself. If it goes down, great, I'll buy more shares. If I had to place odds in it, I think there's a higher probability the stock will be up on Tuesday and this week, and we'll have a good week overall. We'll see how it all shakes out, but I love when my companies go into those earnings with low expectations. And believe me, the Chef has very, very low expectations going into this earnings period, especially when that stock's been devastated, okay? So this is basically just looking at Monday. Like I said, Palantir's reporting, you got Tyson reporting, you got Lordstown Motors, which is it's not as nearly as popular in the retail crowd as it once was because it fell so much. You have AMC obviously reporting after the bell. That's obviously a troubling market and a troubled day when Tattooed Chef is like, oh, it's only down 4%. We'll take that. Oh, that's not that bad. Well, at least it's not 14%. At least it's not 22%. Like, oh, holy smokers, that ain't no jokers. Like, that's insane that of that list, like, the Chef is the best. At 4.1% downward move? Like, come on, man. And none of these stocks can find bottoms anywhere. None of them. None of them can find bottoms anywhere. Robinhood, SoFi, Space, almost every single one of these stocks just blew through another 52-week low today. Palantir, right through a 52-week low like it was nothing today. Thought it. Tattooed Chef, TTCF stock would be the one to save my butt, okay? Who would have ever thought this? We're going to go through all the numbers in regards to the Chef. I took notes as they were doing their conference call. I'm going to share those notes with you in this video as well. We're going to talk about the stock price. We're going to talk about even the short term of the stock price, where I think the stock price is going short term, okay? Companies have been missing revenue or barely coming in line. So to see a company like the Chef come in and just crush it was, yes, like that's huge for me. Okay, I will say that it's huge for confidence. It's huge for everything. So a lot to get in this video, guys. Hope you enjoyed as always. If you want to check out FTX US and sign up for FTX US, check out the first link in the description down there. Fees that are up to 85% lower than competitors. Also, get up to $100 in free crypto goes on there. Alrighty, so in regards to the Chef. So let's imagine for a moment here, we're a business, right? And let's say we have this business that's doing $60 million in revenue. And over the next 5 to 6 years, we're going to grow into a business that's going to do $600 million, right? Well, the first thing I would think is, okay, we need to start getting this business so we can scale to 600 million, right? If you know anything. Very, very important. I just wanted to, because that's essentially the Chef. If you're wondering, what's this example of? It's a Chef. The Chef a couple years ago was doing $60 million in revenue. And here within the next 2 to 3 years, they're expected to do $600 million plus. And they've had to add a lot of employees, executives, warehouses, production, all those sorts of things to get themselves in that place. It hurts profitability in the short term. But dude, when you got this sort of opportunity, you're going after that opportunity. You got to get out in front of that, okay? And let's be quite honest, in the short term, that's the only thing that matters for the chef right now in the short term is revenue, right? The rest of it is going to matter a lot more down the road. But for this year, it's all about getting the brand more known, getting those revenues up, expanding into all the retailers, things like that. In 23 and after, margins become much more important. The net income becomes much more important. But this year, it's all about revenue. So the fact that they come in and just crush it was massive, okay? Tattooed Chef branded product revenue increased to 21.2%, or increased 21.2%, 60% of total revenue. Adjusted EBITDA came in at 13.4 million negative. Net loss was 17.6 million. Branded SKUs rose to 90 from 78, so the company's kept keeping the pedal to the metal. They added more than 10,000 new points of distribution. They commenced production of frozen, ready-to-eat Mexican foods. Now, the important thing to remember, when Target started with like 2 items for the chef, and now you go into a Target store, and I mean, oh my gosh, there's probably 20 plus SKUs in some of these Target stores now. And that's all in a matter of like a year and a half. It's been extraordinary what they've pulled off there, okay? Enterprise-wide automation initiative underway and expected to be completed by the end of 22. Now, with something like that, why this is big is not just so you can get more items on product, unless you are moving and you have that big velocity, and the chef has that big velocity, and that's why a store like Target goes from 2 SKUs to 4 SKUs to 6 SKUs to 10 to 15 to 20. That's why this happens, because you're moving product. And if you're moving product, at the end of the day, the retailer is going to take more of your product in these stores, okay? Sam says that they are taking market share right now. The company now has 315,000 square feet of manufacturing. This is the best conference call I've been on for the chef. Lots of good news for the back half of this year. Plus, management seems much more sure of what they're saying than in the past, right? And on top of that, you come in with a huge revenue beat for this past quarter. A lot of positive vibes starting to build around the chef, okay? Absolutely huge things there, okay? I said this is the first time I have no fear about the short term and long term for the chef. Long term, I have always been confident. Short term is shaky here and there. Even short term should get better and better as the year goes along, which is what management's saying there. So as a shareholder, I'm very pleased between the massive beat on revenue, between seeing all the cost initiative stuff that they have going on that's going to help this company, listening to them be much more confident than I've ever seen the chef team in the past. I'm a happy shareholder. Let's just put it that way. Very happy shareholder. Okay. I did post this as well. I said accounts receivables up $21 million quarter over quarter. I said Costco, Sam's Club, Target better not go bankrupt or we're screwed. Pay the chef. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty steep uprise there in accounts receivable from 25 mil to 46 mil. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of money the folks owe this chef. Okay. Now, in regards to stock price. So in regards to after hours, that's just, who's even in the chef, okay? This is a stock just driven by retail and short sellers, okay? Retail and short sellers. So short sellers can screw around after hours. Short term, I'm even very confident in the chef where the stock price is going. I'm going to be a buyer of the stock. I'm say the most optimistic I've been in the chef in a long time, between not just the valuation being down, but also with that massive revenue beat, with the back half of this year being a better and better story, not just from revenue side, but from a margin side, profitability standpoint, balance sheet's in a really good position. All those sorts of things make me feel extremely confident in this one. Short term is going to be I think there's going to be a lot of folks that come back to the chef stock that maybe had sold out of this previously and are looking at it now and looking at that insane revenue beat. Like that's one of the strongest revenue beats I've seen this entire earnings season, if not the strongest. Like that was incredible. Like on a percentage basis, that's ridiculous to come in with that sort of beat. So they come in with that sort of beat, right? The company, as far as the margin story, is just going to get better and better as your year goes on. But not just that. Year after year, I expect the chef to get in better and better margins. So their margins in 22, by the end of this year, will be much better than 21. And then 23 is going to be much better than 22. And 24, and so on and so forth. So when I look at this sort of company in the food space and just growing into a category that's just going to get bigger and bigger over the coming years, I'm very optimistic about the short term and the long term with the chef. And that's in regards to the business model and the stock price. And I would not be surprised at all if there's a lot of buying pressure that comes in the chef tomorrow. Like I said, I'm a happy buyer of the chef, but I think there's a lot of folks that are going to be looking at this one with a new level of respect, right? Obviously they came in, they reported on time, all those sorts of things. They got their numbers together. I think that's big. And for a while there, they kept missing, and when you're in your first year or two of being a public company, it's tough, right? And they kept coming in. Of the smaller companies I love, Honest, Tattooed Chef, Oatly. Those are 3 stocks that come to mind that I love that are smaller cap companies that I think just have sick upside over the next 3 to 5 years. And we'll end up, they'll write their own history at the end of the day when it comes to those companies. And the Chef, I don't want to say the Chef's definitely more exciting than Honest, right? But I don't want to say the Chef's necessarily more exciting than Oatly. I think both those stocks are almost equal as far as I would say the excitement, because both those are just growing like a weed, and they have just insane opportunities. So happy shareholder, I'll be a happy buyer, and I'm very confident in the short term and the long term in regards to everything with the Chef. So anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed this. As always, much love, and tank the stock, right? In regards to the Chef, the stock did basically nothing in regards to obviously the move today, right, after those earnings. And somebody sent me a video of a guy praying in his car that Tattooed Chef stock crashed today. He's like, please, Lord, just make the Chef crash, or TTCF stock crash. Reels down 17%, AMC 11%, Fubo almost 10%, the Chef 9%, Hims 8%, Hood 8%. I mean, my gosh. The only stock that's up today is SoFi. But that was after a really downward day. By the way, SoFi, I listened to that conference call yesterday. I liked it. I got to say, I got a lot more research to do before, I make any move there, if I'm going to make a move in SoFi. But I will say, I really liked that conference call. The numbers were pretty, I can't do it. I think the Chef's is disgusting value. I have to buy it today. I think Honest is disgusting value. I have to buy it today. I think Meta is as well. I think Oatly is as well. I have to buy those stocks. And I understand. Tomorrow I could get them even cheaper. And the next week I could get them even cheaper. And maybe next month I get them even cheaper. I don't invest like that. Just bottom line. I've been getting devastated. That one's green today, and the Chef somehow trying to eke out a green day today. And those stocks have all been devastated recently, right? And so you're seeing green in those sorts of stocks while you're seeing red and massively red in some of what is seen as the companies that have been holding up the best, right? The stock prices, I shouldn't say the companies that have been holding up the best, right? These stock prices. I bought 2 Amazon shares. I bought 250 Corsair shares. I bought 1,000 Tattooed Chef shares, okay? In terms of these companies, FB is obviously a profit machine. Honest will be a profit machine. They should start having some profitable quarters in 2023. PayPal is a profit machine. Avant Brands is looking like it's going to become a profit machine very, very shortly. That one's the management team at Norton and those guys, they've been doing their job. That's all I'll say about that. Numbers have been incredible. Amazon's a profit machine. Corsair's a profit machine. And the Chef is going to start hitting profitable quarters in the back half of 2023, management has said. And I'm very, very confident they will be able to. And their margin story is just going to get better and better and better. So I like what I'm buying, and I'm going to continue to buy those. And by the way, these positions, I'm going to continue to build these out. So even if the market flips, it's very important to understand. This is the one everybody's been waiting for, the Chef, okay? The Chef, the granddaddy of them all. I don't know what it is about the Chef. Let's talk about the elephant in the room with the Chef, okay? This company gets people so passionate. It really does. It really does. Who would have thought it? The dang plant-based food company gets people so passionate. It's incredible. Like, I haven't seen this much drama with the stock, and the bulls and bears at such a war, probably since Tesla, honestly. It's incredible. I do not get people to get emotional about them. But I can tell you with the Chef, this is a stock that gets people emotional, one way or another, super bullish or super bearish. And that is a rare combination. I can tell you that much. And like I said, it's not even like it's a company that you would necessarily normally see people be that passionate about. But for people to go out of their way, it's a bad company or because I think they're going to do bad, but the Chef is different. The Chef gets people going. It really does. And, that's just something. There's other, most of these companies I just went through, they don't get people going. Netflix doesn't get people going, really. Amazon doesn't get people going. Honest doesn't get people going. The Planet doesn't get people going. Oatly doesn't get people going. This stock here gets people going off of, right? They had to go off of the time that the Chef missed. They had to postpone their earnings last minute, which was
probably 3 or 4 quarters ago now. They had that to go off of, and then Chef reported several quarters in a row where their revenue growth came in disappointing, either where it was coming in kind of in line-ish or missed. And so simultaneously with the stock price going down. And so when you had all those factors, plus they were, company grow revenue 22%, they came in at 37%. Now, with the Chef, one of the issues is people like to talk about this stock, but they don't like to research the stock. They don't like to listen to the conference calls. They don't like to actually go in depth in the numbers and why certain things are certain ways. So, for instance, in the balance sheet, people say, oh, the cash has fallen from this level it was a year ago, and now it's at this level, right? But what they don't even take into account is the company now has to scale to those sorts of numbers. So the Chef's going to go from a company that's just like, it's got the brand that's growing, it's got store expansion, it's got SKU expansion, and then it's going to switch to a margin story, a profitability story. The management teams went on record and said they're expecting profitability in the back at 23. I expect that as well. And the levers the company's going to start pulling from margin left and right is going to be extraordinary. And so the shorts will have nothing to say on the Chef eventually. I'd say within 2 years, you have nothing, where you're just going to be like, the only thing that maybe they'll be able to say is like at that time, especially if the stock price has gone insane, is they'll be like, oh, it's overvalued or something like that. Eventually, with a company like this, the way I see it playing out and with the way I see their trajectories going when it comes to margins, profitability, as this year transpires and goes into little momentum, 12% here today. The Chef, 12% here today. These are just big moves. Like I said, you get a little momentum in the market, and these stocks are ready to move. And I mean, imagine if you go on a run for the indexes where the NASDAQ goes up 10%, 20%, 30%. I mean, my gosh, can you imagine the gains over that period of time for a lot of these stocks would be ridiculous, right? Now, there's something very, very interesting going on in big tech right in front of our eyes right now. What have these companies been saying? So the Chef, they beat their revenue by a mile. They came in with 37% revenue growth when 22% was expected. The Chef also says that margins will increase in the back half of this year. You want to talk about something that's massive for the stock price? And that's going to be huge for this company as their margins increase in the back half of this year. That's going to be a game changer for the stock price, because then it becomes not just a growth company, but then it becomes a growth company that's improving their margins quarter days for the stock. It's been, quite a rapid rise. The Chef, 23% in just a few trading days. When it comes to these small cap stocks, I'll explain in just a moment. Oatly, 33% in just a few trading days. Corsair Gaming, about 21% in just a few trading days. When I talk about small cap stocks and when I talk about, the moves that will happen with these stocks, when the market turns, whenever that is, and we could be in a turning moment on here, and then we'll get into exactly how much I put in these stocks. And the Chef is a story around SKU expansion, TAM expansion, total addressable market just gets bigger and bigger for plant-based food companies like the Chef, store expansion, and velocities that are among the fastest you'll find of any company competing in the food space. It's amazing, which means how fast they're moving products. They're growing faster than the Bears and the Bulls thought. For instance, this past quarter, they grew 37% revenue. Analysts were expecting 22%. So they blew numbers out of the water. They have margin levers to pull everywhere. Margin company plus a net income company, right? And to be quite frank, the Chef is the most exciting food company for the next 5 to 10 years by a mile. I know every single public food company out there, there's no one that's even remotely close to as exciting in the food space as the Chef is. Oatly is the most exciting drink company in the world, in my opinion. Celsius would give them a run for their money as far as, exciting there. But as far as a straight food company, there's nothing that's even remotely close to the Chef. So, Chef, I'm going to make silly money on when it's all said and done. Now, in terms of how much I put in each of these stocks here today, so over $4,000, obviously, in Amazon there, I bought 25 shares of PayPal. I bought 20 shares of Meta. I bought 2 shares of Google McDougal, so that's over $4,000 there. I bought 1,000 shares of Oatly, so that's about $3,500. Put about $3K in Honest here today, and then the big dog buy of the day, right, was the Chef, which that's a little under. Shoot, what is that around? That's a little under
what's that? Around 10K or so in the chef. So yeah, or a little under 10K. So pretty big number for the chef there. But yeah, and these stocks I'm not done buying. I'm just going to continue to buy these stocks for the entire year, regardless how, I don't care if we go down 40%, 50% of the NASDAQ. I'm just going to continue to load the boat and increase my ownership in these companies. Much love as always, guys. Make sure you get your free crypto from FTX US. First link in the description down here. Use referral code HolySmokers to take advantage of $100-something a share, or Tattooed Chef or Honest or whatever stock you're buying out there, right? We all wish we had more money, including myself. And so as a consumer, cash is trash, but as an investor right now, cash looks like a beautiful, beautiful thing. We all wish we had more of it around right now. That's just the facts, okay? And so, but I do understand kind of the points Ray Dalio's making there. And it sounds to me like Ray Dalio thinks we have, I'm just kind of like, if that stock's $8, it's still a joke. If the chef's double the price a year from now, I'll still be buying that stock. At $14, the chef is still a joke. If Amazon doubles in price, I'll probably lay back on that one. If the Planet doubles in price, I'll still likely be a buyer of that one. If Corsair's at 28, I'll still likely be buying that one, right? And so if Avant's at 40 cents, I'll likely still be buying that one. So there's a lot of these stocks that in this video, you're not going to hear about Honest, Oatly, Tattooed Chef, TTCF. Those are 3 automatic buys for me. Okay, like those are just automatic buys for me this month. But I've been talking about those stocks, I feel like, a lot, and I mean a lot over the past few months. So I figured I'd reserve this video for 3 other stocks I'm planning on buying in the month of June. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this as always. And let's jump right into this. The first stock of the bunch is Shop Chef. Okay, $600 million market cap for the chef. I don't even know what to say about the chef. I mean, I talk about the stock so much, it just feels like there's nothing else to say. SKU expansion, brand expansion, sell-through is ridiculous of velocities. They're stealing market share. Plant-based opportunities just going to get bigger and bigger over the next, 5-10 years. I've never seen a company in the food space innovate at the scale and the pace Tattooed Chef's innovating at. And I think this is the next food giant out there. And when you're talking about food giant, you're talking about $10 billion plus type market caps. And that's where I think this company's going over the next decade. And so if I can pick up shares at $500 million market cap, there's very few risk rewards that I see as more attractive in the entire stock market than a company like the chef. And they've already talked about profitability in the back half of 23, which is huge for this company. I mean, absolutely massive, guys. So yeah, that's my 10 biggest investments. Those are the ones. And by the way, I'm planning on buying more shares of the chef too. I'm not done buying shares anytime soon. Graham told me I got to buy 500,000 shares. Okay, so he told me that I'm millennial money, so I got to get to 500,000. Hope you guys. Yes, we have that. Next up here, the chef. Sometimes people ask me, when's the chef going to start roaring and things like that. I think for the chef, still a young public company, I think investors will get excited about this chef when margins come around. Now, the company has said margins are going to start improving in 3Q and 4Q, and they're going to start going from there and making great strides when it comes to margins. But when you're a company like the chef, you have to prove that. You have to prove that you're going to hit the margins you're talking about. Otherwise, people aren't going to trust. If you just say margins are going to improve, people are kind of like, whatever. We want to see it. And so I think when that moment happens, it's going to be big. As far as the fundamentals of what's going on with the business model, it's incredible. This is from the SKU expansion is insane. Like the sell-through for the chef has to be so ridiculous, and the velocities have to be so ridiculous to get this sort of shelf space in Target stores. Like, that's just insane. I mean, this is a company that almost had no presence a couple years ago, right? This is a picture I personally took of a Target here in Arizona, and I mean, just look at it. I mean, it's just the amount of shelf space this company is starting to get is just ridiculous, right? But once again, that incredible, right? That's not the end. Look at this. The chef. This chef. 249,000 shares traded today. It's not even going to crack 300 by the end of the trading day. Not even going to crack 300,000 shares traded. The average volume 610,000 shares trade. So here we are with the chef that's not even going to trade, half of a lot of the Chinese stocks that you're seeing out there. The chef's having a pretty good day here today. It might have been one of the 5 stocks I bought here today. As far as kind of downward movers on my watch list, my Hungry Bull watch list, Stitch Fix, big downward day. Voyager, big downward day, which kind of comes as expected when you see crypto down like that. The hood is now 856. I mean, here's the craziest part. If the hood drops into the 7s, this stock could end up trading. what do I even have to say about the Chef? They're expanding all over the United States right now. It's ridiculous. Their SKU expansion, sell-through expansion is insane. Go to your local Target. Look at how many items are now in these stores. The stock's obviously down considerably. And Stephanie and the team has said margins start to improve in the back half this year. And that's when I think the stock price starts to move big. So I did see a little encouraging signs in some stocks here today. I looked at the Chef. Personally, I was not buying the Chef here today. It was not a buy day for me. I didn't buy any stocks here today. It was just not a buy day for me. But, it was interesting seeing volume actually come in pretty strong. 471,000 shares traded. Stock ended up finishing green today, after hours green. So, this is an investor conference for the Chef tomorrow. Maybe somebody knows something, or maybe somebody's just playing that conference. I don't know, but that's definitely some encouraging thing to see if you're thinking about kind of the stock price. Same exact thing with Oatly, right? Oatly saw a very similar trend here today. Almost 4.4 million shares traded. That's a pretty good volume number on a day like today with no big news with this stock. Average volume finishing up today, after hours up as well. These companies like the Chef, Oatly, those are game-changing companies. These stock prices we're looking at today are just a joke compared to where they're going to be in 3 years from now, 5 years from now, probably even in honestly 12 months from now. But I think people are wising up to understanding these companies maybe on a higher level, understanding how much growth they have. And say the next 6 to 12 months, let's hope. The Chef had a good day. Obviously, a lot of stocks had a good day today. This one was up 5%. They did have their investor presentation. As far as my feelings on that investor presentation, there wasn't a lot that I was able to learn there that I didn't already know, to be honest. That's on their investor relations page for, folks that obviously own the Chef or care about the Chef. But, there wasn't anything in there that I was like, oh man, I had no clue this was going on or something like that. So everything's just kind of on standard with what we're expecting. Heat map for the day, very interesting. Obviously a lot of green out there today, but look at the things that had been holding up well, right? Are all the things that faltered here today, right? All the things that things go away that have been hurting the Chef, such as transportation costs, cold storage, things like that, and that's going to be huge for the Chef's margins. Obviously, as they get more and more into a business model that's just consistently producing product, right, in their factories, getting that into warehouses, getting that on the store shelves, they're just going to do a better and better job. They're also talking about taking some pricing later on this year, maybe in 4Q, so that can help their margins. But you got to eat food. So I can tell you the one thing that still does move is the Chef, okay? The Chef and Oatly, no matter what, those babies will move. Now, in all seriousness, guys, here's the situation. I have this up for you for a reason here, okay? These are the newest numbers just came out. Less than 20% of investors are bullish on the market for the next 6 months. And 58% are bearish. So basically a triple up is bearish than bullish. So we're in this real pickle in the market. Most of the time, I continue to buy the dip in a stock. Like, if the Chef goes down, I keep buying it. If Oatly made a 7% move here today, and the Chef made a 7% move. Just some extraordinary moves on a day like today, right? Palantir, I just bought this one recently, and I'm like, why didn't I buy more shares? But I mean, that should always be the goal. Like, you should always have that feeling inside of like, why didn't I buy more shares, right? But Palantir just bought this one. It's already 32.5%. I've held this stock for like a week. Like, there's some interesting things we see. The Chef has been cut in half on us, and Corsair has been cut in half on us. Two very large positions that I count. And, it hurts to see it. I mean, one side of me, it's like, okay, I get to buy shares for a lot cheaper, and that's the good part. But the other side of me is like, oh man, why didn't I wait? Why didn't I wait longer before I started to build out that position, right? I should have probably waited a little bit. The interesting thing is the Chef, not a profitable company, right? Growth, insane growth, the most exciting food company in the world by a mile. But it's a money loser on the bottom line, right? Corsair, not exciting growth, but it's profitable, it's cash flow, it's a low forward PE, and this one's down just as much. It's technically down a little bit more in the Chef. So it just kind of shows you in this sort of market. So let's hope things continue to go down there, okay? Some good news for the Chef shareholders. This just came out a few hours ago. The Chef is going to be added to the Russell indexes, okay? The Russell Microcap Index. So, yeah, excited about that.
And that's good news. A lot of these 2020, 2021 companies that went public in either 2020 or 2021 are going to be added to different indexes over the next few years. And so step in the right direction, man. Just the first of many. As far as travel stocks went, all these babies Red Dead Redemption today. Why? Well, simple. Oil price up. Hasn't been pretty in terms of the California numbers, okay? The Chef, obviously, I'm looking to add more Chef shares. You know, they haven't had a chance to obviously build a shareholder base out yet. And on top of it, obviously they're a money loser. So no one wants to own that sort of stock in 2022. Let's just be honest. No one wants to own that. Let's be honest. No one wants to own a money losing company that, sure, their growth is insane, right? But they're fairly new public company. You know, I'm just looking to continue to add shares of the Chef. They got a good balance sheet. They're going to get to profitability in the back half of 2023. And basically starting in Q3 of this year, I think we're going to start to see margins start improving. In Q3, Q4, trucking cost is coming down for refrigerated items and things like that. They got their new cold storage facility. So I think starting in Q3 of this year, we're going to start seeing major improvements to their margin line, which is going to give investors a whole new level of confidence. And for a lot of people that keep their eye on the Chef, they want to see those margins get better and better. And I think as Q3, they hit better margins. Q4, they hit better margins. Q1 of 2023, they hit better margins. Q2 of 2023, they hit better margins. And then hopefully profitability, or at least right around break even in Q3 and Q4 of 2023 is how it should play out. So I'm looking to add as aggressively as I possibly can, obviously, with the Chef here. Corsair Gaming is... And then obviously I got food, plant-based food specifically with the Chef. And all these companies have different growth profiles, right? Honest isn't going to be, you know, like the Chef, high growth. PayPal, I wouldn't call it high growth, I'd call it mid growth. Palantir, high growth, low growth, low to mid growth, although they shrink revenues maybe over the next quarter or two. And then this is kind of like mid growth, I would call it. So, you know, a little mixture of everything. Profitable companies, you know, like PayPal, very profitable and not profitable as far as the Chef, but they should be profitable at the end of 2023 there. So that's kind of what's going on there. So, you know, in kind of my opinion of the markets and kind of where I'm at in position to the market, you know, obviously I like where I'm positioned now, and I'm going to continue to just be a buyer for the next 6 to 18 months. I don't think this crash is going to last forever. I don't think rare you see companies do that, right? I was looking at the Chef here today, 400,000 shares traded, average volume's 571. I mean, heck, at some point I'm gonna probably have over 400,000 shares of the Chef, and I mean, geez, you know, it's just crazy, like how low volume is there. There's just no action, right? Look at Meta, huge company. Meta, where's the action? 22 million shares traded today, average volume's 33 million. So, I mean, Tapestry, all like 5% moves. Look at PayPal, Corsair, the Chef. I mean, everything was moving and grooving here today. And, you know, one thing I'll say, I think this needs to be said, is let me just tell you this, okay? If we can get the market to ever start consistently moving up again, and there's a big debate if that's happening this year, or if we're just going to have a relief rally, or, you know, we got to wait till next year for gains or whatever, okay? This is very important, though, for everybody that owns the Chef stock out there. Embattled Amy's Kitchen closing San Jose plant. They're citing economic woes. But let's just be honest. Who's the main competition for Amy's? It is a company named The Chef, okay, Tattooed Chef. And, you know, just from what we see, the Chef is taking massive amounts of market share. And at the end of the day, think about it like this, right? The Chef's on their way to becoming $1 billion revenue company, right? The $1 billion has to come from somewhere. It's going to come out of the competition's pocket in a massive, massive way. That's just bottom line there. You know, this company's already about to do several $100 billion a year in revenue. That several $100 billion of revenue is going down the freezer aisle. They're going to be like, you know what? I like this Chef brand. And so they're going to buy that product, right? And that's exactly what we've seen play out. And so, you know, for the Chef's competition, there is no competition from what I've seen in that market. They're all playing like a whole different game, and the Chef's like in their whole own league. And that's just, you know, when you got a company that's just on like the Chef's on, whew, you know, it's a different thing. The stock price isn't. For my Chef squad, a lot of folks are wondering, like, when does the Chef make a major move? And so in regards to the Chef particularly, here's kind of my opinion on that.
Chef's in an awkward, let's call it the awkward growth phase. Right now, they've got to prove themselves. They've got to. This quarter they're about to announce here in the next few weeks, we know margins and everything's expected to be kind of similar state to, let's just call it Q1. But Q3 and Q4, we should see margins improve. We should see cash flows improve. We should see Tesla's going to go to zero at that time. So Tesla was in its awkward growth phase. The Chef right now is in its awkward growth phase. And in order to get people really legit excited and get big money to start to move in that stock, it has to be more than just a revenue growth story. And they're getting into all these stores and stuff like that, and the sell through and the velocity. It has to become margins getting better and better, profitability getting better and better, and cash flows getting better and better over the coming, let's just call it The Chef just launched their brand, the Tattoo Chef brand. I mean, that was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Honest has been around a lot longer. So there's more faith that Honest is going to get their margins to a better place, I guess you can say faster, than a company like the Chef, and that's why you've seen that one obviously make a very steep upward move, okay? Now let's talk about the state of the market, right? Let's talk about why the market has started to move up. Because here's the deal. The QQQ is now up 13%. It's a great dividend stock, and it's just a very well-run company. And the Chef, obviously you guys know how much I love the Chef for the long term. So yeah, that's just a couple moves I made there here today. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, if you're looking to learn how to value a stock, so you know if it's overvalued, undervalued, fairly valued, if you want to learn how to understand financial statements like a CPA would, if you're looking to get access to my dividend, it's in hibernation. Look at this. Look at the Chef. I pulled up the Chef here. It's basically trading like half its volume. I mean, heck, I might even own 269,000 shares of Chef. Holy smokes. That ain't no joke. That's like nothing. Like nothing. There's no action in the Chef. Absolutely none. Look at Honest. I mean, honestly, it's like half its normal volume. There's absolutely no volume. I mean, do the math on that. 900,000 shares times $3 and something, that's like less than $3 million. Less than $3 million of shares traded hands today in Honest Company? Like, where's the action? Where's the action? Their bottom line get to a much healthier place. And this sets up Oatly and Tattoo Chef to, in my opinion, and I don't care, other people can have whatever opinion they want. I think both those stocks are going to make insane moves in 23 and 24 because what's going to end up playing out is their margins are just going to get better and better quarter after quarter, starting in 3Q, which is this upcoming quarter, right? And then going into 4Q, then going into 23, and their bottom line is going to get much public account here. Tesla's over $10,000 move here today. The Chef 9,700, Revolve 5,000. Yeah, just a lot of beauty. And I mean, if you own stocks out there, yeah, you should be doing pretty darn well for yourself. Now, big tech. This is interesting. I was looking at big tech here today. Shopify actually the biggest outperformer, which you should expect in a risk-on market. When people want to take risks, Shop is going to tear it up. And this is what I've been telling people for a while now. It's confident in that, okay? There's so many similarities I see between the Chef and Tesla Model S, so it's not even funny, okay? When I looked at Tesla, like what made Tesla such a special company? It's that the fact that company keeps a pedal to the metal. They keep innovating. They keep coming out with new stuff. They keep changing the game. They're never satisfied for a second at that company, okay? Which is very, very different than any of their other competitors, if you want to call them that, in that space. And what I see with the Chef is I see a company that's just running laps around their competition. They keep the pedal to the metal. They keep innovating. They keep coming out with new products, new ways of doing things. I look at their packaging. I look at everything they're doing, their marketing, right? And this company's doesn't get complacent for a second. And they're in an industry where everybody else moves at a snail's speed. Like if you think automakers move slow, something like that, it's ridiculous, okay? And so you got the Chef coming in here just shaking things up, and no one, they're going to run their own race. They will be the Usain Bolt of food over time. And right now it's not easy for everybody to see it. I understand that, just like the Tesla opportunity was not easy for most people to see that when I was getting in that stock in 2018, 2019, right? But over the coming years, everybody will see it and they'll realize, oh my gosh, this company's playing a whole different manufacturing business up front. And guess what? The Chef is pretty much the only vertically integrated food company you can pretty much find out there, right? And so it's a very costly endeavor when you're in your first few years of major growth. And it makes your margins look horrible. It makes your profitability look horrible. Everything you're doing looks bad. Your cash flow situation, because you're likely spending on new factories that you actually own, new equipment, all those sorts of things. Story emerge to the back half of this year in the Chef, and it will just get better and better and better. And then they're going to end up in industry leading margins. You'll see margins at the Chef, in my opinion, a few years from now that will be better than any other food company out there, bottom line. And everybody's going to be like, well, how did they do this? How did they do this? I don't understand. Oh my gosh, like the margins used to be horrible, and now look at their margins. You just wait on it, okay? Now, also, they have an unstoppable brand, and this is something that's special in any industry. Make these sorts of brands overnight or something like that. Like what the chefs put together here in terms of how much excitement there is around this brand, the sell-through is ridiculous. How much SKU expansion they continue to get in these retailers because their sell-through is just insane. That's an unstoppable brand, and you don't get in the way of unstoppable brands at the end of the day, right? And what's going to emerge in the chef, and it's already starting to emerge, is a very strong shareholder base now at this point in time. Is it anywhere close to a Tesla shareholder base? Absolutely not. The company's way too young right now. I think it will get to a very, very strong shareholder base over time. I don't think it's ever going to get to the scale of that sort of shareholder base that Tesla had, right? I think that's just kind of a one-off scenario there. Let's just call it a strong following building around the chef. And a lot of people in the DL are huge believers in this company, as with Tesla back in the day. Tesla, keep in mind, let's rewind to 2018, 2019, okay? In YouTube, there were only two core people that were talking about Tesla stock consistently back in those years, okay? One was myself, and one was a fellow named Galileo from And so we have a very similar thing emerging in the chef right now, where there's a lot of people that are buying the stock and loading up on shares kind of on the DL over the past few months, essentially. And, I think the community will build much stronger as that stock price goes up. Because no one, other than maybe a crazy person like myself, wants to come out and speak about a stock and be super excited about it and put their brand behind it and continue to build the shares. The main thing I'm also learning in the chef that I want to adapt, that I made mistakes with in some of these previous stocks that were huge winners for me, is I stopped buying those stocks once they started to go up. And like I spoke about, selling those stocks is also a bad decision on my part, but also not continuing to buy. And so as the chef's going to go up over the next few years, I'm hoping I continue to buy shares in that stock to build my position bigger and bigger and bigger. Same thing with a company like Honest and, those sorts of stocks. As the story gets better, the revenue story gets better, the margin story gets better, the profitability gets better, the free cash flow gets better. Yeah, I need to continue to buy shares. That's a 10 to 20x type stock, okay? So that's what I see personally in the chef over the coming years, and I just need to continue to load up on shares. And I as far as it's never going to be your next Tesla stock, I don't care. Everybody doesn't have to believe me in that. That doesn't matter to me. All I want to do is just have this out there. So like I said, there's very few stocks I ever build my brand around, and Tesla stock was one of those, right? In the chef, I'm willing to build my brand around that stock, and as that stock thrives in future years, as I believe it's going to thrive, there's only going to be one person who was out there supporting that stock and believed in it in the dark days and when margins look bad and free cash flow look bad and profitability. And then other people say, well, it might be a risk reward for me versus, let's say, buying the chef or buying, Honest or buying, whatever stock, right? PayPal or Meta or Amazon or some of these other stocks I bought over the last couple months. So that's the biggest thing for me trying to figure out with RVLV. I'm going to have to run my profitability metrics, what I think net income is going to over the next few years, and try to figure out if it's worth it at the current price, right? The risk is always recession. And I look at I look at what the chef does, and their management team's freaking ridiculous. I know they missed out on earnings and everybody freaked out over that. But at the actual underlying business, the SKU expansion, the new products they come out with, the sell-through, everything across the board, it's night and day. They make Beyond Meat look like they're General Motors, and Tattoo Chef looks like the Tesla of food. You can't even compare the companies. They run laps around them. And does Beyond Meat maybe innovate a little more than the average food company? Sure, but that's not saying much. And they had this extraordinary opportunity, and to be honest, they're getting their lunch eaten by Impossible. And if I could buy Impossible stock, which I can't because they're a private company, but if I all the plant-based food stocks here today, right? And the chef moved up 12% plus here today. And when it comes to this, people look at Beyond earnings and they're like, man, that was straight trash. And the stock went up 22%. So, I don't think anybody's excited about the chef earnings that are coming up here that we'll discuss in a little later on in the video. But the way people look at this is they're like, hey, you can get a 22% move and beyond on trash. Like, what could we be looking at as Chef? We know a lot of people are short the Chef. I think there was probably some shorts that covered today, to be honest, in the Chef. I would say high probability that at least decent amount of shorts covered today. Let me pull up the volume on Chef. I didn't prep this out, but let me just pull this up because I'm actually interested. I don't know what the volume was in Chef today. So in terms of the Chef today, 1.36 million shares traded hands. Average volume's a little under 500,000. That smells like a little short squeeze, a little covering action there. And yeah, I mean, if I was short, stock like the Chef, which is, like I said, they run laps around Beyond Meat, I'd be at least a little concerned after you see Beyond go up 22% on horrible earnings. It's like, could the Chef do that on their earnings, right? And so I think that's part of that. Corsair made a nice upward move, 5.5%. Here's the thing, the Corsair numbers came out and were disappointing, but everybody already knew that. They already pre-announced. So, I saw some shorts and things like that, like thinking like Corsair was going to tank more. And even saw some longs sell out of this stock this week for plant-based foods. The number 3 should be Tattooed Chef, and the number 4 should be Beyond Meat, okay? So that's the way I personally believe like the rankings are when it comes to these plant-based food companies and their importance in this space and kind of what they're doing. But that's not the way Wall Street views it right now. And Wall Street doesn't even have a clue about what's going on in the plant-based food movement or what these companies in the market, okay? So first things first, the Chef is reporting within 24 hours from now. Within 24 hours from now, the Chef is reporting their earnings, okay? I think everybody watching this video knows how important that stock is to me. I have nearly 100,000 shares of the Chef as of right now, and I'm going to likely buy a lot more shares. I'm going to share my plan in just a moment. The Chef has been coming back pretty nice over the past month. It's up about 23% in the past month. With the broader market, has been, in a good place as well. It hasn't gone insane or something like that, but it's come back a decent amount over the past month. Now, in regards to the Chef, here's what we're looking at, okay? Analysts are expecting the company to grow 26% revenues for this quarter they're about to report. As far as EPS goes, as far as 7 days ago at least, the EPS expectations are for them to lose 14 cents of EPS essentially. And, this is a situation where the company... So for the Chef, those quarters are going to be very, very vital. For this quarter, the expectations are so dang low going in. And I will say, in terms of level of comfort for me, when it comes to my stocks, I usually like it if the expectations are on the floor, because usually, as long as a company does something decent, they can put themselves in an upside surprise situation, okay? I'm not necessarily counting on that for the Chef, but they're definitely at least in a position, right? And this is a company that every single quarter for the last 4 quarters has, basically had EPS miss every quarter for the last 4 quarters. And, that's just obviously not something Wall Street wants to see. Like, they're not going to have trust in a company until a company starts hitting EPS numbers and then starts beating EPS after quarter. Your stock price is going to get hit, as we've seen with the Chef. It's going to get absolutely nailed, okay? And so this is a company that the expectations are now on the floor for this company, and if they just come in with something decent, there's definitely obviously quite a bit of upside there in the situation. Now you might say, in regards to me, buying so many shares of stock over the past many months, right? I look at it this way, okay? I'm betting on the Chef because I believe this is going to be a company that is not just going to be a revenue story. I believe it's going to be a margin story, and I believe it's going to be a profitability story as the quarters emerge. And I believe over the next 24 months, it's going to become very clear to everybody that looks at this company that this is a revenue growth company, a strong brand, and out, right? And so the way I look at it is, I think the Chef's stock price will look something like this over the coming years if what I believe is going to play out, right? And so I can't just sit on my hands and kind of wait in that situation and be like, well, I'll wait to see if they become a margin beast over the coming years and, net income beast and a free cash flow beast. The stock price will already moved way up by that time. That's what happens. I wish it was so. It started going that run as improvements started to be made. So if the Chef, let's say for instance, they do what they say they're going to be able to do, which is start improving margins and free cash flow in the back this year, I would bet you money the stock price is probably going to reflect that, right? And as their margins get better and start increasing, as their EPS losses get less and less, right? And as the revenue continues to expand and the brand gets bigger and into more retailers and more, and every stock in the stock market's a risk. And the Chef right now, I think it's one of those stocks that's, I think, looked at and it's like it's in a kind of its awkward stage, right, where it has a lot of potential, but it's almost like a kid in high school that you look at and like, man, that kid has a lot of potential, but they're kind of a screw up, and we don't really know if they're going to ever achieve their potential. If you're betting on a company like the Chef, you're taking that kid out of college essentially, and you're trying to project that this is going to be the next Hall of Fame stock, right? And it's going to go up massively, and you're going to make a ton of money. But there's also that possibility that it could be the bust, and it becomes a Jamarcus Russell. So you never really know, right? Obviously, I'm placing my chips where I'm placing my chips. Now, in terms of my plan, if the Chef goes down, I have quite a bit of cash on the sideline, so I'm ready to deploy if that happens. If the stock drifts up and goes up, I'm going to likely just chill back for right now. I bought stocks so dang heavy for so many months. I mean, as the market just crashed and crashed and crashed, I flooded in pretty much the most amount of money I've ever, flushed in the market in a 6 to 9 month span. So I'm trying to catch my breath. Their earnings. So yeah, if it wasn't for enough already with the Chef reporting earnings and CPI, Honest is then reporting. And this is a stock I bought heavily the past, let's say, 6 to 9 months. And I mean heavily. I built it into literally one of my bigger positions now at this point in time, okay? And Honest, I mean, this is a stock that went public in 2021, never was able to find its big shareholder base, and just has drifted down, okay? And this isn't a company that's just coming to shake things up. I see it in the Chef, and I see it in a few other companies in the plant-based food movement that they're just shaking everything up. I see it in Oatly, I see it in Impossible, as those companies just completely going to change the food industry in a massive, massive way, right? I watched Monster, which was a stock I was in, back in the day, which used to be called Hansen's Natural Beverage. I watched them completely change the soft drink category, and coming out here very soon. I'm going to do a super in-depth video on the Chef tonight, whether the earnings are good, bad, whatever. I'll give a super in-depth video later tonight on that. I want to listen to the earnings call. I want to have time to digest it and put a really well done video together for you guys tonight in regards to that. So Palantir, it's down about 13-14% here today. I think everybody's kind of seen the move down, okay? Now, it's very important. I always make, I got to make fun of myself sometimes, okay? The Chef. So the Chef starting out here. So stock was down 10% here today. This is a big part of why my accounts were no bueno today, okay? A huge part of that was obviously the Chef having a tough day, down 10% off of earnings that obviously missed on revenue, missed on profitability, missed on everything. Like everything missed when it came to the Chef. I'm amazed that the stock was not down more, to be honest, today. I mean, this stock had ran into earnings very nicely. And usually if you run into earnings like that, you better come out with some banger numbers to even get a chance. There's a lot of other stocks that if they came in with those sort of numbers that the Chef came in, I think they would have been down 20, 30, 40% after coming in there. Revolve. So RVLV was down big here today, down 8%. Now, I listened to the conference call inside the private stock group last night, okay? And here's the deal with RVLV, okay? This is a very well-run business. This is a great company. If you look at with Honest here today, I think everybody saw the Chef, right? And they're like, oh my gosh, Chef is Honest going to come in with those sorts of numbers, right? And also there's just a lot of devastation in general in the small caps. And obviously Honest is a very, very small cap company. We're talking about $300 million market cap. And so I think a lot of folks are just like, oh, they're coming out with earnings here in a few days, sell, kind of get out. It's just kind of like risk off, right? And after the Chef earnings, I think it's just a lot of people are kind of like, Palantir down again today, about 6% here for Palantir after it was down. Yesterday it was down about 14%. So, I mean, we're talking like 20% down in a matter of 2 trading days here. When Palantir, I looked at their numbers, okay? I looked at Palantir's numbers, and my opinion was, oh, baby, it's earnings day. Tattooed Chef earnings are out. I listened to the conference call. I've looked over all the numbers. I've had time to digest the information. And I've had time to prep this video because this is going to be a beast of a video here, okay? We got to talk about what's going on with the chef, what is good, what is bad. Whenever I look over an earnings report for one of the companies I personally have stock in, right? Especially, a massive position like I have in the chef. I have to always look at these things objectively. I have to call the bad and the good, and kind of go through all this and kind of figure out, do I need to reevaluate? Do I need to buy this stock even heavier? Do I need to sell this stock? Do I need to buy less aggressively, and all those sorts of things? And so, this is a beast of a video, guys. Hope you enjoyed this. As always, we got a lot to in a stock, and this is one of the reasons Tattooed Chef stock is up 22% in the past 5 trading days. This just happened with Beyond Meat stock. So Beyond Meat, the stock had been just in a very bad place for quite a while, right? Hadn't been doing anything, just selling off. And basically, Beyond Meat came out with a horrible quarter, but the stock went up a ton. It went from like $30 to $40. And this is what happened. The earnings call came out. As the earnings report came out, Tattooed Chef announces $40 million credit facility. Basically, through UMB Financial Corporation, the credit facility was increased to $40 million from $25 million and has a 3-year term set to mature in September of 2025. The prior facility, also with UMB, was scheduled to mature in September of 2023. Tattooed Chef expects to use the credit facility for general corporate purposes, which may include funding of acquisitions, capital improvement projects, and internal growth initiatives. Quote, "We are very pleased to extend our long-standing relationship with UMB and appreciate the continued support of our business and vision," said Sam Galletti, President and CEO of Tattooed Chef. "This expanded and extended credit facility significantly enhances our liquidity and our runway and provides us with financial flexibility to execute our balanced and multi-pronged capital allocation strategy." I put this here, better to be safe than sorry. In terms of either raising capital or just having capital around a credit facility like that, it's important. Makes sense, right? And when you're a money-losing company, like the Chef has been, right? They're expecting profitability at the end of 23, and we'll talk about that. They reiterated that today. But still, just because you're expecting that doesn't mean you shouldn't put yourself in a position that if case that doesn't come, you're in a strong position, right? And it also gets away a lot of the liquidity worries and things like that, which I think is very, very important, obviously for the stock and for shareholders and things like that, right? Now, the setup for the Chef in regards to these earnings was, we were told basically on the last earnings call, do not expect margin expansion in Q2. Do not expect any major cash flow improvement in Q2. Expect all that type of stuff in Q3, Q4, and 2023. And we also heard management team last quarter say, expect 280 to 285 revenue for full year 2022. Okay, so that was a setup going into this. I think this is just out everywhere, because the problem is that the Chef, they get on store shelves and it sells ridiculously fast. They have pretty much the highest velocities you're going to find from a frozen food company out there. It's insane. They hit the shelves and it's gone. Completely gone. And then the problem is the store shelves sit vacant for quite some time until the next shipment comes in. And I just think about like all that time, all the days and weeks where these products aren't there. They have plenty of product, but they don't sell the sort of velocities a Chef sells at. And the good news is, long term, the Chef will be on store shelves, and stores like Target and whatnot will order a lot more product because they're like, oh my gosh, like our whole freezer door is gone, right? And with some of these other companies, you don't have to order that much because they don't move like that. But with the Chef, dude, they're moving volume, and you need to order way more. And so I think about the next year numbers in 23, I think about 24, and I think about like how much these retailers are going to need to order because the product just sells through so dang fast, and the product just sits vacant, right? This is from a store somebody put in the private group from New Jersey, right? Look at all the silver. That's all Chef. Be fixed long term. Retailers will order a lot more product, and the Chef will be there in the future. And so that's the only good news. The bad news is it obviously hurts numbers in the short term. Okay, so net revenue came in at 15.6% rise year over year. That is a miss. Analysts were expecting 64. So that's a bad thing there. And like literally, I think about all these store shelves being empty because the product just sells through, and I'm like, dude, I think they And it's like these other ones just don't sell like the Chef sells, okay? Tattooed Chef branded product net revenue is up to 58.4%. That should continue to increase. And I mean, over time, that should even, in my opinion, because basically Chef has branded products and then they have some non-branded products. That's their old historical business. Let's just call it that. In my opinion, this number is going to 90% plus over the next few years because that's where their focus is, okay? Net loss came in at a massive 20 stores, right? They integrated a new 45,000 square foot Tattooed Chef operated a cold storage facility that I know Stephanie said that could save them around $2 million roughly there, which I think is very important. They completed the first run of Tattooed Chef refrigerated plant-based oat butter bars at the Belmont facility, which is very key. We'll talk about that later in this video. They increased capacity and streamlined production process at the New Mexico Foods distributors facility. They completed construction of new in-house food, basically a safety laboratory in Paramount facility. Here's the deal, man. The Chef has so much going on because they did several acquisitions. They got new products coming out. All that stuff is very expensive. I mean, very expensive. When you are doing all these things all at once, right? It is very costly. It's going to hurt your margins. It's going to hurt your profitability. It's going to hurt your cash flows. However, you're doing all that so you have a much bigger long-term opportunity. And we've seen this story presence and elevated the Tattooed Chef brand, all while investing in strategic capacity to strengthen our position as a premier, fully integrated, value-added, plant-based food company, said Sam Galletti, president and CEO. During the second quarter of 2022, we introduced more than 30 new products, invested in targeted sales and marketing campaign that is attracting new consumers while driving sales, and expanding our retail presence in approximately 17,000 of 2023. That is key, okay? Because obviously, Tattooed Chef is known as just a money burner, right? They're just burning money left and right, right? And yeah, they're growing revenue and they're growing and their sell-through's great and they're getting in all these stores, but they're burning money. So this line is very, very key. And Sam reiterated that on the conference call as well, which was very key. We continue to increase household awareness and introduce new consumers into the plant-based world, said Sarah Galletti, Tattooed Chef's creative chief officer. Our nostalgic innovation combined with what the Tattooed Chef brand stands for is attracting new valuable consumers into retail freezer aisle for our partners. That's very key as well. You know, obviously these retailers got to get results, and there's no one's going to get you better results than the Chef in this category. We are confident that this trend will continue and expand into the refrigerated and ambient aisles with broad availability of our plant-based and oat butter bars and our dairy and grain-free chips later this year and into early 2023. And they also said that obviously, if you understand like ambient, that's non-refrigerated, non-freeze items, like the margins you make on those products. I don't know how many of you guys saw this, but if you follow Tattooed Chef Foods on Instagram, essentially, they were showing this off. You know, that they were basically sampling their products at, I think it was a big concert venue in Chicago, some festival, I believe it was in Chicago, and they were showing off the products, the new tortilla chips, which I can't wait to get my hands on that. You know, we're going to have to wait at least a few more months before we can get our hands on that. But, you know, that's just from $50.3 million at the same time last year. Tattooed Chef branded products reflect an approximate $6 million reduction in club sales year over year due to the timing of promotions in 2021 versus 2022. Excluding this impact, branded product sales in 2022 second quarter increased 21.4% from the 2021 second quarter. That is key, okay? That's absolutely key, because if you don't know essentially how like Club Channel works, and when we're talking about Club Channel, they got some sort of promotion going on with you, right? And so Tattooed Chef did not have that benefit this year. They had that benefit last year, right? And so, you know, from my understanding, the relationship between Sam's Club, Costco, and the Chef is very, very strong, and the Chef usually sells through incredibly well. So we should see the Club Channel build back much stronger again. But obviously, I think also, you know, and they didn't say this is just my opinion, I think they were probably giving a little more preferential treatment to some of the new grocers they got into and things like that versus a Club Channel, which is already an established channel, right? So that's just kind of, yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are going to help Tattooed Chef's margins and profitability and cash flow over the next, let's just call it 48 quarters. It's a lot, okay, that's going to be going for them paused. That, and you know, they have so much working against them the past several quarters. It's been ridiculous, okay? Gross profit was $0.7 million, which is nothing. in the second quarter of 2022. That's 1.3% of revenue compared to 8.3 mil. The decline in gross margin was due to the above reference increase in cost of goods sold. And you might say, why doesn't the chef just increase the price of their product, right? Like all the other food and drink companies are doing. We'll talk about that in just a minute because that's a very key thing that came out on the conference call. Operating expenses increased 48.3% in the second quarter from 16.4 million. Sales channel expansion, corporate functions, and support of public company reporting requirements is a lot of work. Prepaid, and that once again, it's probably not the chef's problem, it's more of a retail problem. Prepaid expenses and current liabilities. Capital expenditures in the second quarter of 2022 came in at 6.8 million and primarily reflected the purchase of new automated manufacturing equipment, the installation of the new chip line, and construction of in-house laboratory in Paramount. Prepaid marketing activities totaled 15.8 mil in the second quarter. So, all these retailers and distribution companies all paid the chef out today. The chef would have $32 million more in their bank account than they do, essentially. So that's a big number there, okay? Property, plant, and equipment, they're up to almost $58 million in property, plant, and equipment now, which is obviously, this is a company that's going to grow into a $500 million revenue company and then $1 billion plus revenue company. When you're talking about those sorts of numbers, you better have, very soon. Now, if you're wondering why didn't the chef already increase prices? We see all the other food and drink companies. Here's the deal, okay? And they said this in the conference call, and this is why conference calls are very important to listen to. They just got on all these retailers, right? The last thing you want to do when you're just building a relationship is you get into retail and right away you're like, hey, we gotta jack up the price, right? If you're Coca-Cola, if you're Pepsi, it's not the best look. So it's unfortunate timing for the chef. But now they're comfortable enough, and now they got the sell-through in these retailers, and the retailers realize, oh man, the chef's the real deal, Holyfield. They're moving crazy volumes here. So now the chef's in a place where they can do this low double-digit price increase. So rather than just do a slight increase and then a slight increase, they're doing a low double-digit price increase, which I think is very, very important. Every other food and drink company in the world is going up on price. Why shouldn't the chef, right? And so this is obviously going to help the chef's margins in a big, big way. It's hurt the chef's margins by not increasing price because everything for the chef's business model has gotten substantially more expensive, but they didn't go up on customers, okay? They're finally going to do it. That's going to make not only revenues look better, but that's going to make margins look much better for this company, right? Number three, they got a new major distribution deal, they said on the call, coming soon. My guess is, they did not announce that, they said, at some point they get people interested and then go try other items that the chef has, right? Then, like I said, the chef has a vision to become a food giant, and that's exactly what I envision this company is going to become over time, okay? They also have margin and gross profit margin expansion expected as this year goes throughout, and free cash flow to a much healthier place over the coming quarters as well, okay? So overall, I look at all this, right, and it's kind of what I expected. This is, in my opinion, the bottom when it comes to the chef's business model and just being in a tough place, and it only gets better from here. We're going to see not only revenue go up quite substantially and likely re-accelerate now quarter over quarter, but we're also going to see margins improve quarter after quarter. We're going to see free cash flow improve. We're going to see the bottom line improve, okay? Now, if we don't see that over the next several quarters, we'll see how everything translates. The next 2 quarters are vital for the chef, because not only are all the current shareholders looking at this and they want to see margins start to improve, they want to see free cash flow start to improve, and the losses get less and all those things, but also there's a lot of people that watch this stock on the sideline, and those people are like, I'm not touching this baby until I see the margins start coming around and improving, and the next 2 quarters are everything for the chef, and I mean absolutely everything. So I'm confident that everything's going to play out over these next several quarters, but we'll see. And obviously, I'll be here to keep you guys in the know as far as everything that's going on there. So hope you guys enjoyed this beast of a video. As always, I have 2 free stock market courses. If you'd like to check out those will be pinned comment down there. Almost 6%. I mean, just look at the moves across the board. Even the chef was up today. Oh man, if I was a chef short, I'd be so mad. I'm like, come on, man. Like, you guys really missed all your earnings and whatnot, and the stock's literally higher than it was just at this time last week. Like, that's just crazy to think. Like, they came in and missed every single number, and the stock's literally higher today than it was a week ago. Like, can't make this stuff up. So just some incredible
a company like that, right? The Chef made a huge upward move here today of over 11%. I mean, it seems like nothing compared to Fubo, but that's a huge move on the back of basically no news in regards to this stock here today. I was looking at this, and this is actually from yesterday. Cowen had, basically put an outperform in the stock, but they put a $10 price target on it. So, that's, the stock was, let's call it 7-ish. So, could be potentially a smaller fund of some kind, adding shares into, the Chef, understanding that likely the worst is behind that company and things get better and the losses are going to get less and less and less, and the revenue growth is going to become more exciting in future quarters and, new partnerships and things like that. So that could also be a factor at play. It's hard to know exactly kind of what's going on there, but obviously, huge bump in volume. Was I out there buying the Chef today? Nope, I was not. I didn't buy any shares of the Chef here today, so I was definitely not part of that 1.9 million. That was a big number there. This stock has everybody talking. Oh my gosh, okay. Bed Bath & Beyond, BBY. Look at this, a 29% move. But that's nothing, okay? Most of the day, this stock spent much of its day trading anywhere between like $24 and $27. At one point today, it was up to $20. Yeah, setting themselves up, right? Look at the Chef. The Chef is one of the most shorted stocks in the stock market, right? At a float of, as a percent of the float, almost 29% shorted in the Chef. So it's another like prime candidate and, relatively smaller market cap company. Those are, I don't know. The shorts have had a lot of fun, obviously, playing in a lot of these stocks for a while. But at some point you just got to understand, like, the risk reward's not there anymore. It's just not there anymore. And, they had a good run. They did. As the Wall Street Bet Squad had out of that company. Jeez, okay. So that's definitely, I think, a setup. And I think the Chef's continues to be a setup there. But I think that's kind of more of a bleed for the shorts over time, in my opinion, in regards to Chef, because they already had their worst quarter. It's just going to get better and better from here. So that's just kind of my opinion on that. But yeah, those are kind of the next two setups there. I think Revolve and I think that Desktop Metal company. I was thinking MicroStrategy a little bit. I own that a lot of retail also owns. All of them were down massively today, okay? The Chef starts out right at the top. Obviously, super heavy retail stock right now. Starting next year and going in forward years, it's not going to be as retail heavy, but for right now, this stock is 100% a retail stock as of right now. And it just made this massive downward move back to where the stock was trading at a couple weeks ago. BYND down huge. I got a small position in BYND that made a massive move down. Oatly down. Retail trader investor list. Oh my gosh, okay? Bad. The Chef is back in the gulag again after it was coming back so dang strong and was looking like Donkey Kong. It was back to $8 plus, and now we're back in the gulag. The gulag for the Chef is $6. We're back in the gulag once again for the Chef, and it is what it is, okay? Palantir, almost back in their gulag. The gulag for Palantir is $7, so now Palantir is almost back in the gulag here. Yeah, just ugly, man. And, whatever you think about stocks like the Chef or Palantir or any of these, companies, the bottom line is, remember, in the short term, these babies get thrown in with the AMCs, the Bed Bath & Beyonds, the GMEs, whether you like it or not. It's the way it is right now. In future years, that will not be the situation. Palantir will be its own thing. The Chef will be its own thing. I'm 100% confident in that. But for right now, the fact is, if all those meme stocks are going crazy, it pulls up stocks like the Chef, pulls up stocks like Palantir. If all those are getting split in half, guess what? All of those get absolutely devastated as well. It is the way it is. We can complain about it. We can cry about it. It is the way it is for right now. Longer term, things can definitely change, obviously, there, and things will be based upon where these companies' revenues go, net incomes go, clients go, things like that. But for right now, it is what it is. And about that, are we going back to the gulag, which the gulag for the Chef is $6, or is it fly to the moon time for the stock and things like that? So I want to share my perspective across the board on this, and I really want to kind of take my time with this. That's why I didn't do a video last night or even earlier today. I just really want to take my time and run the numbers and kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen here and exactly how it's going to as soon as it drops on Labor Day, okay? So obviously the Chef had a great upward move today, about 12.9% roughly. Tomorrow will probably be a nice up day as well.
it's not a for sure thing, but I would assume tomorrow will be a nice up day as well. So that's kind of what's going on there, okay? So first off, starting out with the partnership, then I want to take you through the numbers with this, and then I want to take you through my perspective on what this means for the stock price of the chef, okay? So if you didn't see, which I'm sure a lot of you guys already saw this news, but essentially Tattooed Chef, a leader in plant-based foods, announced today an expanded distribution agreement with Walmart. Basically, they had a deal with Walmart, but it's a very small deal, only like a couple items in some Walmart stores. Most Walmart stores, they weren't even in. It was very hard to find the chef at Walmart, basically the past couple years. That will increase the availability of Tattooed Chef branded products at Walmart stores. Walmart's National Distribution Center, okay? Under the agreement with Walmart, Tattooed Chef will increase the brand's frozen shelf presence from 5 SKUs to 13 SKUs, and like I said, most Walmart stores didn't even have the chef, so this is going to be like brand new product essentially, and expand the availability of these 13 SKUs from an average of 300 Walmart stores. So it was kind of like a test. It was basically Walmart was doing a test with the chef, like how would it do in these 300 stores? If it does good, let's take it big time, okay? Obviously it performed good enough, and so now they're taking it big time, okay? To an average of 2,000 Walmart stores. Initial availability of Tattooed Chef's products at these Walmart locations is expected no later than October 2022. So here in the next couple months, we'll be able to see those in most Walmart stores in the United States of America. Tattooed Chef also announced the signing of a definitive agreement and simultaneous closing under which the company acquired certain assets for approximately $10 million, and the signing of a lease agreement for an 80,000 square foot manufacturing facility located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So that's a pretty big deal as far as all that goes. So interesting, okay? Now, big news as far as that goes, okay? Which obviously the chef's going to have to make a big focus on profitability and cash flows over the next, let's call it 1 to 2 years. And so, that's a step in the right direction there, okay? So that's all the kind of big news that happened there around, obviously closing that deal, getting manufacturing facility, and, obviously the lease and all those sorts of things, okay? And obviously the Walmart deal. So now let's run what can I see being a really, really bad situation, okay? So the bear case for the chef here, okay, is they have these 13 SKUs, and they only sell one SKU, one item of these 13 SKUs per day, okay? For the chef, that would be horrible, and for how busy Walmart stores are, that would not be very impressive. Let's just put it that way. But I want to start with a very, very bearish case, a very, very conservative numbers, okay? So if they literally just sold one of those 10, each of those 13 SKUs per day, obviously that's 13 items sold per day, okay? Now, if you go ahead and take those 13 items, times it out by 7 days a week, that would mean the company's basically, in terms of Tattooed Chef, they're going to get about $209 of revenue per week on average, right? So you go ahead and take that $209, times it out by 52 weeks a year. That would be $10,800 in revenue per store per year for Tattooed Chef. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and take that $10,800, times it out by 2,000 stores. That would be just under $22 million in revenue, in Walmart revenue, for a pretty considerable number for a company like the chef. The chef has a $500 million market cap on it right now. So even in this very, very bearish scenario, $22 million is not a small amount of money. And it just goes to show you like how big this deal is with Walmart essentially, okay? Now let's run through my middle scenario, which is what I feel is the more realistic number. And then we'll run through my bullish scenario, assuming the partnership goes really, really great, okay? So $1 million of Walmart business per year. Now, keep in mind, the chef is expected to do revenue of about $280 million this year in 2022, okay? So when we're talking about a $70 million increase in revenues to their business, this is why this matters in such a substantial way, right? And this, once again, this is not the bullish scenario. This is kind of like I feel like this is doable numbers, okay? And keep in mind, the thing with the chef is they're going to have 13 SKUs, and then likely next year, they'll probably have an announcement that they're expanding to 17 SKUs or 22 SKUs or 25 SKUs. I've watched what's played out in Target. I've watched what's played out with basically every retailer, including Walmart, and they'll start with a few items, then they add more items, and then they add more items. And the reason being is because the chef's velocities, meaning how much their product's moving, is very, very high. And whether you're bearish or bullish on the stock, you can't deny the fact that this product moves on its shelves and moves incredibly well based upon facts, not opinions, based upon facts. And so that's just kind of some food for thought there, no pun intended, around the chef, right? 13 SKUs is what we're at now. Wait to see where we're at in a year from now, 2 years from now when it comes to Walmart stores. Remember, many companies that are in the frozen food space, go to most of the big brands at a big Walmart store. Many of them have between 30 and 60 SKUs, okay? That's where the chef's going over the coming years. They're going to have 13 over the next, let's call it 6 to 12 months. Then after that, they're going to probably go to 20-something SKUs, then 30-something SKUs, and 40-something SKUs because they move that sort of volume, okay? All right, so next up here is my bull case. So this would be a situation where things go great for the chef in regards to Walmart, okay? So 13 SKUs, 5 items sold per day of each of those SKUs. That'd be 65 items, okay? 65 items sold per day times 7 days a week is 455 items sold per week per store. 455 items times a $3 average selling price is $1,365 in revenue per week per store. $1,365 times 52 weeks being in a Walmart. And that's why news like this is so like game changing for the chef, because you start running these numbers and it's like, oh my gosh, like even in bear case scenario, it's huge for their numbers, but then you start running middle case and bull case and you can realize, holy smokers, this ain't no joke, this is crazy big, right? Now, so to recap the rough numbers we got here, bear case is about $22 million in revenue per year for Walmart. Middle case, once again, that's with only 13 SKUs. And in my opinion, once again, the chef's going to have 20, 30, 40 SKUs in Walmart stores in future years. So do keep that in the back of your mind, okay? So that's numbers there. Now let's go ahead and talk about the biggest thing that is not talked about with a deal like this. And then we'll go ahead and discuss kind of like what this means for the stock price of the chef now, okay? So the most underrated thing of this that no one really talks about, right? The numbers are important and that's huge, but what about the free advertising the chef gets in all these Walmart stores, right? Having 13 SKUs in those Walmart is going to be a good probability a bunch of people see the brand that have never seen the brand before, right? It's literally free advertising. It's absolutely amazing. Usually view Walmart as kind of being number one, and then in terms of the chef, I view Kroger as number 2 biggest opportunity, because that's a straight grocery store chain. They own Fry's, they own Smith's, they own Harris Teeter, they own so many different brands that you guys might shop at for your grocery store. That's incredible. And do keep this in mind as well. Walmart's a global business, right? And so, you know, if they can successfully expand in the US, which they're going to likely do, it's going to make it much easier for the chef to go around the world when you're talking about we already have that connection with Walmart. So then they could do an international test after that, right? And then that expands the chef internationally into Europe and to many other various markets, right? Which I think is just obviously a crazy big opportunity for this company. So yeah, you know, then the third opportunity is obviously Target, which we know the chef and Target are like this, man. They are like this. We've seen that relationship grow from like 2 SKUs to like 7 SKUs to now a lot of these Target stores have 20 plus SKUs and they move ridiculous volumes, and Target's like, give us more product, give us more product. And so, you know, I think there's just been a good test example there of how successful this company can be, and the fact that you put them on your shelf, taking the chef to the moon in terms of its stock price in the short term. The reason being is what people really want to see with the chef. Everybody knows it's a huge revenue story. Everybody knows it's a huge velocity story. Everybody knows that people love the products, and everybody knows these products move silly volume. That's not debatable. That's facts. That's facts, okay? What people are concerned about is the margins, the profitability, the cash flow. So over the next several quarters, the chef continue to make progress with their margins, continue to make progress with getting their cash flows in a better and better place, and their net income or net loss in a better and better place. Until investors see that, a lot of people are still scared to jump on board. They're like, great, they're going to have a ton of products in Walmart now. Great, their revenues are going to go up more and more. Great, they got a bunch of products some of you guys obviously prospered from. And so that's what the chef has to do if it's going to go on its big bullish run where the stock goes back to 20, 30, 40, whatever dollars a share, okay? That's what kind of needs to happen there. And so that's kind of my opinion on all that. Today I was out there buying. I bought a few stocks today. I bought some chef today. Just nibbled. I call this nibbling for me. You know, just nibbled out there some shares. I bought 200 shares of the chef here today. I bought some other stocks as well. Market cap on this company as of right now, okay? Now to understand the chef, you got to understand the story behind the chef, okay, and how differently they're approaching business versus any traditional company. Because a lot of people think, a mistake a lot of folks make is they think all companies are created the same, okay? And this has just been a big problem I've seen, okay? Across, they automatically assume this software company is the same as this software company, right? They think like, doing business in a traditional way approach in this business model. And Tattooed Chef is just a very different approach that, in my opinion, is a winning approach over the next 10 years, essentially, okay? And the only reason they've been able to do this is because they have somebody on the team called Sarah Galletti. And she is, in my opinion, the most important person in the food industry over the next decade, in my personal opinion. I haven't seen anybody that innovates at the scale she innovates in. You just have a different expectation of food over time. And so the chef is taking the frozen category out of the doldrums and the basement it has been in for decades now. And it's just been in a bad spot. And they are the freshest take on this. And it shows in the numbers. And it shows in how fast this brand is building, how many retailers they're landing in, and how many retailers are then 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road, are asking more SKUs. We want more product in the store because it came to EPS. They missed, okay? So the chef is known now, at least on Wall Street, if they're not really known on Wall Street, as a public company, they're known as, they're growing revenues a lot, they're getting, all these big distribution deals, cool, but they're a huge money loser. They miss their EPS quarter in and quarter out. They're a money-burning, money furnace company, okay? Now, I do not believe that's going to continue on with the company. I believe that's what it is. So I'm extremely excited about the chef and their future, and it's the biggest opportunity in the food industry by a mile, okay? The only one is that I think can even try to keep up with the chef is a company named Impossible Foods, but they're a private company. So, and it's those two, and everybody else is just a joke when it comes to the food industry, okay? There's a great drink company called Oatly, and there's another one called Celsius, but those are drink companies. I'm talking food, okay? Number 3 of 7 up here is Meta. So, like, everyone in the world uses pretty much one of Meta's platforms. A couple of stocks somehow eked out gains today. The chef somehow eked out a small gain. Tesla somehow eked out a gain on a day like today. And then Fubo of the retail stocks, that was the one that was a pretty big winner today at about a 7% move there. And we look a little deeper, right, into some other retail stocks. Now, the Bed Bath & Beyonds, the AMCs, the GMEs, there's nothing about the fundamentals of companies, okay? Let's be quite clear. We need to differentiate the Shopify was around 9%, Revolve 6.6%, The Chef almost 5%, Meta 4.3%, Honest about a 4% move, which Honest has been absolutely on fire recently, okay? Good old Tesla Maesla, which, by the way, I was running numbers on Tesla last night. Oh my gosh, okay? 3.6% move there. Foot Locker's not really seen as a riskier play. Palantir is almost a 3.5% move for Palantir. So, risk on TV max today, okay? This next stock been decimated this year. Everybody knows that, okay? The companies like The Chef, companies like Honest, companies like Corsair Gaming, companies like Oatly, pull up a year to date on those, decimated. They've been absolutely destroyed, okay? And the reason those stocks have been destroyed, one, we went complete risk off. So in a complete risk off market, no one wants to hold anything that's a money losing company, anything that's questionable, anything that's let's call it SPAC or IPO of some kind, right? I think about companies like The Chef. I think about companies like Oatly, right? Food-related companies, drink-related companies. Yeah, I think about anybody that sells anything that's a big physical product. This is going to help you out in a massive, massive way. Could even help companies like good old Tesla. Think about, to go back to Tesla for a moment, think about what Tesla's done with their profitability and their net income, despite the supply chain disaster, despite costs of the retail stocks. Well, The Chef didn't do anything today. Like what? If I told you the NASDAQ was down 5% plus today, everybody would have guessed The Chef would have been down 10% plus, right? Because it's a speculative stock, it's a money-losing company, and it's a growth name. And so people would just assume that stock has to be down 10%. But no, it literally didn't even go down today. Why is that? You gotta ask yourself, why is that? Well, the reason being is this is not a big Wall Street stock. Today was a panic sell from Wall Street. Retail already panic sold.
again today, okay? Something to just kind of keep in mind. The chef didn't do anything today, right? So, there's just a clear divergence between the stocks that have already been destroyed and just starting to run out of sellers in countless of these stocks now at this point in time. Now, we pull up a big tech here for a moment, okay? And I want to discuss this because I think it's important because this is a stock I'm personally buying right now, and that is Meta, okay? Playing out anymore at this stage of time. The chef, it used to be if the NASDAQ was down nearly 6%, the chef was going to be down like 12, 15, 20%, like some insane number, okay? The chef's down 1%. 1% in that same amount of time. Fubo's up 3.5% in the same amount of time that the NASDAQ's down nearly 6%. Back before, if the NASDAQ was down 6%, Fubo would have been down like 600%. Like, what is going on here, okay? This is the final stages of a crash, and this is what the final stages look like. Netflix is down 0.5%. It's performed 10x better, as he is illustrating here. This is how much Tattooed Chef stock he wants to own in the future, okay? Mr. J-Pow. So, things like this are going to get on his radar. Companies like FedEx are seen as the most impactful companies in the world. That a company like the Fed, if they're going to look at certain companies, they're going to look at my biggest buy for the day here today, and about 270 shares of the Chef, which the Chef kind of got obliterated on Friday and today. I don't know, maybe some weird going on there with options, but I'll gladly pick up shares there. So picked up some shares of the Chef there, okay? Now, next up, let's talk about this notion of, next week being the worst week on average for the stock market. And first off, September in general is a bad month for the stock market. That's something important to just. Some Chef shares at 525. By the way, still 100% confident in the Chef. I know I don't talk about it a lot, but I'm as confident as can be in that company. They got to put up their numbers over the next, 4 quarters or so, though. They've got to show improving margins, improving profitability, and improving cash flows. If they do that, their stock will be rewarded, and it will be rewarded in an epic way. But they've got to do that. They got to put up the numbers over the next few quarters. That's all I'll say about that. But Oatly's in the same exact category that the Chef is. They have to show improving margins and improving profitability and cash flows over the next 4 quarters. If they can do that, Oatly will be $10 plus before you know it, and the Chef will be back to $15, $20 stock. But they got to show that. If they don't show that, they're going to be stuck at these crap prices for a while. They've got to show the numbers there. Great thing for Oatly specifically. Well, for both these companies, container costs coming down massively, transportation costs coming down massively for both these two. That's going to help margins and profitability. Market's up and it's green, it'll take the Chef there. Market's red, it's going to take the Chef down. That's as simple as that when it comes to that stock, okay? Shopify stock has been killed. It's down 83+% since November. 83+%. And Shopify is such a great company for the long term. Such a great company. But no one has any sort of long-term outlook in this market. And really what I'm talking about is Wall Street players. I think a lot of retail folks can see past tomorrow and keep holders, AMD, NVIDIA, all those sorts of stocks. The Chef, you can come talk with us, okay? Inside the Discord chat, as well as get access to our weekly private group investors report and all the course curriculums that will be pinned comment down there. What the heck is going on with my shirt? Anyways, I'll be tripping. Much love is matters in a meaningful way, okay? You look at a company like I own, like the Chef, right? Where they ship across the ocean cauliflower from Italy, right? And, it's completely wrecked the company's margins. Everything that's gone on in inflation, in trucking rates, ocean rates, everything wrecked that company's margins and just made it look like they can't even make any money, right? It's impossible. Well, all that's coming to an end. Thank goodness, okay? Obviously, commodities have been tanking down. Now, we just looked at Shopify's down 80+% year to date. The Chef is down 67, 68% year to date. No one wants those pieces, those type of stocks. But the Chef is doing exactly what they needed to do. Now, in 2023, this becomes a company that will be a company around much improving margins, much improving cash flow and profitability in general, which is going to be huge for the stock price of this company, because everybody's looked at it and they're like, okay, yeah, they're growing, their brand's growing, they're getting bigger and bigger. People like their products, they keep coming back, the revenue is something they need to do. The problem, the reason the Chef kind of got screwed in regards to why didn't they go up in price sooner? Here's the deal. They just entered retailers as a new company entering.
As soon as you hit retailers, you go up in price right away. It's not like what you do, and it's not like the chef is Coca-Cola and Pepsi that has 10 years, 20 years, 50 years of, relationships with these retailers and things like that. So they had to wait a little bit, and they had to kind of swallow that pill, which hurts in the short term, but ultimately it's the right decision to make over the long term. But anyways, now that's happening. Their price increases are going through, and will continue to over the next. Cost is going down massive, and this matters in two meaningful ways for the chef. The first reason is basically they ship product overseas, basically raw product from Italy over to the United States. The second part is transportation of their freezer goods around the United States. That all those rates have come down considerably when it comes to trucking rates. So that's really good for the company. And also, as this company scales and gets bigger, like everything. Take a smaller loss. And I think that's really what it comes down to for the chef, at least in terms of 2023. Stocks got absolutely obliterated. I think it's a great value as a long-term investor like myself. No doubt it comes with risk because it is a money-losing company in this sort of market, right? And so that's my opinion on the chef. Okay, stock number 4 of these 11 stocks is Oatly, which well over the last few months. Skyworks, JP Morgan, the chef, Amazon, everything across the board, just some great movers, okay? But Shopify, I wanted to point out this one, because look at the performance over the past 2 days. Almost 19%, right? So basically it's about 3x, if not a little more than 3x, the market in general, right? And that's what you're gonna see as soon as we go risk on. And so you gotta keep in mind with some of these stocks like a Shopify that were the stocks that were completely flow profitability as well for many various reasons, and the chef, same exact thing. The chef's been the most killed out of all the stocks. It's been the most killed, and the reason is container freight costs. They went basically 5x, 10x, and that destroyed their margins. Then on top of that, they had trucking rates went insane. That destroyed their margins even more, right? Plus, they were just getting into retailers, so they couldn't go up in price right away. That destroyed their margins. They were literally for all the retailers. So yeah, I mean, I think the chef's going to be in a very good spot in 2023 compared to 2022. Okay, so that's just something to keep in mind there, right? Now, the market is still kind of in no man's land for the next week and a half. And so this is something to kind of keep in mind here. This is called the next week. Still in no man's land. So, if the market pushes down, don't be surprised as well, right? There's upside, there's downside. We'll see what happens. My portfolio, this is one of them. The chef, I couldn't call that an easy money stock. They don't have, if we were just to run through the chef, right? Are they in a great capital position? No, they're in an okay capital position. Are they a growing business? Sure. Do they have a proven management team? No. They have a chance to prove themselves over the next, couple of years here and get margins to a good place in cash flow and profitability. But as of today, like Tesla, that's just the way it is. Okay. The chef, bad news for the chef. So, obviously, this stock just hit a new 52-week low here today. Based upon what I see here, I think, and this is just in regards to stock price, nothing with the company fundamentals, I believe there's definitely some short ladder attacks going on here. Not hard to do at all in a stock like the chef. Shorts have this is a heavily shorted stock, and they hold all the cards right now, right? From the long side, we got to wait to see margins come around, cash flow come around, profitability come around, all those sorts of things, which is going to take, several months before we can begin to see that play out. So right now, there's no news around the company, and so there's nothing going on there. And based upon the pricing, but they're going to be drastic, as you just saw right there. The chef has no news today, nothing going on. That stock just tanks right off the bat, and then goes up almost in a straight line. It's the furthest thing from normal, to be frank. But when you have these stocks that have fallen this much, for some relatively bigger money to come in and throw around a stock like the chef, they can throw that stock wherever. The different stocks I was buying today, which there was a lot of them, but the chef was one of those I picked up. I'm looking at it this morning, and right now I'm in North Carolina, so it's nice to get up early in the market. But the chef was trading at 425. I'm like, okay, whatever. 425. Give me a freaking 1,000 shares. I'll take 1,000 off your hands. Whatever. You guys want to play games? We can play games. So yeah, that's just one of many stocks, and I'll show you all the others. But they're gonna continue to play games, especially a stock like the chef. It attracts a lot of them. There's other small caps I've noticed they don't play as many games in. Some of those, but the chef, they love to play with that one, man. They love to play with that one. Okay, now WBA, look at the move for this one. You want to talk about a stock that's winning? Winner, winner, chicken dinner today. WBA. Here's the deal with WBA. In this sort of market, what does everybody say you need to flock to right now? They say you need to, this is what they say, you need to be investing in companies that have safe business models. 27 shares there. I bought Palantir, 100 shares there. I bought obviously the Chef that I covered there. I bought 8 shares of Google there. I bought 7 shares of Meta. I bought 111 shares of Honest. I bought 300 shares of Oatly here today. So those are the moves for me here today in regards to that, okay? Now, somebody made a comment I loved. Okay, this is the comment of the day right here from Ray. Ray says, I'm getting biceps from holding these bags. You and me both, man. Looking like Arnold right now. I bought 223 shares of Corsair at $11.67. I bought 333 shares of the Chef at $4.52. Then I bought 111 shares of Revolve. I've actually started buying Revolve again recently, and it's been a while since I've been interested in that one until recently, and got that one at $21.60. Also, I've started buying Skyworks Solutions for the first time since probably like 2018, maybe 2019, but I think like 2018. This is one I haven't been buying for a long time, and they're benefiting massively. And obviously 2021, that stock is down 64% year to date. The Chef down 70%, almost 71% year to date. Shopify down over 80% year to date, okay? And I mean, just stocks everywhere are down, 40, 50, 60, 70 plus percent this year. It's been absolutely awful if you're long out there, okay? So the question is, where do we pick up the pieces? Where do we go from here? What's, how do I even view this, okay? So I think this is important. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I appreciate the other side. Oh boy, okay, that would be pretty insane. In regards to the Chef, for the Chef shareholders out there, this is one of the only stocks that was red here today. It seemed like in the whole dang market, right? Volume very low on this one. For all my Chef shareholders out there, this company has to show over the next 4 quarters, we have to show improvements in margin, improvements in cash flow. If we do that and we show substantial progress over the next 4 quarters, the stock's going to be a lot of fun, okay? If we don't, different influencers, and I think that's just ingenious, and I see the Chef starting to go that way, and I think that's really, really intelligent, okay? Now, if you're wondering who can buy some stocks out there, well, don't worry. Wall Street and Americans, they sold off the stock, so now the Saudis can load up on American stocks now at this point in time. If you don't know, somebody's always making a lot of money out there, right? You might think that no one makes money. Oh no, the Saudis have been making a whole lot of day. And, that stock's down 62.5%, right? The Chef, 72% down. I never saw that one get into these prices. Never. I mean, $6, $7, $8, I saw that. $4, come on, man. Never saw that in a million years. And even the savior of retail, which is Tesla stock, right? The savior, that's down 44%. And that's going into this earnings, which, we're going to talk about Tesla later on in the video, but the stock is down after hours. So we'll see where that trades at tomorrow, right? Play the dang game, right? And so when it comes to these companies like the Chef, Oatly, Honest, all those smaller cap stocks in general, they're going to have to prove it in the numbers over the next 4 quarters. They're going to have to show margin improvements in a substantial way, cash flow improvements, and then talking about profitability, okay? That's what they have to put up. And so we'll see how that plays out over the next 4 quarters. I'm confident, but at the same time, I'm like, I got to see any of the other massive positions I have, whether it be Tesla or the Chef or Honest or any of those, right? But just from the standpoint of, I'm just going to continue to plow money in that one, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. So, yeah, big move for me here today, guys. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you got some value out of it. Regardless if you like this stock or don't like this stock, I hope you got some good value out of this video. And report earnings, okay? Beyond Meat will move stocks like the Chef and Oatly on Thursday, essentially. Now, for right or for wrong, it is the way it is, okay? Still, I've got to say with Beyond Meat, so in terms of Beyond Meat, when they went IPO, it was incredibly exciting. The company was coming off of some phenomenal innovation in their food items. They were growing. They had, I don't want to call it a monopoly type market share in the plant-based food market, meat market. a retailer up 8%. Target, a retailer up 7%. The Chef up 7%. The moves are extraordinary. Nvidia up over 14%. This is a big tech watch list. AMD 14%. We already covered Amazon. Adobe 10%. PayPal 10%. Intuit 9%. Apple? What? Apple 9%? What? You gotta be flipping my flapjacks twice on Sunday. What are we talking about here? Apple 9%? That's incredible. You know how much buying pressure with that? And 3, we're going to talk about the Chef, which is the most controversial of the earnings. And we'll talk about the good in that. We'll talk about the bad in that. And we're going to talk about what my plans are with that stock. Am I going to dump out of it? Am I going to buy more? Am I just going to hold? What are my views on that? We'll get into all that in this video. Very important video. Hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you everybody that subscribed to the channel as always, okay? Now, stock in regards to Honest, okay? Now, we got to talk about the Chef, okay? The Chef. Oh boy, the Chef, okay? First thing is, and I thought this was worth mentioning, right? It's been a horrible year to obviously be a Chef shareholder, a year to forget, 2022. The stock's down over 70%. Now, the short sellers almost will make you feel like that's the only stock down huge this year, when in reality, like every other stock's down 50, 60, 70, 80% this year. It's been awful, right? And especially any of these growth into 2021, all their stocks have been devastated. So it's not like the Chef is the only one there. Well, they're doing bad. Like even companies like Shopify have their stocks actually done worse than the Chef, which is hard to imagine, right? Meta recently was down 70%. Netflix at one point this year was down over 70%. So, you know, this isn't like this is the only company that their stock price. It's been tough year to be a Chef shareholder from the business side and from the stock price side. But I just think that's important, okay? So first off here, you can clearly tell where the Chef is focused. Look at, as soon as this release happens, look what their top 2 lines are. They're targeting expense savings of approximately $30 million by year-end 2023, focused on generating positive EBITDA and operating cash flow by mid-year 2024. That shows you where the market has taken this company's focus to. Because if we go back 1 year ago, it was all about growth. We were in a very different, and that was for every company in the market. It wasn't like the Chef was the only stock. Every single stock, it was revenue growth, revenue growth, revenue growth. The market is 100% flipped. And now the market says, revenue growth? Talk to us about net income. Talk to us about cash flow. Talk to us about margins. That's what we'll talk about. And so it's very clear the Chef's management team, they understand that now at this point in time. And that's why they're highlighting this, because they realize, oh crap, man, you know, we can't just continue to raise money and just grow revenue to, you know, and lose money and things like that. It's very clear where their focus is at this point in time, okay? Now, what Sam said here, he said, since going public 2 years ago, we have significant stresses all the shareholders out, because all the Chef shareholders, right? It's a money-losing company, and it's a much tougher situation to try to raise money now at this point in time, take out debt, just about anything. So it is what we need to hear, honestly. It is what we need to hear, okay? Now, let me show you the bad, okay? Here is the bad. I call it the trash. First off, they're projecting revenue of $235 mil to $245 mil, down from their guidance of $280 to drive attention to the brand, right? Which, when the Chef was growing, like it's like you need to get attention to the brand because no one ever heard of the brand before. And I wouldn't be surprised if now, because of this, the whole market flip, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, yeah, we're not gonna sell those pallets of whatever at losses now at this point in time. I wouldn't be surprised, and who knows if they even were selling at losses. Very embarrassing. And I see a lot of similarities between GoPro and the Chef. And I'm like, oh my gosh, am I gonna have to pull the plug on this one? And my thoughts on this is, no, not going to pull the plug on this one. And I'm actually going to continue to buy this stock. And I know it sounds crazy, and maybe I am crazy, but my belief in this brand is so strong. And the thing is, with GoPro, I saw no way out. I saw no way that things were going to get better for GoPro necessarily. That I want to move my money elsewhere. But with the Chef, I see things getting dramatically better. And not just like over the next 5 years, but just over the next year. If we just speak about 2023, I think every metric for this company is going to increase. I think revenue, I think their brand, I think their margins, I think their cash flow is going to be in a way better spot in 2023 than 2022. I think their net loss is going to be very minimal compared to what the amount the company's lost in 2022. So what I see with the chef and what's going to keep me in the stock and keep me buying the stock, as crazy as it sounds, is literally I expect everything to continue to get much better in 2023 and then again much better in 2024. And that's why I'm sticking with this one and why I'm going to be buying more shares. That's my opinion on it. I don't really have anything else to add. And Sam Galletti, the CEO of Tattooed Chef, and for the management team over at Tattooed Chef. Embarrassed. I am embarrassed to be a shareholder of this company. You guys have really outdone yourselves. Because if we were to literally go through all the different stocks I have money in, all my different stocks, y'all are the only one that I can genuinely say I'm embarrassed to be a shareholder. Not disappointed, embarrassed. And there's a major difference. More Oatly, but I kind of put them into the penalty box like the chef, where their numbers have just been so insanely disappointing that I'm kind of like, am I ready to buy, or do I need to see confirmation that things are getting much better? The thing I'll say about Oatly is the price of oats has tanked. And I mean tanked in a massive way over the past 6 months. We're going to see that in Oatly's numbers in 2023, and I wouldn't be surprised. I'm expecting Oatly's margins to, I already talked about those. The chef, I don't know what else I can say about the chef other than I just am embarrassed. That's a difference between the chef and every other stock I hold. It's the only one I'm embarrassed to be a shareholder of because I feel so let down by the management team. They said they were going to do this. They said they're going to do that. They said they're going to do this. They said they're going to do that. And they basically have missed almost every single everything, to be quite frank. And it's just been disheartening to own that. They said, what in a situation like this with the chef being down a ridiculous amount, it's embarrassing. What makes me not sell that stock right now versus when I sold CCL or when I sold GoPro back in the day for a loss, right? And the big difference is with the chef, I still have hope there. In CCL's case, I saw no way out. In GoPro's case, I saw no way out. In GoPro's, I think, lower today than when I sold out years and years ago. And like I said, I think CCL's lower today than those are obviously the right decisions in hindsight. With the chef, I'm not to that point yet. If they keep putting up these horrible numbers, and obviously, it's going to be what it's going to be. But I still have hope there. And I still am, deep down, I still do believe that they will fix the margin situation. And I almost feel like stupid for saying that, to be quite frank, because, it's just disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. Retail wreck today, okay? Sold everything off massively. It was obviously the chef took the cake after the dumpster fire of an earnings. And I'll talk about that one in just a moment. Real down 13%, Fubo down 12%, Skills down 10%, Hood down 8%, Ape down 7%, Wish down huge. I mean, all the retail related plays just got absolutely nailed today, including Tesla. We'll talk about Tesla a little later on in this video as well. I want to share some thoughts there. Just selling, just selling in mass, okay? So the chef, let's talk about the chef, okay? As a long-term investor in the stock market, we have a few very important things to answer before we ever invest in the stock. What do we expect the company's future revenues to go to, net income? Are we paying an undervalued valuation? And is this stock a better deal versus buying another stock? I have found the ultimate service here that can answer many of those questions and help out in a massive way. And it's called Ticker Buddy. I want to show obviously, this was a capitulation type day in the chef. I mean, we saw it play out, right? Almost 5 million shares traded hands, 775,000 is a normal amount that trades on an average day for the chef. So just pure capitulation. And, after coming in with that dumpster fire, you can understand it. I think as far as the stock price goes for, let's call it, in my opinion, like until next earnings, it's probably going to be in the $2 to $3 range unless they have some sort of major positive development. Like let's say another food company makes a major investment in them or something like that. If we don't get any
most people. I think now people are just looking at the chef as like it's a hero to zero situation now, where it's either, you know, riding the train all the way, or either way in that situation, it's either the Titanic or we're gonna float and we're gonna make it to the other side. And unfortunately, we don't know as of right now. We have to just wait until the coming quarter's numbers. So I think that's kind of what's going to transpire in that. I think it's just going to be. It said Tesla shares plunged 15%. I was like, what? I can't deal with this and the chef in the same day. I can't deal with this. It's too much. Okay, too much. But it said Target shares plunged 15%. So okay. But nonetheless, Tesla continues to get hit. Down almost 4% here today. Stock's down over 53% year to date. You know, I've spoken obviously several times about my worries in terms of Tesla, and as a big Tesla shareholder, I've spoken many times about my worries about not even remotely close to profitability as of right now, right? The chef, no, they've moved so far away that now it's like a 50-50 if the company can make it over the next year. Like, that's how far they've moved. Their profitability got way worse, not way better. Everything in that business model got way worse, right? And Oatly is basically a splitting image of the chef in terms of like massive revenue growth company they were, and now people are like, hey, you guys better start making some money because it's a tougher money raising environment, right? So these companies got, if anything, further away from profitability, and Honest is still in a position where it's tough sledding, right? Now, this definitely messes with me, right? Because I'm used to buying these stocks and in several different stocks, but obviously the chef's the biggest one, is these management teams that would make these promises or, you know, expectations. Oh, you know, our revenue is going to be this, our margins are going to be this, or our cash flow is going to be this, and just miss and 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 miss quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. And that's always the worry, especially with a newer company, the public markets, but also even a bigger issue with, yeah, I mean, obviously I got caught up into it, you know, obviously with the chef stock specifically, because that's a SPAC play, right? And there's you know, I think, I don't want to say everybody got caught up in at least one of those sorts of stocks, but I think most people did. And you know, it's our generation's version of the tech bubble. That's what it is. It's our generation's version of the tech bubble. And in terms of the NASDAQ, it's not down nearly as much for me now at this point in time because the chef's gone down so much that it's not even a top 5 stock. I don't even think it's close to being a top 5 stock now at this point in time, okay? It's one of 25 stocks I hold. One of 25 stocks. And it's been a crap one, but it's one of 25 stocks. 3, I'm not buying any more of the stock unless they really turn around the company for several quarters in a row. And I have like full confidence going forward that, oh man, they report controversial stock. And I don't know what it is about the chef. It's always got an emotional reaction. You know, there's no stock I hold that gets that level of emotional reaction out of folks. This has been always that holy grail stock of just getting people so in their feeling. Like, people that don't even care, aren't even long or short this stock, care about this stock. You might be watching this video right now and you might not even have, you know, be positioned on any side. But why are you here? Why are you this company, okay? You know, what is it going to take for me to start buying the chef stock again, right? Because this used to be a buy the dip stock, right? It used to be. And then things started to really change over the past couple quarters. And then what I started doing is I really started dialing back my buys big time after not this current quarter, but the previous quarter. Started dialing back my buys big time in regards to stock. And I started flushing a lot of money in other stocks instead of the other small caps out there, including the chef and many others, in terms of the way they run their business, in terms of the professionalism they have, in terms of everything, and including the numbers. And so, you know, and Nick, even at the end of the conference call, it was a great ending to the conference call Nick had. He went over the 3 main key points on why 2023 is going to be a great year for Honest. And just as an Honest shareholder, I appreciate that. Those levels of $100,000, right? That's what I should have done with the chef. But instead, I got very greedy and I put over $1 million in that stock. And now I'm paying the price. And it's a hefty price I'm having to pay in that one, right? Absolutely massive. So at the end of the day, like, my blueprint, like, every single time I've ever gone against it, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I end up just in a lot of pain. And unfortunately, and when